The impoverished young man, having faced a disheartening failure in his blind date, unwittingly stumbled into a well known as the Dragon Lock Well, where he inadvertently witnessed the remains of a dragon infused with a dragon's essence. Day 1. Gained the ability of internal vision. Cleanse my marrow. Strength surged boundlessly. Day 2. Mastered the art of water manipulation. Gained the ability to see underwater. Breathed freely beneath the waves. Day 3. Caught fish. Fished for shrimp. Collected crabs. Achieved my first fortune. Day 4. Harvested pearls from an ancient clam, unexpectedly rising to fame. Overnight wealth. Day 5. Set sail to the sea, capturing exquisite seafood, drawing the attention of numerous prestigious hotels. Day 6. Salvaged antiques, becoming a billionaire, attracting throngs. In the end, traversing the breadth of the world, I refined the world's water veins, transmuted into a dragon's form, enlightened my aquatic allies, and constructed a grand dragon palace at sea. Faced with provocations from naval military forces of various nations, I boldly declared, "Let anyone who dares encroach upon my territorial waters face their doom." Instantly, swarms of aquatic creatures surged forth. Chapter 1. It turns out the Dragon Lock Well truly houses a dragon. Hey son, your Aunt Wong's date will be leaving soon, so don't forget. Got it, Mom? I'm just tidying up the yard. Good, good, take your time. Once the blind date goes well, we can scrape together a down payment and buy a new house in the county to avoid their disdain. All right, then I'll hang up now. As Chuchio hung up, he sighed deeply, shoving his phone into his pocket. However, his pocket had not been properly opened, and the phone slipped out. In a panic, he reached out to catch it. This was a new phone he had purchased specifically for the blind date, costing a month's salary. But in his haste, not only did he fail to grasp the phone, he accidentally knocked it further away. By sheer misfortune, it fell directly into the yard's dry well. Damn! Chuchio was momentarily stunned, a storm of frustration raging in his mind. If the well were just an ordinary dry well, he could easily retrieve the phone by climbing down. However, this was not just any dry well, it was the legendary Dragon Lock Well, passed down through generations in his family. Known in folklore as the prison of tempestuous dragons and malevolent aquatic creatures, the entire Chu family village had flourished because of the guardianship of this well. He recalled how, during every festival, his grandfather would burn offerings by the well to pay respects. Of course, Chuchio did not believe in such superstitions, but having grown up in this village and hearing countless tales about the Dragon Lock Well, it was hard not to feel a pang of trepidation. At that moment, his heart was a tumult of anxiety. The phone was worth more than 4,000 yuan and had arrived less than a week ago. It contained all the contact information for friends, relatives, and his blind date. Yet, the Dragon Lock Well. Got to hell with it. We'll just go down and take a look. After much internal conflict, Chuchio resolved to descend into the well to retrieve his phone. After all, this well had been dry for hundreds of years. What harm could it pose? Equipped with a power bank that provided illumination, he grasped the rusted iron chains at the well's edge and began his descent. Legend had it that these 4 chains were used to bind dragons. However, looking at the corroded chains, Chuchio couldn't help but scoff. How could such flimsy links, barely the thickness of his arm, hold a dragon? After descending about 6 or 7 meters, his anxiety began to swell. The dimness within the well thickened with a chilling aura. When he looked down, all he could see were the 4 rusted chains disappearing into the abyss, swaying ominously, creating a sense of horror, as if something dreadful could occur at any moment. But having descended thus far, he steel-heartedly activated the power bank and continued to descend. Each passing second felt like an eternity, rendering him numb to the passage of time. At last, he felt solid ground beneath him, and an exhilarating rush coursed through him. Finally at the bottom. However, as he glanced around, an icy shiver shot through him, making his skin crawl. The base of the Dragon Lock Well was a vast, sprawling underground cavern, where lay a dragon's skeletal remains, stretching a daunting 7 to 8 meters long, entangled with the rusted iron chains. In that instant, Chuchio felt as if his very being was on the verge of exploding. This is a dragon spirit. He trembled profoundly, repeatedly pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming. This was reality. As he stood at the head of the dragon, it was larger than a water vat. His newly acquired graphite black phone had fallen squarely into the cavernous mouth of this ancient entity. Gulp! Unable to suppress his racing heart, he craned his neck and swallowed hard. This was astonishing. The fables were true. There truly was a dragon ensnared within the Dragon Lock Well. After a lengthy moment of shock, he regained some composure, feeling a painful throb in his hand. When he looked down, blood trickled from a cut on his palm, caused by the rusty chains. Yet, overcome by exhilaration, he paid it no mind as he reached down to retrieve his phone. Just as he was about to grasp the device, Chuchio noticed something glimmering beside a pearl the size of an egg, opalescent in hue. Instantly, memories of several fantasy novels flooded his mind. A phrase popped into his head. Could this be the fabled inner Dan of the dragon? Suddenly, an electrifying thrill coursed through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the pearl, allowing blood to stain its surface. At that instant, the pearl levitated from his hand, shooting directly into his body. To his astonishment, he found himself endowed with internal vision, witnessing the pearl descending into his dantian, spinning slowly. With every rotation, streams of vaporous energy surged into his limbs, fortifying his sinews and bones. In mere moments, Chuchio felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, making him capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with ease. Seizing his now shattered phone, he applied a sudden force, resulting in a resounding crack as the device disintegrated, shards of tempered glass flying across the cavern. Damn! He was taken aback by the sheer force he had unleashed. Thankfully, the SIM card had escaped unscathed. Otherwise, he would have been in dire trouble. Chuchio! Chuchio! Suddenly, voices erupted from the yard. It was his uncle, likely calling him in for dinner. After several calls with no response, he heard his uncle murmuring, "This brat! Dinner is about to be served, and where has he run off to?" Shortly thereafter, his uncle departed. With little time to investigate the well's depths further, Chuchio scrambled up the iron chains. He could always return later. However, once he reached the top, an overwhelming foul odor assaulted his nostrils, making him retch. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of viscous, bone marrow-like filth had formed on his skin, sticky and utterly revolting. Is this what is referred to as cleansing the marrow and refining the essence? Chuchio pondered in disbelief, pinching his nose as he searched for a clean set of clothes, preparing to wash himself in the river. In the Chu family village, nestled behind verdant hills and before clear waters, this truly was a land imbued with geomantic energy, lush and sheltered. The villagers primarily thrived on fishing, living relatively comfortable lives. However, in recent years, due to overfishing, the state had imposed a ban on fishing. Consequently, the villagers ceased their waterborne activities and sought work elsewhere. As the sun blazed overhead, and with dinner nearing, Chuchio encountered no one on his way. Minutes later, a glimmering river unfolded before him, adorned with a dilapidated dock where a few old fishing boats rested, occupied by chirping birds. The familiar scene elicited a warm smile from Chuchio, prompting him to quicken his pace. At that moment, the dragon inner Dan within him seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, swirling violently, drawing moisture from the air as if it were a dehumidifier. Even the tranquil riverside felt its effect as a thick fog arose from the surface, coalescing towards Chuchio. Chapter 2: The underwater abilities conferred by the Jiaolong's inner pill. Such an enigmatic scene left Chuchio momentarily dumbfounded. However, he soon realized that the surging mist of water, before it could even touch his skin, was being drawn into his dantian by the Jiaolong's inner pill, as if it were a great whale consuming water, transforming it into droplets of azure liquid. The majority of these azure droplets were absorbed by the Jiaolong's inner pill, while a smaller portion was utilized to bolster his physique. This revelation filled Chuchio with uncontainable joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the dock and, with a resounding splash, leapt into the river. The instant he entered the water, it felt as though a wayward child had finally returned home. This sensation was beyond the reach of words to describe. Simultaneously, the Jiaolong's inner pill within him began to operate at an astonishing speed, voraciously absorbing the abundant water energy from the river. Before long, a vortex with a diameter of approximately 5 meters manifested around Chu Qiuyut. To his astonishment, he discovered that he could actually control this vortex. With a mere thought, the immense whirlpool began to spin and shrink at a visible rate. Another thought, and it expanded rapidly with a resounding rush. Furthermore, within a 5-meter radius, it seemed as if he could manipulate the river's water at will. As though this space was his absolute domain. This newfound ability sent Chu Qiu into a frenzy of exhilaration. He understood that all of this was the transformation bestowed upon him by the Jiao Long's inner pill. In an effort to avoid detection, he plunged into the depths of the water, intending to thoroughly explore this extraordinary ability. However, once submerged, Chu Qiu was unexpectedly greeted by an even more miraculous phenomenon. He found that he could see clearly underwater, and his field of vision was even broader than on land. Everything beneath the surface was laid bare before his eyes. Schools of various fish and copious amounts of succulent shrimp and crabs were all vividly visible. This revelation stirred something within Chu Qiu. It was essential to note that this river was a tributary of the Yangtze, teeming with wild fish and crustaceans of exceptional nutritional value, particularly due to recent fishing bans. Certain rare wild fish had become highly sought-after commodities. Whenever a catch was made, wealthy individuals would often inflate the prices to astronomical levels. Now, endowed with the capabilities granted by the Jiao Long's inner pill, capturing several large specimens in the water would be a mere trifle. With newfound wealth at his fingertips, why would he ever need to toil away at a job? Why should he allow himself to be treated like a subordinate? Soon, he envisioned himself transformed into a high-flying, affluent figure, marrying into wealth and beauty, ascending to the pinnacle of life. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chu Qiu suddenly became invigorated, his eyes scanning the depths until they lit upon a target. Not far from him, there lay a lush expanse of aquatic vegetation, where numerous plump crabs resided at the edges and within its thickets. There were at least 30 crabs of varying sizes, collectively weighing around 20 pounds. According to market prices, the crabs fetched 50 yuan per pound, potentially yielding over 1,000 yuan. Calculating this, Chu Qiu felt a surge of excitement. These were not merely crabs. They were akin to bundles of cash. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his short sleeves, tying the collar and cuffs into knots, and glided toward the edge of the aquatic plants. Perhaps due to the Jiao Long's inner pill. With just a few strokes, he stealthily approached the vegetation like a great fish. Then, with the swiftness of lightning, he seized the nearest crab at the edge, swiftly stuffing it into his sleeve before it could react. Ha ha ha! The ease with which he captured the crab filled Chu Qiu with immense joy. It felt as though he possessed the ability of the Jiao Long to part the waters. With a mere extension of his hand, the river would silently yield, allowing him to grasp the crab. Moreover, he was standing upright, not floating in the water. This meant he could walk upright along the riverbed without needing to surface for air. As his pores absorbed oxygen from the water, incredible, absolutely incredible, compared to him, the characters from water margin seemed utterly insignificant. Suddenly, a sizable crab, sensing danger, swiftly scuttled away, stirring up a cloud of silt as it attempted to retreat into the foliage. Yet, in the next moment, a large hand silently captured it, rendering its frantic struggles futile. This crab was no small specimen, weighing at least 8 to 9 tails. Seizing the creature, Chu Qiu couldn't help but beam with delight at its weight. He repeated the process, swiftly gathering crabs from the edges of the vegetation until his sleeves could hold no more. In just 2 minutes, he had reached his limit. Regretfully, he glanced into the depths of the thickets, where a few sizable crabs remained, brandishing their pincers and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Never mind, it was time to eat. He didn't want to keep his uncle waiting. Besides, with his current underwater abilities, there was no rush. Chu Qiu, satisfied with his bulging sleeves, prepared to surface. But just then, a shadow suddenly surged from the thicket, over a meter long, moving with ferocity that startled Chu Qiu. His eyes widened as he recognized it was a black fish. Pursuing a loach, my goodness, such a large black fish. It must be extraordinary. The black fish, also known as the snakehead, is a fierce carnivorous species. Tadpoles, fry, loaches, and small shrimp are all on its menu. Thus, its nutritional value surpasses that of ordinary fish, especially when wild, and such a large specimen is quite rare. Chu Qiu had not anticipated encountering another wild treasure. When luck strikes, it seems unstoppable. Given this encounter, there was no reason to let it slip away. Observing the formidable black fish now more than 5 meters away, Chu Chiu smirked mischievously and assumed a stance to sprint in the next instant. He propelled himself forward as if stepping on a spring, bursting forth with a splash. You read that correctly. Chu Chiu was sprinting along the riverbed. Thanks to the Jiaolong's inner pill, he moved with the ease of walking on solid ground, even faster than on land. At that moment, he resembled a torpedo, charging through the water with tremendous speed, creating a wake as he seized the black fish by its neck. With a jolt, the startled black fish thrashed violently, twisting and turning in the depths of several meters. Quite the fighter, indeed. Chu Chiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain curling his lips. A black fish of such size would possess a strength greater than that of an adult's arm on land, let alone in water. Under normal circumstances, Chu Chiu wouldn't have been able to grasp it with one hand, let alone hold it down with his entire body. But today was different. After the transformative effects of the Jiaolong's inner pill, Chu Chiu's strength rivaled that of legendary warriors like Xiang Yu and Lbu in ancient times. He would have been an invincible general, capable of taking heads amidst a sea of soldiers. How could a mere black fish stir up any trouble? No matter how it struggled, Chu Chiu's grip remained steadfast. Like a vice, it wasn't until they reached the riverbank that he finally loosened his hold. However, the black fish could not withstand the air. Its fierce strength dissipated rapidly, and it soon calmed down at I can certainly handle you. Chu Chiu chuckled, picking up his clean clothes from the ground and draping them over his shoulder as he made his way to his uncle's house. Chapter 3 The Valuable Aquatic Bounty. This hurried return from the matchmaking event left Chu Chiu with nothing. He could only go to his uncle's house to scrounge a meal. Arriving at his uncle's courtyard, he pushed open the gate with his foot. Before stepping inside, his voice called out, "Uncle, is dinner ready? It smells delicious." "This rascal has finally returned," came a voice from within, the sound of a bench scraping against the floor. Chu Songbai emerged, his hands clasped behind him, holding a smoking pipe. Dressed in the attire of a laborer, with slightly hunched shoulders and a face that bore the marks of toil, he was Chu Chiu's uncle. "What on earth are you doing, you little rascal? It's mealtime, and you're nowhere to be found. Running off to play wild as soon as you return." Chu Songbai scolded Chu Chiu sternly. Aunt Wangfan also appeared. Addressing Chu Chiu, "Chu Chiu, you're of marrying age now. You need to learn to be more composed. You can't keep acting like a wild child, do you understand? Hurry up and come inside to eat. The food will get cold." Chu Chiu, holding the large black fish, couldn't help but smile wryly. "What did I do?" "I did nothing at all, that moment." Wangfan noticed the large black fish in his hands. Her expression shifting. "Chu Chiu, did you buy this fish? How could you spend money like this without saying a word? A fish this size must have cost a fortune." Chu Songbai frowned. "What's this? Coming to your uncle's for a meal and you have to spend money? Do you take your uncle for a fool?" Chu Chiu was at a loss for words. "Uncle, Aunt, I was cleaning the old yard and got all sweaty. So I went for a swim in the river. This fish wasn't bought. I caught it in the river. Caught it in the river." Upon hearing this, Chu Songbai became even angrier, scolding, "You caught such a large fish with your bare hands? Who do you think you're fooling? Uncle, I swear I'm not lying. It accidentally got caught in a broken net, and I just pulled it out." Chu Chiu had his explanation ready. "And take a good look at what kind of fish this is. It's a blackfish, a genuine blackfish. Typically, blackfish in the market weigh around 2 to 3 pounds, with 5 to 6 pounds being quite rare. But look at this specimen. It must weigh at least 20 pounds. Even if I search the entire national market, I doubt I could find one this size in our little town. Where could I even buy one?" "What? You're saying this is a blackfish?" Upon hearing the mention of a blackfish, Chu Songbai immediately displayed a look of astonishment and hurried over. As he took a closer look, he gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Goodness, it truly is a fierce black fish, and it's worth quite a sum." With newfound belief, he waved at Wang Fan, urging, "Quickly, go fetch the large basin of water." He then called to Chu Chiu, "Hurry, hurry, get it into the basin. We must ensure it doesn't perish. A black fish of this size is a rare find nowadays. A veritable treasure." As he filled the large basin with water, he carefully placed the black fish inside. In a flurry of excitement, he pushed forward his oil cart, declaring, "Chu Chiu, come, lift the basin onto the cart. Let us make haste to the fish market and sell this prized catch before it dies and loses its value." Upon hearing this, Wang Fan grew anxious and interjected, Where are you rushing off to? It's mealtime. The food is ready. We should eat first. Chu Songbai immediately retorted. What do you understand? It is precisely because it is mealtime that we must go. At this hour, the managers of those grand hotels in the county are scouring the fish market for freshly caught delicacies. He continued, this black fish is substantial and entirely wild. It will surely catch their eye, and the price will be at least double the market rate. What? Double the price? That means it could be over 100 yuan per jean. Wang Fen exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, realizing the fish's true worth. She ceased her objections and instead urged the two to hurry. Meanwhile, Chu Chiu stood bewildered, stammering, Uncle, can this black fish really fetch such a high price? Absolutely, Chu Songbai replied. Let me tell you, Chu Chiu, the market for fish fluctuates daily. This black fish is undoubtedly a rare commodity. The price will only exceed what I have mentioned. Chu Chiu, upon hearing this, felt somewhat dazed. He had not anticipated such volatility in the fish market during his years away. With a glint of anticipation in his eyes, he adjusted his bulging short sleeves and asked, Uncle, what about crabs? What is the current market for crabs? Crabs? Chu Songbai turned to look at the bulging sleeves of Chu Chiu, his eyes suddenly brightening. Did you catch crabs? Yes, I have over 30, Chu Chiu replied, pouring the crabs out before him. Wow, Chu Songbai exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. These crabs are quite sizable. This one, and this one. Each weighs at least 8 or 9 liang. Chu Chiu, today you've struck it rich. Do you realize that crabs are currently sold by the piece? 3 crabs weighing 3 liang are priced at 388 yuan. 3 at 3.5 liang are 558 yuan. 3 at 4 liang are 718 yuan. And those over 5 liang can fetch several hundred yuan each, with the most prized fetching even thousands. What? Crabs have become this expensive? Chu Chiu gasped, struggling to believe it. He knew crabs were always pricey, but he had not expected them to reach such extravagant prices. He recalled that in 2018, the most famous Yangqing Lake hairy crab, the first king crab, sold for just over 2,000 yuan. And that was after significant hype due to its unique connotations. Now, just 2 years later, prices had skyrocketed. Expensive. Chu Songbai scoffed. Chu Chiu, you've worked in the metropolis. Don't you know that the wealthy dine for prestige, seeking out the exquisite? Let me tell you, this is just for the male crabs. The females are even more exorbitantly priced. Enough chatter. Let us hurry to the fish market before any perish with that. Chu Songbai pulled Chu Chiu onto the oil cart, rushing toward the county's fish market. Given that Chu family village was located on the outskirts of the county, they arrived at the fish market in just over 10 minutes. As they entered, Chu Chiu noticed the market was not particularly crowded and remarked, Uncle, it seems there aren't too many people here. Chu Songbai chuckled, explaining, it's mealtime. Small households have already made their purchases and left, resulting in a sparse crowd. The remaining patrons are mostly affluent individual entrepreneurs and larger establishments. These individuals tend to be discerning and prefer to showcase their wealth by selecting only the freshest catches. Additionally, a few procurement managers from hotels and restaurant owners are also here, all in search of premium goods. In summary, these are our potential benefactors. Oh, Chu Chiu said, understanding dawning upon him. Should we announce our goods? No need at this hour. Discerning buyers will undoubtedly recognize that we possess freshly caught treasures. We can simply wait for them to approach. Chu Songbai replied with ease, parking the oil cart at a stall against the wall and leisurely lighting a pipe. Observing his uncle's demeanor, Chu Chiu couldn't help but admire his experience. Moments later, a crowd of eager customers, like cats drawn to a scent, began to converge upon them. Good sir, what prime catches do you have today? One of them inquired, sensing the air of confidence emanating from Chu Songbai, who appeared to possess freshly landed treasures. Rest assured, I have just what you seek. An over-meter-long black fish and dozens of large crabs. You won't be disappointed, Chu Songbai announced, gesturing toward the large basin. What? An over-meter-long black fish? Is that true? The crowd surged forward, disbelief painted on their faces as they momentarily overlooked the crabs. Goodness! This black fish is enormous. It truly measures over a meter, as thick as a thigh. My word. It must weigh at least 20 jin. Such a sizable black fish. Surely it has attained a level of sentience. Indeed, such a fish was only seen during the great floods of the 90s. A catch of this magnitude is exceedingly rare. Enough chatter. I'll buy this large black fish for my restaurant. The market price for blackfish is over 30 yuan, 4 wild fish over 5 jin. It's around 75 yuan per jin. For this behemoth, I'll offer 120 yuan per jin. I'll offer 130 yuan per jin. Perfect for promoting my hotel's grand opening. 130? Ha! I'll give 135. From Chongqing Grand Hotel, we'll bid 140. The atmosphere became lively as several restaurant owners began to outbid each other for the blackfish. 140 yuan per jin. Chu Qiu couldn't help but calculate that, and his eyes widened in disbelief. That's over 2,000 already. Goodness, I toil for a month in the metropolis for just 5 or 6,000 yuan. And here a single blackfish can fetch over 2,000 effortlessly. He recalled a recent news story about a fisherman in Jiangsu and Zhejiang who caught several wild yellow croakers and sold them for nearly 1,000,000 yuan. At that time, he was skeptical, but now he considered the possibility. However, excitement surged through him. With his newfound underwater skills, venturing into the ocean would feel akin to visiting his own backyard. He eagerly anticipated the return of his romantic interest. Planning to resign from his job in the metropolis and explore the sea. 140 yuan per jin. Is that the highest bid? If not, the blackfish would surely go to Chongqing Grand Hotel. Chu Songbai took a few puffs of his pipe and called out, snapping Chu Qiu back to reality. Chu Qiu quickly stepped forward, ready to retrieve the blackfish. Wait! A refined yet commanding voice interrupted, accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the ground. Chu Qiu looked up, and with his height advantage, he caught sight of an enchanting woman exuding an aura of grace and charm. Dressed in a sleek black business suit with a white blouse underneath, her long legs adorned with nude stockings and perched upon fishmouth high heels, her chestnut waves danced in the wind. Captivating all who beheld her, Chu Qiu was momentarily entranced. Compared to the women who frequently graced the screens, enhanced by makeup and packaging, this beauty was a stunning revelation. It was no wonder that people say the truly stunning women either marry wealthy men and vanish into seclusion, or are the daughters of affluent families. Rarely seen in public, when they do appear, it is often a fleeting glimpse, incomparable to ordinary celebrities. This woman was undoubtedly the epitome of every man's desires. I've heard there's a wild black fish weighing around 20 jin. Is that true? Her elegant, magnetic voice rang out, causing the crowd to part as she confidently approached, a subtle fragrance enveloping the air, leaving everyone momentarily spellbound. Indeed, Chu Qiu replied, surprisingly composed. Although I haven't weighed it, I can assure you it is at least 20 jin, and it is entirely wild. Having the inner essence of a dragon, Chu Qiu was destined for greatness, quickly regaining his composure. The stunning woman, evidently someone accustomed to grand occasions, gazed at the enormous wild black fish with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, a 20-pound wild black fish. This is quite the spectacle. 200 yuan per pound. Sell it to me. How much? 200. As her words fell, a chorus of gasps erupted around her. Such a price was indeed exorbitant for them, leaving little room for profit. After all, blackfish are not the fresh catch from the sea. Even if wild, they hardly qualify as a luxury item. The price of 140 yuan per pound was merely due to their rare size. Meanwhile, the owner of the Chongqing Hotel's eyes flickered with recognition. She was none other than Miss Su from the Jinghua Hotel, a fortuitous encounter. With a nod and a smile directed at Su Qingya, the Chongqing Hotel owner explained to those nearby, 200 yuan per pound may not yield any profit for a hotel of our caliber. But at Miss Su's Jinghua Hotel, it is an entirely different matter. What? Jinghua Hotel? She's the owner of the newly opened Jinghua Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Huqing. The crowd buzzed with excitement. It was no wonder that in establishments like theirs, even with the best of spectacles, affluent individuals would never lower themselves to dine amongst the less fortunate. However, in a high-end venue like Jinghua Hotel, a slight promotion would have the wealthy flocking in droves. Indeed, the affluent patrons seek prestige and opulence. Without a unique draw, there is little to showcase one's social standing. The crowd marveled at this. Yu Qingya refrained from commenting on their chatter, instead smiling gently at Chu Qi and his uncle, saying, "Could you two weigh it, please?" "Ah, yes, certainly." Chu Songbai nodded repeatedly, only to awkwardly realize that in their haste, they had forgotten to bring a scale. Dear daughter, please wait a moment while I borrow a scale from another stall." He offered an awkward smile and turned to leave. "Uncle, no need to trouble yourself. This price is already quite high. Let us just give it a round sum for this young lady, 20 pounds. No weighing necessary." Chu-Chi decisively interjected. For him, catching a fish was a trivial matter. There was no need to be overly meticulous about it, which would appear petty. All right, since you caught the fish, you may decide. Chu Songbai conceded without objection. But we still need to borrow a scale. What about the crabs? As his words fell, everyone instinctively turned their gaze to another basin. Upon seeing the crabs within, they were momentarily stunned, quickly followed by another round of astonished exclamations. Wow, these crabs are enormous. In October, crabs are at their fattest, yet these are already thriving. Must be farmed, right? Those 3 largest ones must weigh around 8 or 9 tails. Even Su Qingya's eyes sparkled as she remarked, these dozens of crabs certainly look impressive. They don't appear to be farmed, but I can't be too sure. What do you think, handsome? Being addressed as handsome by such a beautiful and wealthy woman sent a thrill through Chu-Chi. And he quickly nodded, rest assured. These crabs and this black fish were all caught by me personally. They are guaranteed to be wild. At that moment, the owner of the Chongqing Hotel stepped forward, selecting a crab to inspect its color and aroma before calmly stating, what the young man said is correct. These crabs are indeed wild, specifically from the nearby rivers, in terms of appearance and quality. They are top-notch, no less than those from renowned lakes. The rivers in this region are quite deep. For you to catch these crabs, you must possess either exceptional skills or remarkable swimming prowess. You are quite impressive, young man, Li Chongqing remarked. This elicited brightened eyes and a surge of excitement among the crowd. Li, who previously raised crabs himself, had an eye for quality, and if he declared them wild, they undoubtedly were. Indeed, at this time of year, only the Yangtze River and its tributaries could nurture crabs of such size. Without further ado, I'll take 10, at market price. Come on, where would you find wild crabs this size at this time of year? Market prices wouldn't suffice, exactly. I'll take 5, at the price for renowned lake crabs. Hey, everyone, let us be civilized. First come, first served, all right? Who cares about first come, first served? In this day and age, getting it first is what counts. Haha, everyone, no need to rush. Just then, Chu Songbai returned, cradling an electronic scale. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement. Sir, please weigh the 3 largest crabs first. We are quite curious about their weights, of course. Chu Songbai beamed as he skillfully weighed the 3 large crabs. The largest weighed 9.5 taels, while the other 2 were 9.1 and 8.8 taels, respectively. As the weights were revealed, another round of astonished gasps erupted. These crabs were indeed colossal. The value of these 3 crabs alone likely exceeded 10,000 yuan. After all, authentic wild crabs weighing over 5 taels typically sell for 7 to 800 yuan each. Those over 9 taels could fetch several times that amount, making them a rare treat for the affluent. If auctioned at a crab competition, it was likely each of these crabs would command bids exceeding 10,000 yuan in developed cities. In an instant, the crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what price to offer. Yet Su Qingya's eyes gleamed, and she waved her hand, declaring, I'll take these 3 crabs for the Jinghua Hotel. I'll offer 4,800 for the largest, and 4,200 and 3,800 for the others. The prices sent everyone into a fit of rueful laughter. It was clear she had outstripped them all. 4,800, 4,200, 3,800. My goodness, that totals over 10,000. Chu-Chi felt a surge of joy. It seemed that a man's happiness could indeed be so simple. What a delightful experience. As the transactions unfolded, Chu-Chi watched in a daze as each crab was eagerly purchased. Besides the 3 gigantic ones, there were 4 crabs weighing 6 taels each and 1 female crab weighing 5 taels. Each male crab sold for 900 yuan, while the female fetched 1,000. As for the remaining crabs, all weighing between 3 and 4 taels, they too were sold at the highest market price. Once all the crabs were sold, Chu-Chi quickly calculated. 36 crabs garnered a staggering 23,968 yuan. With the 4,000 from the black fish, the total approached 30,000 yuan. This was the first time in his life that he had amassed such a sum in one go. With excitement coursing through him, Chu-Chi looked towards the future with great anticipation. He understood that this modest amount was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the wealth hidden within the many rivers of the country. Excluding the major canals, there were the Yangtze and the 4 seas. Furthermore, internationally, there were the Pacific, Indian, Atlantic, and Arctic Oceans, all brimming with untold riches waiting to be uncovered and explored. Of course, one must take things step by step. For now, His first small goal was to earn 100 million. Meanwhile, Su Qingya returned to the hotel and immediately took a photo of the large black fish and the oversized crabs, sharing it on her social media. Then she picked up the phone and began dialing. "Hello, Boss Zhang. Our Jinghua hotel has just received a freshly caught wild black fish measuring over a meter long. Yes, it's perfect for entertaining business partners and friends. Absolutely impressive. Yes, truly, you can check my social media. Oh, you've already placed an order? Great. Mrs. Zhao, didn't you mention wanting to bring your daughter to enjoy wild crabs? Today, the hotel received several, all impressively large, guaranteed to satisfy. Yes, they are pure wild. You can check my social media. If you wait too long, someone else might snatch them up." After a few phone calls, Su Qingya crossed her legs and smiled. Her hotel had been open for about half a month, but the reputation was still lacking, primarily due to a shortage of rare goods. Wealthy business owners and affluent socialites had long grown weary of ordinary seafood. To attract them and enhance their impression, only rare wild delicacies would suffice. With such rare items as a draw, complemented by various culinary styles, fresh seafood, and high-end liquor, a single meal could easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. These patrons often came as a group, and merely ordering a bottle of ordinary Romani Conti could set one back by tens of thousands. With this in mind, Su Qingya opened her phone and clicked on Chu Chi's WeChat profile. Her eyes filled with hope. I wonder if this Chu Chi truly possesses the extraordinary skills in swimming that Li Chongqing mentioned, or if he has some special methods. If he could regularly procure some rare goods, the hotel's reputation would surely improve rapidly. Lost in thought, her phone suddenly vibrated, revealing a call from someone named Yun Shang. Su Qingya smiled and pressed the answer button, but before she could speak, the other party urgently exclaimed, "Sister Qingya, today the chairman of Ronghui Real Estate is personally coming to Haching for the opening ceremony. Tonight, he will host a banquet for major partners and leaders from relevant departments. I recommended your hotel for the banquet. This is an exceptional opportunity to boost the hotel's reputation. Make sure to seize it." "Ah?" Su Qingya jumped to her feet. "What do you mean, ah? The chairman has now arrived in Haching, and you have only a few hours to prepare. I wholeheartedly recommend you. So you must ensure that the event is a resounding success." Enough said. I must get back to my tasks. That's that. Beep dot beep dot beep. The line went dead. It was only then that Su Qingya realized. The chairman of Ronghui Real Estate is coming. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is essential to note that this individual is a self-made real estate tycoon from the Central Plains region, a figure of considerable renown in the provincial capital who inherently attracts media attention. Wherever he goes, with whomever he dines, there are bound to be follow-up reports. Therefore, if this event is managed well, the hotel may significantly feature in related coverage, enhancing its visibility. Promptly, she dialed the office phone, instructing her team to scour various fish markets for the finest fresh seafood. She even reached out to several friends in the city. However, after all the arrangements were made, Su Qingya still felt uneasy. Over the past few days, she had dispatched numerous individuals to monitor the fish markets, yet they had scarcely managed to procure any truly remarkable seafood that could generate buzz. Additionally, finding reliable contacts in the city proved challenging due to time constraints. This situation left her increasingly anxious. With so many prominent figures attending the hotel, failing to present noteworthy offerings could severely tarnish the establishment's reputation and standing. What to do? What to do? Su Qingya furrowed her brows, gripping her phone in distress. Suddenly, an idea struck her. What about reaching out to Chu Qiu? Although she was skeptical about how much Chu Qiu could enhance the banquet, any contact would be better than none. Moreover, since he had only recently arrived in Haching and lacked connections in this area, time was of the essence, and she had no choice but to take a chance. With that thought, she decisively pulled out her phone and opened Chu Qiu's WeChat. That moment, Chu Qiu, having just experienced a financial windfall, was out dining with his uncle. Due to his new phone being broken, he had reverted to his old, battered device, and it took him a while to notice the incoming voice message. Upon realizing it was from Su Qingya, he was immediately taken aback. Su Qingya? Why is she sending me a voice message? Could it be that she regrets the high price paid for the crabs? Chu Qiu exited the restaurant and pressed the answer button. Hello, Miss Su. Chu Qiu. As soon as the call connected, Su Qingya hurriedly inquired. I wanted to ask if you can catch some of those large fish like before today. What? Chu Qiu was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingya quickly recognized her impatience and rephrased. Here's the situation. We are hosting a very important banquet at our hotel tonight, and we urgently need a batch of exquisite river delicacies or some rare wild catches. I wanted to know if you could still catch similar wild black fish and large crabs as before. Anything with a bit of flair would do. And the price is not an issue, or do you know any skilled fishermen or expert anglers who might help spread the word? I'm open to negotiations on price. After Su Qinya finished speaking, Chu Qiu was momentarily stunned. Was that it? He had thought she was calling to renegotiate a higher price, but it was merely for this small matter. Hello? Hello? Chu Qiu, are you still listening? Oh, yes, I'm here. Chu Qiu quickly responded. Su Qinya continued. So, can you assist with this? I would greatly appreciate it. Absolutely, leave it to me. Expect good news soon. Chu Qiu agreed readily. He had already planned to utilize his underwater abilities after returning home during his days off to explore the river's conditions and earn some extra money. Now that a client had approached him, it was perfectly timed. Grateful for Chu Qiu's promise, Su Qinya ended the call, both feeling satisfied. After finishing lunch and returning to the village, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The sun was high in the sky, and every household had closed its doors. Chu Qiu, familiar with the route, arrived at the riverbank, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and jumped into the water. The moment he submerged, a refreshing sensation invigorated him, and the dragon energy within his body surged, rapidly absorbing the abundant energy from the water. Soon, a whirlpool appeared, and at that moment, Chu Qiu felt compelled to dive into it. Reaching the riverbed, this time, he took the opportunity to thoroughly explore his underwater abilities. Within a 5-meter radius, the water flowed and shifted according to his will. It transformed into walls of water, nets, or remained still. Sometimes swirling violently. It wasn't until half an hour later that Chu Qiu, feeling content, concluded his exploration of the riverbed. The river in front of their village was called Wangjiang River. From this river, it took merely a few minutes to reach the larger waters. Thus, the river's aquatic resources were incredibly abundant, at least, in Chu Qiu's eyes. No one else could venture to the riverbed and see everything so clearly. With a splash, Chu Qiu glided through the water like a fish, quickly arriving at the patch of aquatic plants he had previously scouted. He pushed aside the greenery to inspect the crabs he had not caught last time. Noting their uniform sizes, all around 3 or 2 tails, without any remarkable specimens. After some hesitation, he decided against catching them, allowing them to grow for a while longer. Crabs weighing 3 tails only fetched 588 yuan for 3. Collectively, they would barely surpass 1,000 yuan. However, in a month or two, when they reached 6 or 7 tails, each would be worth a fortune, potentially selling for around 1,000 yuan apiece. Reflecting on this, Chu Qiu could not help but feel a sense of pride. The entirety of Wangjiang River was our backyard. How could we compromise for a mere few hundred yuan? Are we the kind of people who would stoop to such pettiness? With that thought, Chu Qiu swam away, shaking his head like a fish. Not far along, he arrived at a more extensive area of aquatic plants, lush and waist-deep, where many small fish swam leisurely. This patch of aquatic plants is clearly thriving. Could it be a hidden treasure of the river? Chu Qiu's face lit up with excitement as his eyes gleamed. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, wow! A giant river clam! Such a massive river clam! Could it be that it was about to evolve?" Following his gaze, he spotted a vast array of dark river clams neatly arranged in the center of the aquatic plants. Among them was a clam the size of a basin, resembling porcelain. At that moment, it was wide open, exposing its plump flesh and releasing a stream of bubbles. Perhaps startled by the sounds Chu Qiu made underwater, it quickly closed its shell and fell silent. "Wow! This creature is quite alert," Chu Qiu marveled, excitement bubbling within him. What a colossal specimen! A river clam that must have taken years to grow. Moreover, its shell had long been worn smooth by the current, transforming its once dark hue into a lustrous, glazed appearance. Just its visual appeal alone would likely attract buyers even in an aquarium. A clam that produced bubbles like glass. What a spectacle! If he could sell this to Su Qinya. Merely placing it in a crystal tank in the hotel lobby would surely draw a crowd. If he weren't underwater, he would have wanted to snap a photo and send it to Su Qinya immediately. Calm down, in such a vast area of aquatic plants, there must be many other treasures. I should observe quietly for now. Chu Qiu suppressed his excitement and utilized his water manipulation skills to approach the edge of the plants quietly. As he drew near, the water's surface suddenly stirred up a cloud of silt, he noticed several crabs, camouflaged against the plants, raising their claws defensively and shuffling about. These crabs were not small. Each weighed around 6 or 7 tails. Chuchio's eyes immediately brightened. This was a fortune, however. He did not rush to catch them. Instead, he spent several minutes circling around the area of aquatic plants. What he discovered left him nearly shouting in excitement. There were simply too many crabs. Just the visible ones numbered around 100, each weighing 6 or 7 tails. Among them, the larger ones had claws that spread wide enough to cover the bottom of a basin, conservatively estimated to weigh around 10 tails. Chapter 7. Fortune smiles upon us 10 tails. Now that was a pound. I'm about to strike it rich. Such 10-tail crabs would fetch at least double the price of those weighing 9 tails. This patch of aquatic plants truly is a hidden gem of the river. Chuchio surfaced, exhilarated, and quickly swam to the dock, locating his uncle's old fishing boat. Given the abundance of crabs discovered, he would need the boat to transport them. And let's not forget the pile of giant river clams. After securing the boat, Chuchio grabbed the large net from the cabin and dove back into the water. Watching the plump crabs below, he moved with lightning speed, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Arriving at a spot dense with crabs, he found that one hand was insufficient to manage them all. Some crabs, sensing danger, raised their claws and attempted to flee. Want to escape? Chuchio, seeing this unfold, was not the least bit anxious. Instead, he confidently pointed his finger. Not so fast. In an instant, the water within a 5-meter radius froze. The aquatic plants stilled, and even the small fish halted. The crabs, as if frozen in place, stood with their claws raised. Chuchio leisurely approached, bent down, and began scooping them into the net, as if gathering money, effortless and carefree. In a matter of moments, the net was filled to capacity. Chuchio surfaced, emptied the crabs into the boat's cabin, and plunged back into the water. After traversing back and forth 7 or 8 times, the bottom of the cabin became infested with crabs. Subsequently, Chuchio collected river clams and placed them on the edge of the boat. Under the sun's radiance, the clam, which was as large as a basin, reflected a myriad of colors, rivaling the finest porcelain. With a click, Chuchio retrieved his phone from the waterproof bag and snapped a photo, sending it to Su. My dear beauty, have you ever encountered such a large clam? Is it enough to generate a buzz? After sending this message, Chuchio waited for a brief moment but, noticing the absence of a reply, presumed she was busy. He tossed his phone back into the boat and plunged underwater once more in search of more treasures. Meanwhile, at the Jinghua Grand Hotel in the heart of Haching, Su had just emerged from the hotel kitchen. She had mobilized the entire kitchen staff, preparing an array of side dishes, secret signature dishes, and private recipes. The only thing she was lacking was a true showstopper to elevate the event. However, thinking about this made Su feel a headache coming on. She had dispatched numerous people to stake out various fish markets. Yet after a couple of hours, they had returned empty-handed. The more she pondered, the more frustrated she became. Today's banquet was crucial for garnering a stellar reputation and making a name for the hotel. If it fell short, her establishment would be thoroughly out of the loop. She couldn't fathom what those people were doing. She suspected they had taken the money but were doing nothing. No, I must devise a plan. Anxiously, Su turned to her office. She intended to reach out to friends in the city once more. If all else failed, she would have them procure some high-priced stock from other hotels to ensure the event's success. However, upon entering her office and picking up the phone on her desk, she was astonished to discover that Chuchio had sent her 2 messages at some point. Could it be that he had caught something extraordinary? Hastily, Su opened her phone and clicked on the messages. As soon as she did, an enormous, shimmering image of a clam flooded her vision. Su gasped, her mouth agape in sheer delight. Heavens, this is a clam. What a colossal clam. How could one be this large? And it's porcelain-colored. I absolutely must acquire it. I want to place it in the water feature in the lobby for display. It's simply unbelievable. A true treasure for the hotel. In her excitement, Su leaned closer to the phone screen, her exquisite face flushed with exhilaration. Then she noticed Chuchio's accompanying text and couldn't help but exclaim with joy. Chuchio, you are truly my savior. Such a gigantic clam must be over 100 years old. A century-old clam. What an incredible talking point. As she spoke, she couldn't resist enlarging the image further. But doing so left her utterly astonished once more. Crabs. There were crabs in the cabin behind the clam, and not just a few. How could there be so many? And that large one, it must weigh at least a pound. No, no. I must ask Chu Chio for his location and go there immediately. Such a clam and crabs can't fall into someone else's hands. Now unable to sit still, Su Qingya had previously been captivated solely by the clam, neglecting the crabs in the cabin. Upon seeing so many wild crabs, each one so sizable, her heart raced. One must understand that at this time of year, acquiring such large crabs, especially wild ones, is virtually a rare fortune. With this batch of wild crabs, a mere hint of promotion could ignite a frenzy, establishing a stellar reputation. Yet as she attempted to make a voice call, it rang and rang without anyone picking up. What is going on? Why isn't anyone answering? Please pick up. Frustrated, Su Qingya lightly stomped her foot, wondering what Chu Chio was thinking. Sending a picture to pique her interest but then not answering the phone. Was this how one behaves? Unbeknownst to her, Chu Chio was completely oblivious to her predicament. Even if he knew, he had no time to respond, for he had stumbled upon more treasures, a school of fish, a multitude of carp. Leading the pack was a blazing red carp, stretching a full arm's length. My goodness, isn't this the kind of red carp that symbolizes wealth and auspiciousness during the New Year celebrations? Chu Chio was exhilarated. This was pure wild red carp, often seen as a symbol of good fortune. Moreover, this particular red carp was not only stunningly shaped but also boasted an exceptionally vivid hue, with each scale appearing exquisitely refined. Behind it swam a group of golden-threaded carp, each measuring over a foot long, numbering around 70 or 80. If he managed to catch all these carp, selling them for 30 to 40,000 should be no problem. Unfortunately, the cabin was too small. Never mind the others, but this red carp could not be valued conventionally. He had to capture it at all costs. With excitement coursing through him, Chu Chio clenched his fist and hid among the water plants, patiently awaiting the passage of the carp. Chapter 8. A bounty-fulfilled carp, especially those of pure color like the red carp, have long been cherished by the Chinese as symbols of wealth and auspiciousness. Idioms associated with them, such as "may there be fish every year" and "carp leaping over the dragon's gate," carry profoundly beautiful meanings. Particularly, this king of carp, with its pure color and rare size, is virtually priceless in the eyes of affluent individuals. Thus, as the red carp swam closer, Chu Chio felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. It seems the power of sentiment is indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chio began calculating the distance. 10 meters, 0.8 meters, 0.6 meters. Suddenly, just as Chu Chio clenched his fist, preparing for the red carp to enter the 5-meter range, it flicked its tail as if sensing danger and swiftly turned to flee. The moment the red carp moved, the other golden-threaded carp, seemingly startled, collectively changed direction and swam frantically. 70 or 80 carp, each over a foot long, erupted from the surface in a chaotic frenzy, creating quite a scene. Thankfully, there was no one by the riverbank. Otherwise, this spectacle would surely attract a crowd. Chu Chio had not anticipated the red carp's agility. Capturing it effortlessly was clearly out of the question. With no other choice, he darted forward, quickly pursuing the red carp. Splash! A deluge of water erupted as Chu Chio's figure zipped beneath the surface like a great shark, moving with ferocious speed. In such a rapid pursuit, the red carp had no choice but to concede, and Chu Chio managed to wrap his arms around its neck. Its robust and powerful body thrashed violently, exhibiting such strength that even Chu Chio was taken aback. My goodness, this creature's might surpassed that of the large black fish he had encountered earlier, truly a powerhouse of the waters. Chu Chio marveled at the strength of the red carp, even in water. It resembled a weightlifting champion, nearly impossible to control without any leverage. Fortunately, he was no ordinary person. Embracing the red carp, Chu Chio emerged triumphantly to the surface and swam towards the fishing boat. As he approached, however, a series of loud thuds resonated from the cabin. Curious, he glanced over and couldn't help but chuckle. 2 golden-threaded carp had inadvertently leaped into the cabin, flapping about and gasping for air. Clearly, they had jumped out of the water in fright and landed inside the cabin. What a pair of unfortunate creatures! Yet, the next moment, his amusement faded. Next to the 2 carp lay 2 sizable crabs, each weighing around 6 to 7 tails, flipped onto their backs, missing 2 of their legs. It was evident that they had been struck by the tails of the carp. My goodness! Crabs weighing 6 to 7 tails typically cost around 1,000 each. And now with 2 legs missing, they had lost at least 2 to 300 in value. Chucho couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated as he placed the red carp into a compartment of the boat and then quickly relocated the 2 golden-threaded carp. Considering the blazing sun, the cabin was devoid of water, and the red carp would soon perish. He raised his hand, summoning a jet of water that poured into the cabin. As the water filled the cabin, the red carp immediately regained its vitality. However, Chucho still felt a twinge of concern. After contemplating for a moment, he submerged his hand into the water, channeling the internal essence of his dragon spirit to release a trace of azure liquid, which circulated through the cabin. In no time, the water became cool and crystal clear, and a gentle breeze carried a refreshing sweetness that was invigorating. The water quality had evidently improved manifold. The 3 carp visibly perked up, their mouths opening and closing as if competing for food. This reminded Chucho of a saying: water may not be deep, but with a dragon, it is spiritual. Perhaps he could consider purifying a pond for breeding shrimp and crabs. He believed that using the spiritually enriched water purified by his dragon essence would yield superior quality, flavor, and nutritional value compared to those from renowned lakes. Just as Chucho contemplated the feasibility of this idea, his phone suddenly vibrated with a series of notifications. He picked it up to find it was Su Qingya, and the WeChat app displayed over 20 missed voice calls. It seemed this woman was quite anxious. As images of her stunning beauty filled his mind, Chucho felt his throat dry up. Clearing his throat to dispel any inappropriate thoughts, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Miss Su. Chucho, you have me on edge. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? As soon as the call connected, Su Qingya's voice came through, laced with irritation. Do you have any idea how many times I've called? Quickly send me your location. I'm driving to find you. Find me? What for? Chucho was momentarily taken aback. What a trivial matter. Of course, it is for the giant river clams and the colossal crabs. Did you think I came to discuss romantic affairs with you? Su Qingya exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Quickly send me the location. I shall head over right now. Moreover, you must not sell that large crab to anyone else. I want it all. Upon hearing this, Chucho nearly blurted out that she might as well include him in her acquisition. Fortunately, he promptly closed his mouth and replied, All right, I will send you the location. After sending the coordinates, Chucho found himself lost in thought at the bow of the boat. However, he soon realized he could not remain idle, as his mind was filled with visions of Su Qingya. If he continued to sit there, he would surely combust with desire. Such a woman is utterly captivating. Her every frown and smile tugs at one's heartstrings. It is likely that no man can resist harboring ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Chucho remained quite self-aware. In her eyes, he was merely a somewhat skilled, odorous fisherman. Had she not owned a restaurant, their paths would likely never have crossed in this lifetime. Therefore, instead of languishing in idle fantasies, he resolved to take practical action, diligently accumulating capital and awaiting the opportune moment to make a stunning impression. Only in this manner could he shed the fisherman label in Su Qingya's eyes and seize the chance to bask in her grace. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Chucho dove into the water, embarking on a new round of labor. Before long, a sizable crucian carp, over 1/2 meter in length and robust in form, came into view. Without a moment's hesitation, Chucho launched himself into action, slicing through the water like a javelin, swiftly approaching the fish. The crucian carp offered not even a second of resistance before Chucho deftly subdued it. Splash! The water churned as he lifted the fish from the depths, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. Eventually, he stowed it in the cabin, where it joyfully splashed about. Not long after, Chucho resurfaced nearby, once again brandishing 2 large crucian carps as he returned through the waves. At that moment, he resembled a frenzied wild duck, tirelessly diving and resurfacing, each time emerging with a bountiful catch in just 30 minutes. The cabin brimmed with various fish, each measuring at least 1/2 meter in length. Among them was a rare Wangtze fish, nearly a meter long, even more precious than the previous large black fish. Chapter 9. The First Windfall in Life. Beep beep. While Chucho was engrossed in his fishing, the sudden honking of a car echoed from the riverbank dock. He looked up to see an exquisitely beautiful woman, exuding a captivating charm, stepping out of a vehicle, dressed in a sleek black OL attire. Her figure was accentuated reminiscent of a stunning black widow. It was none other than Su Qingya, who had hurriedly come from the city. "Chu Qiu!" Su Qingya called out, her voice attempting to reach the distant figure in the water. Chu Qiu waved in response and paddled his rickety fishing boat towards the dock. Once ashore, he climbed to the bow and could not help but remark, "Miss Su, as the grand proprietor of a five-star hotel, do you not have a single errand runner? Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned under such glaring sunlight?" "I have no choice," Su Qingya replied with a resigned smile. "The hotel has only recently opened, and many positions are yet to be filled. Today, I had to send everyone out, leaving me to handle matters personally. However, I truly did not expect you to catch so many exquisite specimens. It was worth my trip. Come, let me see what you've got on the boat." I can hardly contain my excitement. With that, Su Qingya slipped off her high-heeled sandals and, like a child, eagerly prepared to step aboard. Noticing her intent, Chu Qiu quickly stood and extended his hand. "Be careful. The boat is unstable in the water." At his words, Su Qingya instinctively placed her hand in his. The soft, cool touch sent a shiver through Chu Qiu, igniting his imagination. Just as Su Qingya steadied herself, her gaze fell upon the cabin brimming with fish. "Heavens, Chu Qiu! How on earth did you manage to catch so many? Such large wild crucian carps. And a wangzi fish, plus Su Qingya suddenly exclaimed with delight, pointing at the cabin, "A big red carp. You actually have a big red carp, and it's a pure one. Goodness, Chu Qiu, such a magnificent wild big red carp. How did you catch it? You have truly surprised me. It's so beautiful. I absolutely must have it." Watching Su Qingya dance with joy, Chu Qiu scratched his nose, feigning a sigh. "Now that you are on my boat, do I have any other options?" Su Qingya quickly asserted her claim. "None. Not a chance." However, she soon caught on, casting him a playful glare. "What do you mean, you are on my boat? What are you thinking? You men are truly incorrigible. Am I mistaken? This is my boat after all." Chu Qiu feigned ignorance, prompting another eye roll from Su Qingya. "All right, enough of this innocent act. Let us get down to business." Upon hearing her request for a serious discussion, Chu Qiu set aside his playful banter. Su Qingya continued, "I will take that big red carp for 66,000. What do you think?" At the mention of this price, Chu Qiu was momentarily taken aback. "How much? 66,000? Indeed. However, this is merely a temporary price for my hotel. Given the rarity of this fish, it would be a shame to consume it. If a wealthy patron at the hotel takes a liking to it, I will offer you a reasonable markup." "Wow, 66,000, and that's just a temporary price? Truly, poverty has limited my imagination. What about the two golden thread carps? How much are they worth?" Chu Qiu found himself greedily seeking more. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya reluctantly shifted her gaze from the big red carp to the golden thread carps, measuring about a foot long. However, just a glance was enough to extinguish her interest. "For the sake of the big red carp, I will offer you 500 for the two golden thread carps." "How much? 500? Chu Qiu experienced a tremendous sense of disappointment. How unfair! 500 was already a generous offer. Had they not been pure wild specimens, they would scarcely be worth 300. Noticing Chu Qiu's emotional contrast, Su Qingya chuckled softly. "That wangzi fish is quite rare, not easy to come by at this size. I will give you 6,000 for it. Additionally, wild crucian carps are also highly valued. Currently, such large wild crucian carps are hard to find in the market. 3 for 1,500. What do you say?" Oh, all right." Chu Qiu nodded repeatedly, quickly adjusting his mindset. Su Qingya observed him discreetly, noting that he was not blinded by money, nor did he display dissatisfaction or grievances. This prompted her to regard him with increased esteem. Next came the true treasured, a basin-sized porcelain-colored river clam, when submerged in the clear water, opened its shell to reveal a dazzling array of colors, mesmerizing Su Qingya. "So beautiful, simply stunning." Su Qingya gazed in rapture, losing track of time until she noticed Chu Qiu smiling at her, causing her cheeks to flush. "I apologize. The clam's beauty left me momentarily entranced. 100,000. I will take this clam, also a temporary price." "How does that sound?" Su Qingya's eyes gleamed with intensity as she looked at Chu Qiu. "Certainly." This time, Chu Qiu maintained his composure. From the first moment he saw the clam spouting water, he recognized it as an exceptionally rare treasure. 100,000 was certainly not its upper limit. Should someone truly covet it, not even 1 million would be an unreasonable starting point. Such is the principle of rarity. As for the remaining clams, their sizes paled in comparison, collectively worth merely a couple thousand. The remaining half cabin filled with catfish and silver carp fetched another 10,000 I in terms of pricing. Su Qingya was quite fair, even slightly exceeding market value for some. Lastly, there were the crabs in another compartment, which constituted today's major haul. However, there were simply too many crabs. Su Qingya promptly called the hotel front desk, summoning a few individuals she had previously dispatched to assist. Half an hour later, 2 large pickups arrived with water tanks and oxygen machines. Out stepped 2 men and 2 women, Ms. Su. The 4 approached the shore, respectfully addressing Su Qingya on the boat. Yes, Su Qingya rose and directed. You 2 gentlemen, please load the river clams and fish onto the truck. The big red carp and the giant clam must be kept separate. Ensure they are not scratched or bumped. Shaoli and Hong Hong. You 2 are responsible for counting the crabs. One will weigh them, and the other will record. Understood, Miss Su. The 4 eagerly boarded the boat. However, once aboard, they were utterly astonished. The big red carp and the giant clam were indeed rare treasures. Their value immeasurable. Yet, they were acutely aware of the worth of the over 100 wild crabs. Each crab weighed at least 6 or 7 taels, and in the market, they were sold by the piece. A 6-tail male crab alone could command 900, while a 5-tail female crab could reach 1,000. Those weighing 6 taels could sell for 1,200. Moreover, for those weighing 7, 8, or 9 taels, the price would multiply with each tail. Roughly estimating, these crabs could fetch tens of thousands. Truly, it is a case of different fortunes for different creatures. Finally, the total weight of all the crabs was tallied. The largest male crab weighed 10.1 taels. Su Qingya made an immediate offer, 12,000, for approximately 7 taels of female crabs, a total of 7. The offer amounted to 70,000. As for the male crabs weighing 99, 4 taels, there were 18 of them, with an average price of 4,800, totaling 86,400. The male crabs weighing 88.4 taels numbered 42, averaging 2,800, summing up to 117,600. For the male crabs weighing 77.4 taels, there were 56, with an average price of 1,200, bringing the total to 67,200. Additionally, there were some female crabs of varying weights, totaling 35,000. Just from the sales of these crabs, the total revenue reached 388,200. If we include the sales of fish and river clams amounting to 176,000, the grand total comes to 564,200, a staggering sum of 564,200. When Chu Chiu received such a substantial transfer, he was utterly bewildered. After graduating and entering society, he had toiled for 7 years in the bustling metropolis. During those 7 years, after deducting rent, utilities, and living expenses, the money he had saved was merely a fraction of this amount. In the metropolis, not even a restroom could be purchased. But now, he had merely spent less than 2 hours in the water and netted over 500,000. This feeling was truly exhilarating. It made him even more eager for his upcoming trip to the metropolis in a few days, wondering what delightful surprises awaited him in the ocean. He even contemplated calling his blind date to hasten things along. Chapter 10. Chu Chiu controls the water. Fortunately, reason triumphed over impulse. After Su Qingya left with her team, he calmed down, sitting quietly at the dock to reflect. Earning 50 to 60,000 in a single day was indeed astonishing. However, this surprise did not cloud Chu Chiu's judgment. Instead, it heightened his awareness. For a common man, it is innocent, but to possess wealth can be a crime. This rate of income could be justified once or twice. But with increased frequency, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions and draw unwanted attention. Although with his extraordinary martial prowess, akin to the legendary Elbu, he was not afraid. He had family and friends to consider. Even if he disregarded his own well-being, he had to think of his loved ones. Thus, he needed a discreet identity to serve as a protective guise. After much contemplation, he concluded that engaging in aquaculture would be the most suitable choice. Only through aquaculture could he maximize the potential of the dragon's inner core. He had already envisioned the ideal location for the aquaculture, right in the large pond behind the main house. This vast pond was originally excavated by his family for mud brick construction and had been developed over 3 generations. In earlier years, his ancestors would catch fish and, unable to sell them all, would keep them in the pond. However, as fishing conditions deteriorated, coupled with fishing bans, the pond fell into disuse, turning into a stinking marsh.
Yet, for Chu Qiu, this was not a problem. The dragon could summon water and also purify it. He had already tested the purification ability on the fishing boat, and the results were remarkable and immediate. The only uncertainty for Chu Qiu was how long it would take to purify a fish pond spanning 3 acres. With this thought in mind, Chu Qiu returned home, heading straight to the back of the main house. Before him lay a large square pond enclosed by a fence. Several towering willow trees cast gentle shadows along its edge. The surrounding area had been cleared by his uncle, who planted narrow plots of cucumbers and tomatoes, which were already bearing fruit, exuding a delightful fragrance. Chu Qiu plucked a cucumber, wiped it on his sleeve, and began munching as he walked toward the pond. However, the vast expanse of the pond was marred by green stains, and a nauseating stench reminiscent of a foul ditch wafted through the air. It was truly unbearable. Chu Qiu shook his head, unable to continue eating the cucumber he had just picked. He strode directly into the pond, and with each step he took, the water rose incrementally. He reached the center of the pond, standing firmly in the water, where a mysterious aura began to circulate and merge with the water. Soon, a whirlpool with a diameter of 1 meter formed beneath his feet, rapidly expanding before the naked eye, 2 meters, 0.3 meters, 0.4 meters, and before long, it reached 5 meters. This time, Chu Qiu actively harnessed the power of the dragon's inner core, as waves of energy flowed through the water, permeating and intertwining in a matter of moments. This energy spread across half the pond. As it radiated outward, the area under Chu Qiu's control expanded simultaneously, causing half the pond to boil and churn. The green stains were swiftly refined, and the pond began to resemble crystal-clear glass, transforming into a pristine body of water. Minutes later, the 3-acre pond had been completely purified by Chu Qiu. The foul, greenish water had rejuvenated, becoming fresh and invigorating, filled with spiritual energy. The entire pond was now wholly under Chu Qiu's dominion. With a wave of his hand, he directed a column of water from the pond, which cascaded into the vegetable field with a splash. Ha ha ha! Chu Qiu laughed joyfully, his hands gesturing as streams of water erupted from the surface like fountains. 3 parts returned to vital energy. Next, he reached out, gathering the water into a massive sphere, which he flung into the air, causing it to explode magnificently. With a childlike exuberance, Chu Qiu reveled in his play until, after a while, he decided to resume his work in the river. This time, he was thoroughly committed to his task. He intended to collect all the crabs exceeding 2 taels from the river and transport them to his pond for cultivation. He wished to observe whether raising crabs in the refined spiritual water would lead to faster growth and enhanced flavor, which would benefit his future plans. Unbeknownst to Chu Qiu, shortly after he departed, the cucumbers and tomatoes in the sun-drenched vegetable patches, which had appeared wilted and droopy, began to perk up after being watered with the refined spiritual water. The once dying yellowing leaves gradually reverted to a vibrant green, as if rejuvenated, bursting forth with vitality. A gentle breeze blew. A rich fragrance of fresh produce wafted through the air above the pond. Chapter 11. Priceless Carp, Invaluable Clams. Meanwhile, upon returning to the hotel, Su Qingya immediately arranged for the large red carp and river clams to be placed in a seaside tank, showcased in the hotel lobby. This action captured the attention of the dining patrons. However, among those who frequented such establishments, who didn't have a pet or an aquatic display. Thus, initially, no one paid much mind. It wasn't until a couple entered the hotel that the woman suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at the seaside tank, "Heavens, darling, is that a river clam? How can it be so large and colorful? Could this be real? And look, a large red carp with such a pure hue. I've never seen a red carp of this size in my life." The man, equally astonished, rubbed his eyes. Could it be? Am I seeing things, or does the crystal glass have magnifying properties? Do river clams actually grow this large? It must be a hoax, as the couple's astonishment echoed. The entire hotel fell silent, and all eyes turned towards them. A hotel receptionist approached, smiling as she explained, "Good day, esteemed guests. This seaside tank was custom-made by our owner. It absolutely does not have any magnifying effects. What you see is entirely genuine. Our hotel prides itself on authenticity in every aspect, so please rest assured, as should all our patrons. As for the large red carp and river clams, they were acquired by our owner for 66,000 and 100,000, respectively, and were freshly caught. ensuring their authenticity. 66,000. When did a single carp become so expensive? And a river clam for 100,000. What kind of river clam could possibly be worth that much? Could it be that these two have become sentient? The atmosphere in the hotel shifted dramatically. Many patrons, unable to contain their curiosity, rose to gather around. Is that a red carp? Why is the color so vibrant? Not a hint of impurity, and it's so large, absolutely stunning. Indeed, it's breathtaking. The color is pure, and its form is as graceful as a swimming dragon. I swear this is the most beautiful large red carp I have ever seen. Absolutely, this 66,000 is a bargain. Owner, would you accept 80,000 for it? Most patrons, affluent businessmen, possessed keen eyes and instantly recognized the value of the red carp. Just then, an elderly gentleman dressed in traditional attire hurried over, examining the large red carp with excitement. A treasure. This is a rare gem, seldom seen in a century. This large red carp, with its pure color and golden whiskers, is a magnificent specimen, a true natural wonder. Such pure red carp could only be raised in the imperial palace in ancient times. Common folk could only depict them on door paintings, symbolizing wealth and good fortune. This large red carp is undoubtedly rare, incomparable to artificially raised, ordinary specimens. As he spoke, the elderly gentleman turned to the receptionist, urgently stating, "Miss, I am willing to offer 180,000 for this large red carp. Please inquire with your owner if he is willing to sell." 180,000. Isn't that a bit excessive? I'll offer 200,000. How shameless. While one raises the price, another follows suit. I'll offer 210,000. I must have this auspicious fish. Don't be ridiculous. Be cautious, or the old gentleman might get upset. By the way, my father-in-law is celebrating his 60th birthday in 2 days, and I want this fish for good luck. 260,000. In an instant, under the old man's narration, the magnificent red carp became the unequivocal star of the gathering. Everyone instinctively overlooked the motionless giant river clam resting at the bottom. You band of ruffians, do you understand fish? Do you comprehend what constitutes a national treasure? Observing the fervent competition for the red carp, the elderly gentleman felt a pang of urgency. Having nurtured fish for over half his life, this particular specimen was undoubtedly the rarest treasure he had ever encountered. With this fish, he believed he could finally enjoy a tranquil retirement. However, fate seemed to conspire against him. The maximum amount he could muster was a mere 180,000. Surely, he could not resort to asking his children for money to purchase a fish, could he? Moreover, would they even grasp the significance of such a sentiment? In that moment, the old man was truly distressed, unable to find peace. This fish is mine for 660,000. Is there anyone else willing to contend? At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from behind the crowd. A throng of individuals surged in, the men exuding an imposing presence, the women radiating exceptional grace. Leading them was a refined middle-aged man, surrounded by admirers like stars orbiting the moon. It was he who had bid 660,000. Goodness, 660,000. This is a true magnate. I cannot engage in this. Forget it. I no longer desire it. I merely sought a bit of luck. Besides, my father-in-law is not particularly fond of fish. Such a high price is simply not worth it. Alas, it seems all hope is lost. Upon hearing the astronomical bid of 660,000, the elderly gentleman despondently shook his head, his eyes filled with a profound sense of loss. Teacher? Yet, just then, the plot took a twist. The refined middle-aged man approached the elder with a smile and called out, "Teacher! Teacher?" Everyone turned in confusion. Even the elderly man was momentarily taken aback, as if struggling to recognize the individual before him. Suddenly, a look of realization illuminated his face. "Ronghui, is that you? No wonder your voice sounded familiar. I heard you've been quite successful in business. What brings you back to Hucheng?" "I have just completed a project here in Hucheng and thought I would come back for a visit." "I didn't expect to run into you here," Li Ronghui replied, laughter emanating from his very being. He had returned to Hucheng to personally oversee the opening ceremony and to host various partners. But his true purpose was to pay homage to his mentor. As the old saying goes, to achieve wealth and not return home is akin to wearing fine clothes in the dark. Reflecting on the past, he realized that without his teacher's constant guidance and support, he might not have achieved the success he enjoyed today. He returned, adorned with his dazzling accomplishments, to honor his mentor. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, allowing him to meet his teacher here. Thrilled, Li Ronghui turned to his beautiful secretary behind him. Yunshang, please call your friend and see if this magnificent red carp is for sale. I wish to purchase it as a gift for my teacher. Indeed, this elegant middle-aged man was none other than Li Ronghui, the esteemed chairman of Ronghui Real Estate, a prominent figure in the Central Plains region. He commanded significant respect. Chairman, I've already made the call. She's on her way down, Yunshang said with a modest smile, exuding an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with her demeanor during the call with Su Qingya. Meanwhile, Su Qingya hastened to the hall, exchanging a knowing glance with Yunshang from afar. She then approached gracefully, extending her greetings. Hello, Director Li. I am the owner of the Jingguoda Hotel. Welcome to your visit. I hear you wish to purchase this splendid red carp? Su Qingya inquired with a smile. Indeed, it's a rare opportunity to encounter my teacher here and to find something he cherishes. This is fate. Please, Ms. Su, ensure that the fish is delivered to my teacher's residence. Li Ronghui replied amiably. Certainly, no problem at all, Su Qingya nodded, noting down the address of the elderly gentleman. The elder, however, urgently grasped Li Ronghui's arm. No, Ronghui, I cannot accept this fish. It is far too precious. Teacher, you should know my character. I never retract my words once spoken. Regardless, I bid for this fish in front of so many witnesses. If you refuse to accept it, then please inform the kitchen staff to prepare this magnificent red carp as a dish called Fortune Awaits. Li Ronghui seemed to fully comprehend his mentor's sentiments, chuckling as he spoke. The elderly gentleman grew frantic, rushing to shield the grand red carp. No one is to touch it. This fish is a rare gem. How can you heartlessly consume it? That would be an affront to nature. I will not allow such an atrocity. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, as it was evident to all that Li Ronghui's intentions were clear, while the elderly man was in a flurry, akin to a cat on a hot tin roof. So, teacher, do you wish to accept this fish, or would you prefer it be consumed? Li Ronghui chuckled. I will accept it, if you insist. The elderly gentleman sighed, fully aware of Li Ronghui's intent. His heart swelled with both pride and gratitude. Thus, the splendid red carp caught by Chu Qiu was sold for the astonishing price of 660,000. Many in attendance recognized Li Ronghui and stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Just then, someone shouted, Everyone, look, the clam is bubbling. The river clam is bubbling. A clam? Bubbling? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes converging. Many had initially overlooked it, but upon closer inspection, they were utterly shocked. Goodness, is this a river clam? It's larger than a basin. It must be magical. Indeed, this clam must have been growing for at least a century. The crowd erupted in excited exclamations, especially as the edges of the clam released a series of tiny bubbles, indicating it was about to open. Everyone, look, it's opening. It's really opening. Heavens, at first, I thought it was merely a decoration, a fake. Oh my, it's truly opening. As the clam slowly parted its shell, an ethereal spectacle unfurled within, illuminated by the crystal chandelier, revealing a mystical realm of intertwining lights and colors. The clusters of bubbles emerging from this enchanting world only served to enhance the otherworldly ambience. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. The brilliance is blinding. The women present could hardly contain their excitement, each wishing to shrink themselves down and immerse in the marvel. I'm going crazy. This river clam is indeed real, truly real. My goodness, it's breathtaking. Indeed, what engagement rings or designer handbags can compare to this river clam? I've made up my mind. Whoever can procure this river clam for me, I'll agree to marry them on the spot. Not a chance. This celestial clam is mine, boss. I offer 800,000. Will you sell it? Ha? 800,000? You might as well buy 2 of its bubbles with that. What a unique clam. 800,000 is hardly enough. Chapter 12. The old clam holds a pearl. All eyes on the internet. I'll offer 1 million. That should suffice. 1 million? As if that essay some anyone can't match. Then what do you propose it should be? The 2 women began to bicker over the clam. The other woman was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, for such a rare and exquisite treasure, what price would be appropriate? Furthermore, having already spoken, If she offered a lesser amount, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Yet, if she were to propose a high price, confronted with the uniqueness of this treasure, she found herself uncertain of what amount would be fitting. Just then, from behind the crowd, a strikingly avant-garde girl's expression shifted. As if she had made a decision, she picked up her phone and dialed, "Hello, Dad. For my birthday, you mentioned you couldn't be there, but you'd buy me a Bentley Continental. I don't want the car anymore. Just transfer the money to me, yes, right now. Thanks, Dad." Click. The call ended, and the trendy girl confidently extended 3 fingers. "Boss, is this river clam for sale? I'm willing to offer $3 million. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. What the heck? $3 million? Another one of those who doesn't lack for cash. This clam must be the most valuable river clam I've ever seen. Hesitation turned to action. Many quickly took out their phones to capture the moment, fearing they might miss out on witnessing such a wonder. Indeed. I'll post this on Douyin to let others envy me. Oh, it's simply too beautiful, truly too beautiful. The crowd surged forward, each vying to capture videos and photos. Among them, a gentleman from a couple made a bold decision. While his friends snapped photos, he pulled out a long-purchased engagement ring that he had lacked the courage to present. The woman, clearly waiting for this moment, made no effort to hinder him. Without waiting for him to kneel, she eagerly accepted the ring. The couple embraced amidst the cheers of the crowd. Just then, the giant river clam released a colossal bubble. Following that, the glistening clam flesh stirred, revealing a perfectly round, dazzling pearl. Wow, look! What is that? Is it a pearl? It's a pearl! My goodness! This pearl is massive and stunning. Oh my God! Is this the legendary old clam spitting pearls? But this pearl is simply too exquisite. The luminous pearl pales in comparison to this beauty. It is simply exquisite, utterly dreamlike. The women present nearly erupted into screams. Yu Qingya, overwhelmed with excitement, covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment. The very center of the giant river clam, nestled within its plump flesh, lay a pearl the size of a chicken egg, dazzling like a star, shimmering with resplendent light. As one approached, the pearl appeared even more smooth and lustrous, radiating brilliance. Surrounding it were undulating water patterns, while within, clouds and mist swirled, ceaselessly swaying, as if a mystical mountain, inhabited by people, were concealed within the pearl. An elderly gentleman, draped in traditional garb, was visibly shaken and recited an apt line of poetry. From afar, the mountains seemed colored. Up close, the waters fall silent. Upon uttering this line, everyone fell into a trance. As if they had been transported into the enchanting scene before them, into the mysterious world formed by the pearl and the clam. The entire hotel fell into a hush, yet shortly thereafter, excitement reignited among the crowd, and the atmosphere once again became raucous. Many attendees captured this moment on their devices, including couples embracing, which also found its way onto various social media platforms. A century-old clam reveals itself. A young man proposes on the spot. The clam releases a pearl, witnessing true love. A wealthy heiress, in pursuit of a clam, throws away $3 million. These headlines swept through the internet like a whirlwind, with Douyin witnessing an explosion of likes exceeding 10,000 within mere minutes. The shares and comments surged into the thousands. Wow, is this clam really that enormous? Is it destined for the celestial realm? The upper floors are outrageous. This clam is clearly at the nascent soul stage. Can't you see the shimmering inner core? Come on, stop the nonsense. Just watch the video. This clam possesses remarkable spirit. The moment those two embraced, it released a pearl. Could this truly be a testament to genuine love? The assessment is complete. These two are indeed true lovers. Everyone hush. I just want to know if such a large clam, harboring a colossal pearl, can be purchased for $3 million? Piffed, $3 million? Are you just waking up? That $3 million was originally meant for purchasing a clam by the wealthy heiress, and that's not even the final price. Now that it's revealed the clam holds a pearl, and a pearl the size of an egg at that, unique in the entire world, do you truly think $3 million could suffice? My friend is spot on. Are you aware of the Malay pearl? A pearl cultivated inside a sea conch, auctioned in Hong Kong in 2003, fetching an astounding $2.7 million for a mere 100. For carats, just slightly larger than a coin. Now, take a good look at how large this pearl is. It's likely even heavier than 2 taels. And it's this beautiful. Isn't it superior to the Malay pearl? Oh my! 1 carat is merely 0.2 grams. 100 carats equates to 20 grams. If this pearl were priced similarly, wouldn't it start at tens of millions of dollars? Is there an expert present? Expert, please come forth to provide an explanation. I am the owner of a noble jewelry brand. Could you share the address of this pearl? I am willing to purchase it for 8 million. What? 8 million? While 8 million could secure the clam, the pearl is another matter entirely. They are not foolish. Exactly, I, Huang Sihai, will take this pearl for 10 million. Who has the address or contact details? Can we locate the owner of this clam? MyPeng's jewelry auction house can promise that if it is auctioned here, there will be absolutely no commission fee. I can offer 50,000 for the address. 60,000. Please send it privately. Oh my, oh my, oh my. The internet has exploded. Someone is willing to pay an astronomical price for the pearl. Inside the hotel, several individuals filming were flushed with excitement, nearly bouncing off the walls. Just these few videos had gained them tens of thousands of followers in a short time, rapidly propelling them to fame. Many even directly messaged, requesting real addresses for large transactions. An astronomical price? The wealthy heiress, upon hearing this, panicked and urgently turned to Su Qingya. Boss, for million. I will offer 4 million for the giant river clam. I adore it. What are you thinking? 4 million. It shot up to 10 million within 2 minutes online. Indeed, this pearl is undoubtedly precious, far more so than the Malay pearl. 4 million is hardly a reasonable offer. The heiress's face flushed, yet she gazed at Su Qingya with hopeful eyes. Unfortunately, she was destined for disappointment. Su Qingya shook her head, forcing a calm demeanor. I'm sorry, the giant river clam is not for sale at this time. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire sighed. This pearl, I fear, is not within the means of the average person. It is a rare treasure. Its size and quality warrant the title of the finest pearl of the Orient. Since the teacher has spoken, I shall add a flourish of my own. 15 million, Li Ronghue chuckled. Yet he understood that this figure likely needed to be prefaced with the words in dollars to be deemed appropriate for the pearl's starting price. Mr.Li is jesting. Su Qingya smiled and shook her head. Everything that transpired today, even for her, could be described as a roller coaster of emotions. Prior to this, she had intended to keep the giant river clam as the store's treasure, merely wanting to gauge its market value to compensate Chu Qiu. However, the moment the old clam released its pearl, Su Qingya realized she could not hold on to it. After all, merely the giant river clam could fetch several million. Adding a world-rare pearl, its total worth became incalculable, making it far too unsafe to remain in the hotel. Moreover, this giant river clam, strictly speaking, wasn't yet Su Qingya's. She had merely placed a deposit and did not possess ownership. Now, with such a magnificent pearl emerging, she had to consult with Chu Qiu. Chapter 13. In a single day, did I become a millionaire? However, this situation arose suddenly. Su Qingya had yet to sort through her thoughts. So she did not inform Chu Qiu immediately. Instead, she promptly summoned all security personnel to the lobby for round-the-clock surveillance. Nonetheless, the hotel lobby remained abuzz with activity, leaving a group of security guards sweating profusely. The throngs capturing photos and videos were unceasing, akin to the fervor surrounding a celebrity's arrival. This fervent atmosphere persisted until around 7 in the evening, when Li Ronghue and the others concluded their banquet. Accompanied by Su Qingya, the group exited the hotel, their faces aglow with satisfaction as they praised the experience. This trip to Miss Su's hotel has truly opened our eyes and satisfied our appetites. It has been worth every moment. Indeed, the vibrant red carp, the enormous river clam, and the cloud-enshrouded pearl were sights that astounded all. The hotel's cuisine also proved unforgettable. The wild crucian carp soup, wild golden thread carp, and wild spiny loach were flavors far superior to any lobster or abalone, affirming that wild fare reigns supreme. Especially the wild crabs. They were exceptionally tender and delightful, and to think there were 2 full of crab roe. What a delightful surprise. Ha ha ha, and if the hotel comes across such exquisite items again, Miss Su must remember to inform us. Had I not been so full today, I would have truly wanted to devour 2 more crabs. You gentlemen ought to cease your flattery. It seems you big bosses have grown weary of seafood, only appreciating it when you change your palate. Su Qingya wore an engaging smile, exclaiming with joy. However, should I indeed receive any treasures in the future, I will be certain to notify all of you at the earliest opportunity. I hope you gentlemen will grace us with your presence. Grace us, we will undoubtedly come." Laughter erupted as they departed. Contented, dressed in a secretary's attire, Yun Chang winked at Su Qingya before following Li Ronghui to his vehicle. Soon after, Su Qingya's phone vibrated, revealing a message from the other party. The banquet was splendid. The gentlemen were thoroughly pleased, and you did not tarnish our sister's reputation. Especially the giant river clam and the grand pearl, truly treasures of the ages. Once the news spreads, countless wealthy individuals will flock to your hotel. It will be impossible for it not to flourish. You are remarkable, of course. Do you not see who I am? Su Qingya beamed with pride. Humph. Yun Chang replied with a playful grimace. Putting her phone away, Su Qingya's smile remained undiminished. This banquet had undeniably propelled the hotel's reputation to unprecedented heights. It wouldn't be long before it circulated among the elite circles, and with a hot figure like Li Ronghui, the Huqing television station would soon run a relevant report, especially today, with the appearance of the vibrant red carp, the giant river clam, and the grand pearl. Such rare treasures were bound to create a sensation. Contemplating this, Su Qingya felt joy mingled with envy towards Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu, do you realize how much you have transformed the hotel because of your presence? Do you know that, conservatively speaking, you are now a millionaire? How fortunate! If only I possessed your luck, perhaps I would have long since freed myself from the shackles of my family. Boss. Just then, the front desk receptionist sprinted out in high heels, calling out from afar. Boss, you must return and take a look. The front desk's phone is ringing off the hook. All inquiries about dining reservations and visits to see the giant river clam and pearl. Numerous wealthy individuals, jewel merchants, and auction houses are all calling the hotel, requesting to speak with you. What? Upon hearing this, Su Qingya was utterly taken aback. Boss, while you are preoccupied with attending to clients, you probably have no idea that the internet is practically in turmoil right now. The female receptionist remarked with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Major video platforms such as Douyin, Certain Hands, and Bilibili have already begun showcasing videos filmed at our hotel. The view counts and engagement are astonishing, placing us directly in the top 10 of all short video platforms. Our hotel's location, phone number, and even your photograph, boss, have spread across all networks. After the receptionist finished speaking, Su Qingya took a deep breath and hurried towards the hotel. Inform the kitchen. Everyone must expedite the preparation of dishes. Also, assess our inventory, and if supplies are insufficient, find a way to procure more. Su Qingya instructed rapidly as she walked. Thankfully, Chu Qiu had caught an abundance of crabs and fish, all of exquisite quality and wild-caught. Otherwise, if a surge of customers flooded the hotel without any impressive offerings, it would be quite the embarrassment. Initially, she had intended to use this batch of wild crabs for promotional purposes, but now it seemed fortuitous. Upon entering the hotel, Su Qingya observed the security person, sweating profusely, and announced, "A large influx of guests is expected shortly. Everyone, please bear with it a little longer. Tonight, each of you will receive a bonus of 200, and security personnel will receive 300. Yay, that's fantastic. A bonus in the first month of work. Our boss is generous. Thank you, boss." The hotel staff erupted in joyous cheers. Su Qingya smiled but refrained from informing them that the true person to thank was Chu Qiu. In truth, everyone at the hotel today, including herself as the owner, was benefiting from Chu Qiu's luck. Now, she was headed to the office to call Chu Qiu and share the good news. Stepping into the office, Su Qingya took a deep breath and dialed Chu Qiu's number. "Hello, the stunning Su?" came Chu Qiu's surprised voice after 2 rings. He seemed astonished that Su Qingya would call him at this hour. "Chu Qiu, the big red carp has been sold." Su Qingya's voice was filled with excitement as she got straight to the point. Chu Qiu expressed mild surprise. "Sold? So soon? How much did it go for?" 660,000. Su Qingya exclaimed. Cough. How much? Upon hearing that price, Chu Qiu, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately choked, his face filled with disbelief. If it were a giant river clam selling for 660,000, he would not have been surprised. However, for a big red carp, which he had hoped would fetch around 150 to 160,000, 660,000 was beyond his wildest imagination. You heard correctly. It's 660,000. Upon Su Qingya's confirmation, Chu Qiu's heart soared with joy. Did this mean that within a single day, he had amassed over 1 million? Had he become a millionaire? Chu Qiu was overwhelmed with excitement. Previously, if he had followed the conventional route of clocking in at work, It would have taken him decades to reach this point. Yet now, having obtained the inner elixir of the dragon, he had achieved this in just one day. This happiness was truly coming at him too quickly. A millionaire? Chu Qiu, are you under some kind of misunderstanding? Su Qingya retorted, haven't you been scrolling through Douyin all afternoon? Chapter 14. Am I famous? Douyin? Chu Qiu responded, a bit perplexed. He had been quietly working on his money-making scheme all afternoon, with no time to scroll through Douyin. Moreover, he thought, outside of consuming toxic motivational content, how could scrolling through Douyin make him rich? Wouldn't it be more fruitful to catch fish in the river? I usually don't use Douyin, Chu Qiu replied. No wonder, Su Qingya exclaimed, covering her forehead, her speech rapid. You need to open Douyin right now. You are already famous? And I mean really famous, famous enough that the entire online platform is buzzing about you. I'm famous. Chu Qiu was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Yes, well, technically, it's not you who is famous, but rather the giant river clam you caught. Su Qingya clarified. Currently, platforms like Douyin and Bilibili have been set ablaze with videos featuring your giant river clam, all garnering millions of views. Do you have any idea how sought after the giant river clam is right now? Do you know how many wealthy individuals are leaving messages online expressing their desire to purchase it? The bidding for the clam alone has already soared to over 8 million. Additionally, the pearls it harbors are the finest known, with experts indicating that this rare pearl has a conservative starting bid of at least 1 million US. Therefore, do not come before me claiming to be a millionaire. That would feel like an insult. After saying this, Su Qingya exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Chu Qiu was left in a state of shock. The giant river clam was famous. The online bidding had exceeded 8 million. It contained a rare pearl, with a conservative starting bid of 1 million US. So, in just one day, I haven't become a millionaire. I've become a multimillionaire. Chu Qiu's mind was reeling from the magnitude of this news. The impact was overwhelming. Before today, his bank account had barely contained 50 to 60,000 yuan. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was a multimillionaire. The leap was staggering, leaving him with an unreal sensation. I need to check Douyin. After a moment, Chu Qiu blurted out, abruptly ending the call. He needed to see and hear this for himself to believe it. Su Qingya, far from being angry, patiently awaited Chu Qiu's return call. After all, such news would leave anyone in disbelief. Opening Douyin, Chu Qiu went straight to the trending list. At first glance, he gasped in astonishment. There were at least 6 or 7 titles related to the giant river clam and its pearl, practically dominating the entire trending list. Expert commentary. The first pearl of the East, valued at over 100 million. Incredible! The world's most precious pearl discovered at hotel. Old clam spits pearl, witnessing true love. A rich girl throws 3 million to acquire a clam. Gazing at these titles, each boasting millions of views, Chu Qiu struggled to contain his excitement as he clicked on the top video, the expert commentary. The video opened to reveal the bustling lobby of the Jinghua Hotel, filled to capacity with noise and commotion. The individual filming had evidently used professional high-definition equipment to capture the giant river clam in its oceanic tank in stunning detail. Particularly mesmerizing was the pearl nestled within the clam. Glimmering and ethereal, its egg-sized form was remarkably eye-catching. Even Chu Qiu himself was captivated by the beauty of such a gem. He immediately recognized that the giant river clam featured in the video was indeed the one he had caught. Below the video, the most liked expert commentary declared, "This pearl is undoubtedly the largest, most beautiful, and most exquisite pearl known to the world, without a second. Even at domestic auctions, its worth is incalculable. The starting bid must be at least 1 million US. If presented at an international auction, it would undoubtedly attract royal bidders from various countries, fetching unprecedented prices." The expert concluded with a hopeful note, wishing for this pearl to become the most radiant first pearl of the East, forever remaining in the country and not being taken away by outsiders. This is the first pearl of the East, undeniably the world's best. Do they think our great nation has no worthy guardians? Beneath the expert's commentary, countless individuals chimed in with their own thoughts. Indeed, our nation's pearl is not for foreign hands to claim. This pearl is simply our nation's national treasure. Outsiders wishing to take it and flaunt it internationally have no chance. Absolutely, I support the expert. Numerous wealthy women also left comments. Oh my, This is undoubtedly the most beautiful and largest pearl in the world. I want it so badly. I'm so envious of the pearl's owner. I heard this giant river clam was caught by a young fisherman. I wonder if he's handsome. I'd want to support him. Such wishful thinking. With this pearl, he can have any woman he desires. Why would he need a rich woman like you? I just want to know when this pearl will be auctioned. Even if I can't win it, I want to experience its beauty up close. Ha ha ha, I've seen other videos. This pearl is currently in a 5-star hotel in Hucheng, Central China. Let us all go together? Ah, it's so beautiful. I want it. But alas, I can't afford it. I want it too, but I know I have no hope for the pearl. I hope after they extract it, I can at least get my hands on the giant river clam. Not likely. This clam is too old, and the pearl's size indicates a deep connection. It's likely the clam won't survive extraction. Then what will we do? What now? Observing these comments and watching several other videos, Chu Qiu inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with overwhelming joy. Indeed, everything was real. He was rich. He was truly rich. Chu Qiu had never anticipated such fortune. Catching a rare giant river clam had led him to uncover an even rarer, magnificent pearl. Ha ha! Chu Qiu leaped with joy, bursting into hearty laughter. A staggering $10 million. If converted to RMB, that amounts to over 60 million. And this is merely the starting bid for the pearls. Who knows what the final selling price will be? It could reach 100 million, or even 200 million, or perhaps even more. How could he not be elated? He was on the brink of sudden wealth. However, just as quickly, Chu Qiu regained his composure. This was an immense fortune, and it would surely attract considerable attention from society. At present, he was without influence or power, and he did not wish to draw premature scrutiny. Thus, how to proceed warranted careful consideration. Chapter 15. A life of extraordinary fortunes needs no explanation. Eureka! After pondering for a moment, Chu Qiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. He thought of Su Qingya and her illustrious hotel. A highly viable plan began to take shape in his mind. Without delay, Chu Qiu contacted her via WeChat, and his first words were astonishing. Miss Su, I no longer want the river clams or the pearls. What did you say? Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, doubting her hearing. You heard me correctly, Chu Qiu asserted decisively. I do not want the river clams or the pearls at all. Chu Qiu, do you understand what you're saying? Have you lost your mind? I am not joking. I do not want the river clams or the pearls. They are all yours. Chu Qiu took a deep breath and continued. Of course, it is not for free. I wish to exchange them for a 51% stake in the illustrious hotel. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's expression tightened considerably, her tone icy as she replied, You want to exchange them for 51% of the hotel? Absolutely not. Let me make it clear. No one is allowed to covet my hotel. Su Qingya's reaction was intense. She nearly hung up in anger. The illustrious hotel was her only leverage to escape her family's constraints. She would not permit anyone to plot against it. Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of harming the hotel. Rather, I propose a mutually beneficial collaboration. Chu Qiu sensed her reluctance and quickly explained. Please remain calm and allow me to elaborate. Since you are running a hotel, it is undoubtedly to generate profit, correct? However, as far as I know, the illustrious hotel has only been open for less than a month and its reputation and fame can only be described as mediocre. Under these circumstances, it would be quite challenging for the hotel to recoup funds, let alone achieve profitability in the short term. But with the river clams and the magnificent pearls, this entire spectacle could elevate the hotel's popularity and recognition to unprecedented heights in a remarkably short time. One can easily imagine that the hotel business will experience explosive growth for a considerable period. The benefits derived from this are incalculable. However, if I take away the river clams, the hotel's business may plummet. Are you threatening me? Su Qingya's gaze sharpened. No, this is not a threat. It is an undeniable fact. Chu Qiu shook his head. Moreover, these river clams and pearls are rare treasures. If auctioned, they could fetch 100 or 200 million. Using such a significant sum to acquire half the hotel's shares is undoubtedly a bargain for you. Furthermore, with half the equity, you could reinvest in a 3-star or even a 4-star hotel, all while still profiting. Why would you not consider it? You. Listening to Chu Qiu's eloquent reasoning, Su Qingya opened her mouth but struggled to articulate a response. From a purely financial perspective, Chu Qiu's proposal appeared exceedingly advantageous to her. The total investment in the illustrious hotel was merely 3 billion. According to various experts online, the pearls, once auctioned, could be valued at no less than 200 million. Tio exchanged 200 million for a 51 stake was clearly a substantial concession on Chuchio's part. Yet, this would mean that the illustrious hotel would no longer be entirely hers. However, with the influx of 200 million, she could indeed follow Chuchio's suggestion and invest in another 3-star or 4-star hotel. On the surface, she would then possess 2 upscale hotels, thereby increasing her influence within her family. Nonetheless, the thought of introducing a major shareholder into the 5-star hotel she had painstakingly established gave Su Qingya pause. At that moment, Chuchio spoke again. "Miss Su, I assure you that once I become a shareholder, I will solely focus on profit sharing and will not interfere with the hotel's management. Additionally, I can offer you 2 extra benefits. First, I can guarantee that the river clam will remain alive after pearl extraction, and I trust you understand the advantages of that. Second, I can provide the hotel with a stable and high-quality supply of seafood. Just like the wild crabs and large crucian carp we have today, of course, this will not be free. The hotel will need to purchase it through its accounts. What do you think? With these 2 conditions? How does that sound?" Having laid out his proposal, Chuchio felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, he had never engaged in business before, and now he was suddenly involved in such a significant transaction that directly impacted his personal interests. "What did you say?" However, upon hearing his 2 additional benefits, Su Qingya gasped in astonishment. "Chuchio, are you certain that what you just said is true? Can you really guarantee that the clam will not die after pearl extraction? Can you truly provide a stable supply of high-quality seafood?" Su Qingya's attitude shifted abruptly. "Chuchio, if you can indeed deliver on these promises, we can sign the share purchase contract tomorrow." "No, we can sign it tonight, this very evening." At this moment, Su Qingya was visibly excited. The allure of the river clam was evident from the overwhelming response across the internet. If it remained alive post-extraction, the spectacle would be even more captivating. There was also the prospect of further pearl cultivation. If kept at the hotel, it could continually attract customers. Additionally, a stable supply of premium seafood was the lifeblood of a high-end hotel. Currently, the illustrious hotel had a solid reputation and growing fame, but it lacked high-quality seafood. Chuchio's 2 conditions struck directly at Su Qingya's vulnerabilities. Any hesitation she had evaporated instantly. After all, Chuchio was absolutely correct. The purpose of running a hotel is to make money. If she could not generate profit, what leverage would she have within her family? How could she negotiate for her freedom? Rest assured, since I have made these promises, I will undoubtedly fulfill them. This can certainly be written into the contract. Listening to Su Qingya's enthusiastic response, Chuchio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, 100 or 200 million was an astronomical sum, and holding on to it brought no comfort. It was far more prudent to convert it into equity. Moreover, it could generate further wealth, presenting no disadvantages whatsoever. This way, he could maintain both face and substance. Avoiding the label of a nouveau riche. As for Su Qingya's concerns about how he would accomplish this, with the inner essence of the dragon at his disposal, this was a trivial matter. Not to mention, just this afternoon, he had discreetly stocked the pond with no fewer than 1,000 crabs and various fish. With all things considered, if everything went according to plan, these crabs and fish would not only grow rapidly, but would also surpass any seafood available in the market in terms of taste and quality. That was the source of Chuchio's confidence. A life of extraordinary fortunes needs no explanation. Ultimately, the 2 reached an agreement on the details of the share purchase and decided to sign the contract at the hotel the following day. By the way, Chuchio, what are your thoughts on the pearl auction? With everything settled, Su Qingya couldn't help but seek Chuchio's opinion once more. Just a few minutes ago, she had only intended to inform him symbolically. The specific processes and arrangements had been entirely under her control, but now, everything had changed. Chuchio had become a major shareholder in the hotel, and this could not help but elevate the significance of his opinions in her eyes. Chapter 16. Shall I plan the hotel's marketing strategy? Su Qingya marveled at the rapid turn of events. Within a single day, Chuchio had transformed from a mere fisherman into a major stakeholder in her hotel, standing on equal footing with her and stepping onto a pinnacle unattainable by ordinary individuals throughout their lifetimes. Even she found herself envious. Compared to Chuchio, her life felt constrained. Chuchio also noticed Su Qingya's shift in attitude and felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction. Until today, women of Su Qingya's caliber had seemed far beyond his reach, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at a swan. forever relegated to mere observation without ever receiving even a glance in return. Yet now, she was consulting him in a tone of inquiry, discussing matters over the phone. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Chu Qiu, maintaining his composure, spoke with an air of authority. The pearl auction is inevitable. After all, you need to recoup funds, however, before the auction. We should maximize the impact of the pearls as much as possible. Oh, and how do you propose we achieve that? Su Qingya asked with keen interest. Her tone laced with scrutiny. Chu Qiu, sensing her skepticism, responded confidently, it's quite simple. Do not release any news about the pearls being up for auction. Instead, let the anticipation build on the internet, drawing in potential customers. With the allure of the first pearl of the East, combined with the colossal river clam, we will undoubtedly attract a greater influx of domestic tourists, leading to a significant surge in the hotel's clientele, thereby generating immense revenue. Moreover, as long as we remain resolute, the wealthy magnates, jewel merchants, and auction houses will perceive an opportunity to exploit, continuously extending their olive branches to us, or discreetly visiting our hotel. These individuals are indeed affluent. The expenses incurred during a single visit to the hotel could potentially equate to a day's marketing budget. This approach not only generates revenue but also facilitates publicity. What could be more delightful? Indeed, Chu Qiu, I never imagined you to be such a concealed marketing virtuoso. Chu Qiu's remarks left Su Qingya astounded. Particularly, his psychological analysis of various parties was no less impressive than that of some seasoned business strategists. Evoking a sense of admiration within her, Su Qingya suddenly pondered whether it was a disservice for Chu Qiu to merely act as a major shareholder of the hotel, solely reaping dividends. Haha, just a humble opinion. Perhaps it doesn't meet the lofty standards of the esteemed Su. Upon hearing Su Qingya's praise, Chu Qiu's vanity was greatly satisfied, bolstering his confidence. He continued to articulate his thoughts. Naturally, everything loses its appeal over time. Thus, once the hotel's foot traffic begins to dwindle significantly, we must seize the remaining momentum to auction pearls, reigniting interest, and the auction venue shall be our very own hotel. At that time, a plethora of affluent socialites and celebrities will congregate, undoubtedly elevating the hotel's reputation and prominence to unprecedented heights, marking a glorious chapter in our establishment's history. We can also leverage this opportunity to cultivate the hotel's image, establish a rich cultural foundation, and create our own brand effect, laying the groundwork for future investments in chain branches. Well, that encapsulates my personal views. What do you think? After speaking, Chu Qiu suddenly realized that the line had gone silent. Su, are you there? Why the silence? Did I say something amiss? Chu Qiu inquired, puzzled. Just as he was mulling over this, Su Qingya's voice unexpectedly resonated. Chu Qiu, I have come to realize that your role as merely a shareholder is an egregious waste of your talents. Why not consider taking on the position of marketing strategist for the hotel? As we have just opened, we are in dire need of someone with your caliber. What? Chu Qiu was taken aback. I merely made a passing comment, and now you're suggesting I become the marketing strategist for a 5-star hotel? When did I become so remarkable? So, my 7 years in the bustling metropolis were in the wrong field? Chu Qiu, the hotel has just opened, and this is the perfect time to utilize your talents. As a major shareholder, wouldn't it be reasonable for you to contribute a bit? Furthermore, as a man, can you bear to witness a delicate woman like me venture into the battlefield alone? We are partners now, on the same boat. Seeing that Chu Qiu remained silent, Su Qingya resorted to her feminine charm. Her exceedingly gentle tone, laced with a hint of vulnerability, made Chu Qiu's heart race. This woman, truly captivating. Ultimately, Chu Qiu capitulated and agreed to temporarily assume the role of marketing strategist for the hotel. Nevertheless, being recognized by a goddess of Su Qingya's stature filled Chu Qiu with immense satisfaction. Moreover, the hotel is also a part of him. As the saying goes, it takes 100 years to share a boat and 1,000 years to share a bed. Su, now that we are together on this journey, wouldn't that count as a bond forged over 100 years? Through their exchange, the rapport between the two deepened significantly. Chu Qiu felt an overwhelming sense of ease and playfully quipped. Bah! Who said we share a bond of 100 years? You men are all the same, seeking only to take advantage of women. Enough talk. I have hotel matters to attend to. Remember to come by tomorrow to sign the contract. Su Qingya retorted, swiftly ending the call. Subsequently, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she inexplicably clicked on Chu Qiu's selfie icon. He looked quite decent, though in reality, he appeared even more handsome than in his photos. Suddenly realizing her actions, Su Qingya's cheeks flushed, and she inwardly chided herself. Bah, what am I thinking on the other side? Chu Qiu chuckled foolishly at his phone after the call ended. He could distinctly sense that Su Qingya's attitude towards him had shifted considerably. The distance between them had significantly lessened in less than half an hour. With the contract signing scheduled for the following day, their proximity would only increase. He couldn't help but wonder if some unique sparks might fly between them. With this thought, Chu Qiu was filled with anticipation. Thus, the next day, he arose early, neglecting to check the fish pond behind his house, and hopped onto his Yachty electric scooter, heading into the city. Half an hour later, Chu Qiu arrived at Su Qingya's office. Today, he donned a white tracksuit, exuding an aura of charm and vitality. Especially after the transformation brought about by the Jiaolong inner pill, his features were more defined, and his physique resembled that of a natural model. Standing in the office, he radiated a distinctive presence. Upon seeing Chu Qiu in this light, Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Su, wouldn't you recognize me just because I've changed my attire? Chu Qiu jested. Su Qingya's face flushed, and she retorted, you're just a braggart. I would recognize you even draped in swine skin. Is dressing up like you were going on a blind date really necessary for just signing a contract? Su Qingya shot him an annoyed glance. Chu Qiu grinned and replied, so you admit I'm handsome then? Less flattery, let us just sign the contract. Su Qingya shot him a look and pulled out a contract to place in front of Chu Qiu. He perused the document briefly and found no issues. Then, with a few swift strokes, he signed his name and affixed his fingerprint. At that moment, an overwhelming joy surged within him. After 7 years of being an employee, he now possessed his own venture. From this day forth, you are the major shareholder of the Jinghua Hotel. Once the contract was signed, Su Qingya stood up with a complex expression, extending her hand. Welcome aboard. Thank you, and I hope we enjoy a pleasant collaboration. Chu Qiu grasped Su Qingya's delicate hand, his face breaking into a wolfish grin. Su Qingya keenly sensed that Chu Qiu's words implied a pleasant relationship rather than mere cooperation, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she retracted her hand with a huff. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Su Qingya felt that Chu Qiu exuded an unusual charm today. Chapter 17. Are there so many people here for a blind date or a party? Noticing Su Qingya's reddened complexion, Chu Qiu couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Su, now that I am a major shareholder of the hotel, wouldn't it be appropriate to hold a welcome ceremony? Perhaps we could have dinner together and discuss our future plans. Chu Qiu suggested with gleaming eyes. It's only 8 in the morning. Su Qingya shot him a disapproving look, wondering if she had inadvertently invited a wolf into the fold. Since becoming a major shareholder, he had clearly become more eloquent. What about breakfast together then? Chu Qiu pressed on, undeterred. This, as Su Qingya hesitated, seemingly inclined to agree, Chu Qiu felt a flicker of hope. Just then, his phone buzzed violently in his pocket. Su Qingya's demeanor instantly relaxed as she smiled. You should take that call first. Throughout her life, she had never truly dined alone with a man. Thus, Chu Qiu's request inadvertently placed her under some pressure. All right, I'll take the call. Chu Qiu sighed in resignation. He pulled out his phone, noticing it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Is this Chu Qiu? A woman's voice came through the receiver. I am Liniran, the blind date that Aunt Wang introduced to you. Liniran? Chu Qiu paused, glancing at the number, and asked, did you change your number? No, this is my best friend's number. I arrived late yesterday and forgot to charge my phone. Oh, by the way, I'm in a bit of a hurry. I have a class reunion tonight, so we can only meet this morning. Liniran continued, I heard from my classmate that there's a Jinghua Hotel in Hucheng, and it's been in the news lately. It seems quite popular. Let us meet there. Meeting at the Jinghua Hotel? Chu Qiu frowned at the thought. A mere blind date, and she insists on a 5-star hotel? Of course, I'll be bringing 2 girlfriends and classmates along. You have no objections, do you? Liniran stated matter-of-factly. Huh? Chu Qiu's frown deepened. For a first blind date, why choose a 5-star hotel? Such establishments are not typically within the reach of ordinary individuals. He found it hard to believe that Liniran wouldn't have inquired about his family's financial situation prior to the date. Moreover, bringing friends along for a blind date, if she were to bring a relative, that would be understandable, but friends? Nonetheless, out of courtesy, Chu Qiu refrained from voicing his objections. Instead, he replied nonchalantly, all right, it's settled then. Let us meet at the Jinghua Hotel. He figured it would serve as a decent explanation for his mother. However, upon hanging up, Chu Qiu noticed Su Qingya gazing at him with an amused expression. It seems someone has hit the nail on the head. Dressed like this, he truly is here for a blind date. Choosing to meet at his own hotel, he cleverly managed to blend business with personal interest. Su Qingya jested lightly. Ah, it's purely coincidental. Chu Qiu chuckled awkwardly. It seems that our dinner today is not meant to be. One must obey their mother's wishes. A family meeting is a necessity, that's so. I wish you a delightful blind date. Su Qingya smiled gracefully, and then suddenly recalled something, waving her hand. Oh right, I almost forgot. I need to transfer some money to you. Yesterday, the hotel was so bustling with business that I got caught up and forgot. It's the money from the sale of the big red carp, 660,000. After deducting the commission, I will cover the 500,000 price difference for you. As she spoke, Su Qingya swiftly opened her computer and completed the transfer with a flurry of clicks. Almost immediately, Chu Qiu received a notification from the bank. Your card ending in 7588. Industrial and commercial bank deposit, interbank transfer, 50,000 yuan. Balance 1,154,360.00 yuan. Recipient name, Su Qingya. Recipient account ending in 6316. Upon seeing over 1 million yuan in his bank account, Chu Qiu's mood shifted from cloudy to sunny. This was tangible, real money, and it felt exhilarating, thanks to you. The hotel not only experienced a full house yesterday, but the occupancy rate also exceeded 70%. Such a rate in a third or fourth tier city like Huqing is simply astonishing. Reflecting on the bustling scenes from the hotel yesterday, a radiant smile spread across Su Qingya's face. Moreover, the revenue for just one night surpassed the total earnings of the past half-month since the hotel opened. The hotel's online bookings were also fully booked, extending even 2 weeks into the future. It can be anticipated that in the coming 2 weeks, and possibly for the next 2 to 3 months, the hotel will remain in a state of full occupancy due to the ongoing buzz surrounding the river clam pearls. Conservatively estimating, under such circumstances, the hotel's monthly revenue could even surpass that of comparable hotels in first and second tier cities. It was hard not to feel a surge of delight for Su Qingya. Chu Qiu, too, was elated. With the hotel's success, his share of the profits would also increase significantly. Meanwhile, in another hotel, Liniran, after finishing a call with Chu Qiu, disdainfully set down her phone. So Chu Qiu actually agreed. Does he not have any sense of his family's circumstances? Liniran scoffed. She had already learned from Aunt Wang that the other party came from a typical working-class family with modest income. Her suggestion to meet at a 5-star hotel was merely to prompt Chu Qiu to back out gracefully. This way, she would have an excuse. Yet, he stubbornly clung to his pride and accepted. Ha, what a farce. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Liniran snorted derisively, sending a voice message in her class group. Old classmates, didn't you say that the Jinghua Hotel has some grand clams and exquisite pearls? I am going there for a blind date today, so don't say I didn't give you a chance. Raise your paws if you're willing to join. What? Iran, you're going to a 5-star hotel for a blind date? Really? Are you serious? Your first blind date is at such a high-end place? Liniran, you're amazing. What is your date like? Can we really tag along to see? Yeah, Iran, is it appropriate for us to go? The female classmates in the group began to tag each other. You're all my old classmates. What's inappropriate about it? Liniran replied nonchalantly. Besides, I didn't want to go on a blind date in the first place. My mom forced me to come back, and the other party's family background is quite ordinary. I'm not interested at all, no way. Your first blind date at such a fancy place? And their family background is poor. Exactly. The Jinghua Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Huqing. How could an average person afford it? A few classmates expressed their disbelief. Why would I lie to you? Liniran retorted scornfully. I found out on my way back. Their family used to be fishermen, but when policies changed, they all went out to do hard labor. They're just a family of ordinary workers. What great prospects could they have? They probably won't even be able to buy a decent house in their lifetime. I don't want to suffer alongside them. Liniran continued with a cold laugh. Moreover, it was my idea to meet at a 5-star hotel, intending to make him back out. Yet he insists on saving face and agrees so readily, wasting our time. He deserves to be out of luck and be our meal ticket. So, who doesn't want to go? Liniran asked triumphantly. Let us go, let us go. With such a great opportunity to dine off a big shot, it would be foolish not to. Exactly. Who wouldn't he want to see such a chance? That's right, Iran. You're so generous to invite us along. The group of classmates buzzed with excitement, showering her with compliments. As a marginal figure among the group, Li Xiaoya felt a pang of compassion. After hesitating, she couldn't help but tag Lin Iran, saying, Iran, is it really okay for us to do this? After all, the expenses at a five-star hotel are quite high, and he isn't exactly someone of means. But before she could finish, the classmates interrupted her. Yeah, why are you still acting like a saint after all these years? No wonder you haven't found a boyfriend yet. Exactly. If you don't want to go, no one's dragging you along. But you might find it hard to join our circle of friends later, right? And we'll be benefiting from his lack of means, so he can't do anything about us. The group of classmates excitedly chimed in. Li Xiaoya sighed inwardly, thinking that since she was Lin Iran's deskmate, she might as well go this time, and as for the future, it was probably best to avoid these classmates. They arranged a time and, brimming with excitement, carpooled to the hotel, booking a private room. A few minutes later, Chu Qiu received the message and went downstairs. Following the room number Lin Iran provided, he walked in. However, the moment he entered the room, Chu Qiu was taken aback. Inside the room, there were both men and women, at least 14 or 15 people gathered. Chu Qiu reacted quickly, thinking he might have entered the wrong room, and immediately said, I am sorry, I think I may have the wrong room. Just as he was about to leave, a striking girl stood up. Are you Chu Qiu? The striking girl inquired. And you are? Chu Qiu looked at her in confusion. I am Lin Iran. The striking girl glanced around and, after speaking, returned to her seat, exuding an air of superiority. You're Lin Iran. Chu Qiu raised an eyebrow. So he hadn't walked into the wrong room after all? But what was with the crowd? Was this really a blind date? Or was it a party? And seeing the indifference and even a hint of disdain on her face, Chu Qiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow again. Fine, let us see how this blind date unfolds. Chu Qiu maintained his composure, but internally, he chuckled coldly. Chapter 18. Minor harm, yet highly insulting. Iran. Is this your blind date? Chu Qiu. Not bad. He looks quite handsome. Indeed. He is definitely a handsome guy. Hello, Chu Handsome. We're all old classmates of Iran. My name is Wang Qin. I'm Zhang Meiqi. I'm Iran's best friend. Yang Wei. A chorus of old classmates and friends looked at Chu Qiu with expressions of amusement and schadenfreude. Chu Qiu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Lin Iran brought along her male friends for a blind date, and her classmates Wang Qin and Zhang Meiqi even brought their boyfriends along. What a joke. Chu Handsome. Why are you standing? Sit down. After we finish eating, let us hurry to see the river clam spit pearls. I heard those pearls are extremely valuable, worth over 100 million. Yes, let us hurry and order. Waiter, come in. Without giving Chu Qiu a chance to sit, Lin Iran's friends began calling out. Soon, they were ordering sea cucumbers, abalone, lobsters, and crabs in a frenzy, without a hint of restraint. Seeing this, Chu Qiu couldn't help but smirk. However, as he scanned the room, he unexpectedly noticed a girl who seemed out of place. The girl, fair and demure, sat quietly without speaking, appearing somewhat shy. She was the only person in the room who made Chu Qiu feel at ease. Without a second thought, Chu Qiu walked over and greeted her. Hello, I'm Chu Qiu. May I sit here? The girl didn't expect Chu Qiu to approach her directly, and she quickly stood up. A hint of fluster in her voice. Oh, hello, I'm Li Xiaoya. Please take a seat. Chu Qiu nodded with a smile and pulled out a chair to sit down. Just then, the menu was passed around. You go ahead and order. Chu Qiu smiled as he handed the menu to Li Xiaoya, who paused for a moment before responding, okay. However, upon seeing the prices listed, her expression noticeably changed. This is so expensive. Yeah, you're not paying. Just order whatever you like. Lin Iran glanced at the two, her expression flashing with disdain, then addressed the waiter. Please bring me a bottle of 2017 Lafite Rothschild, and let it breathe. Certainly, please wait a moment. The waiter smiled and walked out. Li Xiaoya just happened to glance at the wine section and, upon hearing Lin Iran's choice, immediately spoke up. Iran, isn't the 2017 Lafite Rothschild too expensive? Why don't we order something else? Chu Qiu also glanced at the menu, and a cold smile crept onto his face. The CH2 Lafite Rothschild from 2017 is priced at 6,999 yuan per bottle. What audacity! What makes it so expensive? I usually drink bottles that cost over 10,000 up. Besides, it's not like I'm forcing you to drink it. Lin Iran said nonchalantly. Li Xiaoya fell silent and silently ordered a dish. Soon, the menu was in the hands of Chu Qiu. Instead of ordering immediately, Chu Chiu raised his head and asked everyone, "Have you all decided on your orders? Hurry up, you're the last one." "Yes, we've all ordered. Don't dawdle. You're here for a blind date, so at least act a bit more like a gentleman." Several gentlemen present chimed in, as if the final bill was theirs to foot. Meanwhile, Lin Yiran completely ignored Chu Chiu, laughing and chatting with a few classmates. "I asked, this really how one behaves on a blind date? Not even a token effort to engage? Fine." Chu Chiu smirked, thinking to himself that he would let them be arrogant for a while. Soon enough, they would be the ones crying. Glancing at the menu, he couldn't be bothered to see what others had ordered. However, he noted that Li Xiaoya had ordered a plate of smashed cucumbers for 88 yuan, likely the lowest price dish on the menu. This significantly increased his fondness for her. At the same time, he was curious about how much the wild crabs he caught would fetch, given that even a simple plate of cucumbers was so expensive. Soon, he found out. Wild crabs, 5 liang, female, for 1,688 yuan each, 6 liang, female, for 1,886 yuan each. As for the rest, he didn't even need to look. It was outrageous. Chu Chiu recalled that the 5 liang female crabs had been priced at 1,000 yuan each by Su Qingya, and the 6 liang ones at 1,200 yuan. This meant each crab cost an additional 600 to 700, with larger ones even fetching an extra 1 to 2,000. Truly, there is no business without deception. "Hey, are you done yet? Is it really that hard to order?" Lin Yiran's friend Yang Wei said impatiently. Chu Chiu shot him a glance before quickly ordering 2 6 liang female crabs, handing the menu to the waiter and saying, "Done. Stop dragging this out." Wang Qian's boyfriend muttered under his breath, then addressed the waiter. "Go get 2 bottles of mata and some cigarettes, just 2 packs of huazi, please." Yang Wei added, Yes, get huazi. I can't stand other cigarettes, they hurt my throat." Zhang Meiqi's boyfriend chimed in with a malicious grin. Throughout this process, Chu Chiu noticed that apart from Li Xiaoya, who seemed hesitant, Lin Yiran and the other classmates acted as if it was all perfectly normal. Chu Chiu remained composed, quietly calculating the bill in his mind. 2 packs of huazi, 2 bottles of mutai, plus 1 bottle of the 6,999 yuan Lafite Rothschild. It added up to over 10,000 yuan. These people certainly know how to rack up the bill. Before long, the drinks arrived, and the dishes were served. Everyone began to eat and drink, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. They indulged themselves, mouths greasy, boasting about their exploits from all corners of the world. In the midst of it all, Chu Chiu abstained from alcohol, wearing a smile as if he were merely an observer. Moreover, within the private room, apart from Li Xiaoya, who occasionally spoke to him, no one else seemed to acknowledge his presence. Halfway through the meal, Chu Chiu excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning, he pondered for a moment and walked to the front desk. "Hello, could you please calculate the bill for room 802, the Fuwa Hall?" Chu Chiu said to the cashier, eager to see just how much this group had spent. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." The cashier smiled sweetly, and after a few moments of processing, she smiled and said, "Hello, sir. The total expenditure for room 802 is 128,864 yuan. What? Upon hearing this sum, Chu Chiu nearly lost his composure. Despite having prepared himself mentally, hearing the total of over 120,000 yuan still took his breath away, leaving him gritting his teeth in frustration. Had he not acquired wealth recently, a meal like this could have bankrupted him in the past. Over 120,000 yuan. This amount could suffice for a wedding, let alone a blind date. "May I see the itemized bill?" Chu Chiu managed to maintain his composure as he asked, "Of course, sir." The cashier printed the bill and handed it to Chu Chiu with a smile. "Thank you." Chu Chiu nodded, his gaze scanning the bill. 14 wild crabs at 7 liang each. 8 wild abalones. 14 Chinese exquisite lobsters. 2 bottles of Lafite Rothschild, 2017. And various other expensive dishes, desserts, and more. However, what stood out most to Chu Chiu were the last 2 lines of the bill. 9 packs of soft huazi, 9 bottles of mutai. Upon seeing this, Chu Chiu couldn't help but curse inwardly. What the hell? He distinctly remembered that before heading to the restroom, they had only ordered 2 bottles of mutai and 2 packs of huazi. Now the bill showed 9 bottles of mutai, 9 packs of huazi. Clearly, while he was away, these people had taken the opportunity to reorder more from the waiter. He hadn't touched a drop of alcohol himself, and the women were only drinking red wine. How could the 3 remaining men possibly consume 9 bottles of mutai? Although this drink wasn't the most expensive, their essay sang, "It's not the damage that stings, but the insult that cuts deep." This was clearly an attempt to squeeze him dry. Even if 3 men were heavy drinkers, could they possibly finish 9 bottles? Not to mention, could 3 men smoke 9 packs? It was absurd, sir. Would you like to settle the bill? Just as Chuchio was seething with anger, the female cashier spoke up suddenly. Settle the bill. Chuchio smirked coldly inside, picking up the itemized bill and saying, Wait a moment. I need to confirm the charges with my friends. With the bill in hand, Chuchio first went outside the hotel to withdraw 10,000 yuan, then returned to the private room. Upon entering, he scanned the room and noticed Yang Wei and Wang Qian's boyfriend sitting there, each with several black plastic bags beside them. From the shapes protruding from the bags, it was clear they were filled with packed huazi and mutai. Oh, look who's back. It seems your trip to the restroom took a while. We thought you'd run off without paying. You didn't drink it all, did you? Is there something wrong in that department? The men turned to Chuchio, their expressions dripping with malice as they teased him. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you'll be the ones crying. Chuchio smirked, raising the itemized bill towards Lin Iran. Miss Lin, we've eaten, we've drunk, and now it's time to say goodbye. Well then, you go ahead and settle the bill. We still want to stay and admire the river pearls. Lin Iran didn't even look up, swiping through her phone as she waved her hand dismissively. Fine. Seeing this, Chuchio let out a laugh and tossed a 10,000 yuan note onto the table. Here's the money. You all can settle the bill yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. Yes, let us go. Lin Iran waved her hand eagerly. The surrounding classmates and friends chimed in, egging him on. Brother Chu? You're a good man. We'll see you later. Good brother. Thanks for the treat. Goodbye, brother. Chuchio left as everyone watched him with a look of disbelief, before bursting into laughter. Ha, what a fool. Truly a complete idiot. Indeed, treating us to such a lavish meal and spending so much money, yet not a word of complaint, just a smile throughout. This is the fate of someone who tries to save face while being a frog dreaming of eating swan meat. The group laughed heartily, their expressions filled with disdain as they continued to mock him. Throughout it all, no one even noticed how much Chuchio had actually lost. It was Li Xiaoya who finally sensed something was off, timidly observing, it seems he only dropped 10,000 yuan. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes widened in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In the next moment, they came to their senses, staring at the neatly stacked, crisp bills. What the hell? Did this bastard really think he could settle the bill with just 10,000 yuan? Does he have a screw loose? How much can 10,000 yuan cover at a 5-star hotel? Is he out of his mind? Quick, call him back. Lin Iran was also stunned, hastily putting down her phone and dialing Yang Wei's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Huh? Unavailable? Lin Iran's expression shifted, hanging up and dialing again. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Everyone present was equally stunned. Still unavailable? Clearly, he had blocked them. Quickly, use another phone to call him back. Don T let him get away, damn. This guy seemed so honest. Yet he would pull such shameless stunts. Exactly, Lin Iran. What kind of useless blind date did you set up? He got no sense of manliness at all. The group's expressions turned sour, indignation bubbling over as they shouted. Hearing this from her classmates, Lin Iran felt a surge of anger as she took their phones one by one to call him. But after a round of calls, the other end was switched off, unable to connect. His phone is switched off. In that moment, Lin Iran's previously elevated demeanor vanished, her face displaying a hint of panic as she exclaimed, What should we do? If he leaves, no one will make the purchase, and we should have consumed quite a bit, shouldn't we? The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. They had initially anticipated a lavish feast, ordering delicacies such as sea cucumbers, abalone, lobsters, and crabs. Now, with both eating and taking, even a cursory thought would reveal that their expenses were bound to be considerable. Ironically, they had just moments ago derided Chuchio as a fool, a simpleton, and now found themselves too intimidated to utter a word. It appeared they were the true simpletons, having been outsmarted while remaining blissfully unaware of their predicament. Ultimately, it was Yang Wei who stepped forward with a suggestion. Lowering his voice, everyone, let us not panic. We'll leave casually, chatting and laughing, then inform the waiter that Chuchio, who just exited, has settled the bill. After that, we can simply leave the hotel. After all, this is a 5-star establishment. Who would suspect us of dining and dashing? By the time they realize what has happened, we will have already departed, and all the blame will fall on Chu Chiu, leaving us unscathed. That's a brilliant idea. Someone chimed in. Indeed, it seems feasible. Well then, let us proceed with that plan. If anything goes awry, let that scoundrel Chu Chiu take the blame. The group immediately brightened, nodding in agreement. That 10,000 yuan doesn't count as payment anymore. If no one wants it, I'll just take it. Wang Qian, quick to act, snatched the 10,000 yuan from the table, her face alight with triumph. The others, however, felt their expressions stiffen, silently cursing their own sluggishness. All right, let us go, Yang Wei said, his countenance dark. The idea had originated from him, and he felt that the 10,000 yuan should rightfully belong to him. Yet, time was of the essence, and he set that matter aside for the moment. Pushing the door open, the group donned false smiles and began to engage in conversation. Oh, I must say, I find the dishes at this hotel quite delightful. I'm thoroughly satisfied. What do you all think? Yes, especially the wild crabs. The taste is unmistakably superior. It seems we should make it a point to return here often. Indeed. I heard this place was in the news yesterday for a giant clam that yielded an exceptionally rare pearl. We should hurry to see it. Let us go. I can hardly contain my excitement. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when they were halted by two waitstaff. Excuse me, your bill has yet to be settled. May I ask who will take care of it? Settle the bill? Are you blind? Didn't you see someone just went out to pay? Yang Wei stepped forward angrily. He was already displeased about the 10,000 yuan. And now he seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, startling even his own companions. But alas, when Chu Chiu left, he not only blocked their numbers but also specifically instructed the staff, mentioning that someone in room 802 was attempting to flee without paying. Thus, the waitstaff merely smirked and replied, All right, spare me the theatrics. The person who left earlier already informed us that you intend to skip out on the bill. They continued, I don't care what disagreements you may have had, but you must settle this bill immediately, or I will call security. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the group felt a sudden chill, realizing the gravity of the situation. Chu Chiu had anticipated this too. All eyes instinctively turned to Lin Yiran, as she was the one orchestrating this fiasco. With a stiff resolve, Lin Yiran retorted, Who said we planned to skip out on the bill? It was he who left. I came here for a blind date. A blind date? The waitstaff paused, taken aback. Subsequently, one of Lin Yiran's classmates hurriedly stepped forward to elaborate, embellishing the tale. The waitstaff finally grasped the situation, yet their confusion lingered as they pointed towards Wang Qian and the others. And who exactly are these people? They are all my classmates and close friends, Lin Yiran replied. Classmates and friends? So, you brought this many people along for a blind date? The two waitstaff exchanged incredulous glances. Lin Yiran quickly defended herself. I mentioned to him beforehand that I would be bringing a few classmates and friends, and he agreed. Nanny. The waitstaff were rendered speechless. A quick scan revealed the sheer number of individuals present, far more than just a few classmates and friends. Moreover, this was the only five-star hotel in River City, where even seating came at a price. You chose to have your first blind date in such an extravagant venue? And with such a large entourage? Are you sure you came for a blind date and not a party? Just look at the company you keep. Not only are they indulging in the fare, but they're also holding bags that clearly contain the hotel's liquor, suggesting they're taking advantage of others. In that instant, even the two waitstaff were close to losing their composure. Who wouldn't want to distance themselves from such a scene? Well done, indeed. The two exchanged glances, and one of them, gripping the ear microphone, declared, calling security, room 802 in the Noble Hall has patrons attempting to skip out on the bill. Meanwhile, Lin Yiran and her companions were left in stunned silence. Soon after, they began to shout indignantly, refusing to acknowledge their predicament. The waitstaff remained unyielding, insisting, Please refrain from causing a ruckus here. The second floor is reserved for esteemed hotel guests. Kindly accompany the security personnel to the lobby to settle the bill. Chapter 20. Reaping what you sow. Surrounded by a group of security personnel, the faces of the group turned ashen. It wasn't fear that gripped them, but rather the weight of disgrace. As the hotel took serious action, they dared not escalate the situation any further, for the longer it dragged on, the more humiliating it became. With their faces burning with shame, they complied, escorted by security from the second floor to the lobby. Upon entering the lobby, they felt the weight of countless gazes upon them from every corner. each glance piercing like needles into their hearts, amplifying their humiliation. To their utter mortification, one of the security personnel boomed, recounting their predicament to the cashier, ensuring that not only the cashier but also all nearby patrons overheard. In this day and age, who would have thought someone would bring such a large group to a blind date? What were they thinking? Indeed, this is hardly a blind date. It's plainly a gathering under the guise of one. The murmurs of ridicule echoed throughout the lobby, and Liniran and her companions felt the urge to sink into the ground. Fortunately, at that moment, the cashier had finalized the bill. Hello, 4-room 802 in the Noble Hall. Your total expenditure is 128,864 yuan. Who will settle the bill? What? Over 120,000 yuan. Upon hearing the cashier's words, the group could hardly contain their shock. That is impossible. How could a single meal cost that much? We hardly ordered anything. Liniran was equally dumbfounded. She recalled only ordering a couple of bottles of wine, totaling just over 10,000. This is fraudulent. Your hotel must be fabricating the bill. Liniran's classmates cried out in outrage. In their minds, the items they had ordered were merely standard fare. They estimated their total could reach a maximum of 4,000 or 5,000. Yet now, an exorbitant sum of over 12,000 appeared out of thin air. Was this some sort of joke? The security personnel interjected, "Please be cautious with your words. Our hotel has surveillance in every room. Every item you ordered is on record." The cashier, now composed, placed the itemized bill on the counter and stated, "Feel free to review it, and if necessary, we can provide access to the surveillance footage." Seeing the unwavering attitude of the hotel staff, the onlookers in the lobby began to scoff once more. It's clear they all came expecting a free meal, probably too lazy to even check the prices when ordering. Exactly. They've likely forgotten how much they ordered. Individuals who indulge and then deny their debts should have the surveillance footage posted online for everyone to see. Their ancestors would be ashamed. Listening to the scathing remarks, the group's expressions shifted from disbelief to despair. Liniran, steeling herself, picked up the itemized bill and gasped as she reviewed the charges. How did we order so much? Her voice trembled as she scanned the list, which was filled with wild crabs, wild abalone, large lobsters, premium sea cucumbers, exquisite birds' nests, and even 9 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 9 bottles of Feitian Mutai. Liniran was no fool. With so many alcohol and cigarette items, how could just 3 men possibly consume them all? It was no wonder Chu Qiu fled. If it were her, she would have done the same. The deception was glaringly obvious. How do you wish to settle the bill? The cashier inquired once more. Please hold on a moment. Liniran inhaled deeply and turned to her classmates. She had always been one to spend judiciously, and her bank account was long depleted. She had only a few thousand left on her credit card. With the expenditure reaching into the tens of thousands, she simply could not cover it all. Nor did she wish to bear the entire burden alone. I don't have that much money on me. Let us all chip in for now, and once we contact Chu Qiu, I'll return the funds to you. Liniran addressed her classmates and friends. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhang Meiqi and the others became displeased. Aran, this isn't right, is it? You went on a blind date, and we came to support you. How could you expect us to cover the bill? Indeed, it was you who invited us. Not that we insisted on coming, they lamented. Had I known it would turn out this way, I wouldn't have come at all. Exactly. What a disgrace, a group of classmates. Instead of offering assistance, voiced their complaints. Liniran's expression immediately soured. While they had been lively and jovial while eating, their demeanor shifted entirely when she needed them, revealing their true colors. Wang Qian, didn't you pocket that 10,000 yuan in the private room earlier? If you don't want to contribute, then just bring that money out. Yang Wei, Liniran's male best friend, interjected, his displeasure evident. Yet, Wang Qian dismissed him entirely. Who do you think you are? Just because you say so? Her boyfriend chimed in, spitting in disdain. Seriously, a guy actually acting as a female best friend? How disgusting. You bastard. I'll kill you. Yang Wei, already seething with anger, felt humiliated in front of everyone and immediately retaliated, kicking Wang Qian's boyfriend. How dare you kick me? You're asking for death. Wang Qian's boyfriend, caught off guard by the kick, erupted in fury, and soon they were locked in a fierce brawl. Fists flew, and the violence escalated. Fueled by alcohol, their eyes reddened, and no one could intervene. In the end, they resorted to smashing a bottle of Maodai over each other's heads, leaving them bloodied and broken. The plastic bags containing Huazi and Maodai burst. spilling their contents everywhere, much to the amusement of onlookers. Stop fighting. I'll pay. Is that all right? Everyone, cease this madness. Lin Iran exclaimed through gritted teeth, her patience wearing thin as she surveyed the chaotic scene. She then maxed out her credit card, borrowing 70 or 80,000 yuan from various sources, including WeChat loans, just to settle the bill. It was only then that the ruckus finally quieted down. However, the rift among her classmates had become irreparable, and Lin Iran ultimately faced the consequences of her actions, reaping what she had sown. Meanwhile, Chu Qiu lounged in Su Qingya's office, watching the entire debacle unfold on the surveillance footage, reveling in the spectacle, exclaiming, "Serves them right. This is what happens when wickedness meets its match." I trust this lesson will be etched in their memories for a lifetime. It's best to remain grounded in one's conduct. To create such a scene over a blind date, you truly are remarkable. Su Qingya, having witnessed the farce, remarked incredulously, "Thank goodness your identity as a hotel shareholder hasn't been disclosed. Otherwise, the hotel's reputation would be tarnished by your antics." Chu Qiu, bemused, replied, "What have I done? Clearly, I am the victim here, aren't I?" A sigh of melancholy escaped his lips. Chapter 21. Before departure, a frenzied harvest regardless, the blind date saga was now behind them, providing some closure to her mother. It was time for Chu Qiu to embark on his journey to the bustling metropolis. Upon sharing his plans with Su Qingya, she abruptly rose to her feet. "What did you say? You're going to the Magic City? For what reason?" "The hotel is currently thriving with an immense demand for supplies. Who will provide the goods while you're away? If we lack quality supplies at this critical juncture, the hotel's reputation could plummet. Or worse, it could even go under." "No, you cannot leave," Su Qingya insisted, her tone brooking no argument. "You're exaggerating," Chu Qiu retorted, bemused by her reaction. "The hotel was functioning perfectly well before I arrived, but it's different now." Su Qingya shot back, exasperated. "Previously, most of our clientele were locals. Now, a significant portion comes from out of town. We must ensure a steady supply of high-quality goods to cultivate returning customers. Many of these visitors are avid travelers or food bloggers, and their tastes are discerning. If we cater to them well, we'll attract even more tourists to our hotel." "How much supply are we talking about?" "The amount I provided yesterday was sufficient." "Wasn't it?" Chu Qiu inquired. "Absolutely not. The hotel is bustling, and what you provided only covers a day's consumption." "What? It takes that much in a single day? There are indeed a lot of wealthy people." Chu Qiu mused, astonished, having previously perused the menu to gauge the price of wild crabs. To his disbelief, over 100 of them barely sustained the hotel's daily needs, of course, aside from crabs. Various other seafood and river delicacies made up the bulk of the consumption. "I don't care. The wild crabs you provided have been well received by diners, practically becoming the hotel's signature dish. You must ensure a steady supply," Su Qingya asserted, her strong demeanor evident as she shot him a stern look. "Fine, fine. I promise to maintain a stable supply. Before heading to the Magic City, I'll stock up adequately, ensuring the hotel incurs no delays whatsoever." "Is that acceptable?" Chu Qiu replied, half amused. It seemed he would soon be back to the grind. "Are you certain?" Su Qingya questioned skeptically. "I assure you," Chu Qiu affirmed confidently. "Well, that's more like it." Su Qingya finally displayed a satisfied expression. "Do you have any further instructions for me? If not, I'll head back to gather supplies." Chu Qiu responded with a hint of resignation. Su Qingya chuckled lightly. "Go on. I grant you permission." Returning to the village in his eagerness to set off for the Magic City, Chu Qiu headed straight to Wangjiang River to begin his labor. However, this time, the location was quite a distance from the village, surrounded by wilderness and devoid of any nearby settlements. This was a spot he had scouted for an hour, chosen for its isolation, as he intended to create quite a stir without drawing attention. There was also a large pit left by an excavator, situated just over 3 meters from the riverbank, where he could control the water flow, filling it with water to serve as a secret storage base. With a splash, Chu Qiu leaped into the water, and with a mere thought, a massive current surged beneath him, propelling him like a dragon through the surface and plunging into the pit. But that was just the beginning. He summoned his strength, raising his hands, and within a 5-meter radius, the river water began to churn and surge. It was reminiscent of the scene from the legend of the White Snake where water floods Jinshan Temple. The water level rose at an astonishing rate, filling the pit before his very eyes. Satisfied with his work, Chu Chiu smiled, beckoning the water level to recede back to the river's surface, restoring tranquility. He then walked upon the water, and a multitude of fish, shrimp, and crabs were magically drawn to him, swirling around in a dense mass. This time, he exerted his full power, expanding his control over the aquatic realm from 5 meters to 10 meters. A testament to his previous mastery over the pond. The transformation was spectacular. An army of fish and crabs occupied a significant portion of the river's surface, plunging down to a depth of 10 meters, creating a resounding cacophony that sent shivers down his spine. With a wave of his hand, he directed a swarm of fish, carp, crucian carp, silver carp, along with crabs, river shrimp, and even soft-shelled turtles and loaches, into the expansive pit. Instantly, the pit erupted with life, as various fish leaped and splashed, creating a ruckus. This was merely the first wave. Chu Chiu continued to traverse Wangjiang River, repeatedly transporting goods to the pit in this full-throttle endeavor. Within just 2 to 3 hours, the pit was completely filled. Gazing at the brimming pit, a sense of exhilaration surged within Chu Chiu. Though he hadn't kept an exact count, a rough estimation suggested that there were at least 5,000 to 6,000 fish. As for the crabs, his primary focus for storage, there were no less than 50 exceeding half a kilogram. That alone could fetch over 500,000. He could easily buy his father a long-desired Hongqi H9 with that. As for the smaller crabs weighing around 7 to 8 taels, there were also hundreds, while those weighing 5 to 6 taels numbered over 1,000 in total. This venture could yield well over 100,000. A no-risk endeavor indeed. Taking out his phone, Chu Chiu sent Su Qingya a location pin and a voice message. Hurry and send someone over. There's a surprise. It'd be best to send 2 vehicles. Sure enough, upon receiving his location and message, Su Qingya immediately understood, abandoning her hotel duties to rush over with a few well-prepared subordinates. Moments later, Chu Chiu heard the honking of cars. Here, Chu Chiu climbed to a higher spot, waving at the approaching convoy of pickup trucks. Shortly after, several trucks arrived, with Su Qingya's BMW trailing behind. Chu Chiu, where's this surprise you mentioned? As she stepped out of the car, Su Qingya approached him with her enviable figure, her face radiating anticipation. The surprise is all in the pit. Take a look for yourself. Chu Chiu, captivated by her scent, gestured towards the pit. Upon hearing the words, Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, and after a slight hesitation, her gaze shifted towards the large pit, quickly transforming into astonishment. My goodness! How can this puddle be teeming with fish? It's simply overwhelming. How many could there possibly be to fill this entire waterhole to such an extent? The few subordinates accompanying her, noticing her reaction, hastily closed the car doors and rushed over. However, upon witnessing the scene in the waterhole, they too were left utterly astonished. In the expansive pit, an immense multitude of various fish species swarmed together, packed so closely that they resembled woven strands, unable to move an inch. Truly an exaggeration. Chapter 22. Come, greet our mother heavens. Chu Chiu, did you catch all these fish? How on earth did you manage that? After quite some time, Su Qingya still could not contain her surprise. Chu Chiu smiled but said nothing. Instead, he retrieved a large net from the pickup truck and plunged it deep into the pit, bringing up a dozen large crabs. What? There are crabs hiding down there. Just a casual scoop yields so many. How many crabs must be in this waterhole to achieve such a result? This is simply outrageous. The drivers watching Chu Chiu's remarkable feat gaped in astonishment. Chu Chiu set down the net, shook off the water droplets from his hands, and calmly remarked, whether it is exaggerated or not, I cannot say, but there are at least 1,000 crabs in this waterhole, sufficient to last the hotel several days. Then, Chu Chiu turned to Su Qingya, who seemed hesitant to speak, and added, rest assured, every one of these crabs has been caught from the river, guaranteed to be entirely wild. All right, let us begin the gathering. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya ceased her hesitation and immediately commanded, you men, grab 2 more nets and fetch me 100 large crabs. Xiaoli, Xiaohong, bring the scales and prepare to tally them. Sure thing. The group instantly perked up. Catching fish and crabs is a task brimming with endless joy. Countless people at the hotel would eagerly vie for the opportunity. By the way, Chu Chiu, what is the rush to go to Modu? You're not going on another blind date, are you? On the other side? After assigning tasks, Su Qingya inquired of Chu Qiu if there were that many blind dates to attend. I have other matters to deal with in Modu, Chu Chiu replied, somewhat exasperated, just as his phone in his pocket rang again. Sure, keep quiet. I'll take this call. Chu Chiu gestured for Su Qingya to be silent, stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, Mom. It's only 5 o'clock. What brings you to call? The caller was Chu Chiu's mother. Wu Shujuan, don't play coy with me. I want to know what happened with today's blind date. Explain yourself clearly. Why did the girl's family come crying to Aunt Wang, saying you dined and dashed? Such petty behavior. Is that really you? As soon as the call connected, Wu Shujuan launched into a tirade of accusations. I dined and dashed? Mom, you know what kind of person I am, right? She certainly knows how to play the victim. Chu Chiu was at a loss for words. Do you know where I had the blind date with Liniran? A 5-star hotel. One meal could cost my entire year's salary. She even brought along a dozen classmates. Moreover, today's meal totaled over 128,000. I have the receipt saved. What? A meal costing over 10,000. Does she have a whale's appetite? On the other end, Wu Xiujuan's voice rose an octave upon hearing her son's explanation. I knew my son wouldn't behave like that. It turns out that girl is utterly unreasonable. Exactly. Furthermore, throughout the blind date, she and I had no communication at all. It was clearly a pretense to dine lavishly. Not to mention, I didn't dine and dash. According to the split bill, I left her 10,000. Chu Chiu explained helplessly. Wu Shujuan, upon hearing this, became even angrier. Fine. I'll definitely have a word with Aunt Wang. That girl has no shame. Just then, the conversation took a turn. Son, I must apologize for not inquiring thoroughly this time. Rest assured, the future candidates I'll introduce you to will be well vetted. And I've seen their photos. They are suitable for you. How about this? Since the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, I'll pick a date for you two to meet and chat. What? Another blind date? Chu Chiu was utterly speechless. Was there no escape from this fate? Hey, what kind of tone is that? You're already of age. Aren't you thinking of finding a girlfriend and getting married? What do you intend to do? Let me remind you of the 3 unfilial acts. Having no descendants is the gravest. Establishing a family and continuing the lineage is your duty, whether you like it or not. You must engage in these blind dates, Wu Shujuan firmly stated. Hearing his mother's tone, Chu Chiu felt a headache coming on. He had no desire to attend any more blind dates, as he contemplated how to find an excuse to decline. He caught sight of Su Qingya, who was stifling a laugh. Mom, wait a moment. Actually, I already have a girlfriend. Yes, I have a girlfriend. Chu Chiu did not want to be brainwashed by his mother any longer and employed his trump card. As expected, this tactic was remarkably effective. His mother, Wu Shujuan, immediately ceased her lecture, now in a position of curiosity. What did you say? You have a girlfriend? Don't try to deceive me. Do you think I'm easily fooled? Wu Shujuan coldly laughed on the other end. You see, you still don't believe me. I truly have a girlfriend, just that I haven't told you until now. And right now, I am with my girlfriend. ULLC. With that, Chu Chiu turned and held the phone towards Su Qingya. Qingya, come, say hello to my mom. Su Qingya was taken aback. Her eyes blinked involuntarily, with a blank expression of who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Initially, she had been enjoying the unfolding drama between mother and son, even contemplating how to tease Chu Chiu later. However, Chu Chiu's sudden maneuver left her utterly bewildered. Come on, don't just stand there. Quickly greet my mom. Observing Su Qingya's dazed yet adorable expression, Chu Chiu struggled to suppress his laughter, shaking the phone. On the other end, Wu Shujuan suddenly fell silent. It was then Su Qingya realized she had been used as a shield. Yet, before Chu's mother, she could not express her displeasure and simply rolled her eyes dramatically. Now that Chu Chiu is both a major shareholder of the hotel and its most important supplier, their relationship has grown significantly closer. She could only muster the courage to speak into the phone. Hello, Auntie, hello. Wu Shujuan immediately perked up upon hearing the voice but remained cautious. Young lady, you're not trying to deceive me by acting as a cover for Chu Chiu, are you? Not at all, Auntie. I've been with Chu Chiu for over 2 months now, Su Qingya replied calmly. Though her eyes were fixed on Chu Chiu, oh, that's wonderful, Wu Shujuan beamed, but then quickly realized, wait, if he has a girlfriend, why is he still going on blind dates? Su Qingya was caught off guard, unsure how to respond. Chu Chiu was also momentarily stunned, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and interjected. Mom, you should consider your own fierce demeanor. If I had told you I had a girlfriend earlier, you'd have pressured me into marriage and children immediately. I finally found a girlfriend, and I don't want to scare her away. Hey, how can you speak like that? I'm not that. Cough, cough. There are customers in the store. I'll settle this with you later. With that, Wu Xiaojuan hastily hung up the phone. Phew, that was close. I finally dodged a bullet. Chu Qiu put away his phone and let out a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, a fierce gaze from Su Qingya made him feel uneasy. Chu Qiu, Chapter 23. Modu, buying a car. This chapter is a bit glitch, but the response later is quite good. Chu Qiu. Su Qingya's enchanting face was filled with fury, her eyes seemingly ready to devour him. Not far behind her, Xiaoli and Xiaohong, the neighboring sisters, exchanged secretive smiles. Currently, only they knew that Chu Qiu had become a major shareholder of the hotel. They were well aware that the hotel's current transformation was largely due to Chu Qiu's influence, making them among the beneficiaries. In their eyes, the boss and Chu Qiu appeared increasingly well-matched. Now, how do you intend to explain this matter to me? Su Qingya glared at Chu Qiu, her teeth clenched in anger. This was merely a temporary measure, a white lie. Besides, you didn't suffer any losses, did you? Chu Qiu forced a sheepish smile. What do you mean I didn't suffer any losses? What about my reputation? I need to find a boyfriend? Moreover, what if your mother tries to find me again? Su Qingya shot him a sidelong glance, clearly displeased. That is indeed a concern, but never fear. I will resolve it swiftly. Chu Qiu confidently assured her, then tentatively suggested. How about I offer you some compensation? Compensation? Su Qingya shot him a disdainful look. Chu Qiu chuckled mischievously. How about offering myself to you? Get lost. How shameless. Su Qingya retorted, her face flushed. Ha ha ha. Chu Qiu burst into laughter. Time flew by amidst their banter, and before long, over 100 crabs were loaded onto the vehicle, valued at more than 600,000. Additionally, dozens of wild crucian carp, silver carp, and carp were caught, along with a few wild soft-shelled turtles. These purely wild delicacies were inherently expensive, and their rarity, particularly in such large sizes, rendered them immensely valuable in the current market. Su Qingya was generous in her pricing, offering the same rate as last time, which added several tens of thousands to Chu Qiu's earnings. Consequently, the total amount in Chu Qiu's bank account approached 2 million, leaving him elated. Once everything was tidied up, Su Qingya called for someone to take over the water pit, and Chu Qiu bid her farewell. Upon returning home, Chu Qiu first glanced at the pond behind the house, then watered the flourishing vegetable garden before heading inside to pack his luggage. As for the dragon lock well in the yard, Chu Qiu planned to investigate it thoroughly after resigning from his job. Thus, a peaceful night passed. The next morning, Chu Qiu arrived at the train station. Upon seeing the throngs of people at the ticket counter, he frowned at it. Seemed it was time to purchase a car. Previously, financial constraints had hindered him, but now, with 2 million in hand, it would be a disservice to himself to not buy a car after having held a driver's license for 6 years. Once he arrived in the bustling metropolis, he decided to reward himself with a vehicle. And he would also buy one for his father. A smile crept across Chu Qiu's face. His father's old Cherry had been in use for over a decade, and it was high time for an upgrade. Among domestic cars, his father had his eyes set on the Hongqi H9, a model that exuded sophistication and prestige. Driving it would certainly add to his father's stature. Whether he was dropping his mother off at work or going grocery shopping, around 4 in the afternoon, the train arrived. Chu Qiu, pulling his suitcase, gazed at the extravagantly decorated exit of the grand metropolis. Excitement bubbling within him. Due to time constraints, he refrained from immediately informing his parents of his arrival and instead found a nearby hotel to settle his luggage. Afterward, he hopped onto a shared bicycle and rode to a nearby 4S dealership. At this time, his parents were still at work, and their company was far away in the economic development zone, making it impractical to rush over to handle his resignation. He decided to pick up the car today and surprise his parents the next day. The 4S dealership, Chuanxing, specialized in luxury brands from first and second-tier markets. Chu Qiu arrived within minutes on his bicycle. However, as he parked, several salespeople inside began to mock him. In a way, am I seeing this correctly? Someone actually rode a shared bicycle to look at luxury cars. Does he have a misconception about high-end vehicles? Perhaps he mistook an Audi for a Yachty? They speculated that he must have taken a wrong turn while searching for an electric bike. And with a major client scheduled to arrive shortly, they dismissed him. As Chu Qiu entered the store, None of the salespeople bothered to assist him. Standing there, he glanced around, furrowing his brow. Is this how your 4S dealership treats potential customers? Are you no longer interested in making sales? A top-performing salesperson suddenly chuckled, her disdain evident in her gaze. She called out, Xiao Lu, there's someone here looking at cars. You should assist him. Oh, I'm coming, a surprised voice echoed from the lounge. And the young girl hurried out. Her name was Lulu, a relatively new salesperson at Chuanqing 4S. Due to her lack of experience, she had the lowest sales figures in the dealership, often relegated to running errands for the seasoned sales staff. Thank you, Sister Yeya, for looking out for me. However, Lulu didn't mind. She immediately expressed her gratitude upon seeing the girl who had called her. She then approached Chuchio enthusiastically. Hello, sir. I'm delighted to assist you. Which brand of car are you interested in? We have a full range of BBA vehicles and various second-tier luxury brands available. What would you like to see? Hongqi H9, do you have it? Chuchio bypassed the trivial conversation, glancing at the salesperson named Yeya. The feeling of being looked down upon was quite displeasing to him. Hongqi? Lulu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting someone of Chuchio's age to choose a model like the Hongqi H9. Yes, we have it. This way, please. Lulu quickly regained her composure and led Chuchio to the display of the Hongqi H9. Currently, we have 5 configurations of the Hongqi H9 in our dealership, but the only one available for immediate purchase is the top-tier 4-seat version. It was reserved by a client, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they forfeited the deposit and the vehicle is now available. As they approached the car, Chuchio's eyes lit up at the sight of the top-tier 4-seat Hongqi H9. The two-tone body, sleek design, an oversized grille exuded a sense of grandeur. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an abundance of wooden accents, dual-tone leather, and ambient lighting, rivaling the luxury of a Mercedes. Chuchio thought that if age and experience were disregarded, any man who laid eyes on this vehicle would undoubtedly be enamored. I'll take it, Chuchio decisively declared. You really want to buy this top-tier model? Lulu looked perplexed, her words stumbling. This car is top-tier, priced over $50,000 on the lot, and if there are no discounts, it would exceed $60,000 on the road. Are you not considering any other configurations? Lulu spoke in disbelief. Typically, younger buyers opted for entry-level models and were often picky, trying out various options. Unlike Chuchio's straightforwardness, no need to consider. I want this one, Chuchio insisted, waving his hand. Go get the contract. I'll stay here and take a look at the car. Okay. Please take your time. I'll fetch the contract right away. Lulu was overjoyed, practically dancing as she rushed into the sales hall, exclaiming, A sale has been made. A sale has been made. That gentleman just reserved a car. Oh, who would have thought? Lingyu scoffed. You got lucky. Which entry-level model did he choose? Hongqi H9. But it's not an entry-level model. He wants the top-tier one available. Lu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I'm going to get the contract for him now. This is my biggest sale in half a year. Top-tier Hongqi H9? Wait a moment. Upon hearing about the top-tier model, Lingyu's expression changed dramatically as she called out to Lulu. This vehicle would cost over $60,000 on the road, and the commission would be substantial. She couldn't believe she had misjudged the situation, but she had her tricks up her sleeve. What's wrong, Sister Yeya? Lulu paused to inquire. Go pour a cup of tea for that gentleman. I'll bring the contract over for you. Lingyu flicked her hair back, displaying a hint of seductive charm as she confidently walked away for the contract. But he's clearly my customer, Lu protested. But Lingyu had already made her move, taking the contract without a second thought. Meanwhile, the other salespeople, upon realizing that Chuchio was genuinely buying a car, especially a high-end one worth over $60,000, felt a wave of regret wash over them. On the other hand, Chuchio thoroughly examined the Hongqi H9, having found another car that suited him, just as he was about to test drive it when he spotted Lingyu approaching with the contract. His brow furrowed as he remarked, Why is it you? What happened to the other salesperson? Lingyu laughed charmingly. Handsome, young high-income individuals like you are our main clientele. Our manager instructed us not to neglect you. Lulu is new and lacks experience, so I was sent to assist you. Lingyu added, her tone suggestive, clearly hinting at a personal service. Oh, in that case, please bring the previous salesperson back to me. Chuchio coolly stated, instantly causing Lingyu's smile to falter. He had seen the contempt in her eyes earlier. Now that she realized he was wealthy, she was eager to please him for a commission. Dream on, handsome, you're quite the jokester. Ling Yu forced a smile, clearly reluctant to concede. However, Chu Qiu showed no patience for her and coldly stated, "Do I look like I'm joking? I'm giving you two options. Either fetch that other girl, or I leave this dealership." A salesperson, taking credit for someone else's sale while looking down on the buyer, deserved to be reprimanded. Did you build this car, or is this dealership yours? If you have the capability, then don't accept commissions, Chu Qiu scathingly retorted. Chapter 24. Going into the sea. Hearing Chu Qiu's unrelenting critique, Ling Yu stood frozen, her face shifting from red to pale. Her fingers trembled, yet she dared not utter a word in response. Such individuals, who look down on buyers while benefiting from their purchases, deserve to feel humiliated. Chu Qiu, disinterested in further engagement, opened the door of a BMW X6 and slid into the plush interior. The imposing vehicle, complemented by its large wheels and sharp exterior, exuded an aura of athleticism blended with dominance, instantly captivating Chu Qiu. As Lu approached with a tray of tea, Chu Qiu inquired directly, "Is there a BMW X6 available for immediate purchase?" Lu, momentarily taken aback, responded, "You wish to buy a BMW X6? What about the Hongqi H9? Have you decided against it?" "The Hongqi H9 was a gift from my father. This BMW X6 is for my own use," Chu Qiu clarified. "By the way, I want the top configuration for the BMW X6. Heavens." Just as Ling Yu was about to turn and leave, upon hearing that Chu Qiu intended to purchase a BMW X6, and a fully loaded one at that, she felt a wave of regret wash over her, her expression contorting in dismay. The two vehicles, a Hongqi H9 and a BMW X6, both top tier, totaled a staggering sum of 1,600,000 to 700,000. All this because she had underestimated him, thus missing out on such a lucrative deal. She felt an urge to slap herself in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu was practically bouncing with joy, bowing and expressing gratitude to Chu Qiu, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Overall, the subsequent car purchasing process was exceedingly pleasant. A slight disappointment lingered, however, as there were no BMW X6s in stock, necessitating a wait of a few days. With all formalities completed, Chu Qiu contentedly drove his father's Hongqi H9 onto the road, not back to the hotel, but towards the long-anticipated seaside adventure. With the Hongqi H9 cruising and cheerful music playing, Chu Qiu traveled for 2 hours on the highway, finally arriving at a bustling seaside fishing village named Wangjing Village. He had visited this vibrant locale during a company trip in the past. Wangjing Village boasted delectable cuisine, pristine beaches, verdant islands, and private fishing boats and yachts available for rent, making it a well-known destination for tourists year-round. After parking the car and entering Wangjing Village, night had fallen. Yet this was when the true nightlife began. Illuminated by a dazzling array of lights, the village thrummed with life. Crowds mingled, bonfires crackled, and barbecues sizzled. Chu Qiu immersed himself in the exuberant atmosphere, enjoying drinks and revelry to his heart's content. However, after feasting and drinking, he found his gaze drifting towards the distant sea, his heart stirring with excitement. An uncontainable thrill surged through him, and he sensed the energy of the dragon essence within him awakening. The humidity in the vicinity intensified noticeably. Without further delay, he made his way to the fishing dock in Wangjing Village. At this hour, it was already past midnight, yet the dock remained bustling with activity, filled with tourists and couples selecting yachts to rent for a night on the water. However, Chu Qiu sought not a yacht, but a fishing boat. Yachts, catering solely to recreational use, charged exorbitant fees, thousands for just a few hours, while fishing boats were far more affordable, costing merely over 20,000 for a month's rental. Upon arriving at the rental area, Chu Qiu scanned the surroundings and spotted a relatively new, small fishing boat, approximately 14 to 15 meters in length. "Hey there, young man. Are you looking to rent a fishing boat?" The manager approached him, inquiring with interest. "Indeed, I wish to experience the thrill of fishing. How do I go about renting that new small fishing boat?" Chu Qiu smiled and asked. "For a small fishing boat, the monthly rate is 22,000, but if you rent by the day, it's pricier, 1,000 per day." The manager replied readily. "We also provide various tools, such as nets, crab traps, and so forth, though bait must be purchased separately." "Sounds good," Chu Qiu nodded, then inquired about some additional details. Since he lacked a team and had no experience operating a fishing boat, he also arranged for a captain and 2 crew members to assist him with the rental. Their wages were settled daily, 300 for the captain and 200 for each crew member. Including the cost of bait, he anticipated spending around 2,000 in total. Next came the exhilarating moment, boarding, unfurling the sails, and setting out to sea. As the engine of the fishing boat roared to life, it gradually ventured into the ocean. That precise moment of entry, Chuchio felt the dragon essence within him surge with energy, producing an almost imperceptible sound akin to a dragon's roar. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of aquatic energy surged towards him, enveloping the boat in dense mist, causing the water levels nearby to spike abruptly, rocking the vessel violently. "What on earth is happening?" exclaimed the captain and crew, startled by the sudden rise in water levels and the inexplicable fog enveloping the sea. They had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon in their years at sea. Taken aback by the extraordinary occurrence, Chuchio swiftly quelled the dragon essence's tumultuous energy. Yet, almost immediately, he felt a fierce energy surging back into his body, causing an explosive sensation throughout him, dramatically amplifying his strength. Fortunately, given the boat's considerable length, the captain and crew remained oblivious to the commotion, or it would have certainly caused alarm. The mist, as swiftly as it had arrived, dissipated. The captain and crew, though bewildered, did not dwell on the strange events. The boat's speed increased, and beneath the night sky, the sea shimmered invitingly, the rhythmic sound of waves uplifting their spirits. Regrettably, the nearshore resources were severely depleted. With Chuchio's enhanced underwater vision, bolstered by the recent surge of energy, he could easily see hundreds of meters down, yet despite the vastness of the ocean, he had not spotted even the smallest school of fish after traveling 700 or 800 meters. "Boss, there's no need to keep looking. Unless we venture several kilometers out, you won't see any fish, not even shrimp or crabs," the two crew members stated, observing Chuchio's expression as he shook his head. "Masters, how far do you estimate it is to the nearest island?" Chuchio inquired, eager to spend the night on the island and seize the opportunity to explore the depths of the sea. "If it's an ordinary reef island, perhaps just 1,000 meters more. However, those reefs are small and quite low, making them unsafe. To reach a proper island, at our current speed, it should take about 2 hours." They replied in unison. "Very well, then let us cast a few nets and rest on the sea when we tire," Chuchio suggested with a smile, focusing his sight on searching for fish and shrimp. The two crew members exchanged glances, shaking their heads with amusement. To catch anything valuable in just 7 or 8 meters of shallow water would be a stroke of luck indeed. However, just as they shared a laugh, Chuchio's eyes suddenly sparked with excitement. Chapter 25. Shallow Waters, the first net bursts with life shrimp. Indeed, Chuchio had spotted shrimp. With his significantly enhanced vision, the shallow sea floor, merely 7 or 8 meters deep, appeared to him like a radar screen. Seeing a handful of shrimp was entirely unremarkable, yet what caught his attention was a considerable number. Indeed, he was right. Just 20 meters to the left of the fishing boat, in a patch of fractured coral, lay a vast congregation of shrimp moving in swarms, resembling an army of ants on the march. Among them were a group of translucent, palm-sized prawns, dawn shrimp, these densely packed. Swarming shrimp were none other than the renowned eastern king prawn, one of the 8 culinary treasures of the sea. This species requires pristine water conditions for survival, making it difficult to cultivate artificially, and only pure wild specimens can attain such size, fetching prices ranging from 8 to 50 yuan per jin. In a wonder, Chuchio's eyes lit up. Discovering such a massive school of king prawns in the shallow waters was undeniably thrilling. "Captain, please steer left. I wish to cast my net 10 meters to the left and encircle them," Chuchio exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. The captain chuckled, clearly thinking it was a waste of time and effort. "All right, you're the boss. I'll follow your lead." The captain reluctantly turned the boat and accelerated, while the two crew members grasped the encircling net, ready to spring into action at Chuchio's command. In no time, they reached the designated distance. Chuchio shouted, "Masters, begin casting the net." "Captain, accelerate towards the left front for 20 meters to create a circle. Stop." Watching as the encircling net formed a large circle, encompassing all the shrimp, a satisfied smile spread across Chuchio's face. As the net sank to the ocean floor, he turned to the crew with a grin. "Gentlemen, it's time to pull in the net." "Already? We just cast it." The crew members, who had barely taken a few puffs from their cigarettes, looked taken aback and slightly displeased. Was this just a joke? However, acknowledging that they were being paid by Chu Chiu. They reluctantly grasped the net ropes and began to haul it in. They believed this cast would yield no catch, so they had not even brought a bucket. Yet, as the net neared the surface, they suddenly froze. Based on their experience and the sensation, they could tell that the net was indeed moving with life. It is unlikely that a blind cat would stumble upon a dead mouse. Surely, a school of fish has swum into the net, hasn't it? However, that seems improbable, as these shallow waters have long been stripped bare. Even if there were an occasional school of fish, it would be nothing more than a meager gathering of smaller varieties. As the two conversed, they continued to haul in the net. Suddenly, the helper closest to the boat exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness! There are shrimp! We actually caught shrimp in this net." The other helper leaned in to take a look, his surprise evident as well. Emerging from the surface of the water, a portion of the net revealed several translucent, grayish shrimp, each measuring about 7 or 8 centimeters. Incredible! There really are shrimp? Are those big prawns? And we've only just begun to pull the net. With renewed vigor, the two helpers quickened their pace. Excitement surged through them as they shouted, "We've got it! We've got more, oh my! There are quite a few. Hurry, fetch a water basin." "All right, I'll grab a basin. You keep pulling. This is our lucky day. What a good omen." Hearing the commotion, the captain couldn't help but approach, astonished at the frequency of prawns appearing in the net. "Wow, are these all prawns? Well done, my friend. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Such fine specimens in these shallow waters are truly rare." Chu Chiu merely smiled, thinking to himself that this was just the beginning. Once the net was fully drawn up, the captain would be in for a surprise. From Chu Chiu's perspective, the farther back he looked, the more large prawns appeared in the net, increasingly dense and larger in size. As expected, with each tug on the net, the vibrations intensified. The helper shouted exuberantly, "Goodness! The tension in the net is growing stronger. We might just have a full catch here." Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he suddenly jolted. "My goodness! So many large prawns! This is definitely going to be a massive haul." The captain and the other helper gasped in unison. They pulled a section of the net above the water. The sight of large prawns, densely packed like grapes, was breathtaking in that single section. There were already at least 40 to 50 large prawns. The rhythm indicated that this was indeed going to be a record catch. "What are you waiting for? Get to work and help." "Oh, yes, quickly, let us all pitch in. These large prawns are valuable. We can't let them die. This is definitely going to be a massive haul. We've only pulled in about 5 meters of net, and there are already over 100 large prawns. There must be plenty more behind." The two, brimming with excitement, hurriedly lent a hand in no time at all. One basin was filled to the brim. When weighed, it came to a staggering 28 pounds. Even at the lowest market price of 80 per pound, that amounts to over $2,000. It's worth noting that most fishermen barely earn back their fuel costs after a day at sea. Moreover, it was evident that the quality and size of these large prawns would likely fetch at least $100 a pound. And no wonder they were so exhilarated. To have such a remarkable catch just 1,000 meters offshore was truly extraordinary. Pull quickly. There's more. Let us take a look. There's even more this time. My goodness, we're going to strike it rich. Hurry and grab a larger basin. The smaller ones won't suffice, Captain. Come help us. These prawns will perish if they thrash around in the net for too long, and if they die, the price will drop. The captain called out to Chu Chiu. "That's all right. I'll help." Chu Chiu chuckled, feeling elated as he joined in. After all, actively participating was a significant part of the joy of being out at sea. Observing Chu Chiu's nimble assistance, the captain regarded him with newfound respect. Initially, the three had been skeptical about Chu Chiu's decision to cast the net, believing it was a waste of energy and time. Yet reality had proven them wrong in this shallow area. Casting the net had yielded an extraordinary catch on the first try. They could hardly deny it. Incredible. These are premium large prawns. Suddenly, one of the helpers shouted, hastening his movements. The captain and the other helper were taken aback. "What? Premium large prawns? Is that for real? Let me see." "Indeed, it is. Look at their size. They are exceptional, absolutely exceptional. Each one is larger than a palm, with the smallest measuring at least 18 centimeters. Pull faster. We're on the verge of a fortune. My goodness, the more we pull, the more there are. This is truly a record catch. This is, without a doubt, the most premium large prawns I've ever seen in my lifetime. There must be at least 200 to 300 of them. Indeed, this is extraordinary. On average, 8 of them weigh a pound. If these make it to shore, the fishmongers will surely bid aggressively for them. Quick, let us grab another basin. We need to separate these premium large prawns. Be careful, they're quite precious. The group erupted in excited chatter, and Chuchio joined in, overjoyed. Chapter 26. This net is worth 50,000. As they continued to pull in the net, the 2 helpers and the captain grew increasingly ecstatic and animated. The large prawns caught in the net showed no sign of diminishing. Rather, they became more densely packed. This was the real deal, a record catch. Even Chuchio was filled with exhilaration. Witnessing the haul was a joy beyond compare. After what felt like an eternity, they finally pulled up the entire length of the net. Countless basins brimmed with wriggling prawns. The 4 of them spent over half an hour sorting through the bountiful catch and placing all the large prawns into the water tanks. Among them, there were 323 premium large prawns. Averaging 8 to 1 pound, that amounted to approximately 41 pounds. Even without factoring in the fishmongers' bidding wars, they would fetch a minimum of $160 per pound. Altogether, that's over $6,000. The other 3 fishermen couldn't help but feel envy. Boss, this net is truly a stroke of genius, the captain remarked, giving a thumbs up. We don't know what lies ahead. But just from this haul, it's worth at least $50,000. Absolutely. This trip to sea has already proven itself worthwhile, thanks to this first net. Indeed, boss, we're in awe of your luck. To find such a bountiful catch in the shallow waters with just a single net. Whatever you say next, we're all ears. Indeed, out at sea, experience can often be unreliable. It's all about luck in these vast waters. Yes, we trust your judgment. The captain and the 2 helpers patted their chests, their excitement palpable. Their gazes toward Chuchio had transformed. They were filled with admiration and enthusiasm, hoping for him to continue his lucky streak. Each time they encountered such fortune, they often received generous tips. In fact, some generous patrons would offer tips that exceeded their wages. All right then, let us tidy up and prepare for the next haul. Chuchio was equally pleased, especially at the sight of the premium large prawns. Truth be told, he had never tasted such high-quality prawns in his life. They were expensive, and in other places, they were nearly impossible to find. Almost as soon as they reached shore, they were snatched up by locals. Many wealthy individuals only tasted prawns that had been farmed in coastal waters, which paled in comparison to the wild catch. Let us go, the captain called out cheerfully as the fishing boat set sail once more. The 2 helpers were busy managing the net, their eyes occasionally glancing toward Chuchio, ever ready to drop the net again. It was clear that they were now looking to Chuchio for guidance. After traveling several hundred meters, the 2 helpers, observing Chuchio's calm demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, Boss, when will we drop the net? I am starting to feel a bit anxious. Yes, boss, your luck is exceptional. We're all waiting for your cue, the other chimed in. Patience is key. Dropping the net requires a certain intuition. I don't quite feel the urge yet. Chuchio chuckled, noting their impatience. After traveling several hundred meters, the water deepened gradually, and he spotted numerous schools of fish. However, they were mostly sardines, small fish, and ribbonfish, nothing he deemed worthy of pursuit. Given the limited space in the boat's hold, he was determined to wait for only the finest catch. Captain, increase the speed. I have a feeling that luck may await us 1,000 meters ahead, Chuchio encouraged, hoping to maintain their spirits. All right, we've been waiting for your word, the captain replied eagerly, increasing the throttle. The 2 helpers visibly perked up, their spirits lifted. Against the waves, the fishing boat surged forward swiftly, the sound of the water echoing for quite a distance. Soon, they had traveled over 1,000 meters, and the seabed gradually deepened. Indeed, at this depth, the quantity and quality of the marine life were markedly superior. A pristine coral reef began to appear beneath the surface, teeming with a kaleidoscope of colorful fish darting about, a truly delightful sight. Chuchio soon discovered a target that stirred his heart. Masters, prepare yourselves. This time we shall not deploy the net, but rather set crab traps. Set crab traps? The 2 assistants were taken aback. Indeed, how many crab traps have we brought aboard? Do we have 50? Chuchio inquired with a smile. Exactly 50, but are we really going to set crab traps? Absolutely, and we will set all 50 traps. With a vigorous wave of his hand, a glimmer of excitement graced his face. For beneath their vessel, in the sandy depths, lay a congregation of large, orange-red patterned crabs. Nestled within the sediment, a rough estimation revealed there to be 300 to 400 of them. These were genuine wildflower crabs, their flavor rivaling that of freshwater hairy crabs. However, due to their growth in the bounteous ocean, they tended to be larger, often reaching a pound in weight. Consequently, their market value fell short compared to that of hairy crabs. While a pound of flower crabs might fetch 300 to 400, a single hairy crab could command over 10,000 yuan. Yet, the sheer size of these crabs was impressive. Each exceeded a pound, potentially bringing in tens of thousands. Chu Qiu had not yet reached a point where he could dismiss such sums. So he certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. All right, we shall follow your lead. After their initial surprise, the two assistants wasted no time in placing the prepared bait into the traps. Under Chu Qiu's guidance, they commenced setting the traps. Once positioned, they would wait for the bait's alluring scent to attract the crabs, leading them into the traps, a lengthy endeavor. Thus, fishermen typically set their crab traps and prepared their buoys. Returning the next day to retrieve them, Chu Qiu and his crew followed suit, setting the buoys before departing. However, after just a few hundred meters, Chu Qiu spotted another school of fish worth pursuing. This time, he could not identify the species, as the ocean presented an overwhelming variety. Yet, the size of the fish was substantial, each appearing to weigh around 10 pounds. Considering their size, Chu Qiu decided they were certainly worth the effort. Without hesitation, he called out to the two assistants. Masters, prepare to cast the net. Captain, increase speed and charge forward. Await my command, then turn right. Understood. The captain, exhilarated, suddenly accelerated. As the fishing vessel closed in on the fish, Chu Qiu shouted to the assistants. Quickly, cast the net. Hurry. The captain promptly turned right. Yes, yes. Advance 5 more meters. Now veer left and encircle. Good. Accelerate. Accelerate. Yes, encircle. Chapter 27. The 200,000 yuan fish with Chu Qiu's directions. The captain skillfully maneuvered the vessel in a circle, bringing it to a steady halt, splashing waves high into the air. Observing the scene, Chu Qiu immediately shouted, Masters, quickly reel in the net. We were just waiting for your word. Old Zhang, the assistant, hastily prepared a large fish basin, exclaiming, I sense a bountiful catch today. The assistant, holding the net rope, was visibly excited, feeling large catches thrashing against the net. Even with a glance, one could see the rope vibrating vigorously. Could it be another net explosion? Old Zhang, laughing heartily, rushed over with the fish basin, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Just then, a loud splash erupted as a large fish emerged from the net. It was a massive fish, dark in color, adorned with shades of gray-brown and purple-green, a pale gray belly, and a spiny back. Its broad, curved belly and fish body were comparable in length to an arm. It weighed at least 27 or 28 pounds. Upon surfacing, the assistant pulling the net shouted, Holy cow, a wild rice fish. It's a wild rice fish. What a giant. It's close to 30 pounds. What is it? Rice fish? Old Zhang and the captain couldn't contain their excitement, craning their necks to peer beneath the boat. Indeed, it's a rice fish. Such a hefty creature, surely around 30 pounds. The boss is incredibly lucky. Quick, pull it up. It's strong. Don't let it escape the net. Rice fish? Chu Qiu was bewildered, questioning how such a creature bore any resemblance to rice. Ha ha ha. The captain, noticing Chu Qiu's puzzled expression, chuckled. Boss, you must be confused by the name. This fish is actually called a mackerel. The pronunciation of mackerel is somewhat similar to rice, and over time, people started calling the large mackerel rice fish. This rice fish is among China's top 10 prized fish species. The gelatin found within it holds significant nutritional and medicinal value, aiding in stomach health, skin care, anti-aging, ovarian support, alleviating constipation, and improving sleep. So, does this mean rice fish is expensive? Chu Qiu's eyes lit up. Quite so. The captain replied, wild rice fish weighing around 5 pounds goes for 130 yuan per pound, while those between 5 and 10 pounds fetch 160 yuan per pound. For fish exceeding 10 pounds, due to the increased gelatin content, the price skyrockets to 300 yuan per pound. Such a high price? Chu Qiu was overjoyed, astonished that his impromptu decision had led to such a windfall. Oh, another one is surfacing. Look, this one is also substantial. It must weigh at least 20 pounds. Incredible. The boss's luck is unmatched. Just these two rice fish alone would yield over 15,000 yuan. The captain and old Zhang hurried to assist, their faces alight with excitement and envy. This money is coming in effortlessly. Quick, pull it up. I sense there are many more, as the net rope is still trembling. Could it be we've stumbled upon a school of rice fish? If that's the case, we might hit the jackpot. The three exchanged enthusiastic glances as they scanned the water. Indeed, shortly after their words, the surface erupted once more, and more large fish leapt from the water. Incredible! More fish are surfacing, and three at once. Each one is massive. We are truly in for a fortune. Yet, this was merely the beginning point. One by one, large rice fish seemed to emerge without restraint, each weighing over 10 pounds, the smallest among them still tipping the scales at 5 or 6 pounds. At this moment, the trio found themselves at a loss for eloquent words, their exclamations reduced to mere astonished gasps. Chu Qiu joined in the fray, drenched in the splashes of seawater, each cell in his body brimming with the joy of the harvest. Once the netting concluded, the group collapsed onto the deck, lighting cigarettes in exhaustion. The captain remarked, "Damn it, this has been the most exhilarating outing in 3 months. 2 sets of nets, both overflowing. It's truly exhilarating." Indeed, that largest rice fish weighed in at 35 pounds. The force of its tail against my arm was something most could not withstand. Old Zhang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, gestured animatedly. It has been ages since I encountered such top-quality seafood. Just that 35-pound rice fish alone is worth over 10,000. Yes, this outing has reignited my spirit, the 3 men said, casting envious glances at Chu Qiu. Although the quantity caught was not a true net explosion, merely over 40 fish, their weight and value far surpassed that of a typical haul of shrimp, with at least 20 rice fish weighing over 10 pounds. They totaled over 400 pounds. According to market prices, rice fish exceeding 10 pounds sell for 300 yuan per pound. That amounts to over 120,000 yuan. Furthermore, 2 particularly large fish weighed in at 29 and 35 pounds respectively, totaling 19,200 yuan. If they could keep them alive until reaching shore, it would easily surpass 20,000 yuan. The remaining 20 fish, with 13 weighing under 10 pounds, could be sold at 160 yuan per pound, totaling 110.5 pounds, valued at over 17,000 yuan. The final 7 or 8 fish, each around 10 to 15 pounds, weighed in at 104 pounds, worth over 31,000 yuan. Thus, the total value of Chu Qiu's netted catch approached 200,000 yuan, 200,000. That was an amount that would take years of hard labor in a factory to earn. Yet here it was, effortlessly amassed in a single haul. "Boss, could you save our contact number? We'd love to join you again in Wangjing Village for another outing." Old Zhang, his eyes glimmering with envy, quickly approached Chu Qiu, offering a cigarette in a bid for favor. "Sure, I'll save one. Next time I return, I'll seek you out. But I don't smoke." Chu Qiu chuckled, declining the cigarette and instead requesting the 3 men's numbers. Since he planned to remain in the magical city for several days, he would undoubtedly venture out to sea more than once. Keeping their numbers handy would be convenient for future excursions. The 3 men, seeing Chu Qiu's amiable demeanor, could not hide their joy. "All right, I've saved your numbers. Let us rest here on the water." Chu Qiu glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. He needed to return early the next day to resign from his job. So they wouldn't reach the island today. Deciding to let them rest, he planned to discreetly return to the sea once they fell asleep. "Huh? We're resting already?" The captain was taken aback. He hadn't yet satisfied his thrill. "Yes, boss, it's only 3 in the morning. We rested during the day, so we're not tired yet. Right? Let us cast a few more nets. I haven't felt this exhilarated in years." Old Zhang and the other 2 assistants eagerly chimed in. Chapter 28. A pair of exquisite lobsters, however. Chu Qiu shook his head. "Let's call it a day. I have matters to attend to early tomorrow morning and need to return for a while. You all should take a few hours to rest. After 6 or 7 o'clock, we will head out to retrieve the crab traps. I have a strong feeling that we might catch quite a number of crabs this time. Remember, binding crabs is a labor-intensive task, so rest up." With a wave of his hand, Chu Qiu signaled the end of their activities. The trio, upon hearing this, reluctantly acquiesced. Yet soon after, they began to anticipate the crab traps with eager excitement. With such expectations, the 3 quickly drifted into slumber. At this moment, after a long wait, Chu Chiu could no longer contain his excitement and prepared to venture into the sea. To avoid waking the others, he approached the side of the boat. With a mere thought, a silent column of water erupted from the surface, enveloping Chu Chiu as he descended into the depths. Upon entering the underwater realm, Chu Chiu found himself surrounded by the icy embrace of the sea, a sensation akin to returning home. This feeling enveloped him, soothing his body and mind, reminiscent of a lover's gentle caress. He then relinquished the restraint of the dragon's inner core. Instantly, a terrifying aura awakened from the depths, sending all marine life within several thousand meters into a frenzied retreat, trembling in the in that fleeting moment, even within the expanse of tens of thousands of meters. The ocean seemed to fall silent, the very waters ceased their movement. Yet, none noticed this, not even Chu Chiu himself. In his perception, the dragon's inner core had transformed into an insatiable black void, voraciously consuming the energy of the ocean. This process continued unabated for a full hour. Strangely, the inner core did not provide any energy feedback. It seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, devoid of any presence or motion. Were it not for Chu Chiu's ability to introspect, he might have believed the inner core had vanished from his body. Feeling a slight concern, he tested his control over the water and found his abilities intact, which eased his mind. He then began to meander through the ocean floor. Clusters of vibrant coral reefs emerged before his eyes, their beauty enhanced by a myriad of colorful fish darting about, a truly breathtaking sight. Chu Chiu also encountered several East Star groupers, their bodies a stunning shade of pink adorned with dense starry patterns, reminiscent of a night sky draped upon them, truly magnificent. No wonder these fish are exorbitantly priced, valued at over 1,000 yuan per pound, for they are simply exquisite. Furthermore, their meat is incredibly tender, ranking among the finest seafood. However, Chu Chiu refrained from capturing them, as he knew it would be difficult to explain their presence later. There were also countless beautiful shelled mollusks on the seabed, each more alluring than the last: tiger clams, white jade shells, luminous shells, pig ear shells, sea snails, seven-pointed shells, and conchs, all resplendent in their colors. Even as a man, Chu Chiu found himself captivated. He resolved to return and select some beautiful shells and conchs to bring back for Su Qingya. Chu Chiu's eyes sparkled. These treasures would surely delight any woman. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered over 200 meters, encountering numerous remarkable finds, yet all were unsuitable for transport. It was not until he approached a massive underwater reef that he finally found an opportunity. There, on the edge of the reef, he spotted a magnificent lobster adorned in vibrant armor, exuding an air of majesty. Having supplemented his knowledge of marine life, Chu Chiu immediately recognized it as the renowned Chinese exquisite lobster. In ancient times, it bore the nickname Divine Lobster. A passage in the Taiping County Annals documented, in the first year of the Song Tiansheng era, during the Northern Song dynasty, fishermen discovered one in the sea, measuring over 3 feet in length, with claws about 2 inches wide, adorned with over a foot of red antennae, and a head resembling a measuring vessel, with dual eyes and 12 legs. Its pattern akin to that of tigers and leopards. It was of various vibrant colors, and its formidable size was particularly striking, thus named Divine Lobster. This indicates that even in ancient times, this creature was already quite famous. Of course, the reputation of the Divine Lobster was well earned. It is extraordinarily expensive. A larger specimen can cost more than what some people earn in a lifetime. I recall a lobster featured in the news in 2019, measuring 1.2 meters from antennae to tail and weighing 4.5 pounds, with an estimated market price of around 400,000 yuan. The one nestled within the crevices of the rocks, while not quite 1.2 meters, was close to 1 meter long. Selling it for 20 to 30,000 yuan was certainly feasible. This was truly a lucrative find. Filled with excitement, Chu Chiu moved forward. Gripping the edge of the massive reef, with his newfound strength, he felt capable of displacing the several thousand pounds of rock with ease. With a mighty effort, his eyes glinting with determination, the water erupted as he forcefully lifted the enormous rock. A torrent of mud and sand surged, clouding the ocean floor. Get away! As the mud and sand swirled around him, Chu Chiu was like a primordial deity rising from the sea, roaring as he hurled the massive rock aside. Instantly, a wave of mud mixed with water surged for dozens of meters, resembling a startled mud dragon. The lobster, startled by the commotion, flicked its tail, attempting to flee. However, Chu Chiu was swifter. His arm shot out like a bolt of lightning, capturing it in his grasp, and no matter how it struggled, his 5 fingers remained as immovable as mountains. Soon, the lobster resigned itself to its fate. Ha ha, worth 20 to 30,000. That is enough to buy a car for mom. Chu Chiu laughed heartily, clutching the lobster as he turned to ascend to the surface. Just at that moment, his keen eyesight caught sight of 2 slightly swaying antennae. These antennae emerged from another, more concealed crevice in the rocks, barely protruding by less than a centimeter, their tips blending seamlessly with the rocks. Discovering them was exceedingly difficult. Yet, at that moment, they made a slight movement, and Chu Chiu's keen perception captured the moment. With a smile, he turned back, leaning down to peer into the rock crevice, and his smile widened even further. There was another exquisite lobster, unmistakably. Moreover, judging by its size, it was merely 4 or 5 centimeters smaller than the one he held. It seemed these 2 lobsters were a pair. I can't bear to separate you two. With a mischievous grin, Chu Chiu repeated his earlier actions, capturing it as well, bringing them together. With this, the funds for his father's car were assured. Emerging from the sea, Chu Chiu glanced at the 3 on the boat, who were soundly asleep. He chose not to disturb them, instead focusing his attention on locating the buoy marking where they had set the crab traps. Soon, he spotted the target and made his way through the waves. Upon reaching the buoy, Chu Chiu dove back under the water, placing the exquisite lobsters into the crab traps. This way, when they pulled up the traps, everything would remain perfectly explained. It was flawless. Chapter 29. The bounty of a pair of lobsters. The following morning, a radiant sun rose from the horizon of the sea. Chu Chiu opened his sleepy eyes. At this time, fishing boats and yachts began to return to shore in the distance. Chu Chiu got up to check on the live shrimp and fish in the holding tank. He noticed that although they had not perished, they appeared somewhat lethargic, moving sluggishly. Observing this, Chu Chiu focused his thoughts, and the dragon's inner core emitted a pulse of energy that circulated through the water tank, refining the seawater into spiritual water. Almost visibly, the previously listless shrimp and fish suddenly sprang to life, as if rejuvenated, eagerly consuming the spiritual water. Particularly, the 2 largest fish became vibrant and energetic, causing a splash in the water tank that startled the captain and crew, who turned to look. Are you all awake? How was your rest? Seeing the 3 awake, Chu Chiu left the water tank and stepped onto the deck. The 2 helpers felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing him, realizing they had slept soundly while their boss had not. We had a splendid rest. This is the most peaceful sleep I've experienced in years of going out to sea, the captain replied with a smile, easing the tension. Well then, since everyone is well rested, it's time to get to work. Chu Chiu clapped his hands. Boss, are we going to collect the crab traps? One of the helpers eagerly inquired. Indeed, it has been several hours. We should be able to gather them now. Upon hearing this, the 2 helpers' faces lit up with excitement and anticipation. Let us return and collect the crab traps. The captain laughed heartily, steering the fishing boat back in the direction they had come. Chu Chiu stood on the deck, welcoming the brisk sea breeze with a smile. Soon, the fishing boat arrived at the location where they had set the traps. Observing the buoy bobbing with the waves, Old Zhang rubbed his hands together and said, Old Wang, how many crabs do you think we'll catch this time? Old Wang pondered for a moment before responding, given the boss's luck, we should be in for a haul of 70 or 80 crabs. Well, 70 or 80 is indeed quite a catch. Typically, if we get 20 or so in shallow waters, that is considered a good haul. Old Zhang nodded in agreement with a grin. After anchoring the boat, Old Wang eagerly began to pull the buoy aboard, wrapping the main line around the small winch in preparation for retrieving the crab traps. It's quite simple to pull up the traps since they are all connected by a main line. Just winding the line properly allows them to come up together, creaking and clanking. With the operation of the winch, the first crab trap was swiftly drawn up from the depths in the crab trap. A dozen or so large, patterned crabs, each the size of a soup bowl, scuttled about, their claws snapping, evoking an exhilarating thrill. Upon witnessing the bounty within the trap, the worker, Old Wang, could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, Wow! Flower crabs, wild large flower crabs, incredible! This first trap has yielded a dozen of them. It seems we are on the verge of striking it rich. Moreover, these specimens are simply impeccable, each weighing over a pound. Old Zhang, equally animated, rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Boss, your luck is truly unparalleled. Such prime specimens of flower crabs are sold individually, each fetching 300 to 400 yuan. Indeed, considering the quality and size. This trap alone could be worth several thousand." The captain cast an envious glance. However, as the crane continued its work, the crabs had yet to be bound when the second trap emerged from the water, revealing yet another dozen large flower crabs. This left the three men utterly astonished. Could it be that we have stumbled upon a crab swarm? At this rate, we might have a trap bursting with crabs, declared old Wang, his disbelief mingled with joy. "Boss, your fortune is simply astonishing." Luck, it seemed, was an innate gift, impossible to refuse. Chu Cho chuckled, envisioning a substantial profit. Instantly, the three men's eyes sparkled with envy. As more traps surfaced, third, fourth, and even more, their astonishment grew. Goodness, is this truly in abundance? Have we truly encountered a crab swarm? A trap bursting with crabs. This is unprecedented in all our years at sea, they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Each trap was filled to the brim, with no less than 3 or 4 crabs, and at times, as many as a dozen. Within a short span, the deck became a lively scene, teeming with unbound crabs, each brandishing their formidable pincers and scuttling about. Several times, they found themselves pinched, grimacing in pain yet laughing heartily in the end. A crab swarm of this magnitude was a rare spectacle in their years at sea, and the value of this haul was staggering, tens of thousands of yuan. When old Wang hoisted the final crab trap, discovering a vibrant array of lobsters within, he erupted with excitement. What on earth? Lobsters? Crabs traps filled with lobsters? What? Lobsters in the crab trap? Upon hearing old Wang's exclamation, old Zhang dropped the crab in his hand. Even the seasoned captain could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief, only to be left dumbfounded upon closer inspection. Indeed, they are lobsters, Chinese ornamental lobsters. To find such top-tier goods in a crab trap is nothing short of miraculous. The captain marveled in astonishment. The emergence of lobsters from the crab trap was indeed a rarity at sea. We are going to strike it rich. In this day and age, such sizable lobsters are nearly impossible to come by, each worth a handsome sum. Just these 2 lobsters alone could be valued at 50 to 60,000. Enough to build a small villa in Wangjing village. Old Zhang's face flushed with excitement as he swiftly retrieved the lobsters, inspecting them with awe. Suddenly, the crabs on the deck seemed less appealing. Chu Chio was swept up in their enthusiasm and promised the 3 men 1,000 yuan as a tip. Their excitement surged, and they worked with renewed vigor, completing in half an hour what would have taken an hour under normal circumstances. However, their joy was short-lived as their fingers ached painfully afterward, unable to lift even a finger. Yet, they bore no resentment. Rather, they reminisced fondly about the experience and eagerly assisted Chu Chio in contacting various vendors and nearby restaurant purchasers. "Hello, Boss Zhang. We encountered a great catch today. Would you like to take a look?" Chapter 30. A competitive rush. "Hello, Boss Zhang. We encountered a great catch today. Would you like to take a look?" "A great catch? What kind of catch?" came the inquisitive response from the other end of the line. The captain, glancing at Chu Chio with a grin, laughed heartily. "Ornamental lobsters, not very large, just 3 or 4 pounds. A pair." "What? Did you say ornamental lobsters? 3 or 4 pounds? A pair?" The voice on the phone rose several octaves, and even Chu Chio could hear it clearly, suppressing a chuckle. Indeed, it was a pair of ornamental lobsters. One male nearing 4 pounds and the other just over 3 pounds. The captain proudly declared, "I'm not afraid to tell you. Today's haul is substantial. Giant prawns, large rice fish, and exquisite flower crabs. All top-notch quality. Early birds get the worm. Excellent, excellent. Wait for me. I'll arrange for someone to come over right away. No, I'll come personally. Make sure to reserve them for me. We can negotiate the price." With that, he hastily hung up. The captain chuckled as he continued dialing another number. "Hello, Oldley? Here is the situation." "What? A pair of ornamental lobsters. Great. I'll be right over." Boss Wang. "Really? 2 ornamental lobsters? And several hundred pounds of giant rice fish? XXX. What? There are many exquisite giant prawns too. XXX. Did I hear correctly? Over 100 wild exquisite flower crabs? XXX. All right, I got it. I'm on my way." The captain made several more calls. Each met with enthusiastic responses. Chuchio wasted no time, decisively commanding, "Raise the anchor, we're heading back." "All right." The captain nodded eagerly, steering the fishing boat swiftly towards Wangjing village. Meanwhile, Chuchio checked his phone. It was already past 7. He had initially intended to open Douyin to check the popularity of river clam pearls, but realized his phone had no service at sea, rendering it futile. Half an hour later, they arrived at the fisherman's dock. As soon as Chuchio's boat docked, a throng of fishmongers and hotel owners, having caught wind of the news, eagerly surrounded them. "Captain, I heard you caught 2 ornamental lobsters today. Is that true?" "Let us see." "Yes, where are the lobsters? Hurry and show us. I've been waiting for nearly half an hour. I heard there are over 100 exquisite flower crabs and several dozen pounds of giant prawns. Where are they?" A cacophony of voices erupted as the crowd clamored. If not for old Zhang and the others holding them back, they would have rushed onto the boat. Observing the commotion, Chuchio waved his hand. "Old Zhang, let everyone come aboard. I have matters to attend to, and we need to be efficient." "Understood, boss." With Chuchio's directive, old Zhang nodded obediently. "Since our boss has spoken, everyone is welcome aboard. Follow me." Old Zhang beckoned, and the crowd, visibly elated, hurriedly followed him to the live water tank. As they approached the tank, the sound of fish splashing vigorously electrified the crowd. Several eager fishmongers leaned in for a better view, their faces lighting up with surprise. "Wow! Giant rice fish, pure wild giant rice fish, and they're all enormous. This is undoubtedly the best quality I've seen this year. Look at the giant prawns. They overflowing goodness. How can there be so many? Look, there's a whole bunch of exquisite giant prawns. Where? Where? I have a friend who desperately needs exquisite giant prawns. I'll take them all. Market price is 150 per pound. ILL offer 160. What are you thinking? Exquisite giant prawns move quickly in the market, and we haven't seen such quality in months. You think you can snag them for 160? I'll offer 170 for the exquisite giant prawns. And I'll pay high prices for the others too, 120 all around. Hey, you're hogging all the meat. You should at least share some broth. With hundreds of pounds of giant prawns, you should spare at least 100 pounds. Sorry, I have a wedding banquet at the hotel today. I'm worried it won't be enough." The shrewd middle-aged owner, who was making the offer, knew there was a treasure trove of goods, especially with the lobsters as the pai si da assistants. Seizing the moment, he made the first bid, raising the price to secure a portion before the others could react. The crowd hesitated. Caught in a moment of indecision, Chuchio regarded the middle-aged owner with surprise and, eager to conclude the transaction, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll accept your price, but I'd like to keep a few pounds of the exquisite giant prawns for myself." Having never tasted such large, wild giant prawns before, he felt compelled to keep some for himself, both for his own enjoyment and to share with his parents. "No problem, a few pounds can be set aside." The middle-aged owner replied with a broad smile. Eager to make arrangements, he quickly called his assistant to come over and pack the goods, anxious to finalize the deal before Chuchio could change his mind. With the scales well balanced, the total value was calculated to be slightly over 60,000, exceeding the initial estimate by a full 10,000. Having received the payment, Chuchio felt a surge of joy and gestured to old Zhang, saying, "Old Zhang, let us not keep anything hidden. Let us reveal all our gains." The crowd's eyes sparkled with interest, for this implied there were still plenty of treasures to behold. However, when the 3 men brought forth the large crabs and placed them on the deck, everyone was left in utter astonishment. 1 basket, 2 baskets, 3 baskets, 9 baskets. Good heavens, there were a staggering 9 large baskets of crabs. How could this be possible? Surely, there must be hundreds of them. Even a trap would struggle to yield such a bounty. Did you venture into the deep sea for this catch? Otherwise, how could you have netted so many crabs? Moreover, their quality and size were exceptional, presenting a veritable feast for the eyes. As the 9 large baskets stood neatly arranged before them, everyone gasped at the sight of the tightly bound large flower crabs. While perhaps not the pinnacle of seafood, the sheer size of these crabs, resembling bowls from the sea, their exquisite quality, and the copious quantity altogether sent a thrill through the crowd. Almost instantly, bidding erupted in a frenzy. "I want 100 of these exquisite flower crabs, bidding 400 each. I'll offer 420 each. I want 200. Hey, can you show some mercy? You all want so many. What about the rest of us?" Exactly. There are only a few hundred in total. Let us share. Share? Look around. Everyone here is a wealthy magnate. A mere few hundred crabs won't last until morning in this bustling city. Several hotel owners, clearly in the hospitality business, began hurling insults at one another. They were not short on supply channels, but such a rare catch of premium flower crabs, freshly harvested, was exceedingly rare, prompting their eagerness to acquire them. Thus, they began to outbid one another. After a spirited exchange, the crabs were ultimately priced at 460 yuan per jean, with several major hotels dividing the hundreds of crabs among themselves, culminating in a total value exceeding 170,000 yuan. Undoubtedly, the subsequent rice fish also became the target of fierce competition among the fishmongers, inevitably driving up the price further, ultimately settling at an impressive 230,000 yuan. Throughout this entire process, Old Zhang and his companions watched in awe, their hearts racing with excitement. Having spent their lives at sea, they had only managed to earn a few 100,000 yuan, yet Chu Qiu, through a single foray into beachcombing, had effortlessly amassed what they could only dream of earning in a lifetime. Goodness, could it be that Chu Qiu was favored by fortune? Chapter 31. The main event, exorbitantly priced lobster while envy coursed through them. Old Zhang and his companions quickly proceeded to weigh and package the rice fish and large flower crabs. What followed was the true main event, the magnificent Chinese lobster. Several big bosses and a host of fishmongers fell silent, their eyes fixated on Chu Qiu with intense anticipation. Chu Qiu offered a faint smile, and the captain promptly understood, bringing forth two massive lobsters, these vividly colored. Imposing lobsters made their grand entrance. The atmosphere surged with excitement. Long-time fishmongers were beside themselves with exhilaration. My goodness, they are indeed a pair of lobsters. I haven't seen such large, splendid lobsters in years. Indeed, to catch such a size in the inner sea, let alone two at once, is akin to winning the lottery. It's a rare treasure, without hesitation. One exclaimed, "Boss, I'll offer 500,000 for these two lobsters, 260,000 for the larger one and 240,000 for the smaller one. Oh, Oldly, such a lowball offer. Are you pricing these based on the standards of 2019? Lobster prices have skyrocketed since then. Ha ha ha, I'm merely setting the stage for everyone." After the laughter subsided, several familiar fishmongers chimed in. Indeed, today's pair of lobsters is an absolute spectacle. Let us see how much we can bid against the esteemed bosses present. What are we waiting for? I'll bid 540,000 for the two. Someone called out. 540,000 is indeed a peak bid for 2019, perhaps even slightly inflated. But now. 560,000, 560? Not too impressive. I'll go 570,000, 570,000 and a half. 580,000, 588,000. After several rounds of bidding, one astute fishmonger suddenly declared his ultimate offer, scanning the crowd warily. Is there anyone willing to outbid 588,000? The moment the price was announced, even the hotel owners looked slightly taken aback, while the other fishmongers furrowed their brows. Such a high bid left little room for profit margins. If they were to raise their bids, they would have to weigh the risks and costs carefully, as a misstep could lead to a disastrous loss. The captain and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting their astonishment. Based on their past experiences, selling these two lobsters for 560,000 would have been remarkable. However, given the current situation, it seemed entirely plausible that they could reach 600,000. Could it be that the boss's luck was truly on the rise? Unable to contain their curiosity, the three men turned their gaze toward Chu Qiu, whose heart was soaring with delight. He had not anticipated the lobsters would fetch such a price. Just moments ago, when the bid of 588,000 was announced, he nearly succumbed to the urge to accept it on the spot. Fortunately, he had held back just in time. 588,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Chu Qiu inhaled deeply, glancing at the composed hotel owners before him, silently lamenting his own naivety. Meanwhile, the hotel owners exchanged knowing glances, ready to enter the bidding war. Clearly, they regarded the fishmongers as unworthy competitors. One of the bosses smiled broadly and began, "Yang and Zhao, allow me to set the tone. This pair of lobsters, one male and one female, both in terms of quality and size, are a rare find in recent years. Let us keep it simple. I bid 600,000. The air was thick with tension as old Zhang and his companions gasped audibly. 600,000 was undeniably the peak price for the two lobsters. Yet, before they could fully digest this thought, Zhao, the hotel owner, chimed in, 600,000 is indeed a substantial offer, but a matching pair of lobsters is a rare sight. A perfect gimmick. I'll bid 610,000. What? 610,000? The trio was left speechless. Zhao's observation was astute. In business, the allure of a gimmick is paramount, so he added, I'll go for 616,000. I bid 620,000. 626,000. The middle-aged owner who had previously contracted the large shrimp suddenly entered the fray. Ah? Looks like Oldley is keen to partake as well. Of course, being in the hotel business, they all understood that even if they took a slight loss, the publicity gained from such a spectacle would be worth the investment. The middle-aged owner, wise as ever, remarked, all right then, since Oldley made his intention clear, let us not hold back. Zhao continued, then I'll bid 628,000. I'll go for 630,000, 635,000, 638,000. Old Zhang and his companions were utterly astonished. To them, it seemed these big bosses had lost their minds. A price of 600,000 was already exorbitant. Yet they continued to raise it endlessly. I can't believe this. 650,000. One hotel owner, seeing the bidding for the lobsters dragging on, grew impatient. Is there anyone else willing to bid? If not, I'll take them. Is there anyone else? Chu Qiu eagerly echoed, his excitement palpable. 650,000, that's a good sum, enough to buy a car for my father. This is fantastic. After a quick survey of the room, he continued, ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone else willing to bid? 650,000 going once. Yet, as he posed the question, the crowd remained silent. Thus, he pressed on, it seems there are no further bids. Then 650,000 going twice. Is there anyone? He inquired once more, N01. 650,000 going thrice? Wait. Just as Chu Qiu was about to finalize the deal, the middle-aged owner who had contracted the large shrimp suddenly interjected. 660,000. I bid 660,000 for this pair of lobsters. Wow, 660,000. Old Zhang gasped. Incredulity etched across his face as he looked at the middle-aged owner. The latter chuckled and stepped forward, addressing the other bosses. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The others shook their heads with laughter. No one dared to raise their bid further. 660,000 was already pushing the limits, and any additional increases would be seen as blatant competition. Thus, no one dared to raise their bid. Although some remained puzzled, as the usually reservedly boss had taken such a bold step. In that case, I'll take this pair of lobsters. Though be honest, I'm purchasing them for a dear friend whose elder is celebrating a birthday today. He has a particular fondness for this delicacy. Ha ha ha, the middle-aged owner revealed, chuckling heartily. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, and they shared a wry smile before dispersing. Regardless, they had acquired plenty of premium flower crabs and exquisite rice fish, making the trip worthwhile. Ultimately, the two splendid lobsters were sold for the staggering price of 660,000 yuan. The moment the transfer was received, Chu Qiu could no longer conceal the smile on his face. After a leisurely excursion at sea, he effortlessly netted over $1 million, a sum that arrived faster than picking up a penny. It was indeed exhilarating. Although he had become a major shareholder of the Jinghua Hotel, he could not touch a single cent of the hotel's profits until the dividends were distributed. Thus, this $1 million was truly tangible cash at his disposal. Now that he had both money and a car, the only thing left to complete the standard of a successful man was a house. Chu Qiu pondered when he might purchase a home to bring honor to his parents. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently. Upon checking his phone, Chu Qiu noticed that it had regained signal and was inundated with missed calls, voicemails, and unread messages. Among them were communications from his company, friends, and Su Qingya. Yet, the most conspicuous were the missed calls and messages from his mother, numbering in the dozens. A cold sweat broke out on Chu Qiu's brow as he realized he was likely about to face his mother's wrath. Chapter 32. Is that all? Gazing at the barrage of missed calls and messages, Chu Qiu wore a face devoid of hope. When his mother was angry, her fury was no laughing matter. It was akin to a human-shaped Gatling gun. Therefore, he hastily bid farewell to Lao Zhang and the others and hurried back to the parking spot in Wangjing village, preparing to drive away. However, as soon as he entered the car and had yet to start the engine, his phone vibrated ominously once more. His mother was calling. Fastening his seatbelt, Chu Qiu took a deep breath and braced himself to answer the call. Chu Qiu. Deafening voice pierced through the phone, causing him to pull it away from his ear. Where on earth have you been, you little rascal? If it weren't for your uncle calling, your father and I wouldn't even know you were in Shanghai. Have you grown wings now? How dare you ignore my calls for an entire night and vanish? Do you know how many calls and messages I sent you? Your father and I even contacted your roommate and company leaders. And they all said you hadn't been to the factory. If you don't answer me soon, I might just call the police. Wu Xiujuan unleashed her fury over the phone, growing increasingly agitated. Are you dumb now? Also, you promised to video call me so I could see your girlfriend, but not only did I not see her, I haven't even received a picture. Are you trying to deceive me? Chu Qiu hastily chuckled in a bid for mercy. Mom, how could I dare to deceive you? It was my new phone that accidentally broke, and I had to revert to my old, faulty phone. So I had no signal all night really? Wu Xiujuan replied skeptically. Then where are you now? Is your girlfriend with you? I'm on my way back, but my girlfriend is working back at her hometown. She is not here. All right, you have 3 hours to appear before me. I want to see you and your girlfriend on video. If I find out you've been lying to me, you can forget about coming home. Wu Xiujuan's voice rose sharply. Yes, I understand, Chu Qiu responded, smiling wryly. Video calling Su Qingya. He wondered if that would be akin to weaving a web of his own entrapment. Sighing, Chu Qiu opened WeChat and listened to the voice message Su Qingya had sent, which provided an update on the hotel's business from the previous day. In summary, it was simply booming. Without delay, Chu Qiu initiated a voice call, and Su Qingya answered promptly. Hello, Su, my gorgeous beauty, have you risen yet? Chu Qiu. Su Qingya sounded as if she had just awakened, her voice laced with fatigue, punctuated by yawns. After confirming it was indeed Chu Qiu calling, she perked up and inquired, What is going on? I tried calling you yesterday, but you didn't answer, nor did you reply to my messages. Are you in Shanghai? I am, but my phone had issues and I lost signal, so I couldn't get in touch. Hearing her weary tone, Chu Qiu furrowed his brow. How are you holding up? You sound exhausted. What can I say? The hotel has been unexpectedly busy, and I'm struggling to keep up. You wouldn't believe it. Yesterday's business was astonishingly bustling. The hotel was packed all day, with reservations and tables booked well into next month. She spoke about the hotel's success. Su Qingya's enthusiasm returned, delighting in sharing her joy. Compared to the previous day, the hotel's revenue had doubled. Moreover, every room was fully booked, achieving a 100 occupancy rate, far surpassing even top-tier hotels in first-tier cities. Furthermore, social media platforms were abuzz, with numerous trending topics about river clams and pearls. Influencers and celebrities were sharing videos of the hotel, ensuring that its business would remain robust for the foreseeable future. I've already devised a plan to open chain branches of the Jinghua Hotel soon, seeking the best and fastest construction teams to capitalize on the pearl auction's popularity and announce it across social media. So I would like to consult you about discuss something. Su Qingya's tone suddenly turned tentative. Chu Qiu was momentarily taken aback, his curiosity piqued. You wish to discuss something with me? What is it? Well, I must say Su Qingya cleared her throat, her voice tight with nerves. I conducted a statistical analysis yesterday, and the hotel's daily revenue over the past few days has nearly matched the monthly revenue of a 5-star hotel in a first-tier city. Given the ongoing hype surrounding river clams and pearls, I believe our daily earnings will only increase. If we continue on this trajectory, we could gather enough funds to establish a 4-star hotel within 2 or 3 months. This opportunity is simply too precious to squander. Therefore, I was wondering if we could postpone our profit distribution until the end of the year and instead reinvest the funds into opening the second hotel. However, this means you might not receive any dividends until then. So at this point, Su Qingya took a deep breath, seemingly summoning immense courage, her voice tinged with desperation. Chu Qiu, this matter is incredibly important to me. I hope you can agree. Can you agree? After a prolonged silence, there was no response from Chu Qiu. Sitting on her bed, Su Qingya's enchanting visage slowly transformed from anticipation to disappointment. Just as she was about to lose hope, Chu Qiu's voice suddenly broke through the silence. Is that all? Nothing more. After waiting in vain for a continuation, Chuchio finally expressed his bemusement. I thought you had something significant to discuss. But it turns out to be such a trivial matter? You're the second largest shareholder of the hotel, and this is all? Is this really just a trivial matter? Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback. Caught off guard by the unexpected turnaround, establishing a chain of hotels, particularly a 4-star chain, was considered a small issue. What then constituted a major issue? Yet, after a fleeting moment of shock, Su Qingya quickly realized that he had agreed. Chuchio had agreed. Chuchio, you agreed? That's wonderful, truly wonderful. When you return, I must treat you to a meal. Once she realized the magnitude of her happiness, Su Qingya experienced an overwhelming sense of joy. Bouncing on her bed in excitement, heedless of her appearance, the ample silk nightgown she wore fluttered like a lively little rabbit, creating a captivating sight. Fortunately, this scene went unnoticed by Chuchio. Otherwise, he would have surely been rendered breathless. Chapter 33. Meeting the parents such a trivial matter, how could I possibly disagree? Moreover, to let such a golden opportunity slip away would be wasteful. I am no fool. Sensing Su Qingya's exuberance through the phone, Chuchio too felt a surge of happiness. This situation was inherently mutually beneficial, a partnership where both parties would thrive. Furthermore, given Su Qingya's nature, if she utilized his dividends to open the hotel, it would indirectly secure him a share as well. With only 4 to 5 months remaining until the end of the year, was he truly afraid of lacking funds for a few months? Given his ability to generate income, what a joke. The hotel must open. Not only that, but it must be a grand establishment. Wouldn't he even consider anything less than a 5-star rating? Chuchio chuckled. You should budget for a 5-star standard. If there's a shortfall, I will find a way to cover it. In short, money won't be an issue. I will handle it. Having completed university, Chuchio's vision and strategy were not lacking in substance. Previously, he had simply been constrained by a lack of capital to invest. However, with the inner Dan of the Jiao Dragon now at his disposal, his underwater abilities became his greatest asset. Behind him lay countless rivers, lakes, and oceans, all brimming with resources waiting to be developed. How could he possibly fear the establishment of a mere chain of hotels? Chuchio, are you serious? You truly intend to invest next year's dividends as well? Can you bear to do so? Su Qingya was left astounded by this immense surprise. Chuchio was uncertain whether she could manage it. Yet the hotel dividends were undeniably substantial. With this financial support, coupled with the current booming business of the Jinghua Grand Hotel, which was generating vast daily revenues, investing in the construction of a 5-star hotel was undoubtedly feasible. How could one possibly hesitate? I, for one, am not enamored with power, but rather with beauty. With a playful smile, Chuchio inquired, So, Su de Run, have my words touched your heart? Touched, indeed. I am profoundly moved. Is that sufficient? You silver-tongued flatterer, Su Qingya replied. Holding her phone, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet radiating uncontainable joy. She remained blissfully unaware that her tone had begun to resemble flirtation. Over the years, the only person with whom she had spoken in such an intimate manner was her dear friend Yunshang. Since that is the case, may I propose a small request to Su de Run? Seizing the moment of Su Qingya's happiness, Chuchio swiftly pressed her advantage. Su Qingya, unusually playful today, responded, All right, speak your mind. As long as it is not excessive, I shall grant it. Not excessive at all. Chuchio quickly interjected. All I require is for you to video call me in front of my mother and pretend to be my girlfriend once more. Quite simple. Really that I suspected as much. Su Qingya retorted, a mix of exasperation and amusement evident in her tone. However, in light of your earlier deference, I shall permit it this once. But do remember, deceiving Auntie consistently is not advisable. Oh, come now. What if, in the course of our ruse, it inadvertently becomes true? Chuchio, caught up in the moment, unknowingly revealed her true intentions, eliciting a blush from Su Qingya. She quickly redirected the conversation. What nonsense are you spouting? I need to get up and prepare for work. By the way, considering the hotel's current situation, the supplies you left will likely run out in a few days, so you must return promptly. Especially the wild hairy crabs. They are the hotel's signature dish and cannot be out of stock for even a day. Had you not mentioned the crabs, I might have forgotten. Chuchio suddenly recalled that there were over 1,000 crabs in the pond behind his house that had yet to be fed. Although he had refined the pond's water into spiritual essence, they still required sustenance. Su de may run. I need your assistance with something. Behind my house, there is a pond where I have raised over 1,000 smaller wild crabs. Could you please bring some leftover meat and offal from the kitchen at the hotel to feed them? Furthermore, the crabs in the pond are crucial for an experiment of mine, so I kindly ask you to take good care of them. You may even catch a few to taste. Their flavor and nutritional value undoubtedly surpass all commercially available crabs. Oh, you possess such confidence? Do you have some secret to their cultivation? Su Qingya, intrigued, wished to inquire further. However, Chu Qiu playfully replied that it was a secret. Before hanging up the phone to in her curiosity, Su Qingya decided to personally visit Chu Qiu's village to uncover the mystery behind his enigmatic demeanor. Meanwhile, Chu Qiu hastened his journey towards the economic development zone of the Magic City. 2 hours later, he arrived at the Jinhui community, where his parents resided. Coincidentally, it was Sunday, and they were likely at the community market shopping for groceries. So he drove directly to the market. Sure enough, upon his arrival, he spotted his parents exiting the market. His mother, Wu Xiujun, donned a simple home outfit and carried a basket overflowing with his favorite vegetables. His father appeared even more casual, dressed in a tank top and shorts, holding several pounds of pork while grumbling about something. Observing this scene, Chu Qiu stealthily followed them in his car, rolling down the window to eavesdrop. I couldn't get in touch with him all night yesterday, and I have no idea what that rascal is up to. He has grown so much, yet still doesn't he make it easy for us. And to think he is hiding a girlfriend from me. He claims I am overbearing. Old Chu, can you believe what your good son has said? Is that even reasonable? I must ensure that when he comes over today. You give him a stern talking to old Chu. Are you listening to me? Noticing her husband lost in thought, Wu Xiujun shot him an exasperated glare. Chu Jianghe, suddenly alert, replied, Understood, understood. Rest assured. I won't give him an ounce of leniency. I shall reprimand him thoroughly. How could he speak to his mother in such a manner? So disrespectful. Wu Xiujun continued, and Chu Jianghe nodded in agreement, though he discreetly took out his phone to open a ride-hailing app. IVE got to earn some extra money today. After all, it's Sunday, and the demand for rides is exceptionally high that a few trips could cover this month's rent. Typically, Chu Jianghe worked as a security guard in a high-end community and moonlighted as a ride-hailing driver during his off days. However, it was evident that he wouldn't be able to do so today, as Wu Xiujun was adamant about prioritizing their son's visit. All right, no rides today, Chu Jianghe conceded, shaking his head in irritation. Hearing this, Chu Qiu felt a wave of sympathy for his father, who remained firmly under his mother's thumb. After a brief moment of silence for old Chu, he honked the horn, letting out a long beep. His parents instinctively moved to the side of the road. Yet, with the intention of surprising them, Chu Qiu trailed behind, honking again. This time, his mother, annoyed, turned around and exclaimed, What is wrong with you? Such a wide road. Yet you insist on following us so closely, honking incessantly. Do you have a problem? Just because you bought a new car doesn't mean you can't drive properly. The red scarf tied to the car indicated it was newly purchased, prompting Wu Xiujun to speak sharply. This is a high-end Hongqi H9, quite expensive, costing tens of thousands. Chu Jianghe murmured from the back, his eyes filled with envy. Oh, what if it costs tens of thousands? We aren't blocking his way. Just because he has money doesn't mean he should flaunt it. Wu Xiujun's words remained piercing. Sensing this, Chu Qiu chuckled softly, pressed the gas pedal, and drove alongside them. Mom, take a good look at who I am. Humph. Clearly, there is something wrong with you. Calling anyone mom indiscriminately. Wu Xiujun turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Stunned, Chu Qiu exclaimed, What? Can't you recognize your own son's voice? He turned to his father. Dad, what is up with Mom? Have I been gone for just a few days, and she has already lost her hearing? Upon seeing Chu Qiu in the car, his father appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Stammering, "Si Chu Qiu? When did you get here? And whose car is this? How did you end up inside? What? Could it truly be my son, Chu Qiu? What on earth is happening?" His mother, equally astonished, stared in disbelief. Surprised, are you? Not expecting me, were you? Chu Qiu grinned as he parked the car, stepped out, and greeted them. You, rascal. Disappearing without a word, and now showing up unannounced. What is going on? And whose car are you driving? Do you dare to take someone else's new car? What if you damage it? Can you afford to pay for it? Upon seeing Chu Qiu step out, Wu Xiaojun's initial shock turned into joy, but she quickly reverted to reprimanding him. Hurry up and return the car to its owner. I'll have your father pick you up later. Yes, Chu Qiu, this dual-color Hongqi H9 is a high-end model, worth 400,000 or 500,000. Quickly return it. You can't afford to scratch it. His father added cautiously. Initially, Chu Qiu had intended to tease his parents a bit longer, but seeing their anxious expressions, fearing for the car, he felt a pang of sadness. Observing the aging faces of his parents, he decided it was time to reveal the truth. Mom, Dad, I won't keep you in the dark any longer. This car isn't borrowed. I bought it myself for both of you. What nonsense are you spouting? Child, Wu Xiaojun exclaimed, glaring at him. This car costs tens of thousands. Where on earth did you get the money to buy it? Hurry and return it to its owner. Exactly. You're far too old for such childish pranks. Chu Jianghe, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, hurry up and let others have a go. This is a luxury car. Just a mere touch is worth a fortune. However, before he could finish his words, Chu Qiu opened the car door, retrieving 2 documents and placing them directly into his father's hands. These are the vehicle registration certificate and the driving permit. Chu Jianghe was momentarily taken aback, holding the 2 documents in disbelief. He glanced at Chu Qiu, then at his wife, instinctively flipping through the pages in an instant. His gaze sharpened on the section labeled Registered Owner. There, beneath a prominently embossed steel seal, the name Chu Jianghe was unmistakably inscribed. My name? It's truly my name. How can this be? Upon seeing his name, Chu Jianghe's eyes widened in incredulity. He rubbed them vigorously. Chu Qiu, did you really buy this car? But where did you get such a large sum of money? This time, why heavens, is this a dream? Wu Xiaojuan was equally dazed, her mind swirling. Dad, Mom, this is all in black and white, officially stamped by the Traffic Management Bureau. It cannot be forged. Let's get in the car. And I will explain everything once we return. Observing the couple's bewildered expressions, Chu Qiu felt an overwhelming sense of pride and joy as he assisted them into the vehicle. Once inside, the luxurious ambience and the spacious, exquisite 4-seater interior left Chu Jianghe, who was already familiar with the model, utterly astonished. Is this the flagship 4-seater version of the Hongqi H9? My heavens, this is the top-tier model of the Hongqi H9, worth at least 650,000. Chu Qiu, you. Chu Jianghe was so overwhelmed with excitement that he struggled to find his words. Moreover, possessing the green registration certificate clearly indicated that the car was purchased outright. But where could his son possibly have acquired such a substantial amount of money? No, wait. The vehicle registration certificate requires the original ID. How did you manage the registration without me? Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out on Chu Jianghe's brow. Could it be that all of this was fabricated? That would be illegal. Dad, think carefully. Have you ever lost your ID? Chu Qiu smiled. When I returned home, while tidying up, I found your lost ID hidden beneath the bed. I brought it back for you, Dad, so rest assured, this car is indeed mine. In black and white, if you don't believe it. I can show you my bank transfer records when we get home. Are you saying that all of this is real? Not a dream? Chu Jianghe still found it hard to believe. Indeed, everything is genuine, Chu Qiu replied, exasperated yet amused. But how did you manage to gather such a sum? It's a full payment of over 60,000, Chu Jianghe inhaled sharply. Chapter 35. The Revelation. The shock from Mom and Dad is 60,000 a lot. Indeed, before acquiring the dragon's inner essence, let alone 60,000, even 6,000 would have been a sum that Chu Qiu needed years to save. Yet now, not only 60,000, but even 600,000 is merely a matter of time for him. Just a few hours ago, he had sold 2 lobsters for a staggering 66,000. This was with limited time and the presence of outsiders, showcasing only a fraction of his capabilities. Furthermore, as a major shareholder of a hotel now, his daily revenue from dividends likely exceeds 60,000. After 20 years of hard work raising him, it was time for his parents to enjoy some comfort. Watching his father caress the car with the excitement of a child further solidified Chu Qiu's resolve to come clean with his parents, selectively. Of course, Dad, Mom, are you not curious about where I got all this money? Worried that it came from dubious sources? Chu Qiu smiled with an air of sophistication as he produced the share transfer agreement he had signed with Su Qingya. Placing it before his parents, he then displayed his banking information, revealing recent transactions and account balances. This is the reason behind my wealth. Take a look. What is this? A share transfer agreement. His father, Chu Jianghe, took the document with skepticism. Meanwhile, his mother, Wu Shizhuan, grasped the phone. But in the next moment, as Chu Jianghe comprehended the contents of the share agreement, he was instantly struck with shock. What? A 51-share transfer of the 5-star Jinggu Hotel? The shareholder.isu, Chu Qiu. How is this possible? Chu Jianghe's expression was one of pure disbelief, nearly causing the sunroof to burst from his astonishment. This information was utterly startling. A 51 stake in a 5-star hotel. This undoubtedly signifies a major business mogul. How could such a person be his own son? His first reaction was denial. This cannot be true. His second thought was that this agreement must be a forgery. Surely he knew his son's worth? Meanwhile, Wu Shizhuan's eyes widened as she stared at the balance on her phone screen, unable to fathom the figures. My heavens. This 0.1, 2, 3.7 figures? Let me think. 7 figures, units of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. Wu Shizhuan gasped sharply, her hand trembling uncontrollably. This was the most money she had ever seen in her life. Son, your bank account balance exceeds 1 million. Is this real? Wu Shizhuan struggled to believe it. How could her son suddenly possess such wealth? Especially when she scrolled up to see transactions each exceeding hundreds of thousands. Last night and this morning alone, he had spent and earned over 1 million. And my goodness, this is simply unimaginable. When did her son become so affluent? Wait, something is off. She had just heard something about being a 51 shareholder of a 5-star hotel. Chu Qiu. Suddenly, Wu Shizhuan felt a jolt, snatching the share transfer agreement from Chu Jianghe's hands. Her eyes swiftly scanned for the crucial details, hotel information, legal seals, and her son's signature. The next moment, she was unable to contain her overwhelming excitement. And why heavens, a 51-share transfer contract for a 5-star hotel? Son, is this really true? You've become a major shareholder? When did this happen? Wu Shizhuan looked at the agreement in her hands, then at the impeccably composed Chu Qiu, her mind spinning with disbelief. Old Chu, hurry, support me. I feel dizzy. Son, you must explain. Is this true? What on earth is happening? Wu Shizhuan was utterly astounded, her gaze fixated on Chu Qiu. Observing his parents' reactions, Chu Qiu felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Dad, Mom, have you been scrolling through Douyin lately? Chu Qiu inquired with a knowing smile. What does that have to do with anything? Wu Shizhuan retorted, slightly exasperated. Seeing his mother's agitation, Chu Qiu decided to forego the suspense. Dad, take out your phone and open Douyin. Check the trending list. The trending list? Chu Jianghe, skeptical, retrieved his phone and opened Douyin. Scrolling through the top 10 trends, he noticed numerous entries regarding the century-old clam and its pearls. Do you see it? The trending topics on Douyin and other platforms are all about this clam and pearls. If you click on the comments and expert analyses, you'll find that this single clam has already been valued at over 8 million online. And the pearls it produces are hailed by experts as the true Oriental pearl, with a starting bid of at least $10 million. Chu Qiu stated confidently. What? 8 million for a clam? And the pearls starting at $10 million, that's over 60 million RMB. Chu Jianghe, who seldom followed such news, was clearly taken aback. Wu Shizhuan shared his astonishment. In their understanding, clams were commonplace. Now do you see where my money came from? I caught that clam right at the Wangjiang River near our home. Chu Qiu declared proudly that I traded it for a 51 stake in the Jinggu Hotel because it is worth that price. What? You caught that? Another surprising revelation set off exclamations from Wu Shizhuan and Chu Jianghe. You didn't happen to stumble upon it while washing up in the river during your blind date, did you? My heavens, son, what incredible luck you have. Initially basking in his triumph, Chu Qiu felt a wave of embarrassment at his mother's words. Luck? Is that how you describe your son? I earned it through skill. Thank you very much. So, everything is real. All this wealth was obtained legitimately? Chu Jianghe, amidst his astonishment, finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. Well, as long as it is legitimate, I can rest easy. Truly, my son is remarkable. After a prolonged moment, the Chu couple finally absorbed all of their son's revelations, feeling an immense sense of pride and relief. The family basked in the warmth of shared joy. Just then, the harmonious atmosphere was abruptly interrupted. Wu Shizhuan, suddenly sitting upright, fixed her piercing gaze on Chu Qiu and pronounced slowly, Son, where is my daughter-in-law? Do not forget, you promised me that you would video call her in my presence. Chu Chiu nearly choked on his own incredulity. Seriously, Mom? After dropping such bombshells, you still haven't let this matter slip your mind. And since when has she become a daughter-in-law? Please, don't make this so terrifying. You might scare her away. Chapter 36. On Father S' ability to show off, what do you mean? Terrifying? Now that you've become a major shareholder in a 5-star hotel, you think you've got wings? Huh. No matter how strong your wings are, I am still your mother. Wu Xiujuan shot him a fierce look. I'll give you one chance to say that again. Chu Chiu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, his mother was still as formidable as ever. Mom, your directness is a bit much. First impressions matter. He attempted to add a few more words, but was ruthlessly interrupted by her. Stop the nonsense. Do you really think your mother is so unreliable? Hurry up, son. There are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the gravest. Chu Jianghe chimed in. At your age, I already had you. You need to understand your mother's earnest intentions. Chu Chiu looked at the two of them in exasperation. Who were they putting on this performance for? It was evident that those who are not a family do not enter the same door. Fine. I will call her. He retrieved his phone and, under the watchful eyes of his parents, initiated a video call with Su Qingya. The connection was established swiftly, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face on the screen. Chu Chiu. Su Qingya's expression bore slight confusion. Chu Chiu quickly gestured, directing the camera towards his parents. Look, Qingya, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Dad, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Su Qingya. Su Qingya promptly responded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I am Su Qingya. Indeed, that voice. You were the one who answered the phone last time, weren't you? My goodness, I never expected you to be so stunning. Wu Xiujuan exclaimed, My son is fortunate to have such a girlfriend. It truly is a blessing from our ancestors. Seeing Su Qingya's beauty, Wu Xiujuan was overjoyed. She swiftly seized the phone from Chu Chiu's hand and began to inquire after Su Qingya's well-being. Qingya, how old are you? 24.24. Splendid. That makes you exactly 3 years older than our Chu Chiu. A woman 3 years older brings wealth. And where do you work? What do you do? Are your parents still alive? In the future, Chu Chiu made a gesture to cover his face. This was hardly a warm exchange. It felt more like an interrogation. Fortunately, it was Su Qingya. Otherwise, an ordinary person would struggle to withstand such scrutiny. After listening for a while, Chu Chiu promptly muted the two. Meanwhile, Chu Jianghe's gaze darted back and forth, filled with suspicion. Chu Chiu, is this girl really your girlfriend? He probed. The girl's appearance and demeanor suggested a distinguished background, likely from a wealthy family. Did she truly have an interest in his son? Recognizing the expression on his father's face, Chu Chiu understood his thoughts immediately. With an air of confidence, he declared, Dad, what are you thinking? If Qingya weren't my girlfriend, do you think someone of her caliber would waste time here? Moreover, what status does your son hold now? A major shareholder in a 5-star hotel, at a young age, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Women are merely fleeting clouds in such circumstances. In a matter of moments, Chu Chiu dispelled his father's doubts. Half an hour later, his mother finally reluctantly ended the call. Clearly, after their conversation, she was immensely pleased with Su Qingya in terms of beauty, temperament, and demeanor. Su Qingya was impeccable. Wu Xiujuan decisively proclaimed, Chu Chiu, I have recognized Qingya as my daughter-in-law. If she is not the mother of my grandchild, I shall sever all ties with you. Chu Chiu was utterly speechless. While others forget their mothers upon finding a wife, his mother seemed to have forgotten her son in favor of a daughter-in-law. Who, pray tell, was her biological child? Frustrated, he pressed the accelerator and drove flamboyantly into the community. What a high-end Hongqi H9. That must cost 30 to 40,000, right? Is this really a Hongqi H9? It's my first time seeing one. How extravagant. I wonder whose family purchased it. Ha! In this low-income neighborhood, most residents are tenants. Who could afford such a car? Perhaps it's the landlord of some unit returning to collect rent. The tenants speculated with composure. As the words left their lips, Chu Chiu's family alighted from the vehicle, leaving the tenants dumbfounded. What? Isn't that the Lao Chu family? They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Hadn't they only owned a dilapidated Cherry? When did they acquire a Hongqi H9, especially a high-end version? This car is worth 30 to 40,000. Does the Lao Chu family really have such means? Are we seeing things? Come on, let us go check it out. A few of them suggested as they approached, Lao Chu, what is going on? Have you got a new car? Impressive, Lao Chu. You've quietly changed to a high-end Hongqi H9. I heard it costs 34,000. Noticing the commotion, Chu Chiu smiled nonchalantly and swiftly headed upstairs. Let his father take the lead in showing off. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is a high-end Hongqi H9. Come, have a look at the interior. Chu Jianghe opened the door, exuding an air of grandeur as he invited the onlookers to experience it. Holy cow, is this the four-seater version? The flagship Hongqi H9? The top model, one among them, who had driven a taxi for 7 or 8 years, appeared utterly astonished. Clearly, he was well-versed in cars and a loyal fan of the Hongqi H9. What? The top model? I heard the starting price is at least 60,000. Lao Chu, what is going on? Have you struck it rich? The group, familiar with each other, often shared casual banter. Chu Jianghe, brimming with pride, remarked, struck it rich? Not quite. This is merely a vehicle my son bought for me to get around. What? Your son bought this for you? I hadn't heard your son was so wealthy. What is the story? Well, he just opened a restaurant and made a bit of money. It's not a big deal, Chu Jianghe feigned modesty. Meanwhile, Chu Chiu, who was accompanying his mother upstairs, had keen ears and caught every word, nearly bursting into laughter. His father's ability to show off was truly masterful. Of course, seeing his parents so happy brought joy to Chu Chiu's heart. He couldn't help but marvel at the delightful feeling of wealth. At the Jinghua Grand Hotel in the office, ever since hanging up the video call, Su Qingya felt a peculiar restlessness. Her mind drifted aimlessly, lacking focus. Thus, she decided to step outside, bringing along Xiao Li and Xiao Hong. Instructing the hotel driver to take them to Chu's village to feed the crabs, she remembered Chu Chiu's mysterious plan and thought it the perfect opportunity to investigate. Chapter 37. A shock to Su Qingya upon arriving at Chu's village. Su Qingya inquired and soon learned the location of Chu Chiu's uncle's residence. Chu Dabo, are you home? She politely knocked on the door. Coming, coming, echoed the voice of Chu Songbai from within the yard. Ah, you are the girl from the fish market? Recognizing Su Qingya, Chu Songbai greeted her warmly. What brings you here? Oh, Su Qingya smiled that I am in a cooperative relationship with Chu Chiu. He mentioned he had raised a batch of crabs in the backyard pond and asked me to come help feed them. I am here to get the key from you. What? That rascal is raising crabs in the backyard pond. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Chu Songbai exclaimed, astonished. Then, recalling something, he felt frustrated. This mischievous boy. That pond has been abandoned for many years. It turned into a stinking mess. What could he possibly raise there? This is sheer nonsense. Let us go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Chu Songbai grabbed the key and headed out. This can't be right. Su Qingya felt bewildered and quickly gestured for her companions to follow. 2 minutes later, they arrived at Chu Chiu's home. Chu Songbai led everyone past the front yard to the pond in the back. However, upon arriving with great intensity, he was suddenly rendered speechless. What used to be a pond, covered in rust and green stains, emitting the foul stench of stagnant water, had transformed into a crystalline pool, reflecting the image of anyone standing nearby as if they were looking into a mirror. Moreover, as the wind blew, refreshing and sweet scent wafted from the pond. This left Chu Songbai utterly perplexed. He thought to himself, did I come to the wrong place? He glanced around, feeling a twinge of confusion. No, this is definitely my brother's home. There's even the vegetable garden he personally cultivated. Wait, something is off. When did this vegetable garden become so lush? There is to even a single yellow leaf? Goodness, I haven't fertilized it recently. But even if I did, how could there be no yellow leaves at all? What on earth is happening? Especially the cucumbers harvested from the vegetable garden, each one a vibrant green, reminiscent of exquisite jade. The tomatoes, too, glisten with a translucent sheen, akin to brilliant red agate, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. These fruits seem almost otherworldly. Could it be that this pond, along with the vegetable patch, has been cultivated by that insufferable rascal, Chu Chiu? Is he truly capable of such feats? Chu Songbai stared wide-eyed. At a loss for words, Uncle Chu, is this really the foul water you mentioned? Su Qingya gazed at the crystal-clear pond, her astonishment evident as she blinked in disbelief. If this is foul water, then what constitutes good water? Even the ocean's waters cannot compare, can they? Yet, judging by the other party's earlier reaction, it seemed genuine. The issue must lie with Chu Qiu.at that moment. Su Qingya felt a sudden surge of anticipation. If the crabs nurtured in such pristine water truly rival those from renowned lakes, the hotel would have a star ingredient on its hands, with proper promotion, packaging, and even certification from specialized institutions. It would be unparalleled. With this thought, Su Qingya disregarded the perplexed Chu Songbai and commanded, Xiaoli, Xiao Hong, prepare to feed the crabs. You two gentlemen, go to the car and fetch the nets. Bring me several crabs. After giving her instructions, Su Qingya turned to Chu Songbai and said, Uncle Chu, let us step aside a bit and take a breather under that willow tree. All right, Chu Songbai, regaining his composure, followed Su Qingya towards the shade of the willow. Halfway there, he suddenly slapped his forehead and dashed to the vegetable garden to pick a few cucumbers and tomatoes. Miss, since this is your first visit, we, the Chu family, have little to offer in hospitality. Please, try these freshly picked cucumbers and tomatoes. Chu Songbai caught up with Su Qingya, beaming as he presented the cucumbers and tomatoes. In your city folks' terms, these are pure organic foods, safe and unpolluted. It's rather hot. You should eat some to cool off, Chu Songbai said warmly. Thank you, Uncle Chu, but Su Qingya initially intended to decline. Yet upon seeing the jade-like cucumbers, she felt a surge of astonishment. Is this really a cucumber? How could it be so beautiful? It resembles a carved piece of jade. It's an absolute work of art. So captivating was its appearance that she couldn't resist. Uncle Chu, I shall have a taste. Haha here. Chu Songbai happily handed her a cucumber. After receiving it, Su Qingya casually wiped it with a wet tissue. Forgetting her ladylike demeanor, she bit into it with a satisfying crunch. In an instant, her eyes widened, revealing her disbelief. This cucumber is incredibly delicious. It felt as though her taste buds had exploded with flavor. Moreover, a sweet essence lingered between her lips and teeth, leaving her yearning for more. Especially after swallowing it, her entire being felt as if it had been rejuvenated. Refreshing, revitalizing. All the fatigue and lethargy brought on by the summer heat evaporated instantly. Su Qingya even experienced a fleeting illusion, as if she had suddenly transitioned from the sweltering summer to a cool spring. She had never imagined that a mere cucumber could taste so exquisite. It was so delightful that she couldn't stop. The cucumber vanished almost instantly, leaving her wanting more. Uncle Chu, this cucumber is too delicious. What variety is it? And those tomatoes, my goodness, they look just like red agate. Simply adorable. I can't resist, Uncle Chu. I must have a tomato. Su Qingya exclaimed, resembling a child as she bit into it without a care for her image. This was unimaginable in the past. Even Xiao Li and Xiao Hong were astonished at this scene. Just cucumbers and tomatoes, yet they wield such magical allure. It's so good. Overwhelmingly delicious. Su Qingya nearly cried, juice spilling from her mouth. She could hardly comprehend whether this was a tomato or a peach. It was simply divine. How could anything else pale in comparison? This insufferable Chu Chio must be behind this. No wonder he boasted about the crabs. The quality of these tomatoes and cucumbers speaks volumes. Who knows how many secrets this rascal is hiding? This delectable produce is undoubtedly the pinnacle of nature's offerings. She must interrogate Chu Chio thoroughly. Why had he kept such top-tier ingredients from her? Thank goodness she came personally. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious to such exquisite produce. When you return, I shall hold you accountable. Su Qingya muttered angrily, almost wishing to devour her fingers. Although she was full, she still wiped her mouth, savoring the experience. Uncle Chu, may I take some tomatoes and cucumbers with me? Of course, they're not precious items. Feel free to pick some. Chu Songbai replied generously. Su Qingya's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Xiaoli, Xiao Hong, come over quickly and gather some tomatoes and cucumbers. And you too, have the crabs been fed? If so, bring a few up. We're leaving. Understood, boss. The two men returned with several crabs in hand, while Xiao Li and Xiao Hong had finished gathering the vegetables. Bidding farewell to Uncle Chu, the group promptly got into the car. Su Qingya resumed her assertive demeanor. Drive, let us go. A spark of excitement danced in her eyes. To the city. What? To the city? Aren't we heading back to the hotel? Xiao Hong and Xiao Li exclaimed in astonishment. Not returning to the hotel yet. We're going to a third-party food testing facility in the city. Su Qingya declared, her eyes shining with determination. I want the most detailed analysis of these ingredients. Chapter 38. The explosive reaction. What? Conduct tests on these ingredients. Xiao Hong and Xiao Li exchanged bewildered glances. Were these not merely cucumbers and tomatoes grown on a farm, along with some ordinary crabs? Was it really worth such a grand endeavor to go to a testing facility in the city? The fuel costs for the trip, coupled with the testing fees, could likely purchase several truckloads of such produce. They felt somewhat dazed. Was it truly worth it? They glanced at Su Qingya, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Su Qingya noticed their expressions but said nothing. An hour later, at a testing facility in the city center, they completed the payment, queued, and waited. Finally, the results were in. A director rushed out of the lab. Calling, "Who is Su Qingya?" "That's me." Su Qingya quickly rose from the waiting area. "Come over here quickly." The director beckoned and turned back toward the laboratory. After entering the lab, the director eagerly presented several test reports and began questioning them. "Where did you obtain these crabs, tomatoes, and cucumbers? Do you know the results of our tests?" The director's gaze was intense. "First, regarding the crabs, we randomly took a sample, and it revealed dozens of beneficial nutrients for the human body. Dozens. Each nutrient is remarkably balanced, and these aren't even common elements. The levels are incredibly rich. If my years of experience hadn't told me this was merely a crab, I might have suspected it was the flesh of a legendary figure. As for the reports on the tomatoes and cucumbers, there are several pages filled with beneficial components for the body. I even suspect these tomatoes and cucumbers were fertilized with traditional Chinese medicine. Their effects could rival those of cordyceps and ginseng. Where on earth did you get these? Are the cultivation conditions particularly stringent? If they could be produced on a large scale, it would be a boon for humanity." The director grew increasingly excited as he spoke. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong stood with their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Now they finally understood why Su Qingya had gone to such lengths to come to the city. The director's reactions and the numerous test reports had made everything abundantly clear. It turned out, the ignorant ones were not the boss, but rather themselves. Even after leaving the testing facility, the group remained in a daze. As the test results were overwhelmingly shocking, even Su Qingya, who had been mentally prepared, felt a strong sense of astonishment. According to the reports, regularly consuming these ingredients would surpass any health supplements. She could hardly fathom how Chu Chio had accomplished all of this. "Let us go. Back to the hotel immediately. Contact the front desk and have them send over the contact information for our most important clients. I need to call them one by one." At this point, Su Qingya had already tasted the tomatoes and cucumbers. In terms of appearance, quality, and flavor, they were flawless. Now, all that remained was to sample the crabs. Although she hadn't tasted them yet, she felt immense confidence. Soon, the hotel front desk forwarded a list containing the most important client information of the Jinghua Hotel. Among them were several major partners from the previous banquet hosted by Li Ronghui, as well as local departmental leaders. Receiving the client's contact information, Su Qingya sprang into action, promptly dialing each number. "Hello, is this Boss Zhang? Today, our hotel is rewarding important clients with a complimentary tasting of newly developed dishes. Boss Zhang." "Oh? I vividly recall my last meal at your hotel. It left a lasting impression. I must seize this wonderful opportunity to try it out." "Boss Li, a complimentary tasting invitation? Indeed, your hotel is truly exceptional. Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually." "Boss Wang, very well, I shall definitely be there." After a brief phone call, Su Qingya was beaming with delight. Although she was in the car, her thoughts had already flown to Chu Chio's home. She had not forgotten to instruct 2 staff members to procure some supplies from there. Over an hour later, the group returned to the hotel. Su Qingya diligently supervised the swift preparation of 3 premium ingredients, innovating numerous delectable dishes. Meanwhile, in the majestic Imperial Hall on the top floor of the Grand Hotel for Women, a gathering of esteemed bosses and department leaders engaged in lively discussions, laughter echoing throughout. These individuals were the hotel's most prestigious clients. Therefore, once the dishes were prepared, Su Qingya promptly arranged for their service. As the first steaming dish was presented, astonishment washed over all present, and they collectively reacted with a singular motion, sniffing the air. "What an enticing aroma! What is this delightful fragrance? Indeed, it is simply too fragrant. I can hardly resist swallowing." A certain department leader gulped, his face alight with surprise. The mere scent had whetted his appetite, igniting a desire for food, despite his mild anorexia that had rendered him uninterested in eating for several days. It marked the first time in recent memory he had felt such an urge. Ladies and gentlemen, the first dish is quite simple. Steamed crab. Su Qingya smiled as she lifted the lid, releasing an aroma that made one's mouth water. Goodness, what a tantalizing fragrance. Is this truly just steamed crab? It seems far too exquisite. What is this made of? Could it be a rare variety? No, this crab appears to be an ordinary hairy crab, yet how does it possess such a lingering, delicious aroma? All present were affluent business magnates. They had savored all manner of delicacies, yet this seemingly ordinary steamed crab evoked expressions of disbelief and a fervent craving for food, an experience they had not felt in years. The second dish was even simpler, smashed cucumber. Su Qingya maintained her silence, lifting the lid of the second dish. Smashed cucumber? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the ingredients, their astonishment returned. Wait a moment, Boss Su. Are you certain you Haven team has spoken? One mogul pointed to the plate. Are you sure this is a cucumber and not jade? Indeed, this cucumber does not resemble a cucumber at all. It looks like shattered jade. Just look at its sheen, translucence, and color. It appears to be of the highest grade jade. In that instant, the attendees seemed to have discovered a new world, their faces adorned with wonder. As the third, fourth, and fifth dishes were presented in succession, the imperial hall erupted with excitement. And why heavens, is that a tomato? It resembles red agate. Where on earth did Boss Su source these ingredients? They are all so enticing. Indeed, the presentation and aroma are simply heavenly. And this tomato egg soup, it's hard to believe it could achieve such a perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor. The prominent business leaders and department heads all wore expressions of shock. The dishes before them appeared deceptively simple, yet each one exuded a unique and unforgettable fragrance. They were all now eager to indulge, yearning for a meal of epic proportions. This feeling was long overdue. Esteemed guests, thank you for taking time from your busy schedules to grace us with your presence. Today, let us fully enjoy this feast of culinary delights. I, Su Qingya, guarantee with my integrity and the reputation of our hotel that you shall not leave disappointed. Su Qingya beamed with infectious enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, please indulge. My goodness, we have awaited your words. Indeed, we can hardly contain our excitement. Yes, merely inhaling the aroma of these dishes has already made it worthwhile. What a long-lost fervor. What are we waiting for? Let us dig in, but be careful not to bite your tongues. Ha ha. With a cacophony of clattering utensils, the once restrained guests now unleash their appetites upon the array of dishes before them. Delicious, absolutely exquisite. Goodness, is this truly crab? It feels as though I've tasted legendary delicacies. How could it be so delicious? It defies description. And this cucumber, my word, so crisp and refreshing, with a lingering sweetness, imbued with an indescribable essence that invigorates the soul. With each bite, my mind feels clearer, and my body feels as if it has been polished to transparency. And these crab roe buns, certainly the best I have ever tasted. Agreed. And this tomato egg soup evokes memories of childhood. So moving. It is indeed worthwhile. The flavors of the earth. Who just spoke ill? Did someone bite their tongue? Ha ha ha. Thus, a uniquely delightful culinary feast unfolded amidst laughter and astonishment, rapidly approaching its conclusion. Each executive appeared radiant with satisfaction. Esteemed guests, how do you find the meal? Su Qingya maintained a composed smile, her eyes brimming with confidence. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It has been most worthwhile. Indeed, after this meal, I feel rejuvenated, filled with youthful vigor. Boss Su, you truly have a thoughtful touch. The gathered magnates offered various praises, clearly exceedingly pleased. However, we do have one question. Why have we not encountered such dishes before? Indeed, why have we never tasted these before? I wish to know if we can enjoy these regularly in the future. One mogul boldly declared. Honestly, after tasting your dishes, should I attempt to eat elsewhere, I fear I would truly be unable to do so. I simply wish to ask if we can indulge in these delicacies regularly? Yes, we share that curiosity. Price is not an issue, we merely wish to savor these delights frequently. Su Qingya appeared to have anticipated this phenomenon, well prepared with various responses. Esteemed guests, before we proceed, I must first present some documentation. With a glimmer of wisdom in her eyes, Su Qingya produced the inspection reports for the 3 premium ingredients. For these moguls, this document was the ultimate revelation. far more compelling than mere words. What is this? A food inspection report. The report from the city's third-party testing agency. My heavens, this report, this? Suddenly, the bosses collectively expressed astonishment as they reviewed the report, turning their gazes towards Su Qingya. She nodded affirmatively. Indeed, all that you have just tasted comprises ingredients of this caliber. Each one surpasses any premium health product available in the market. The key lies in their exquisite taste. Something no supplement could replicate or replace. Such top-tier ingredients are currently not available in abundance. Only holders of our hotel's Supreme VIP card can indulge in them. What are we waiting for? Let us get those cards issued. It has been years since I have dined like this, especially with such premium, safe ingredients. Yes, let us get the cards. We work hard to enjoy what ordinary people cannot. Indeed, as long as we can regularly savor such delights, financial matters are trivial, especially considering the health benefits. Very well, I see you are all eager. Let me explain the hotel's offerings. Su Qingya took a deep breath, her confidence swelling. Our hotel, having recently opened, offers 3 tiers of Supreme membership cards: the Black Card, Gold Card, and Silver Card. The Black Card is the highest tier, requiring a deposit of 10 million, granting access to the finest ingredients at any time. The Gold Card, the next tier, requires a deposit of 5 million, allowing one to enjoy premium ingredients once a week. The Silver Card, at 2 million, allows for 1 indulgence per month. The Black Card must be obtained. There is nothing more to discuss. A mere 10 million is insignificant. Indeed, to dine on such healthful, top-quality ingredients daily, 10 million is trivial. It is known that the monthly dining expenses for those present often exceed tens of millions. The magnate spoke with certainty. After all, dining and entertaining are necessities, and enjoying them at the Grand Hotel for women is a far superior option. One mogul even remarked in a rather ostentatious manner, "Boss Su, are there any restrictions on this Supreme Black Card? I wish to obtain one for my wife and child as well. My son is preparing for his college entrance exams, and he needs the healthiest and most reassuring ingredients to replenish his energy. My wife, burdened with worries over our son's studies, has also suffered, her skin deteriorating. I've heard that even ordinary cucumbers can be used for facial masks, so surely your cucumber, comparable to ginseng and cordyceps, would yield even better results. Indeed, Mr. Zhang's consideration is thorough. Boss Su, I would like 2 as well. Yes, one must not forget family when dining and entertaining. 2 cards, please. Boss Su, please expedite the hotel arrangements for us. I will immediately notify the finance department to transfer the funds. Just as I finished speaking, several bosses on site began making phone calls. Hello, Xiaodu. You need to come over from the company right away. Yes, to Jinghua Grand Hotel. Arrange for 2 Supreme Black Cards for me. Is that you, Xiao Wang? Come up here, and shortly follow Boss Su to get me 2 Supreme Black Cards. Secretary Li, inform finance to transfer 20 million to the account of Jinghua Grand Hotel. I need to obtain 2 Supreme Black Cards. Boss Su, my people will arrive shortly. Please make the arrangements. Indeed, Boss Su. I have decided that from now on, when dining, I shall go nowhere but Jinghua Grand Hotel. Thank you to all the bosses for your support. I will see you off. Su Qingya took a deep breath, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Today, she had invited 18 key clients. Aside from 3 leaders from relevant departments, nearly every boss had booked 2 Supreme Black Cards. 15 magnates mint 30 black cards. Each black card valued at 10 million, totaling a staggering 300 million. 300 million, and it would be credited instantly. My goodness. If not for being in the hotel, Su Qingya would have leapt with joy. It was simply too exhilarating, too smooth sailing. With this influx of funds, she could immediately commence construction on her second 5-star hotel, and this was just the beginning. Once word spread within these business circles, the number of cardholders would surely multiply. Good heavens, Su Qingya could hardly fathom it. What she yearned for most, what she was most eager to do, was to share her elation and excitement with the principal architect of all this, Chu Qiu. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong, who followed closely behind Su Qingya, were utterly shocked into silence. Merely 3 ingredients had yielded such immense and stable profit. This had completely upended their worldview. And the true mastermind behind all this, in their eyes, was not their stunningly beautiful boss, but rather a figure lurking behind the scenes, known to very few, a person who had only recently become a major shareholder in the hotel, a person who had transformed the hotel's fortune in mere days. And that person was Chu Chiu. Chapter 39. How did I not know I was so wealthy? Hello, Chu Chiu. I have something to tell you. I in the hotel office, with the processing of 30 Supreme Black cards. 300 million in funds was successfully secured. Su Chinya excitedly dialed Chu Chiu's number. 300 million. She recalled how she had pleaded with her family for years to start a business, only to be met with refusal. Ultimately, she had to use her parents' shares to fund the hotel. Her family had sternly warned her that should the business fail, she would have to compensate with her personal freedom. To put it bluntly, her body would be used to secure commercial interests for the family, such as business marriages. But now, thanks to Chu Chiu's emergence, everything had changed in less than a month. The hotel's reputation was rapidly spreading online. It was evident that the business would continue to flourish. Even now, the hotel was raking in profits, and with substantial funds at her disposal, she could initiate the establishment of a second five-star hotel at any moment. She finally had a voice within her family. Thus, she could hardly wait to share this surprise with Chu Chiu. However, when she finally got through to him, Chu Chiu replied, "I'm busy right now. I'll call you back later." Then, the line went dead with a busy signal. Huh? Su Chinya slightly parted her lips, her expression one of bewilderment. Clearly, she hadn't expected Chu Chiu to hang up so decisively. Busy? Isn't he with his parents? What could possibly be so urgent? And he couldn't even say it on the phone. Su Chinya's expression turned suspicious. Could he be off doing something nefarious? No, wait, I must test him. For reasons unknown to her, a sense of indignation welled up within Su Chinya. Without hesitation, she opened her computer, logged into the hotel's online account, and transferred a sum of money to Chu Chiu. Meanwhile, Chu Chiu had spent over an hour at the company wrapping up his resignation process and had just stepped out of the building when his old phone buzzed again. He took out his phone and was instantly taken aback. Your card ending in 7588. Bank of Industry and Commerce Income. Online transfer, 10 million.00 yuan. Balance 10,154,360 yuan. What the hell? What is going on? Did someone transfer money by mistake? Wait a minute, 7 zeros after that one. Holy smokes, 10 million. Who on earth is crazy enough to do this? Chu Chiu gasped sharply, his eyes nearly popping out. This can't possibly be money laundering from the internet, can it? Ding! Before he could finish his thought, another transfer notification popped up. He looked down and was once again astounded. Your card ending in 7588. Bank of Industry and Commerce Income. Online transfer, 10 million.00 yuan. Balance 20,154,360 yuan. Ding. Just as he was processing that, yet another notification chimed in. Your card ending in 7588. Bank of Industry and Commerce Income. Online transfer, 10 million.00 yuan. Balance 30,154,360 yuan. Wow. What the heck? Another 10 million. Ding, ding, ding. Following that, as if confirming Chu Chiu's suspicions, a flurry of messages flooded in, causing his hand to go numb from the vibrations. Ding. Your card ending in 7588. Bank of Industry and Commerce Income. Online transfer, 10 million.00 yuan. Balance 100,154,360 yuan. That was the 10th message. Chu Chiu swallowed hard, his heart racing. The balance on his card had reached 100 million. This money was real and tangible. Staring at the lengthy string of numbers, Chu Chiu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Tension? Exhilaration? His mouth went dry. Just then, his phone rang, startling him. He picked it up to see it was Su Chinya calling. Hello, Chinya, Chu Chiu said, still a bit dazed. So, did you receive the money? Su Chinya's teasing voice came through the line. What? Chu Chiu instinctively froze, then suddenly realized, wait a minute, that money was transferred by you online. Are you out of your mind? Why did you transfer so much money? It's 100 million. Listening to Chu Chiu's incredulous tone, Su Chinya felt a wave of irritation. You're the one who's out of your mind. Who told you to hang up on me? I thought you were up to no good. So I transferred the money to test you. If you hadn't seen the notifications, it would mean you were indeed doing something shady. Su Chinya retorted. What? Chu Chiu's expression darkened. You went crazy just because of that? Chu Chiu was utterly speechless. I asked this how wealthy people operate. They just transfer money without reason. Plus, I'm here to resign. What kind of shady business could I possibly be involved in? Wait a second. Chinya. Ugh, I misspoke. I'm not Charlotte. In an instant, he revealed his slip of the tongue. Coughing awkwardly, Chucho quickly adjusted his demeanor, feigning innocence as he asked, Chinya, you just casually transferred 100 million to me to test me? You can't possibly have some ulterior motive, like having developed feelings for me, right? Ugh, nonsense. Su Chinya blurted out, her tone flustered. Who has feelings for you, you narcissist? I was only thinking about the hotel, worried you might do something that could jeopardize its hard-earned reputation. Really? Chucho felt a tinge of disappointment. Can we not discuss this topic? Su Chinya rolled her eyes, wondering what he was always thinking about. What I'm thinking about is you, Chucho declared earnestly. Su Chinya's face flushed. The conversation took an awkward turn. This insufferable man was becoming increasingly smooth-tongued. Aren't you curious where I got all this money to transfer to you? Su Chinya asked. Perplexed, I hadn't really noticed, but it seems the hotel just became popular a few days ago. Even if the profits are substantial, it wouldn't be possible to amass 100 million in just a few days. Where did this money come from? After Su Chinya's reminder, Chucho also became intrigued. Of course, it came from you, Su Chinya replied with annoyance. Otherwise, how would I have transferred money to you? What? Money from me? Chucho was completely baffled. How was it possible that he was unaware of being so wealthy? Chapter 40. Preparing to set sail for a big venture, what kind of brain do you have? Don't you know what you've been nurturing? Listening to Chucho's bewildered voice, Su Chinya couldn't help but press her forehead in exasperation. Are you referring to crabs? Chucho replied in astonishment. That's impossible. While I am confident that the quality of these crabs surpasses those from renowned lakes, I only have a little over 1,000 in total. Furthermore, they are quite small. Even if I sold them all at 10,000 each, that would only amount to a little over 10 million. Su Chinya was utterly speechless. Who told you I sold all the crabs? I merely developed some new dishes using them, invited clients to taste, and then introduced a membership system for the hotel. They praised the dishes highly and were eager to obtain the hotel's Supreme Black Card. Each Supreme Black Card requires a recharge of 10 million, and I issued 30 of them. Chucho, having just taken a sip of mineral water, couldn't help but spit it out. What did you say? Each Supreme Black Card requires a recharge of 10 million? You issued 30 cards? That's 300 million. Chucho gasped sharply, nearly choking. You simply developed a few new dishes with crabs, and that made a group of big bosses scramble to recharge? Are these people foolish? Wiping his mouth, Chucho couldn't help but scoff. I think you're the foolish one. Su Chinya retorted. Do you have any idea about the high nutritional value of the crabs you raised? You might not even believe it if I told you. I had a specialized agency conduct tests, and they found that the crabs you raised contain dozens of beneficial nutrients that are easily absorbed by the human body. Regular consumption can rapidly improve sub-health conditions and strengthen the body. It surpasses any dietary supplements or health products, she continued. In the eyes of the wealthy, money is easily obtainable, but health is something that money cannot buy. Su Chinya said with irritation. Furthermore, do you have any idea how much these big bosses typically spend on monthly drinking and socializing events? Chucho hesitantly asked. How much? Around 10 to 20 million. Su Chinya asserted decisively. Even without our hotel and the so-called crabs, they would still need to spend that much each month. Now, do you still think they're foolish? Su Chinya pressed again. 10 to 20 million. MMP, Chucho felt envious. The world of the wealthy was indeed beyond the imagination of someone who had only recently come into money. In the eyes of those big bosses, he, as a major shareholder of a 5-star hotel, was hardly noteworthy. Perhaps in a small county like Huching, he had a bit of presence. It seemed he still needed to work hard. For his parents, for himself, and for the woman he adored, he vowed to expand the Jinghua Hotel across all first-tier cities. A deafening shout resonated within him. With the inner alchemy of the dragon, everything was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Su Chinya discussed the situation of the vegetable fields, which astonished Chucho. He never expected that such unintentional efforts would yield fruitful results. This also inspired him in various other aspects. Since the refined spiritual water was so remarkable, he needed to think carefully about how to develop the surrounding areas. For instance, he could produce mineral water, create herbal tea formulas, brew wine, or even develop beauty water and toners, among others. Given the efficacy of the spiritual water, the results would undoubtedly be extraordinary, allowing him to adopt a high-end approach. After all, refining spiritual water incurred no cost, and it would also expand his control over water resources. This way, he could accomplish two goals at once, and why not? Of course, these were merely preliminary ideas that required careful planning in due course. By the way, Chu Chiu, I forgot to mention that I have guaranteed the rights associated with the Supreme Black Cards. They must always have access to the hotel's top-tier ingredients. Therefore, you must increase the scale and intensity of your crab farming. Otherwise, if we fail to meet customer demands, the hotel will lose its credibility. Su Qingya expressed her concerns. Currently, there aren't many high-end members at the hotel, and with only a little over 1,000 crabs, it is sufficient for the time being. However, the vegetables you're growing are far too few. If there is a need for a large conference, we might find ourselves in a tight spot after just a few more events. You must prepare promptly. All right, I understand and I'll handle it in the next couple of days. You can rest assured. Chu Chiu nodded and then hung up the phone. Plans often change unexpectedly. It seemed he needed to return early. After all, everything revolved around the hotel. The hotel was the priority. However, he couldn't return empty-handed. Since he was in the Magic City, he couldn't waste such a good opportunity. The sea was rich in resources, and it would be a disservice to himself not to make a substantial haul before leaving. Chu Chiu immediately decided to head to Wangjing Village this afternoon to scour the sea. He dug out the numbers of Lao Zhang and his companions and directly called them. Hello, Lao Zhang. Once the call connected, Chu Chiu got straight to the point. I'm going to Wangjing Village this afternoon to go fishing. Are you guys free? What? The boss is coming to Wangjing Village today to go out to sea. That's fantastic. The three of us were just hoping for another chance to play cards with you. It has always been a boost to go out to sea with you. Your luck is just incredible. We were just talking about it when your call came through. We're all so excited. You three are together? Chu Chiu was somewhat surprised and laughed. That's perfect. It saves me from notifying each one individually. This time, let us go big. Rent a large fishing boat that can carry dozens of tons of catch. What? Boss, you want to go all out? That's great. We'll handle it. You can count on us. The three were even more excited than Chu Chiu at the prospect. After all, Chu Chiu's luck was practically divine. He could pinpoint where the fish were and always struck gold. They had never seen anyone else like it over the years. Moreover, Chu Chiu was young, extravagant in spending, and had no airs about him, making them eager to follow his lead. All right, I'll leave the boat rental to you guys. I trust you. Just have it ready, and I'll pay when I arrive, Chu Chiu said with satisfaction. You can also invite some trustworthy and diligent friends or relatives to help me out. From this afternoon until tomorrow morning, I'll pay each of them 500, about 10 people, no restrictions on gender. As for you three, each will get 1,000, and the captain will get 1,200. How does that sound? What? Boss, that you're giving too much. Yes, boss, that's too generous. Just letting us find people is already very considerate. We can't accept this, Lao Wang and Lao Zhang chimed in, clearly on speakerphone. Enough, it's settled. While you work under me, I will never let you suffer losses, Chu Chiu declared firmly, just like that. Hurry up and contact people and rent the boat. I'll be there in about 2 hours. All right, we'll listen to the boss. The three were ecstatic. They never expected that they would feel valued after all these years. A surge of passionate determination to go through fire and water for Chu Chiu filled them. 2 hours later, Chu Chiu arrived at Wangjing Village and found Lao Zhang and the others. The boat had already been rented by them for 10,000 a day. Chu Chiu took a look at the fishing vessel. It was indeed substantial and impressive. It was a large fishing boat capable of carrying dozens of tons, more than enough for him to make a significant haul at sea. After paying the rental fee, Chu Chiu boarded the boat, where he saw about 10 workers. These workers had darker skin but appeared energetic, clearly accustomed to going out to sea. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. You're so young. A group of workers greeted Chu Chiu enthusiastically upon seeing him. Chu Chiu nodded. Everyone is familiar with Lao Zhang and the others. So I won't say much. Now, Captain Li, set sail. Let us depart immediately. Sure thing, Captain Li shouted excitedly, swiftly running to the cockpit to start the fishing boat. The workers were delighted. This boss was indeed different, decisive and straightforward, making them eager to work hard alongside him. With a roar, the large boat slowly set sail, and a gust of briny sea air hit Chu Chiu's face. Standing on the deck, he gazed out at the ocean. Under his watchful eyes, everything beneath the sea within a few hundred meters was laid bare. The near shore was as usual, lamentably scarce in resources. Occasionally, small schools of fish or shrimp appeared, but Chu Chiu couldn't be bothered to act. After all, he held a fortune of 100 million. Common catch no longer interested him. Of course, this 100 million was only temporarily in his hands. Ultimately, it would still be invested in the second hotel. Thus, the fishing boat traveled for over an hour before Chu Chiu finally spotted some catch worth pursuing. It was a school of fish resembling swallows, numbering around 500 to 600, their bodies shimmering silver. This type of fish was quite common in large supermarkets as frozen seafood, known as silver pomfret. Typically, the price hovers around several dozen yuan per gene. However, those in the know understand that this figure pertains solely to nearshore aquaculture and refers to frozen products. In stark contrast, wild and fresh silver pomfret, weighing at least 1 gene, commands a minimum price of 200 yuan each. Presently, more than half of this batch of silver pomfret weighs in at 1 gene, with a third even exceeding 2 genes. A rough estimate suggests its total value is no less than 120,000 yuan. Lao Zhang, Lao Wang. It's time to get to work. Chu Chiu clapped his hands, considering that a sum over 100,000 yuan is no small amount. In the past, he wouldn't have been able to earn such a fortune even if he refrained from eating or drinking for an entire year. Are we finally going to cast the net? Lao Zhang and Lao Wang stood up, brimming with excitement. After a long wait, the opportunity to cast the net had finally arrived. Everyone, extinguish your cigarettes. We are about to get busy. Lao Zhang chuckled at the crowd. Huh. The others looked over in slight astonishment, their eyes tinged with skepticism. This is merely the first cast, and we have just left the shallow waters. What gives him such confidence in the harvest? Who bestowed this certainty upon him? Not even a moment to smoke a cigarette. What? Don't you believe me? Lao Zhang scoffed, addressing the group of novices. The boss's skill and luck are beyond your imagination. Indeed, prepare yourselves for astonishment. Lao Wang chimed in, casting a knowing glance at Chu Chiu. Just that glance made him certain that this first cast would yield results, for Chu Chiu's demeanor mirrored that of the last outing, where he remained silent but exuded confidence. The crowd exchanged dubious glances, hastily finishing their cigarettes. Just then, Chu Chiu shouted, loudly, 9 o'clock direction, prepare to accelerate. 50 meters out, ready to release the trawl? Got it. Let us go. Lao Li exclaimed with glee, as the fishing boat roared to life, its speed surging dramatically as they swiftly closed in on the 50-meter mark. Chu Chiu called out, all right, release the trawl. Accelerate. With a whoosh, the trawl was launched, forming a colossal gourd-shaped net that swept through the water, capturing fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish alike as it passed. 5 or 600 silver pomfret were ensnared in a single haul. That's enough. Lao Zhang, Lao Wang prepared a haul in the net. A hint of a smile appeared in Chu Chiu's eyes. With the ability to see underwater, fishing had become remarkably simple. What? We're hauling in the net right after casting. Aren't we going to drag it for a bit longer? The crew looked bewildered. Was this a game? Trawling, as the name suggests, is meant for dragging along the seabed for a catch, hence the longer the drag, the greater the yield. Yet, Chu Chiu intended to haul in the net barely after casting, with a drag distance of less than 100 meters. Wasn't this sheer folly? It's important to note that each trawl requires significant manpower and resources. Moreover, the trawl itself would incur some damage. Such hasty operations would hinder effective fishing later on. Lao Zhang, the barest essentials of trawling, the boss doesn't he understand? Surely, you two seasoned hands do. We are entrusted with the boss's money, and we must act with integrity. The brows of the crew furrowed in concern. It was evident that their character was commendable, a fact that pleased Chu Chiu immensely. Everyone, do remain calm. It's merely the first cast. Trying it out is no harm. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an ecstatic shout erupted from the cabin. Holy cow, the trawl's weight indicator is rising rapidly. It had only been in the water a moment, with the weight fluctuating between dozens of kilograms, yet now it was surging upward by the hundreds. 200 kilograms, 300 kilograms, oh my. It's already 400 kilograms and still climbing. Each increment in weight fluctuated, indicating a massive school of fish was thrashing within the net. What? Lao Li, are you certain? One of the crew members asked in disbelief. Of course. My eyes are fixed on the weight indicator. The trawl's weight has already reached 500 kilograms. A record-breaking haul, a first cast yielding 500 kilograms of catch, could undoubtedly be termed a bonanza. Indeed, the boss's luck is as extraordinary as ever. Ha ha ha. Lao Li's laughter resonated from the cabin. Lao Zhang and Lao Wang visibly relaxed, their expressions now reflecting immense respect. The new crew members exchanged glances, somewhat dazed. This was merely the first cast, executed rather casually, akin to simply tossing a net without any drag. And yet it yielded over 500 kilograms? Chapter 42. Over 600 kilograms of silver pomfret. A group of new crew members stood bewildered, glancing from one to another. The trawl had barely been lowered, hardly even submerged fully, and now it was being pulled up. How could this yield over 500 kilograms? Had it possibly snagged a coral reef, causing excessive resistance in the water? Or might it have caught a cluster of seagrass? Hence the weight increase? Some proposed these possibilities, prompting nods of agreement from the group. Such occurrences had indeed been common in past fishing outings. Clearly, the crew doubted that a casual cast, one without any significant drag, could result in such a substantial catch, unless an entire school of gullible fish had willingly swum into the net. But could that be possible? Oh my, 600 kilograms. No, 700. We're nearing 700 kilograms. Lao Li's excited voice continued to ring out. Lao Zhang could no longer contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together. Damn it, Lao Li's voice is infectious. I'm getting excited too, indeed, but I wonder what kind of fish we caught in this trawl. I hope it's not just a catch of worthless bycatch. Lao Wang nervously swallowed, then urged the new crew. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and prepare. The trawl is about to surface. Oh, yes, all right. Though apprehensive, the crew complied, rolling up their sleeves. Splash! The next moment, the trawl emerged from the water, accompanied by a cascade of splashes, revealing a large shimmering net filled to the brim. Within that enormous net, silvery, swallow-shaped flatfish were intertwined like ribbons, glistening under the sun. What is this? Silver pomfret. A whole net full of silver pomfret. No way. Am I seeing things? The moment the trawl was hoisted, the new crew members were left speechless. They could hardly fathom that such a casual cast truly resulted in a bonanza. And my goodness, it's real. The first cast had indeed yielded a remarkable catch, and it was silver pomfret, such a prized fish. Could it be that the boss truly relied on luck? If so, that luck was beyond extraordinary. The crew gazed at Chu Chio with incredulity. A bunch of fools. You're dumbfounded now, aren't you? Ive told you before that the boss's luck is out of this world, and yet you still didn't believe it. Now do you believe? Over 600 kilograms, and I'll let you all feel the strain in your arms. Lao Zhang reveled in the astonished expressions of the crew, feeling utterly delighted. Chu Chio chuckled, amused by Lao Zhang's pretentiousness. However, upon seeing the weight, Chu Chio too was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the quality of these silver pomfret would be so remarkable. Reaching over 600 kilograms, the value was indeed substantial. Splash! As the enormous net of silver pomfret tumbled onto the deck, it instantly formed a small mountain. The silver pomfret, shimmering and struggling, created a cacophony of sounds on the boat. To be frank, is there any possibility of misinterpretation? The atmosphere is electrifying. Quick, everyone, get to work. We mustn't let this group of fish languish. It would be such a loss if they perished. Indeed, this batch of silver pomfrets is of exceptional quality, and they are quite sizable. Hurry and start selecting them. A throng of individuals surged forward, their movements remarkably adept. They are all seasoned hands who have spent years at sea, executing their tasks with remarkable agility. In no time, each person had filled a large basket. Their precision is astonishing. Often, they would lift a fish, weigh it lightly in their hands, and accurately gauge its weight, sorting them with meticulous care. Old Zhang, quickly grab the hose and splash some water. Don't let them be out of water for too long. Xiaozheng, you too are strong. Hurry and place the selected fish into the water tank to keep them alive. Captain Lao Li directed operations from the boat, his excitement palpable amidst the bustling scene. Just then, Old Zhang suddenly shouted, "Wow, everyone, look! This silver pomfret weighs nearly 3 pounds. Could it be the king of this batch?" What? A 3-pound silver pomfret? Everyone's eyes turned in unison towards him. There, in Old Zhang's hands, was a silver pomfret as large as a basin, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, it truly is. This is a rarity, and the price will surely skyrocket. The king of silver pomfrets, at least 400 yuan per pound. For this one, Its worth cannot be less than 1,200. The king of silver pomfrets? Chuchio's eyes sparkled slightly. His mother is a devoted fan of silver pomfrets. Rich and high protein, not only do they boast an exquisite flavor, but they also offer abundant nutrition, invigorating the blood and strengthening the body, making them his mother's favorite. Every time they visited the large supermarket, they had to bring one back for steaming. However, over the past 2 years, in order to save money for his wedding, they had indulged in them far less frequently. A 3-pound kingfish. It was likely that his mother had never even seen one in her lifetime, let alone one that was still lively. Chuchio envisioned certain scenarios and couldn't help but smile. Such a large king silver pomfret is exceedingly rare. Even wealthy individuals might not have the opportunity to enjoy one, especially one that is still lively. Surely, bringing it back to his mother would bring her immense joy. Chapter 43. A single exclamation is insufficient, just a 3-pound king silver pomfret, capable of eliciting a smile from his mother, makes it worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Chuchio approached, saying, "Old Zhang, set this king silver pomfret aside. I want to take it home for my mother to taste tomorrow." Huh? Old Zhang paused slightly. Such a precious fish. And you want to take it home to eat? That seems such a waste. Moreover, this is the king fish. It holds considerable allure, and affluent individuals would be eager to bid for it. Old Zhang, have you lost your wits? Captain Lao Li interjected with a frown. It is merely a fish. No matter how precious, is it worth more than the affection of a son for his mother? Besides, with your status, do you really lack the money for this kingfish? Are you daft? Old Wang chimed in, chuckling mockingly. What an awkward situation. Old Zhang sheepishly smiled, and amidst the laughter, he hurriedly retreated, placing the kingfish in a separate tank of water. All right, everyone, hurry up with the cleanup. Once that's done, we'll cast the next net. Chuchio clapped his hands, instantly reviving the team's spirits. The first net had yielded a bountiful catch, valued at over 200,000. Would the second net be able to continue the luck of the first? This thought filled the newly arrived workers with anticipation for the second net. With this sense of eagerness, the team's efficiency surged as they quickly organized the catch. During this time, Chuchio also refined the water in the tank. This way, not only could the kingfish thrive, but its nutritional value would also be enhanced, benefiting his mother's health even further. Subsequently, the fishing boat set forth again. With the successful first net as a testament, the new workers were filled with expectations for Chuchio. He smiled lightly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the sea, leaving the crowd with a striking silhouette. Of course, this was not an intentional display of superiority on Chuchio's part. Rather, he was searching for prey. Gradually, the fishing boat ventured farther out, and the ocean's bountiful resources began to reveal themselves. Alas, without sufficient quantities, Chuchio was reluctant to waste manpower and resources. Boss, there's a small island not far ahead. Should we explore the vicinity? In the cockpit, Lao Li, noticing Chuchio's lack of interest in casting the net, boldly proposed, "A small island?" Chuchio blinked, standing higher to survey the area. Indeed, he spotted a fairly sizable island, seemingly adorned with patches of greenery. 2 yachts were anchored nearby, indicating that there were people enjoying themselves on the island. Seeing this, Chuchio's interest was piqued. All right, let's head towards the island. Great. Lao Li was delighted that his suggestion had been accepted, immediately increasing the boat's speed towards the island. As they approached the island, Chuchio's keen eyesight caught sight of a group of people enjoying themselves, seemingly live streaming their activities. However, that was not what concerned him. What he was truly interested in was whether the island held something he had longed for. For this fishing expedition, Chuchio had done considerable research, examining the growth conditions of various top-tier ingredients. Among them, one premium ingredient particularly thrived in the rocky crevices of islands, known as gooseneck barnacles. Gooseneck barnacles, hailed as a delicacy from the depths, have a base price of over 9,000 yuan per pound. Those of exquisite quality can fetch over 10,000 yuan per pound. They are undoubtedly a top-tier ingredient that should not be overlooked. Just as Chuchio was about to instruct Lao Li to steer closer and prepare to land on the island, his gaze instinctively dropped, and he was suddenly struck dumb by a breathtaking sight. What the? Chuchio gasped sharply, his expression filled with astonishment. Beneath the small island's waters, a vibrant array of red and blue flowers sprawled across the seafloor in rows, their sheer numbers almost unbelievable. Those who frequently venture out to sea would surely recognize them. For they are not real flowers, but rather crabs, an intertwining throng of red flower crabs and blue flower crabs. The last time Chu Chio went out to sea, he caught over 400 flower crabs, which were red flower crabs. This time, not only were there red flower crabs, but also blue flower crabs, and the sheer quantity was so immense that Chu Chio could scarcely count them at a glance. If he had to describe it, he could only use the words thickly clustered. Yet, Chu Chio found himself puzzled as to why so many crabs were congregating near the small island. Was there something here attracting them? Or was this their chosen spawning ground? However, these considerations were not at the forefront of Chu Chio's mind. What he needed to think about now was whether the dragnet could capture them all in one sweep. Even if it could, would they be able to haul them up safely? That was his greatest concern. After all, the sheer number of crabs was staggering. With this thought in mind, Chu Chio quickly inquired, "Lao Li, how is the quality of the dragnet on this boat? Is it sturdy? What is its weight capacity?" "The quality of the dragnet," Lao Li replied, somewhat taken aback. "Our fishing boat is a medium tonnage vessel, and the dragnet is highly reliable. Although I haven't tested it, I believe it can handle a weight of 1 to 2 tons without issue." 1 to 2 tons? Chu Chio's eyes brightened slightly. "Perfect. Then let us circle the island and drag the net," Chu Chio declared, excitement bubbling within him. "I have a strong feeling that there are plenty of big catches around this island." "Circle the island with the dragnet?" "That." Lao Li expressed some concern. "What if we encounter submerged rocks or reefs? What is there to fear? The yachts are anchored right by the island. There can't be any hidden dangers," Old Zhang chimed in loudly. "Even if there are large rocks, with the boss's luck, he might just glide right past them." After waiting so long for Chu Chio to show interest in casting the net, Old Zhang hardly considered the risks. Even the newly arrived workers were eager to join in. "Drag away? It doesn't matter. At worst, we'll just proceed a bit slower." Chu Chio nodded. "In a moment, I'll position myself at the front of the deck. Just pay attention to my hand signals for direction." "Understood," Lao Li nodded. Since the boss had spoken, there was no reason for hesitation. Moreover, to be honest, after waiting so long, he was just as eager to see Chu Chio finally cast the net. Prepare to cast the net. Chu Chio made his way to the deck, signaling to the left. From the left front, at 11 o'clock, proceed to drag around the island. Begin. With a wave of his hand, the massive dragnet was released, moving in the direction of 11 o'clock. Chu Chio kept a close eye on the boat's progress, ready to adjust course upon encountering any large rocks. Lao Li, too, was blindly confident in Chu Chio's leadership, executing his commands without hesitation. "Good, yes, just like that. Veer right a half circle and increase speed. Quick, accelerate. Excellent work. Maintain a steady drag to the right." In just a few minutes, Lao Li was fully focused, beads of sweat dotting his brow. When he finally glanced at the weighing device, he was momentarily stunned. But then, he gasped in shock. An exclamation, rich with the essence of countless Chinese characters, escaped his lips in awe. "Wow, big catch. There's truly a big catch." The weighing display was fluctuating rapidly, and the numbers were climbing at an astonishing rate. "Wow, wow. 400 kilograms, 500 kilograms. It jumped directly to 700 kilograms. Wow, wow." Oldley stared intently at the flickering monitor, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as he fervently exclaimed with colorful language. His emotions were so heightened that a mere exclamation was insufficient to convey his feelings. Chapter 44. The frenzied crowd. Old Zhang, impatient by nature, could no longer contain himself as he listened to Old Li's continuous exclamations from the cockpit. "Old Wang, let us head to the cockpit and see what's happening," he called out to Old Wang, leading the way with great anticipation. Upon entering the cockpit, the two men were immediately struck by the sight before them, yearning to plunge headlong into the monitor, particularly as they beheld the rapidly fluctuating numbers. Their reactions mirrored Old Li's in astonishing unison. A torrent of exclamations escaped their lips. "What the hell? 780, 800. This is definitely the rhythm of a massive catch. Old Li, why aren't you accelerating?" "Indeed, Old Li, speed up. Let us finish this round quickly and see what treasures we've caught." "Absolutely. The boss's luck is truly remarkable. I can hardly resist the urge to dive into the sea and see what astonishing bounty we've dragged in. Alas, the boss can't come every day. If only he would buy a fishing boat, we could work for him daily. That would be exhilarating. Enough dreaming. The boss is young and accomplished. Do you really think he would spend his days wandering the sea with us roughnecks? Sigh. I can only hope the boss drops by every now and then to ask for other bosses. I am not interested in following them, I got so caught up in talking. Quick, look at the monitor. 900 kilograms. What? 900 kilograms, and it's still rising. Am I dreaming? Is the boss a sea king or something? Don't pull me back. I want to kneel before the boss on the deck. Chu Chio was steering the ship when he suddenly heard the term sea king. His body stiffened, nearly causing him to topple over. Mimpy, a bunch of roughnecks. Can't you all just surf the internet in peace? Is this how you describe a sea king? Oldly, don't listen to old Jung's nonsense. Focus on my signals and increase the power to make a turn. We should be ready to haul in the net soon. Chu Chio said irritably, his voice not loud but clearly audible to everyone in the cockpit. Oldly and the others were momentarily stunned, wearing expressions of disbelief. Could the boss, standing so far away on the deck, really hear their conversation amidst the wind and waves? What extraordinary hearing! This is unbelievable. What are you dawdling for? Quickly steer to the right and make a semicircular turn of 100 meters. Chu Chio shouted, seeing their lack of response. Oh, right? Oldly finally snapped back to reality, hastily adjusting the direction, his astonishment only growing stronger. Could it be that the boss truly is a sea king? Akin to the mythical figures in foreign blockbusters, a divine presence upon the waves? How else could one explain the boss's incredible feats at sea? Oh no, this is too much. I must be hallucinating. 1,000 kilograms. 1,000 kilograms. I'm definitely hallucinating. Old Zhang's eyes widened as he stared at the ever-increasing numbers on the monitor, his expression one of utter disbelief. Old Wang was no better off. His mouth agape, drool trickling from the corner point. 1,000 kilograms a ton. Am I truly not dreaming? All right, stop. Oldly, prepare to haul in the net. Chu Chio commanded, his eyes brimming with excitement. The anticipated haul was substantial. Though its exact size was beyond estimation. One thing was clear. It promised to be an eye-catching spectacle. At last, they were about to haul in the net. In the cockpit, Oldly clenched his fist in exhilaration. His gaze fixed on the weight display. 1166 kilograms. We've hit the jackpot. After years of endeavor, this was the first time he had captured such an astonishing catch. He quickly maneuvered the fishing boat to a halt. Eager to begin the netting process, he was keen to discover what marvels this bountiful catch contained. Old Zhang and Old Wang dashed out, racing to the stern to eagerly await the net's retrieval. The newly hired workers, too, were buzzing with excitement, rolling up their sleeves and preparing the water tanks and large baskets, ready for action without needing any further instruction. Meanwhile, on the small island, an unpleasant incident was unfolding among a group of vacationers. Ding Wenjing, a fitness enthusiast and fashion model, stood at a height of 1.70 meters, exuding a captivating allure, embodying the archetype of a seductive woman. The discord on the island revolved around her in this day and age. It seemed that 9 out of 10 beauties were streamers, and Ding Wenjing was no exception. With a fan base of over 500,000 on Douyin, she had come here after receiving a generous gift from a top supporter during her livestream, who invited her to join him for a seaside adventure. Encouraged by her fans, she ultimately decided to come. However, she never anticipated that, at the outset of their outing, the atmosphere was jovial and orderly, only to later devolve as the group became increasingly brazen, encroaching upon her personal space with unwelcome advances. Just moments ago, while interacting with her fans on the island, a man had approached her from behind. Lewdly sniffing her neck, Ding Wenjing recoiled in disgust and admonished, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Don't get so close behind me with such indecent gestures, or I'll report you." "Ha, report me," the man scoffed, unperturbed. "How many streamers who get gifts worth tens of thousands are genuinely respectable? You think anyone would report me for a few $1,000? A woman with your figure surely didn't build it just through workouts, did you? But that's all right. Looking good is enough. 20,000. Let us head to the little grove over there. If you make me feel good, I'll frequently take you out and introduce you to more wealthy patrons." "How does that sound?" "Disgusting," Ding Wenjing spat, turning to walk away, her athletic physique prompting the man to pursue her, calling out, "All right, 30,000. Is that enough?" Ding Wenjing quickened her pace. The man's expression darkened. "Leave? On this island? Let us see how far you can go." Ding Wenjing remained silent, maintaining a frosty demeanor as she strode toward the edge of the island. Streaming solo, she felt no fear. Moreover, she had spotted a fishing boat anchored nearby, intending to board it and witness how others fished, which would also provide material for future videos. With that thought, she temporarily set aside her displeasure and grabbed a lifeboat from the yacht. Paddling towards Chuchio's fishing vessel under the man's ominous gaze. "Apologies, my dear fans. I'll be leaving the island now. Look ahead. There's a fishing boat. I'll see if I can board," Ding Wenjing announced, shifting the camera to show her viewers. Go. Jingjing. The girl who lifts weights isn't to be trifled with. Indeed, having money doesn't equate to superiority. Do you think all streamers are superficial? How shallow. They likely didn't realize that Jingjing was a thorny rose, one of her earliest fans who had witnessed her journey to sculpt her impressive physique through diligent workouts. Absolutely genuine. Certainly, if Jingjing streamed more often, she would have surpassed 1 million followers by now. In the live stream, a throng of female fans fervently cheered. The male fans, on the other hand, remained silent, as the women were all indignant. Leaving little room for dissent, as Ding Wenjing approached the fishing boat, she was slightly taken aback by the sight. Yet, this was preferable. If it had been all men, she would have felt uncomfortable. "Hello, may I ask whose boat this is? Can I board? I've had some trouble on the island and I'm alone now." Ding Wenjing sought assistance. "Huh? A girl is coming from the lifeboat? Is she filming a video? Isn't that a bit reckless to drift alone in the sea? Hey, didn't you hear her? She said she had some trouble on the island. Quickly check if the boss will allow her on board. It's too dangerous for a girl to be adrift in the ocean." A buzz of discussion erupted among the group on the boat. Just then, ripples appeared on the water at the stern, revealing glimpses of the net being dragged below. Old Lie's voice rang out from the cockpit. "Everyone pay attention. The net is about to come up. The net is coming up. Miss, quickly move aside. This is the stern. The net is about to be lifted." Okay. Ding Wenjing noticed the commotion and hurriedly paddled away, adjusting her camera to say, "Fans, look, you're in for a treat." Just in time to see what they haul up. At this moment, some male fans finally felt they had a chance to speak up. Voicing their opinions, "Don't celebrate too soon, streamer. I'm from the coastal area of Magic City, and catching fish at sea isn't as easy as it seems." The sentiments expressed above hold merit. "My uncle, too, was once a fisherman, but he ceased his ventures at sea 2 years prior. On a good day, the earnings from a single day's catch could cover sustenance, yet on a bad day, one might not even recoup the fuel expenses." I wholeheartedly concur with the earlier remark. Being a fisherman is no easy task. Moreover, dragging nets near the small island, what a folly that would be. One must beware of hauling up nothing but stones. Silence, please. Just moments ago, where were all you men with your incessant chatter? Now you appear with videos to share, an irate female fan retorted. "We're about to bring in a haul." Just then, the exuberant voice of Lao Zhang rang out from the vessel. Following that, a tremendous splash echoed as a colossal shadow erupted from the water, sending waves crashing down. Ding Wenjing, positioned below, was still reeling from the commotion when the vessel erupted into frenzied shouts. "What on earth is this? What in the world is this? Crabs, all crabs, and not just any crabs, but the renowned flower crabs, my goodness. We have both red flower crabs and orchid crabs. Hurry, Lao Wang, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. This is an unimaginable bounty of crabs, something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. The captain must be a miracle worker. This catch surpasses anything I have ever witnessed. Even the largest deep-sea fishing vessels cannot haul in such a staggering number in one go. Lao Li, quickly, show me the weight on the scale. How many pounds? Tell me, swiftly." Chapter 45. Host, adjust the camera. 1086. A staggering 1086 kilograms. Lao Li's voice resonated from the cockpit. Instantly, all the crew members erupted in jubilation. Goodness gracious, 1086 kilograms. Does that not exceed a ton? Incredible, simply incredible. And nearly all of it is crabs, with only a few large shrimp mixed in. The captain is a genius. This single haul surpasses the annual yield of others. It is utterly unbelievable. Indeed, without witnessing it firsthand, one would struggle to believe it. Are they truly all crabs? Let me see. Lao Li dashed out from the cockpit, his excitement palpable upon seeing the enormous net brimming with crabs. My heavens, they are indeed all crabs, fantastic. Just look at their quality, better than the last catch. Each one weighs at least a pound. These are truly exquisite specimens, given their quality in such a vast quantity. I reckon a single crab could ignite fierce competition among countless buyers. Lao Li's enthusiasm was unmistakable, and he continued to cheer in delight. Wait, if one crab weighs around 500, with a total of 1,086 kilograms, that equates to 2,172 pounds, meaning there are 2,172 crabs. Oh my, whose mental arithmetic is sharp. Quickly calculate how much 2,172 crabs would cost. 108,006,000 yuan. That amounts to 108,006,000 yuan. Ding Wenjing's voice rang out. Having shaken off her earlier shock, she calculated promptly, only to be astounded anew. A single net yields over 1,000,000 yuan. Is fishing truly that lucrative? The live stream chat erupted into chaos. What was that about fishing not covering fuel costs? Step forward so I can assure you I won't harm you. Exactly. A net bringing in over 1,000,000 yuan. Does that not signify profit? And who was it that claimed one would haul in nothing but stones near the island? Step forward and show me if your stones look like this. With 8 long legs? 0.8 long legs. I'm in stitches. Ha ha ha. Sister Tuan Tuan is too funny. I can't help but laugh. Host, do I have legs as long as my height of 1.7 meters? Alright, everyone. Refrain from flooding the chat. Let us get the host aboard the vessel. Yes, host, hurry aboard. We want to see those 8 long legs. It's over. Sister Tuan Tuan's joke has become a meme. Hey, has anyone noticed a sudden influx of viewers in the live stream? Ha ha ha, I just arrived. You all must not be aware that your stream has hit the trending list. Indeed, I also came from a recommendation. Your host is quite popular during this time slot. Wow, I just watched a video of the host. She is truly stunning with fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Plus, she has a fantastic physique from weightlifting. Top tier. Missing her before was a significant loss. We seldom stream live. Don't tarnish the atmosphere and mind your manners, or you'll be sent packing. As new fans flocked to the live stream, Ding Wenjing regained her composure and warmly welcomed everyone. What am I seeing? That massive net being hoisted is as large as a house. Filled with crabs? Goodness, it indeed looks like it. Where is this? There are far too many, right? If I'm not mistaken, there must be several thousand crabs. Whose boat is this, with such extraordinary luck? New fans continued to pour in, their eyes widening at the sight of the immense net filled with crabs, all left in awe, flooding the chat with excitement. In a brief moment, Ding Wenjing had already received no less than 3,000 yuan in gifts. Host, why aren't you boarding the vessel? We want a close-up view of the giant crabs. Host, hurry aboard. I'll reward you. Host, aboard, aboard, aboard. After a flurry of messages, a wave of gifts soon followed. Ding Wenjing quickly addressed her fans. Babies, please hold on. I'll inquire who the captain is. Everyone, where is your ship's captain? May I board to take a closer look? Just a moment, the captain is on his way. Someone on the ship responded. As Ding Wenjing turned her gaze, she spotted a sun-kissed, handsome young man emerging, frowning as he remarked, "What is a girl doing alone out at sea? Quickly, throw her a rope and pull her aboard. The waters below are too perilous. Wow, is he the captain? So handsome and youthful. Did you hear that? He said it's too dangerous for a girl and instructed someone to pull Jingjing aboard. How thoughtful." The female fans in the live stream began to inundate the chat again. Hello, are you the captain? Thank you so much. Once aboard, Ding Wenjing immediately expressed her gratitude to Chu Qiu. Up close, she discovered that Chu Qiu possessed a captivating allure, exuding a unique charm. Chu Qiu was equally taken aback to encounter someone of Ding Wenjing's caliber in this vast ocean, especially given her stunning physique. It was simply remarkable. Had it not been for his self-restraint and the influence of Su Qingya, he might have found himself unable to avert his gaze from her alluring features. This woman's beauty and figure were precisely what men fantasized about. She was undeniably striking. If Su Qingya embodied the essence of an elegant and alluring woman, then Ding Wenjing radiated a cold yet sensual charm. Each possessed their own strengths, rendering them equally matched. Hello, I am Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu politely extended his hand in greeting, introducing himself to I am Ding Wenjing. Ding Wenjing offered a token handshake with Chu Qiu, their fingers barely brushing. Nonetheless, Chu Qiu could still sense the firmness of her grip, a contrast to the softness he associated with Su Qingya. Suddenly, amidst the excitement of the crew, the net was released. Crabs poured forth like a deluge, plopping down everywhere in the blink of an eye. The deck was swarming with crabs, the sheer density instilling a sense of dread. Ding Wenjing gasped in surprise and instinctively took refuge behind Chu Qiu. The contact sent a rush of exhilaration through him. What on earth? The host is hiding. What is happening? Host, please redirect the camera. I can't see. Where is the camera? Host? Jia Tianxia. Has the host been startled? Here's a gift to comfort you. Quickly turn the camera back. Ding. Jia Tianxia sent a carnival. Crab official. I got caught off guard earlier. I didn't see clearly. Move the camera back. Ding. Crab official sent a carnival. Ding. Mountain Waters sent a carnival. Chapter 46. High energy ahead in an instant. 3 carnivals were sent, causing the live stream's popularity to surge. Thank you, Jia Tianxia, for the carnival. Thank you, Crab official. Thank you, Mountain Waters. The moderators quickly expressed their gratitude. Ding Wenjing also regained her bearings, stretching her phone out from behind Chu Qiu to adjust the camera. The moment the camera pointed towards the spectacle, the live stream erupted in excitement. Goodness, goodness. The net that was just hoisted didn't seem so overwhelming, but now that it's all out, this scene is utterly captivating. This is nothing short of a crab mountain and sea. There must be thousands of them, right? My heavens, what enormous specimens. The quality is undeniably different for wild crabs. Dee. High energy ahead. Those with arachnophobia beware. As the popularity of the live broadcast surged, an increasing number of newcomers flooded into the room. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they could not help but flood the screen with messages. What on earth is happening? Why is the screen filled with crabs? Is the host out crabbing? With so many crabs, are they being distributed? Goodness, are all these crabs? How many could there possibly be? Damn it, I can't handle this. It's too overwhelming. I feel dizzy just looking at it. Are we in a large aquaculture facility or at sea? Hey, have you ever seen an aquaculture facility yield such fine flower crabs? This is a live broadcast from the ocean. Indeed. These are the authentic ocean-caught red flower crabs and orchid crabs, purely wild and freshly caught. In other regions, even with money, it would be difficult to obtain such delicacies. My goodness, these crabs are indeed different from the red flower crabs I've had in our county. It's like comparing heaven and earth. The issue is that they might not even be fresh. Who knows how long they've been in the tank? There is simply no comparison with these freshly caught wild crabs. Host, quickly ask the boat captain if he's selling them. Reserve a dozen for me. I want some too. They look so fresh. It's impossible to find anything like this where I live. Right? Even if there's no free shipping, we can cover the postage ourselves, host. If you see this, please respond. Oh no, the host seems to be so captivated that she forgot she's live. Come on, let's send some gifts to snap her back to reality. Ding, Meow Meow gives you a call. Ding. Daoist descends the mountain to give you a call. Ding. Shen Si checks the pulse and sends 666. Ding. Gentle Knife sends romantic fireworks. Ding. Sea and Sky Banquet sends a carnival. What the heck? A carnival. Another carnival. Today, several tycoons have entered the live room. Thanks to all the babies for their gifts and to Sea and Sky Banquet for the carnival. The management in the live room spoke up again. Meanwhile, in a certain studio, a woman sat beside her computer, watching the live room as it continued to flood with gifts. She sighed helplessly, slapped her forehead, and quickly dialed a number. Hello? Ding Wenjing. What are you doing? You're a host. As the call connected, the woman began to vent her frustrations. Could you please pay attention to the live room and show some respect for your professional ethics? The fans are calling for you, waiting to interact with you, and here you are, doing what? I can't believe I ended up with such a host, and I'm stuck managing you. I'm exhausted, and every time you expect me to remind you to go live. And now that you finally do, you abandon your fans to enjoy the show for yourself? Ah? Yanjia, I'm so sorry. I forgot I was live. The impact of being here is just too overwhelming with thousands of crabs. It's hard to contain. Ding Wenjing answered the call, unable to suppress a facepalm, and quickly showed her face in the live room. Babies, I'm so sorry. I got a bit too excited and forgot I was live. Ha ha ha, we all heard it. Your management just called you. You're the first one to have a management that needs to call and urge you to broadcast. Ha ha ha. Managing you is so tough. Let us send some love to the management. All right, host, quickly ask the boat captain if he's selling crabs online. We can cover the shipping. Yes, hurry and ask. Many fans in the live room urged. All right, babies, please wait a moment while I check. After Ding Wenjing finished speaking, She looked at the densely packed crabs on the deck and couldn't help but laugh and cry. For the fans, she was willing to take the risk of being pinched by the crabs and rushed over to Chu Chiu to relay the fans' requests. After listening, Chu Chiu shook his head without hesitation. Not selling, too much trouble. What? Ding Wenjing, feeling helpless, confirmed her suspicions. However, for the sake of her fans, she pushed for a compromise. How about this? You sell the crabs to my fans, and I'll handle the shipping for them. It wouldn't take much of your time. Many of my fans have never had such fresh wild crabs. Even in 5-star hotels, I haven't had crabs of such quality and freshness. Boss, could you do me a favor and make an exception? This was the first time Ding Wenjing had used a pleading tone with a man. For a beauty of her caliber, the impact was certainly significant. Chu Chiu glanced at her and nodded. All right, just tally up the quantity later, and I'll reserve some for your live room. Thank you, boss. No, thank you, Chu Chiu. Ding Wenjing happily expressed her gratitude, and the live room erupted in a flurry of messages. Thanks, Brother Chiu. Let us send some small gifts. Ha ha ha. My son loves crabs the most. Thank you on behalf of my son. Thank you, Brother Chiu. Let's give Brother Chiu a thumbs up. Sending love. The live room's popularity soared, with more and more newcomers joining in. Clearly, they had hit the trending charts again. In just a short while, Ding Wenjing's live audience had skyrocketed from a mere 1 or 2,000 to over 20,000, a staggering increase of more than tenfold. During this time frame, the heat was rising sharply, even surpassing many commercial live broadcasts. Wow, it seems like I've hit the hourly rankings, and I'm even in the top 5. Oh my goodness, I've never made it to the hourly rankings before. Is it possible that so many people enjoy crabbing live broadcasts? Ding Wenjing gazed at her phone in disbelief as she checked the hourly rankings. Moreover, she discovered that since she began trending, her Douyin account had gained 8,000 followers. At this rate, by the time she finished broadcasting, she might gain at least 10 or 20,000 followers. It was utterly astonishing. Ding Wenjing felt a thrill of excitement. She had never experienced a day of such rapid follower growth before. However, she soon noticed her phone buzzing incessantly. It was flooded with private messages from her Douyin fans. Within mere seconds, the notifications reached 99. Ding Wenjing opened one to find herself nearly fainting. It was all messages from fans wanting to buy crabs, complete with detailed notes of their contact numbers, addresses, and desired quantities. My goodness, this is way too much. Are you trying to exhaust me? Ding Wenjing swiped through dozens of messages, only to find that the list seemed endless, nearly driving her to the brink of despair. How many people are messaging me to buy crabs? The messages were simply too many to count. She casually glanced at around 10, and the lowest quantity requested was 3. Those wanting more were even asking for 10 or more. Ding Wenjing felt utterly overwhelmed and continued scrolling for several minutes, but still couldn't reach the end. She quickly recalled how many times she had swiped and roughly estimated the number of people. She realized that even if it wasn't 1,000, it was definitely over 900. My heavens, over 900 people wanting crabs, and if we assume a minimum of 3 per household, that's 3 times 9, which is 2007. Oh my goodness, 2007. Ding Wenjing pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling like she was about to cry. This is going to wear me out. Ding Wenjing genuinely wanted to say, I'm not a commercial host. I'm just a fitness-loving woman. What's wrong with that? Have the quantities been calculated? Chu Chiu looked at her as she muttered to herself and covered her forehead, thinking she was doing mental math for the fans' crab orders. Yes, it's calculated, Ding Wenjing replied in a state of resignation. Seeing her like this, Chu Chiu assumed she had been played by her fans and chuckled. Are your fans just messing with you? Is anyone actually buying? How many do they want? All of them. Ding Wenjing responded, half dead. All right. Chu Chiu instinctively nodded, wanting to laugh, but the next second he realized what she had said, and nearly choked on his breath, almost bursting his bronchial tubes. Cough, cough. What did you say? All of them? Chapter 47. Chu Chiu. You're on fire. Cough, cough. You said how many? All of them. Chu Chiu gasped, nearly biting his tongue in disbelief as he looked at Ding Wenjing. Are you sure? Over 2,000 crabs? And you want them all? This isn't chicken, duck, or goose meat. These are crabs, wild sea crabs. Each one of this quality is nearly $500. Once you take them, there's no going back. Ding Wenjing was on the verge of tears. Her face contorted in anguish. Do you think I want this? It's all the fans messaging me for them. And right now, every moment, someone is messaging me. and each person is asking for at least 3. This entire boatload is even enough. What are you kidding me? Are fans really this wealthy now? Chucho was dumbfounded, unable to fathom how many people were buying if 2,000 crabs weren't enough. Your ability to sell is simply extraordinary. I'm just a fitness-loving fashion model. I'm not a commercial host. I'm not a commercial host. I'm not a commercial host, Ding Wenjing lamented, covering her face in despair. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have asked for the fans. Have I inadvertently dug my own grave with my own abilities? Over 2,000 crabs, how am I supposed to send them out in batches of hundreds? I might as well drop dead. Chucho couldn't help but chuckle, saying, I think it's quite wonderful. Your fans truly love you. Ha ha ha. After saying this, he couldn't contain his laughter, which made Ding Wenjing clench her little fist in frustration. Ha ha ha, I heard Brother Chiu speaking. Yes, Brother Chiu is absolutely right. Our affection for the streamer is genuine, indeed. It is true love. Nice. Brother Chiu has articulated our sentiments. Ding. The crab gentleman has sent a carnival, for Brother Chiu. Between mountains and rivers. Ha ha ha, for Brother Chiu. Ding. Between mountains and rivers has sent a carnival. Ding. Suspended pulse diagnosis has sent a carnival. For Brother Chiu. For Brother Chiu. In the blink of an eye, several carnivals flooded the live broadcast room, and the 3 words Brother Chiu were instantaneously spammed by fans. Seeing this, Ding Wenjing shouted in anger. You all! Each of you claims to love the streamer, yet you go wild for Chucho. Continuously sending carnivals. Is this how much you love the streamer? I don't want you all anymore. Stop sending gifts, go spam in another live room. Ding Wenjing was exasperated, her tone fierce. However, before she could finish her sentence and before the fans could respond, the live room's management swiftly displayed a message. Ding Wenjing, what are you acting up for? Do you still want me to manage properly? Why am I so exhausted? Ha ha ha. Even the management couldn't help but explode in anger. The title was already decided. Live room management goes off on female streamer. It's on fire. It's on fire. It's on fire. Chucho glanced at the screen and immediately concurred. It's on fire. Chucho. Ding Wenjing looked at Chucho like a petulant child, pouting. Really? First on the hourly leaderboard. You're on fire. Chucho touched his nose and pointed at her phone screen. What? I've become the first on the hourly leaderboard? Ding Wenjing was taken aback and quickly looked at the screen. She saw the little flame icon on the screen, and the number had changed from 2. She truly had become the first on the hourly leaderboard. Ding Wenjing was instantly filled with joy. Moreover, what shocked her even more was that the online viewer count in her live room was now approaching a staggering 100,000. 100,000. What does that even mean? Even those million-follower internet celebrities, let alone sales streamers, probably don't reach this proportion with every broadcast, right? Not to mention, she was merely a streamer with a few 100,000 fans who didn't even broadcast frequently. This was simply too delightful. Ding Wenjing even felt a sense of her own rise to fame. And all of this began from stepping onto Chucho's fishing boat. Chucho, may I add you on WeChat? The next time you go out to sea for fishing, could you let me know? I'd love to join you on your boat for a live stream. Ding Wenjing, having tasted success, looked at Chucho with anticipation. Sure, just scan me. Chucho generously handed over his battered phone. This time, the phone surprisingly had a signal. Unbelievable. You, a dignified boss, are using such a broken phone? Ding Wenjing looked at the already damaged, glitchy phone in Chucho's hand. Feeling speechless, is this a common trait among wealthy people? This penchant for being low-key? Wealthy? Chucho couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. To be honest, I've only just entered the ranks of the wealthy a few days ago. I would like to be more ostentatious, but I need the means to do so. Enough said, it's all just tears. Then, amidst the envious expressions in the live room, the two added each other as contacts. Chucho temporarily left Ding Wenjing and headed to the deck piled high with crabs. Boss, you finally made it. Old Zhang, seeing Chucho arrive, rushed over to lament. I was so excited earlier that I forgot to mention something. Hearing this, Chucho became curious. What is it? Do tell. Cough. Well, we're short-handed. Old Zhang said, laughing and crying at the same time. I know the boss has great luck, but I didn't expect it to be this overwhelming. With over 2,000 crabs, even with our dozen or so brothers working nonstop, we probably won't finish binding them all by dark. Indeed, this was a significant issue. After hearing this, Chucho frowned. How about this? Let us give each person a bonus of 200 to bind as many as possible. And if we truly can't finish, I'll think of another way. Isn't it a bit early to give bonuses right from the start? Old Zhang looked at Chu Qiu with some disbelief, wondering if wealthy people always resolved matters this way. Mainly, I'm worried that giving bonuses too early might affect their motivation later on. Old Zhang took on a demeanor of concern for his boss. However, upon hearing this, Chu Qiu waved his hand decisively. Let's do it my way. As long as everyone works hard, for every decent haul we get later. I'll definitely give out some bonuses. Affect their motivation? Chu Qiu scoffed. That's out of the question. Old Zhang was left speechless. What more could he say? With the boss's incredible luck, he might end up giving out bonuses until his hands were sore. Boss is so domineering, so generous. I like this kind of boss. The newly arrived workers cheered excitedly, almost wanting to kiss the crabs. This scene left Ding Wenjing and the fans in the live room in a state of shock. What on earth? Why are they all screaming and looking so thrilled? It seems Brother Qiu said something. What? It appears Brother Qiu has a way not only with women but also with men. The upstairs crowd is so envious. Could it be jealousy over Brother Qiu adding the streamer's private WeChat? How could that be? I'm just envious of how handsome the streamer is, appealing to both genders. Wow, you're on fire, on fire, on fire. A neatly arranged line of messages appeared on the screen. Chapter 48. The Allure of Exquisite Crabs. Douyin platform.as. The heat of Ding Wenjing's live room continued to rise. More and more people began to tune in.at this moment. In a star-rated hotel in the Magic City, an administrative assistant, taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, opened Douyin. Just as he squatted down, he stumbled upon the live broadcast and the hot recommendations. In an instant, his gaze was locked onto the broadcast. Staring with incredulity, he was fixated on the densely packed crabs on the screen. Wow! The next moment, he leapt to his feet, hastily pulled up his pants, and dashed out of the restroom, directly running into the administrative manager's office. Manager, we found a big catch. What big catch? What are you saying? So flustered? The manager furrowed his brows and glanced over, immediately displeased. Straighten your tongue before you speak, and for heaven's sake, zip up your pants if you want to keep your job. Oh? The administrative assistant hurriedly looked down and suddenly felt embarrassed. Sorry. Manager, I was just too excited. He quickly zipped up his pants and took out his phone, placing it on the desk. Manager, take a look quickly. While I was in the restroom, I discovered this streamer doing a sea foraging live broadcast. The crabs she caught on her boat are densely packed, numbering around 1 to 2,000, all freshly caught wild crabs, and judging by their quality and size, they are undoubtedly a batch of exquisite ones. The administrative assistant said excitedly. What? 1 to 2,000? Freshly caught wild crabs? The administrative manager, upon hearing this, was taken aback, quickly grabbing the phone to verify. On the video, the streamer was interacting with people while pointing the camera at the deck. A dozen helpers were desperately binding crabs, occasionally letting out cries of pain mixed with joy. Before them lay a sea of crabs, their pincers waving wildly, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Wow, there really are this many crabs. The administrative manager stood up immediately. Moreover, the size and quality of these crabs are indeed exquisite. No way. Once these exquisite wild crabs reach the shore, not only will competition be fierce, but acquiring a sufficient quantity will also be quite challenging. So, I'll take your phone to the general manager's office. You stay here and wait. The administrative manager was very decisive, taking the phone and heading to the general manager's office. After the general manager watched the live stream, he was equally astonished and quickly made a call, summoning the front hall manager, the market procurement manager, and the planning manager into the office. At this moment, the administrative assistant's phone was in the hands of the general manager. He showed the newly arrived managers the phone while solemnly stating, Everyone, take a look at these crabs caught in the sea foraging live broadcast. Just look at their quality and appearance. They are nothing short of exquisite, especially the quantity, over 2,000. If we can secure them before anyone else, the hotel will save a lot of time scouting the market. What the general manager said is correct. The market department manager, after being astonished for a moment, remarked, The quality of this batch of crabs is simply too high. Such high-quality exquisite crabs are incomparable to those on the market. Exactly, the planning department manager chimed in. As long as we secure this batch of crabs first and promote it a little, at that time, we shall utilize the live broadcast of this host to attract traffic. I am confident that we can achieve a record-breaking monthly revenue for the hotel. Moreover, Have you noticed that this host's live stream ranks first on the entire Douyin platform for that time slot, with an astonishing online viewer count reaching a staggering 100,000? Such fervor for the live broadcast and the proportion of viewers is extraordinarily high. The effect of driving traffic will undoubtedly be remarkable. We must act promptly, the general manager stated solemnly. We must seize this opportunity ahead of other hotels and secure this batch of crabs, even if it means paying a premium. Indeed, with such heightened engagement, it is certain to trend. If we can see it, other hotels will certainly be aware as well. We must outpace them. The administrative manager nodded in agreement. Very well, Manager Wu, since this matter was brought to our attention by you, I entrusted to you to handle. The general manager returned the phone to Wu Di, instructing, use this Douyin account to recharge and reward the host and obtain her contact information. We must secure this batch of crabs. Certainly, manager. I will take care of it right away. Wu Di felt a surge of excitement as he hurriedly left. Upon returning to his office, he promptly handed the phone back to his assistant, exclaiming with vigor, Xiao Zhao, quickly recharge your Douyin account to reward the host and obtain her personal phone number. If we can secure this batch of crabs, our administrative department will gain significant recognition. And you will be the hero. Rest assured, charge and reward freely. All expenses will be covered by the hotel. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the administrative assistant became ecstatic, as if invigorated, and immediately began linking cards and recharging. Meanwhile, at a renowned crab mansion in a certain district of the magical city, Lu Yuanchao had just arranged to meet his lover and was about to set off when a young man burst through the glass door. Exclaiming with fervor, brother-in-law, come quick! A major event, indeed a major event. He excitedly held up his phone, saying, look, see what this live stream is showcasing, crabs, countless large crabs, all freshly caught from the sea, each one in impeccable condition. Oh no! Each one of them is simply extraordinary. Weren't you recently trying to procure a batch of high-quality crabs? This is akin to a pillow being delivered when one is drowsy. The young man babbled on in his excitement, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on his brother-in-law's face. Guo Xinfei, shut your mouth. Do you not realize this is a workplace? Yelling and making a commotion is utterly inappropriate. Furthermore, I warn you once more, should you enter without knocking again, you will immediately be sent to the kitchen to wash dishes. Lu Yuanchao scolded angrily, finding such behavior utterly disgraceful. Thankfully, he had already ended the call. Otherwise, things could have escalated. Oh, I apologize, brother-in-law. I momentarily forgot to knock in my excitement. Guo Xinfei awkwardly shrank his neck but quickly extended it again, excitedly presenting his phone in front of his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, look, crabs! An abundance of exquisite crabs. They are precisely what you wish to procure. Steady yourself. Lu Yuanchao shot him a glare before he finally glanced at the phone. Damn. But upon seeing it, Lu Yuanchao could not help but tremble, goosebumps erupting all over his body, and his face flushed with color. He suffered from a fear of clusters. At that moment, gazing at the terrifyingly dense crabs crawling incessantly on the screen, he was instantly chilled to the bone, and his breathing quickened. Guo Zhenfei, you son of a... Lu Yuanchao swayed, hurriedly covering his eyes. Get out! Get out! Do you not know I have a fear of clusters? Are you trying to kill me? Lu Yuanchao cursed vehemently. Only then did Guo Zhenfei suddenly remember his brother-in-law's phobia. Seeing Lu Yuanchao in a rage, he quickly grabbed his phone and fled. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I forgot you have a fear of clusters again. I'll leave. I'm going to the kitchen to wash dishes right now. You stop right there. Come back. Lu Yuanchao shouted angrily, calling him back. Go inform the finance department to transfer 50,000 yuan to you for the host as a reward. Negotiate for this batch of crabs. I tell you, if you do not secure this batch today, you will wash dishes forever. Ah, but brother-in-law, don't you have a fear of clusters? Guo Zhenfei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I am purchasing crabs for customers to consume, not to look at myself. What does my phobia have to do with this? You brainless fool. Lu Yuanchao was nearly driven to madness. Were it not for the fact that he was his wife's younger brother, he would have already kicked him out. At the Jinghua Grand Hotel in Huqing, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong had become mere bystanders in the hotel these past few days. Their sole task was to constantly monitor Douyin, keeping an eye on the trending heat and search popularity of the hotel's old clam pearl. However, just moments ago, they inadvertently opened Douyin and, before even clicking on the trending list, were captivated by a popular video that appeared on the homepage. Just as they were about to leave the homepage video, an image that flashed by caught their attention. Huh. This is Xiao Li and Xiao Hong suddenly widened their eyes. Chapter 49. What on earth is the boss lady? Staring at the familiar figure that briefly appeared in the live stream, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong exchanged incredulous glances, even rubbing their eyes in disbelief. It seemed that figure just now was their big boss. Xiao Li, was that figure in the video just now our hotel's big boss? Xiao Hong asked incredulously. The latter was also uncertain. It seems so, but I can't be too sure. Isn't the big boss in the magical city? How could he appear in someone else's beach live stream? Could it be that he went to the magical city just to go beachcombing? We can find out by clicking in. Yes, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong unanimously agreed to enter the live stream. However, as they entered the live stream, the first sight that greeted them left them both dumbfounded. Crabs! An overwhelming mass of red and blue crabs. At a glance, it was simply a calamity. My goodness, there are far too many crabs. There must be at least 2,000. Xiao Li was the first to regain her composure, unable to suppress her astonishment as she stuck out her tongue. Xiao Hong, equally astonished, nodded in agreement. Oh my, that is indeed terrifyingly abundant. If I were on a boat surrounded by so many crabs, I would likely be scared half to death. It's far too many, and they are so large and robust, far more intimidating than freshwater crabs. Oh, look quickly, that figure turned around. My goodness, it's the boss. It truly is the big boss. Suddenly, Xiao Hong let out a sharp squeal, pointing at Chu Qiu, who had turned around in the video, nearly jumping with excitement. I can't believe it. It's real. Xiao Li also covered her mouth in disbelief. Yet she could not fathom why the big boss had suddenly appeared in someone else's live stream. The magical city? At sea? Xiao Li's mind raced. Recalling Chu Qiu's fishing skills at Wangjiang River, suddenly a thought struck her. The large crabs in this live stream? Could it be that they were also caught by the big boss? Realizing this, Xiao Li shivered. If that were the case, they must quickly inform the boss lady. The term boss lady was how Xiao Li and Xiao Hong privately referred to Su Qingya, as they believed the big boss and Su Qingya were a perfect match, resembling a pair. Hence, they hoped the two could unite as a whole, which is why they called her that. Xiao Hong, quickly. I suspect the crabs in this live stream were caught by the big boss. We must inform the boss lady. Xiao Li urgently pulled the somewhat dazed Xiao Hong as they rushed towards Su Qingya's office. As they ran, Xiao Hong, bewildered, asked, What are you saying? The crabs in the live stream were caught by the big boss? No way. Oh? The big boss is in the magical city, and it seems that there's also a sea there, and the big boss just happened to appear on a boat. It seems. Xiao Hong finally began to grasp the situation, excitedly saying, Then the crabs must have been caught by the big boss. Hurry, hurry. Let us tell the boss lady. At this moment, the two of them felt as if they had discovered a new continent, racing through the hall like the wind. Their excitement not only puzzled a number of diners, but also left the hotel staff bewildered. What was going on with Hong Jie and Li Jie? They were fine just a moment ago, and now they seemed to be acting strangely. And what about the big boss? The boss lady? What on earth is this? When did our hotel acquire a boss lady? Isn't there just one female boss? The hotel staff exchanged glances, feeling utterly lost. Simultaneously, the live stream became lively once more. This was because someone had sent out a carnival, and not just one. Ding! Guadashia sent out a carnival. Ding! Guadashia sent out a carnival. Ding! Guadashia sent out a carnival. Instantly, 3 luxurious gifts erupted on the screen, causing a commotion in the live stream. Wow! Another carnival. Wow! Wow! What is happening? 3 carnivals in a row? How extravagant! We caught ourselves a wealthy tycoon. The management of the live broadcast room was equally bewildered, hastily typing out subtitles. Welcome, the valiant Guadashia, to our live stream. We are immensely grateful for your generous carnival gifts. Ding! Guadashia has sent out a carnival. Ding! Guadashia has sent out a carnival. Ding! Guadashia has sent out a carnival. Oh my goodness. What is happening today? Just as 3 deep water bombs were released, the live stream erupted into fervor. Even the management was left in a daze. Could it be that 3 more carnivals have emerged? Who exactly is this Guadashia? Could he be a quietly devoted admirer? I have never heard of him in society. Guagu is fierce and speaks little. Guagu exudes majesty and dominance. Guadashia is so handsome. This young lady extends her respects. Step aside, Can you even presume to curry favor with Guadassia? The public screen in the live room began to scroll frantically. Ding Wenjing was also stunned, 6 carnivals in a row. Ever since she boarded Chuchio's ship, she could hardly keep track of how many there were today. It seemed that today's total gift income could rival that of the previous few months combined. Thank you, Guadassia, Guaga, for your gifts. Your generosity is overwhelming. Ding Wenjing peeked into the live stream, her face flushed with excitement. That moment, Guadassia finally made a move. He sent a series of smug emojis across the screen and directly stated his intention. I didn't expect the host to be so beautiful and skilled at catching crabs, having caught so many. By the way, are you the captain of this boat? I want all of these crabs. A series of triumphant emojis followed. The fans in the live stream suddenly realized that he wasn't there for the host, but for the crabs. Duffed. I thought he was here for the host, but it turns out he just wants to buy crabs. What a cheeky baiting technique. Haha, did I wonder about the psychological impact on the host. Ha ha ha, whoever was just here, you can give up. Guadassia prefers those with 8 legs. Not you, unless you evolve. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. The public screen in the live stream was ablaze with activity. Ding Wenjing observed the fans' interactions, her expression darkening. As someone whose figure and looks could be deemed exceptional, this was undeniably hurtful. Chuchio. Ding Wenjing raised her phone and exclaimed with irritation, someone has sent you gifts again, wanting to buy your crabs. Chuchio turned around, his face a picture of astonishment. Someone has sent me gifts again. They want to buy crabs from me? Who has bought these crabs? Don't you have a sense of it yourself? Puffed. The hostess' overwhelming resentment was palpable. Ha ha ha, confirmed. The host seems completely flustered, having forgotten that these crabs have already been claimed. Claimed? By whom? Has someone gotten ahead of me to snatch the crabs? Guadassia immediately sent a string of terrified emojis. Chapter 50. The overwhelmed Chuchio. Claimed? By whom? Has someone gotten ahead of me to snatch the crabs? Guadassia sent out another series of anxious emojis. The so-called Guadassia was, of course, Guazhenfei from the Crab Mansion. This moment. He glanced at the subtitles sent by fans on the screen, his heart racing with panic. How could someone have gotten ahead of him? Wouldn't this jeopardize the deal? Was he really going to have to wash dishes in the back kitchen? No way. He absolutely refused to wash dishes in the back. He had to seize this batch of crabs. Without delay, Guazhenfei quickly typed out a message. Host, I have followed you. Please check your private messages and give me your contact information. Wait, no. It seems that this Chuchio is the actual boss. Could you please give me his contact information? Ding Wenjing. Speechless. Does it need to change so quickly? As a host with both figure and looks? To be overshadowed by a man in her own broadcast room? The key point is that this man has done nothing. This is truly a recipe for internal injuries. Chuchio, come here. Someone specifically asked for your contact information. Ding Wenjing called out, her presence as a host feeling utterly diminished. Thanks to Chuchio, she had garnered a substantial number of fans and gifts. Yet, because of Chuchio, she had become merely a bystander throughout the broadcast. Meanwhile, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong were running when they suddenly heard the host's voice and quickly stopped to watch. Xiao Hong, look quickly. My guess has turned out to be true. These crabs are indeed caught by the big boss. And this Guadassia has sent several carnivals and royal salutes, clearly wanting to buy crabs from the big boss. Hurry, hurry, go tell the boss lady. Xiao Li suddenly shrieked with excitement, seeing the office door just ahead. She dashed over. Boss lady, the big boss has appeared in the Douyin live stream. Inside the office, Su Qingyao was engaged in hotel planning. Suddenly, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong burst in without knocking, startling her immensely. What are you doing barging in without knocking? What big boss, little boss? Are we fighting monsters? Su Qingyao's composure was commendable. She merely lightly reproached the two for their recklessness. Xiao Li and her companion were aware of their impetuousness and stuck out their tongues in acknowledgement. But soon, Xiao Li exclaimed with excitement, Boss lady, we saw the big boss in the Douyin live stream. He is currently fishing at sea. It's Chu, the boss, the major shareholder. Xiao Hong chimed in beside her. Yes, the big boss I'm talking about is the big boss. He went to Modu, and it turns out he went out to sea moreover. He has caught a whole lot of big crabs. And someone in the live stream has sent several tens of thousands worth of gifts, asking for the boss's contact information to secure all the crabs. What are you two talking about? Su Qingyao momentarily struggled to comprehend, her brain slightly lagging. She instinctively overlooked the title of boss lady. Seeing this, Xiaoli slapped her forehead and said, "Oh dear, it's hard to explain. You should see for yourself." Saying this, she handed her phone to Su Qingya. That moment in the live stream, Chu Qiu had just turned around to respond to Ding Wenjing when Su Qingya caught sight of him. Chu Qiu. Su Qingya was instantly taken aback. How did he end up in someone else's live stream? Is he at sea? Didn't he mention anything about going out to sea when I called him at noon? Su Qingya bombarded him with 3 questions in quick succession. Oh dear, boss lady, that is not the point. The point is behind the boss. Look at the crabs. So many crabs, Xiaoli urged anxiously. And each of these crabs is of substantial size and excellent quality. Absolutely a rare find. Our hotel currently boasts crabs as the top signature dish, but those are freshwater crabs. We have yet to showcase saltwater crabs. Now that the boss has caught so many saltwater crabs, you cannot let him sell them to others. Xiaoli spoke hurriedly. Earlier, someone had already sent gifts to the host, asking for the boss's contact information, planning to secure this entire batch of crabs. This Su Qingya, prompted by Xiaoli, swiftly turned her gaze to Chu Qiu's back. Oh my goodness. So many crabs. The sight of countless crabs left Su Qingya dumbfounded, and indeed, as Xiaoli had said, the quality of the crabs was top-notch. I need to call him immediately. This batch of crabs cannot be sold under any circumstances. Su Qingya snapped back to her senses. That stubborn Chu Qiu, didn't he even think to inform me before going fishing? With so many saltwater crabs, doesn't he know to save some for himself? How much will the shipping cost? But just as she finished speaking, before she could take out her phone, the live stream suddenly became lively once more. Ding! Holman has sent out a carnival. Ding! Holman has sent out a carnival. Ding! Holman has sent out a carnival. Ding, ding. Ding. A continuous flurry of carnivals erupted on screen, and the live stream was once again in an uproar. Various subtitles surged across the public screen. Oh my goodness, it's happening again. It's happening again. Did everyone count? 10. A full 10 carnivals. My heavens, today is truly insane. Did you see the name? Holman. Isn't that a well-known star hotel in Modu? Could it be they are here to buy crabs again? Ding Wenjing was also stunned, watching the screen filled with exploding carnivals. For some reason, rather than feeling delighted, she found herself growing disheartened. She even considered ending the broadcast. It was too damaging to her pride. Host, please speak. Could you check your private messages and send me the captain's contact information? Holman had indeed spoken, clearly coming for the crabs caught by Chu Qiu. Chu Qiu. Ding Wenjing once again called for him, her alluring and aloof face filled with a sense of grievance. However, all Chu Qiu wished for was to fish in peace and had no intention of providing his contact information to a bunch of random individuals. Upon hearing Ding Wenjing call for him, he simply raised his phone and feigned ignorance, saying, "My old phone has no signal out here in the vast ocean." And no sooner had the words left his lips than the ringtone of Defeng Chue erupted from his device. Gathering a cup of celestial water, gazing at the earthly moon. Ha, Defeng Chue, oh my goodness, I can't stop laughing. Chiogo. My phone has no signal, and then, just like that, the song played. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. The slap to the face was utterly unexpected. Forgive me for laughing like a goose. I could almost envision a chilling autumn wind sweeping over Chiogu, while the mournful notes of Yang Shulin's Suona echoed in the air, heart-wrenching. Ha, enough, enough. This scene is just too amusing. Amidst an array of instruments, the Suona reigns supreme. It's either ascension or a wedding. As the melody begins, the shroud is cast, and the entire village awaits the feast, some departing, some lifting, followed by a procession of white. The coffin is raised, the earth is buried, and friends and family weep. Ha, ha ha ha. Chapter 51. The fans have completely lost their way. Ha, ha ha ha, that I'm going to die laughing. Chiogu is almost ruined by you all. This is just the beginning. Which brother has the talent to edit the video later? At the moment Chiogu raises his phone and the ringtone plays, let a gust of desolate cold wind blow through, accompanied by Yang Shulin's Suona. Then we can all work together to make this video trending for Chiogu. Yes, yes, and it must include a close-up of his face. Ha! You lot are just too mischievous. I want to join in too. Count me in. Me too. Suddenly, the public screen began to scroll frantically. At that moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream had surged past 120,000. The scrolling text on the screen nearly caused the phone to freeze. Witnessing this, Ding Wenjing could only cover her forehead in despair. It's over. The fans have all gone off course. That wretched Chu Chiu. All right, everyone, let us pause. At this rate, Chiu Gu will be mortified. One fan suddenly interjected. Mortified? Not a chance. Chiu Gu. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Chiu Gu, what are you saying? I can't hear you. What is this de Feng Chue you speak of? Ding Wenjing. Livestream moderator. Guizhen Fei. Executive assistant of the hotel. It's done. This autumn wind shows no signs of stopping. Meanwhile, in Su Qingya's office, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong were doubled over with laughter at the sight of Chu Chiu's awkward expression visible on the screen. Unable to straighten up, their stomachs aching and tears welling in their eyes. It was simply too hilarious, a divine slap in the face. The person who called Chu Chiu was none other than their boss. Chu Chiu never expected to find himself in such an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, he was made of sturdy stuff. Shaking his phone with a straight face, he declared, "This old phone, how come it suddenly has a signal?" After saying this, he even pretended to look up at the sky, as if there were a mobile signal tower up there. His attempt to alleviate the awkwardness made even Su Qingya stifle a laugh. Xiao Li and Xiao Hong laughed so hard they could barely stand. The big boss was simply too amusing, hitting their funny bone unexpectedly. Ding Wenjing wore a face of exasperation, thinking, keep pretending. What a drama queen. I can't believe you. Guizhen Fei gritted his teeth, of course. Chu Chiu was oblivious to their reactions. He was currently staring at the caller ID, bewildered. Su Qingya? Didn't we just speak on the phone at noon? Why is she calling again? Chu Chiu hurriedly answered. Puzzled, Qingya, what's up? Did something happen? That is for you to explain. Su Qingya rolled her eyes, her tone accusatory as it came through the phone. Explain what? Chu Chiu asked, utterly confused. What do you think? Su Qingya switched to speakerphone, tossed her phone onto the table and demanded, I ask you, where are you right now? I'm in the Magic City. What's the matter? Chu Chiu responded, bewildered as to why she was asking something so obvious. Su Qingya's breath hitched, and she found herself at a loss for words. Chu Chiu was her nemesis. Each time they spoke, he struck a nerve, and she was helpless to counter. Of course, I know you're in the Magic City. I am asking where exactly you are, Su Qingya replied, irritated. Nearby, Xiao Li could only facepalm. Whenever these two were together, the conversation would inevitably veer off course. Being the impatient one, she couldn't hold back and chimed in. Boss, we saw you on Douyin Live. You're at sea, and we also saw the crabs you caught. The reason we called is to tell you that batch of crabs can't be sold. They need to be kept for the hotel. So, you all caught the live stream too. Chu Chiu suddenly understood. I thought it was strange why you called with such odd questions. However, you all called too late. The crabs have already been ordered out. What? The crabs have already been ordered out? Xiao Li exclaimed in shock. In a way, Chu Qiu. Su Qingya frowned, skeptical. You mean to tell me, with over 2,000 crabs, you sold them all? Indeed, all of them. Chu Chiu replied honestly. But our hotel needs them too. Can't you leave half? At the very least, a few hundred? Su Qingya said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Right now, crabs are our hotel's signature dish, and they're very well received. However, that's all based on freshwater crabs. We've always struggled with the seawater crabs. If we have your batch, it could fill that gap, significantly enhancing customer satisfaction and building our reputation. Moreover, the hotel needs diversification for longevity. Listening to Su Qingya's lengthy discourse, Chu Chiu felt a headache coming on. He had initially just intended to make a quick profit before leaving, but it seemed that plan needed adjustment. However, the promise made to his fans regarding the crabs was non-negotiable. He would have to catch more. With that thought, Chu Chiu reassured her, don't worry. I will catch more crabs, and I guarantee their quality will match this batch. The quantity will definitely satisfy you. Is that all right? Are you sure? This is the ocean, not the Wangjiang River. Su Qingya still seemed unconvinced. For me, as long as it's in the water, whether ocean or river, it's all the same. The fact that I managed to catch this large batch of crabs is the best proof. Chu Chiu replied confidently. Su Qingya, influenced by his confidence, agreed. All right then. I'll await your good news. Great. After hanging up, Chu Chiu glanced at the workers busy at their tasks and the crabs scuttling about. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze to Ding Wenjing, calling out, Ding Wenjing? Ding Wenjing looked at Chu Chiu, somewhat surprised, before approaching him and asking, what is up? May I speak a few words to your fans? Chu Qiu smiled out, of course. Why not? Besides, there are viewers in the live stream who have been asking for your contact information. It's perfect for you to tell them yourself. With that, Ding Wenjing graciously stood beside Chu Qiu, extending the selfie stick and adjusting the camera to face them both. As soon as the fans in the live stream heard that Chu Qiu was going to speak, they quickly prepared their seats. The moment the two appeared on screen, a flurry of messages began to scroll wildly. Welcome, Qiu Gu. Tuan Tuanzi welcomes Qiu Gu. Xin Xijin my welcomes Qiu Gu. Wow, Qiu Gu is so handsome. Chapter 52. Cheering for Qiu Gu. Cheering for Qiu Gu. Cheering for Qiu Gu. The fans flooded the screen with messages. Guo Jinfei, who had long been seeking contact information, began fervently sending gifts. Ding Guodashia sent a royal cannon. Ding Guodashia sent a royal cannon. Ding Guodashia sent a royal cannon. 3 royal cannons in quick succession sent the fans into a frenzy. Guodashia is so imposing. What a leader. This initiated a chain reaction, with everyone starting to send small gifts. In an instant, the entire live stream screen was filled with gifts. Moreover, the Holman joined in the frenzy, sending several royal cannons in a row, as if in competition. The live stream moderator was left bewildered, unable to keep up with the flood of messages. Such a frenzied display of gifting had never been seen since the live stream began. Chu Qiu looked at the screen filled with gifts, equally astonished. What the heck did I do? I didn't do anything. I just came to say a few words, and you all are this excited. It's making me feel like I'm a celebrity now. All right, I sincerely appreciate everyone's affection. That's enough. That's enough. Chu Qiu hurriedly intervened, feeling both amused and exasperated. He had a mission at hand, and time was of the essence. The small stools were set up, awaiting the word from Brother Qiu. Come on, Brother Qiu, speak up. We are all ears. We eagerly invite Brother Qiu to share his thoughts. Look at these obedient expressions. Ding Wenjing was utterly exasperated. She desperately wanted to grit her teeth and ask, whose fans are you all, anyway? Is there no sense of fairness left? How infuriating. At this moment, Chu Qiu seized the opportunity to speak. I believe everyone has seen the live broadcast and is aware of the situation aboard the ship. There are simply too many crabs, and even if my crew binds them without pause, we wouldn't finish before nightfall. Surely, no one wishes to watch a live stream of us binding crabs indefinitely, right? Thus, my proposal is this. Let us forego binding the crabs and pack them up to ship directly, saving us time so we can catch a few more nets before dark, of course. Receiving the goods in this manner may pose some inconvenience, and I will offer some compensation on the price. What do you all think? What? We can still catch a few more nets today? That is splendid. We didn't get to see Brother Qiu cast his net last time. We must witness it this time. Yes, binding crabs is trivial. It pales in comparison to the excitement of beachcombing. Let us not bind the crabs. We implore Brother Qiu to take us beachcombing. Indeed, let us not bind them. We want to see Brother Qiu beachcombing. Brother Qiu, please have your crew stop. Let us set out for the beach. It's already 4 in the afternoon, and it will be dark by 7. To everyone's surprise, the fans wholeheartedly supported Chu Qiu's proposal, eagerly expressing their desire to see him beachcombing. What more could Chu Qiu say? Naturally, they would proceed. Since everyone is in agreement with my suggestion, let us get started. Lao Li, prepare the boat. Chu Qiu joyfully called out, leaving the crew momentarily stunned. Additionally, I have good news. No more binding crabs. Just load them into the hold. We're continuing our beachcombing. What? No need to bind the crabs. We're continuing beachcombing? The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs, thinking they must have misheard. Yes, no need to bind them. And the bonuses I mentioned earlier are still valid. How does that sound? Chu Qiu teased. Upon hearing there was no need to bind the crabs and that there would still be bonuses, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. How delightful, thank you, boss, boss. You truly are generous. We would love to work with you. Yes, boss, buy a boat. We will be your crew. Ha ha ha, let us not rush into buying a boat. Let us set sail first. Chu Qiu laughed heartily, subtly intrigued by the idea of purchasing a boat, and noted it down in his mind. We're off. My opportunity has finally arrived. May the heavens bless. Let Brother Qiu catch thousands of crabs. Then I can snag a batch without needing to scrape together any trivial dishes. As the fishing boat slowly set off, the most excited of all was Guo Jinfei. Whether Chu Qiu could catch crabs directly impacted his future happiness. Thus, he eagerly began showering gifts. Ding Guodashia sends a carnival. wishing Brother Chiu a successful venture and a bountiful return. Observing this, Rujia Hotel followed suit, directly sending a carnival. Ding! Rujia Hotel sends a carnival, wishing Brother Chiu a successful venture and a bountiful return. The two then exchanged private messages, hoping that if Chu Chiu had any harvest, he would consider them first. Thank you, Guadashia, and thank you, Rujia Hotel, for the carnival. I have seen your messages, and if there is a harvest, I will certainly mention it. Ding Wenjing smiled, gradually returning to her usual calm demeanor. The gifts today had been overwhelming, rendering her somewhat numb. As they slowly departed from the island, the fishing boat entered deeper waters. At this moment, Lao Li glanced around and uncertainly asked Chu Chiu, "Boss, which direction should we head? Left for men, right for women. Let us go left." Chu Chiu raised his eyelids slightly and replied, his casual attitude leaving Ding Wenjing speechless. "All right then, left it is." Lao Li grinned with excitement. He now regarded Chu Chiu with utmost reverence. Even if Chu Chiu asked him to crash into a small island, he wouldn't even flinch. Let us release the dragnet and make a few rounds first. Chu Chiu nodded. This time, he did not go up on deck to give orders. He intended to keep a low profile and not draw too much attention. After all, he was not facing a few simple-minded old fishermen, but rather hundreds of thousands of fans. If he consistently caught fish with pinpoint accuracy, it would surely raise suspicions. Thus, Chu Chiu planned to casually throw out one net, and after a lack of catch, he would make an astonishing second throw. This would create the illusion of mere luck, preventing suspicion and envy. With this in mind, Chu Chiu decided to let Lao Li drag for a while longer. This doesn't seem right. Why has the dragnet been towed so far without any significant change on the weight display? According to the boss's luck, this shouldn't be happening. Lao Li followed Chu Chiu's lead. But after a while of towing left, he noticed the weight gauge had barely budged, leaving him puzzled. What is going on? Is the weight gauge malfunctioning? Lao Li began to suspect. After all, Chu Chiu's luck had left a deep impression on him, leading him to believe without a doubt that he was truly blessed. Oh, it's moving, it's moving. Suddenly, just as he was in doubt, the weight gauge finally began to show movement. Lao Li immediately shouted with excitement, "I told you. With the boss's luck, how could there be no harvest? What? Another catch?" Chu Chiu was stunned. Could it be? Is my luck truly this good? Chapter 53. Who is the drama king? Chu Chiu was bewildered and hurried to the cockpit. However, upon arriving at the cockpit and glancing at the numbers on the weight display, he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, the weight was barely 100 kilograms, after accounting for gravel, shells, and other miscellaneous items. Getting around 50 kilograms was already commendable. Nevertheless, this time, Lao Li had effectively alerted Chu Chiu. They couldn't let the dragnet continue for too long. While the haul was light, it was best to pull it up quickly. Otherwise, if they happened upon a stroke of luck and truly caught a substantial haul, how would he create that astonishing second throw? With this in mind, Chu Chiu raised an eyebrow and said, "Lao Li, we can pull the net now." "What? Cough, cough. Boss, what did you say?" "We're pulling the net now." Lao Li was startled by Chu Chiu's command, gasping in disbelief, his throat involuntarily coughing. "Boss, did I hear you correctly? You want me to pull the net now? The weight on the gauge is only a little over 100 kilograms. What could we possibly catch now?" Lao Li was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Chu Chiu would make such a request. "I can't explain it to you. Just do as I say and pull the net," Chu Chiu said calmly. At that moment, Ding Wenjing was live-streaming and happened to turn toward the cockpit, hearing Chu Chiu's order to pull the net. She entered the cockpit, pleasantly surprised. "Chu Chiu, are you all set to pull the net? How wonderful. The fans have been eagerly waiting." She then turned to the live stream. "Babies, our Captain Chu is finally about to pull the net. You're in for a treat. Guess what we might catch in this haul?" "What? Brother Chiu is finally pulling the net. My heavens, I've been waiting for this moment. How splendid. Quickly, quickly, streamer, get to the deck. We want to witness the dragnet come up. The moment of witnessing a miracle is finally upon us. Ding Guadashia sends a carnival. Hoping Brother Chiu catches crabs, it was Guo Zhenfei, who was becoming increasingly impatient, eagerly anticipating the moment. Meanwhile, in the office of Rujia Hotel, Wu Di and his assistant were uncharacteristically leaning over their desks, their postures rather undignified as they eagerly stared at the live stream. Pulling the net. Who would have thought watching live streams could be so captivating? I wonder what this haul will yield. I can hardly wait. All right, let us head to the deck. Chuchio cast a glance at the live stream screen, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he exited the cockpit. Witnessing a miracle? A bountiful catch. Humph. Where did all this misplaced confidence come from? If it weren't for the weight gauge, I might have been swayed by your enthusiasm. Fine, just wait. I will definitely dazzle you and provide a grand twist. With a mischievous smile, Chuchio stepped onto the deck and shouted, Laoli, stop dawdling and pull the net. Oh. Laoli took a deep breath, sighing, unable to comprehend why Chuchio was acting this way, but he promptly complied. 2 minutes later, with a splash, the dragnet emerged. Huh? What the heck? Where are the fish? Where are the crabs? What happened to the promise of witnessing miracles? In that fleeting moment when the dragnet was pulled from the water, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. The entire live-streaming room fell into an eerie silence. There, suspended above, was a colossal dragnet. There were no fish, no crabs. Astonishingly, it contained only a few dilapidated wooden boxes and a haphazard assortment of debris. At first glance, one might have mistaken it for a chaotic graveyard. How could this be? Old Zhang's complexion turned pale, struggling to accept the reality. What on earth is this rubbish that we've pulled up? Where's the boss's extraordinary luck? Has it run out? Indeed, how could this be? After dragging for such a considerable distance, even with the worst fortune, one would expect at least a few miscellaneous fish or shrimp. Wouldn't one? Old Wang, feeling disheartened, gazed at the chaotic contents of the dragnet and remarked. Similarly, the live-streaming room was filled with lamentations. My heavens, how could this happen? After such a long wait, we ended up with this junk. Indeed, the disparity is too great. Could it be that Brother Chio's earlier catch has exhausted today's luck? Ha ha ha. For Chuchio, who had anticipated this outcome, observing the reactions of the crowd filled him with a mischievous satisfaction, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Boss, how can you still find it amusing at a time like this? Is it possible that the stress has driven you to madness? Old Zhang and his companion exchanged worried glances at Chuchio. What is going on with Brother Chio? Why is he smiling so joyfully? Yes, what is the situation? How can one be so cheerful about retrieving a pile of rotten wooden boxes? Wait a moment. Rotten wooden boxes? Wood? No, it can't be. How could wood possibly sink to the bottom of the sea? Oh my, you've just reminded me. Could there be something more to this? My goodness, could Brother Chio have stumbled upon treasure? Host, don't just stand there in a daze. Quickly go and take a look. I believe Brother Chio may have found treasure. What? Treasure? Ding Wenjing, upon hearing the fan's suggestion, suddenly felt a jolt of excitement, sensing the likelihood of this being true. Chuchio, hasten your crew to lower the dragnet. My fans believe you have potentially unearthed treasure, Ding Wenjing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ordinary wood would not sink to the ocean floor, especially not wooden boxes. Ha ha ha. Chuchio's laughter grew even more jubilant. This group was deeply engrossed in their roles. If treasure were truly so easy to find, would they still be waiting for him to discover it? It would have been cleaned out by salvage companies long ago, a troupe of dramatic performers. Since they wish to act, I shall indulge them. Youngsters, be more confident. Eliminate the possibility. Chuchio's lips curled into a smile. This is indeed treasure. What? You knew all along. You had already seen through it. Ding Wenjing gazed at the smile forming on Chuchio's face, feeling a surge of astonishment. No wonder you were so jubilant earlier. At that moment, the live-streaming room erupted with excitement. What? Brother Chio had already figured it out? Wow, incredible, truly incredible. I thought Brother Chio was merely laughing foolishly. Brother Chio. Others laugh at my madness. I laugh at their inability to see. Ha ha ha. Quickly, let us discover the nature of this treasure. A bunch of clowns. Chuchio shook his head, chuckling. Oldly, open the net. All right. At that moment, Oldly grew animated as well. He had said it all along. The boss's luck was too extraordinary to simply vanish, and it seemed they had indeed struck treasure. With a splash, as Oldly's declaration echoed, the chaotic assortment of items from the dragnet tumbled onto the deck. One of the rotten wooden boxes appeared particularly heavy, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The next moment, a dazzling golden light illuminated the entire deck, causing everyone to collectively gasp in astonishment. Chuchio's smile instantly froze on his face. Chapter 54, What Happened to Being Low-Key? Apologies to everyone. Today there will only be one update, damn it. Wow. Chuchio was caught off guard, his smile abruptly freezing in place. As the rotten wooden box shattered, gleaming golden bars tumbled out. It could be said that anyone who wasn't blind or foolish, even a 6 or 7-year-old child who had seen television, would know, these are gold bars. How am I supposed to maintain a low profile now? I had clearly intended to keep a low profile, yet this has turned into my most ostentatious display. Chuchio suddenly felt a sharp sting of embarrassment. The irony of the situation was overwhelming, leaving him feeling as though he had slapped his own face. This bitter realization is perhaps something others could never comprehend. In the live streaming room, chaos erupted at that moment. What did I say? What did I say? I said it could possibly be treasure, didn't I? Look, gold bars. They are indeed gold bars. So many gold bars. Weighing at least 30 pounds. Good heavens, I can't believe this, brother. Are you trying to jinx us? 30 pounds of gold bars? That's unbelievable. Oh my gosh, 30 pounds. My math isn't great. Could someone please calculate how much that is in renminbi? As soon as this was said, the live streaming room was immediately flooded with responses. If I recall correctly, as of now, the price of gold in the domestic market is 270 yuan per gram. 30 pounds would amount to approximately 4.05 million. What? 4.05 million? My goodness. That's enough to buy a luxury villa in our second-tier city. Brother Chio is simply astounding. Indeed. What kind of outrageous luck does Brother Chio possess? The first catch yielded over 2,000 crabs worth more than 1 million. And now the second catch, which we thought was a bust, has taken an astounding turn, revealing a box of gold bars valued at over 4 million. My heavens, how can fishermen continue to exist after this? They've gone viral. I'm certain that after today, both the host and Brother Chio will undoubtedly trend on social media. Moreover, if fishermen can pull up a box of gold bars, what does that mean for salvage companies? All right, everyone, let us not get ahead of ourselves. There are still a few rotten wooden boxes yet to be opened and a myriad of assorted items. Who knows what astonishing treasures may lie within? Yes, host, hurry over and take a look. I've never seen what real gold bars look like. I haven't seen them either. I've only seen them on television. Of course, outside of those in the gold trade, who would ever get to see something like gold bars? Exactly, host, hurry over and let us have a close-up view. Calling the host. I suspect the host is already in shock. Let us shower the host with gifts to wake her up. Yes, host. Wake up, ding. Guadashia sends a carnival, ding. Xieguanjuan sends a carnival, ding. Rujia Hotel sends a carnival, ding. Tuanzi sends romantic fireworks, ding. Fancy heart gestures, ding. Roaring motorcycle. After a flurry of gifts flooded the screen, Ding Wenjing, who had been in shock, was finally roused. At this moment, she hastily glanced at her phone screen, too stunned to engage with the audience. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she hurriedly walked towards the spot where the gold bars had rolled. However, as she moved, the crew aboard the ship also snapped to attention, and the deck erupted with excitement. My heavens. Gold! It's gold! A whole box of gold! This is simply unbelievable. The boss's luck is beyond description. I've drifted at sea for most of my life, yet I've never encountered anyone with luck as extraordinary as the boss's. Indeed, the luck is so remarkable that it seems inhuman. What? Just as Chuchio was about to approach, he suddenly froze in place, his expression darkening upon hearing these words. Damn it, are they complimenting me? Or are they mocking me? Ha, I knew it. The boss's luck is too extraordinary to simply disappear, and it seems we have indeed stumbled upon treasure. Good heavens, in my lifetime, I've never seen treasure from the sea. Nor have I ever seen what gold bars look like. Today, thanks to the boss, I finally get to witness it. Old Zhang exclaimed with immense excitement. Come on, everyone, don't just stand there. Hurry over and help collect the gold bars for the boss. Let everyone have a taste of the thrill. But let me be clear. If anyone dares to act dishonestly or entertain any ulterior motives, don't blame me for turning against you. Old Zhang, you're being unreasonable. We're all here because you called us. We know each other well. Who would do something so morally reprehensible? Exactly. Besides, the boss is such a good person. Your perspective is simply too narrow. Amidst the excitement, the crowd couldn't help but retort a few times before eagerly rushing to assist Chuchio in collecting the gold bars. At this moment, Ding Wenjing had already walked over and picked up a gold bar, holding it in her hand. The first impression of the gold bar was its substantial weight. A single gold bar weighed at least a pound, completely inconsistent with any gold bar standards from any period. Moreover, it bore no markings whatsoever. Ding Wenjing speculated that this was likely from a tumultuous era when a wealthy family melted down gold in secret, intending to escape by sea. However, during their voyage, they encountered misfortune and left it behind in the ocean. Ultimately, it fortuitously ended up in Chu Chio's possession. Soon, the gold was gathered collectively and weighed using a scale, totaling an impressive 32 pounds. Converted into renminbi, that amounts to an astonishing 4.32 million. This staggering sum left the crew utterly dumbfounded. Even the fans in the live streaming room were frantically spamming comments and envied. By the way, host, there are still other boxes. Hurry and let Brother Chio open them to see. Amidst a chaotic assortment of items, one cannot overlook the potential treasures that may be concealed within. Indeed, as I gaze at those dilapidated wooden crates, an insatiable itch arises within me, akin to the sensation of a cat's grooming. Dear host, I implore you to prompt Xiaogu to open the treasure chests. The public screen of the live broadcast has once again erupted into frenzied activity, with waves of gifts cascading like rain. All right, my dear ones, cease your fervor. I am now aware. Ding Wenjing, observing the passionate engagement of her fans in the live stream, could not help but smile, though this day, due to Chu Chio's presence, the gifts she has received have already exceeded 100,000. In the past, she would never have dared to even dream of such a fortune. With this thought in mind, she quickly turned to look at Chu Chio, only to find that he could no longer contain his excitement and had begun to tinker with the crates. Hastily, she adjusted her phone's camera to focus on Chu Chio's live stream. My dear ones, behold! Your Xiaogu has commenced the opening of the treasure chests, Ding Wenjing exclaimed with palpable excitement, as she too was eagerly anticipating the forthcoming unveiling, feeling a thrilling sense of treasure hunting. Oh dear, what should I do? Watching Xiaogu dismantle the wooden crates makes my heart race with anxiety. I wonder what splendid treasures he might unearth. I am equally anxious and expectant. Is it time to open them? How thrilling! Look! Xiaogu has opened Chapter 55, the Antique Jade Cicada. With a resounding crash, amidst the anxious attention of over 100,000 fans, Chu Chio finally pried open one of the wooden crates. Inside lay an array of antique jade artifacts, meticulously arranged and completely unscathed. What on earth is this? Antiques? Upon seeing these antique jade pieces, Chu Chio could not suppress his astonishment, rendered speechless. In chaotic times, gold is valuable. In prosperous times, antiques reign supreme. If one were to inquire about the most valuable items today, even the street-sweeping ant would affirm that they are antiques. And now, a whole box containing several exquisite antiques lay before him. Even without thinking, Chu Chio understood that this time, he had struck gold. Not to mention the previous box of gold bars, its worth was surely dwarfed by this box of antiques. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? A box of antique jade artifacts? Antique jade artifacts? Aren't those antiques? My goodness, this is monumental. If all of these are authenticated as genuine, wouldn't Xiaogu be simply legendary? Indeed, anything even remotely related to antiques has skyrocketed in value. Xiaoji's luck is simply unfathomable. I suspect he might be the favored child of destiny. I concur wholeheartedly. No rebuttals accepted. The live stream erupted in fervor. Ding Wenjing was equally astonished. First gold, now antiques. Chu Chio's luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Chu Chio's heart swelled with joy. Setting aside the monetary value, in his eyes, antiques epitomize sophistication and prestige. They are the living fossils of the highbrow world. Simply displaying them in one's home or adorning oneself with them exudes an air of refinement that cannot be matched by driving a luxury car or purchasing designer handbags. Thus, in this moment, despite his verbal claims of modesty, Chu Chio's body betrayed his elation. With a silly grin plastered on his face, he exclaimed, "What splendid treasures!" as he gingerly retrieved the smallest jade artifact from the box. It was a cicada, no larger than a thumb, sculpted from deep green jade, simple yet exquisite, brimming with vitality. Ah, antiques truly are remarkable. Look at this cicada sculpture, so round and lifelike. It is evident it was crafted by a master artisan. Wow, how beautiful! It appears as though it could take flight at any moment, though I am unsure of its historical origin. Chucho marveled at the jade cicada in his hand, his admiration evident. "It looks truly lovely, cicada? What is this nonsense?" Ding Wenjing, upon hearing Chucho's musings, returned to reality and couldn't help but chuckle. In the realm of antiques, this is not referred to as a cicada, but as a Zhan, Ding Wenjing explained, gazing at the jade cicada in his grasp. "Isn't a cicada the same as a Zhan?" Chucho retorted. "Yes, but..." Ding Wenjing attempted to clarify. "That is sufficient. I simply prefer to call it a cicada." Chucho interjected, cutting her off before she could elaborate. Ding Wenjing was left momentarily speechless. This exchange elicited laughter from the live stream audience. "Ha ha ha! Seeing the host at a loss for words has inexplicably brought me joy." "Me too, but is it really appropriate for us to voice this?" "It is not. Look at me, I haven't said a word." "Host, you may not have spoken it aloud, but you certainly wrote it down. Do you take me for a fool? Piffed. Ha ha ha. You lot are truly mischievous, making me laugh out loud." Yet, amidst her grievance, Ding Wenjing had hoped to find solace and warmth among her fans. However, upon seeing the comments scrolling across the screen, she felt utterly bombarded. She believed today to be her day of tribulation. This crowd was infuriating. "All right, everyone, let us cease the teasing of the host. If anyone possesses knowledge of antiques, please step forward to assist Gu in identifying them. Yes, please come forth. I am particularly eager to know just how much this cicada is worth. Qian Duo, Qian Pongzi, hurry and join in. It's your moment to shine. I'm here. Please have the host adjust the camera for a closer view. Then, I'll connect with the live stream. In the bustling city of Modu, within an antique shop named Guangzhai, a chubby young man with a baby face excitedly exited the live stream, logging onto his Douyin account. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse in the previous broadcast, his keen instincts led him to believe that the jade cicada in Chucho's possession was undoubtedly a genuine treasure. Once confirmed as an authentic antique, the other items in the box would surely be legitimate as well. Thus, he eagerly exited the live stream, opened his Douyin account, and sought to connect with the host. As soon as the live stream was established, Qian Duo, brimming with excitement, greeted Chucho and Ding Wenjing. "Hello, Gu, hello, host." "Ah, hello, Boss Qian," Ding Wenjing responded politely. She had learned from her fans that Qian Duo hailed from an esteemed family of antique connoisseurs and possessed a discerning eye for antiques. However, Chucho was entirely unaware of this, observing Qian Duo, who appeared to be in his late 20s, with skepticism. "Are you capable, given your youth?" In Chucho's perception, those engaged in antique appraisal were typically in their 60s or 70s to be deemed competent. "Ah, this." Qian Pongzi's expression faltered as he awkwardly replied, "What aspect is Gu referring to? Huh? What aspect?" The public screen of the live stream erupted in a flurry of comments. A barrage of astonished emojis flooded the chat. What on earth? Did he just launch into an inappropriate conversation right away? And in front of the female host, no less? Goodness, I need to get out of here. This is not the kind of vehicle I want to be on. Male fans began to jeer. The female fans, initially taken aback, suddenly realized the implications of what had just been said, and upon connecting the dots, they vocally scolded the audacity of such behavior. Even Chucho's expression momentarily froze. Astonished as he gazed at Qian Pongzi, his forehead adorned with a bead of sweat. "I merely inquired about your capabilities in appraisal, and yet you took it in such a manner? Truly, what an exceptional talent." "Ah? Misunderstanding. Oh no, it was merely a slip of the tongue." Qian Pongzi, feeling slightly guilty, cast a glance at Ding Wenjing and forced a rather awkward smile. "Well then, Gu, let us proceed with the appraisal." He could sense an unwelcoming aura emanating from Ding Wenjing. Darn it, I've made an unforgivable blunder. Chapter 56. Trending again after collecting himself, Qian Pongzi turned serious, addressing the live stream. "Host, please direct the camera towards the jade cicada held by Gu. Gu, kindly rotate the cicada slowly between your fingers so I can examine its entirety." "All right." Chucho raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qian Pongzi's demeanor. "You know, when you adopt such a serious tone, you actually exude the aura of a master." As Chucho gradually rotated the cicada, the live stream fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on the screen. Before long, Qian Pongzi completed his assessment. Inhaling deeply, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All right, Chiu Gu. I have a general idea now. If I'm not mistaken, the jade cicada in your hand is a quintessential representative from the Han Dynasty, renowned in the antique realm as the Han Eight Knives jade cicada, which holds immense collectible value. What is this? Han Eight Knives jade cicada. What does that even mean? Chu Chiu was utterly baffled. Han Ba Dao refers to a distinctive carving technique characterized by its rugged strength and succinct clarity, where each stroke reveals the sharpness of the blade. This method, a hallmark of the Han Dynasty's artisans, is capable of imbuing a piece with spirit and charm through just a few deft cuts, thus earning its name. The jade cicada, too, was a highly esteemed artifact during the Han era, greatly valued by the ancients. Jade cicadas can be broadly categorized into three types. The pendant cicada, worn as an ornament for decoration and to ward off evil. The crown cicada, an accessory adorning hats, symbolizing power and status, reserved for the elite. And the unique inclusion cicada, placed in the mouth of the deceased to symbolize rebirth, representing the immortality of the spirit. Qian Pengzi elaborated on this matter. So, does this jade cicada in my hand originate from the Han Dynasty? What type does it belong to, crown cicada, pendant cicada, or inclusion cicada? Chu Chiu couldn't help but inquire further. He held a deep affection for this jade cicada, hoping it was not the inclusion type, as that would be rather unsettling. It is a pendant cicada. Qian Pengzi replied, his eyes glinting with envy. I noticed a small hole at the head of the cicada, meant for threading a pendant cord, thus confirming it is undoubtedly a pendant cicada. 2 years ago, the Han Ba Dao jade cicada was already a sought-after antique collectible. Even inclusion cicadas were highly coveted, with some fetching astonishing prices of up to 600,000. Pendant cicadas, however, are exceedingly rare. Their appearance incites fierce competition among antique connoisseurs, especially your pendant cicada, both in material and condition. It can be regarded as a superb specimen, with an initial appraisal of no less than 1 million. 1 million, Ding Wenjing exclaimed, her face a picture of shock. While she was aware that this jade cicada was an antique and thus likely valuable, she had anticipated a price in the hundreds of thousands at most. To discover that it was appraised at 1 million was staggering. That would mean this small jade cicada is worth a quarter of that box of gold bars. My heavens, that box contains at least 6 or 7 antiques, and judging by their condition, they would likely be even more valuable than this jade cicada. Does that imply that this single box of antiques is worth tens of millions? Can this still be considered luck? No, it's not just tens of millions. There are several other boxes as well. Moreover, if all goes as expected, over 80% of the contents in those boxes are likely antiques as well. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Ding Wenjing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If it turns out that several boxes are indeed antiques, their value could easily exceed 100 million. Just contemplating that figure sent shivers down her spine, leaving her feeling parched. Since she could make such connections, Chu Chiu, not being foolish, quickly took action. Lao Li, Lao Zhang, Lao Wang. While Ding Wenjing was internally astounded, Chu Chiu decisively stood up and instructed the three. You three, move the remaining 3 wooden boxes to the cockpit. One is to touch or approach them without my command. Lao Li, for the time being, you will stay in the cockpit to guard them. Chu Chiu felt that the remaining boxes should no longer be opened in public view. If they were indeed full of antiques, the impact would be immense, likely equal to the stir caused by river clams and pearls. He feared that a careless move could thrust him into the limelight, which would be troublesome. However, one critical point was overlooked by Chu Chiu: the immense power of social media and the rapidity of online dissemination. Furthermore, there are numerous influencers on platforms like Douyin who create short videos for profit. Given Ding Wenjing's current live streaming popularity, consistently topping the hourly charts, it had already captured the attention of these influencers. Almost as soon as Ding Wenjing's live stream hit the trending list, the sight of thousands of crabs appearing on screen made them keenly aware of the topic's potential heat. Thus, throughout Ding Wenjing's live stream, these influencers had already extracted short clips, attaching sensational titles, and posting them across various online platforms. As time passed, the view counts, likes, and shares of these short videos soared dramatically. In less than an hour, they had climbed to the trending lists of major platforms. Especially when Chu Chiu pulled up gold and the subsequent short videos of the wooden boxes emerged, they skyrocketed into the top 10 of trending searches. The followers of these influencers surged by tens of thousands in just an hour, surpassing the attention drawn by Ding Wenjing's live stream. What am I seeing? Someone actually fished up crabs worth over 1 million? And then, they fished up a box of gold bars. Wait, what is going on? Not just one box of gold, but a box of antiques. Is this for real? This luck is beyond belief. Even winning the lottery wouldn't be this lucky. When did this happen? Today. At the entrance of a television station in Magic City, a delivery worker, holding a bag of meal boxes in one hand while scrolling through trending news on his phone with the other, couldn't he help but exclaim. Just then, a female reporter clad in office attire passed by, and upon hearing his exclamation, she immediately sensed something amiss and rushed over to take a look. In the next moment, she seemed to lose her mind, sprinting towards the broadcasting building in her high heels. While running, she searched Douyin and quickly discovered the live stream. What thrilled her even more was the local live broadcast label. A local live stream means it's happening right within the waters of Magic City. Not far at all. Hey, Xiao Qin, where are you? Hurry back to the station. I have an extremely important trending topic to cover. And I need to set off immediately. If I can secure this interview, I might even get promoted to host. I need your help. Come back right away. What? You're where? 2 hours? No, I can't wait half an hour. I need to get the first-hand report. Forget it. I'll go myself. The female reporter hung up, abandoning the office building. Without Xiao Qin's assistance, she couldn't manage the camera, so she would have to go light and use her phone instead. Prioritizing the first-hand interview. Chapter 57. The restless Su Qingya. After exiting the broadcasting building, the female reporter hailed a taxi and sped away. Her name is Xiao Xiao, a seasoned reporter with the Magic City television station, known for her program Today's Hot Topics. She climbed from a freelance writer to a magazine journalist, then to a news agency reporter, a radio reporter, and finally to a senior television reporter. Her rise was due to her keen insight, ability to unearth topics, and formidable tracking skills. Once, she pursued a socially significant issue so relentlessly that she almost got injured and ended up in the hospital. Thus, while others hesitated to venture out to sea, she was brave enough to do so. Now, having finally become a top senior reporter at the television station, she was just one step away from being promoted to host. Missing this opportunity could mean stagnation for years. At 27, she didn't have the luxury of time to wait. Therefore, she was determined to seize this chance and secure the first-hand interview. Given the immense interest and discussion surrounding this treasure fishing event on various online platforms, if she could obtain an exclusive first-hand interview, the television station's viewership would undoubtedly surge. She would gain widespread recognition and smoothly ascend to the position of host. With these thoughts in mind, she urged the taxi driver, "Please drive faster. I'm in a hurry." Throughout the ride, Xiao Xiao had lost count of how many times she had exclaimed such phrases. Fortunately, her location was close to the sea, and within half an hour, she had arrived at the shore and directly rented a small yacht to set sail. The yacht rental was exorbitantly priced, almost equivalent to her monthly salary. Yet, in her quest for first-hand resources, she was willing to make that sacrifice. During the journey, she kept an eye on the live stream. Once she saw the segment where the treasure was authenticated and Chu Qiu had people move 3 boxes. She knew this was it. What am I seeing? There are still 3 boxes unopened. My goodness, if a single jade cicada the size of a thumb can be valued at 1 million, what about the other 3 boxes? Who can tell me what treasures lie within? Could they also be antiques? If they are antiques, how much could they be worth? Tens of millions. Over 100 million. As the public netizens watched the trending videos, they erupted with excitement. Platforms like Kuaishou, Huashan, Bilibili, and Weishi witnessed a meteoric rise in likes, shares, and comments. Each short video that was extracted gained rapid popularity, climbing the trending charts of major platforms, especially on Douyin. The heat of these short videos soared to unbelievable heights, consistently ranking in the top 10 of social hot lists and Douyin trending charts. Boss. The big boss is trending again. Within the confines of the Jinghua Grand Hotel, Xiao Li and Xiao Hong burst into Su Qingya's office once again, their exuberance reminiscent of madness, shouting with fervor. Thankfully, owing to their previous encounter, Su Qingya was not startled this time. However, she still chided. What on earth is wrong with you two? Why this frenzied behavior? Is it merely a live broadcast ranking? What is there to be so astonished about? Those celebrities make the charts daily, and I have never seen you both so agitated. But boss, this time it's not just any live ranking. It's the Douyin hot list. It even made the trending searches, Xiao Li exclaimed excitedly. This time, she showed remarkable restraint and refrained from calling Su Qingya boss lady. Yes, Xiao Hong chimed in, her excitement bubbling over. though she found herself unable to interject, leaving her only to exclaim these few words. Trending searches. Su Qingya's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Surely, it can't be that significant? Isn't it merely a catch of crabs worth over $1 million? Su Qingya was skeptical. Xiao Li hastily clarified, no, the catch worth $1 million was from the Big Boss's first haul. That happened ages ago. Now, we are discussing the Big Boss's second haul. He has brought up a box of gold and a batch of antiques. The online discussions are already fervent. What did you say? Chu Chio's second haul yielded a box of gold and a collection of antiques. Is that true? Su Qingya couldn't suppress her astonishment. She quickly grabbed her phone and clicked into the Douyin hot list. To her amazement, she found that among the top 10 titles, phrases like beachcombing, gold bars, antiques, and treasure accounted for a full third of the entries. The fervor was nearly rivaling that of the clam and pearl incidents. In essence, aside from 2 incidents involving certain celebrities, Chu Chio had monopolized nearly the entire trending list. It was utterly unbelievable. Her shock intensified as she clicked through the videos, witnessing the revelation of a box containing gold worth over $4 million and a jade cicada valued at over $1 million. Moreover, based on the comments and heated discussions, it seemed the cicada was merely the least valuable item among the batch of antiques. Particularly intriguing were the 3 unopened wooden boxes. Underneath the video, several employees from reputable salvage companies asserted, based on their treasure hunting experience, that there was a 95% chance that the contents of those boxes were antiques. My heavens, if they are all antiques. What could their worth be? Over $100 million. It might even be more. At that moment, Su Qingya found herself at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. Here she was, diligently managing a 5-star hotel, her annual net income likely amounting to just a quarter of what Chu Chio had netted in a single haul, and that was under the condition that the hotel was thriving. Otherwise, it would have to be halved. Indeed, the adage held true. Comparison breeds despair. Glancing back at the meticulously crafted hotel investment plan before her, Su Qingya gritted her teeth and discarded it. Investment plan, what is the point of that? With Chu Chio, a veritable cash cow at hand, who needs an investment plan? We should simply persuade him to liquidate the antiques and, coupled with the funds from today's black card recharge, secure a ready-made 5-star hotel instead. It would save time, effort, and hassle. Moreover, we could stock the inventory instantly and reap profits immediately. It would be absolutely delightful. With these thoughts racing through her mind, Su Qingya could no longer remain seated. She slammed her hand on the table and declared, "It's settled. We're going to Modu." To Modu? Xiao Li and Xiao Hong were taken aback by her sudden declaration, their voices faltering. Yes, to Modu. We need to secure investment from our big boss, Su Qingya exclaimed, rising abruptly to, investment? Xiao Li and Xiao Hong were momentarily stunned. When? Now. Immediately, Su Qingya stated, seizing her car keys from the table and striding out. Xiao Li and Xiao Hong exchanged bewildered glances and hastily followed her. Once outside the hotel, Su Qingya began driving, advising the two, "You both keep a close watch over the hotel. Call me if anything arises." Understood, they replied in unison. All right, I'm off. Su Qingya nodded, pressing the accelerator as she departed the hotel. Just as the car was about to disappear from sight, Xiao Li suddenly couldn't resist and called out, making gestures of encouragement, "Boss, go for it. Strive to become our boss lady soon." Squeak. The car screeched to a halt, barely avoiding a detour into the landscaped area. Xiao Li quickly grabbed Xiao Hong's hand and exclaimed, "Oh no, we should run." By the time Su Qingya blushed and peeked out the window, she found that the two had vanished without a trace. "Those 2 rascals, just wait until I return. I'll deal with you." Su Qingya bit her lip, feeling a flutter of excitement, and hastily drove away. Meanwhile, oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly become a viral sensation online, Chu Chio had just seen the 3 wooden boxes carried away. Inciting a wave of protests from his live stream fans, "Brother Chio, you're being too inconsiderate. We want to see what's inside those boxes. Your actions are raising our anticipation, and yet you leave us hanging." "Exactly. What was it you said? I've already dropped my pants. Why just show me this? Please, Brother Chio, satisfy our curiosity. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Brother Chio, hurry and have them bring the boxes back. My curiosity is about to explode. If you don't call them back soon, I'll have to call for help." The live chat was flooded with protests. Ding Wenjing rubbed her temples in frustration. Feeling a headache coming on, protests are futile. Faced with this uproar, Chu Chio remained resolute. Not only that, he picked up the lid of one of the disassembled wooden boxes, preparing to take away the opened ones as well. At this point, not just the fans in the live stream, but even Chien Duo was growing anxious. "Brother Chio, have mercy. This is life or death for me," he implored. For him, the allure of the box of antiques was far greater than that of any scantily clad beauty. If he couldn't get his hands on them for appraisal, he would find it impossible to eat or sleep peacefully that day. However, Chu Chio paid no heed to his pleas and continued to cover the boxes. "Hey, Brother Chio, don't. Chien Duo's eyes were wide with urgency. "Just let me appraise one piece. Just one will suffice. If you agree, I'll be at your service whenever you need me. Besides, you must clarify the origins and value of these antiques, right? Otherwise, what's the point of having them? Fine, you can appraise one more piece." Chu Chio relented after considering Chien Duo's repeated requests. With so many antiques at his disposal, he would eventually need to figure them out, and he might as well let Duo indulge in his appraisal obsession for now. After all, how much commotion could one piece of antique cause? After sifting through the contents of the box for a while, Chu Chio finally selected an item he deemed to be of lesser value. It was a porcelain vase resembling a flower vase. Dark blue in color, standing only as tall as a hand. "This will do." Chu Chio lifted it and waved it in front of the camera. However, the moment he did, Chien Duo's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "Tea leaf residue? What the heck? Is this tea leaf residue? Official kiln glaze with tea leaf residue. Brother Chio, quickly, bring it closer so I can take a look." Chapter 58. Tea leaf residue. A secret glaze worth millions. Official kiln glaze? Tea leaf residue? Chu Chio's expression froze, an ominous premonition washing over him. Although he was unfamiliar with these terms and their connections, Chien Duo's reaction indicated that their value was extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he react so dramatically to merely a glance? Official kiln glaze. Tea leaf residue? What are those? Why have I never heard of them? Are they valuable? The live stream chat erupted with questions. The curiosity of the fans skyrocketing. Even the dimmest of viewers could glean from Chien Duo's reaction that this item was anything but ordinary. Is there anyone in the chat who knows about these two items? Please step forward and enlighten us. Official kiln glaze? I've heard about that from the older generations in my hometown, Jingdezhen. It's a secret glaze crafted exclusively for the imperial kiln during the Qing dynasty. Forbidden for commoners to replicate. Otherwise, they would lose their heads. It's incredibly precious. In the live stream, someone stepped forward to share this information before Chien Duo, leaving the fans gasping in astonishment. Crafted exclusively for the royal kiln? Imperial secret glaze. Just from these few words, the audience could sense the immense value and unparalleled prestige associated with the item. This meant it was not something mere commoners could appreciate. Even nobles required the emperor's favor to possess it, illustrating its rarity. Now, they were all waiting for Chien Duo to confirm whether it was indeed authentic and how to appraise its worth. At this moment, Chien Duo was already so excited that he couldn't help but rub his hands together. Although a meticulous appraisal had yet to take place, in his heart, he had already affixed a label of authenticity to the item. What he needed to ascertain now was whether this genuine article had any defects or scratches. "Chio Gu, handle it with care. Gently rotate it, and for heaven's sake, don't let it slip. This thing is incredibly valuable." Chien Duo exclaimed anxiously. One could easily sense that this antique did not belong to Chu Chio. Rather, it seemed to be his. Chu Chio felt utterly speechless, simultaneously harboring a tinge of regret. Was he about to embarrass himself yet again? However, it was too late for second thoughts. He decided to steel his resolve. As long as it didn't exceed the value of the Yuchan too drastically, it would be fine. With Chu Chio's gentle rotation of the item, the excitement on Chien Duo's face grew increasingly palpable. "Wow, it's genuine. It's truly authentic, and the preservation is undoubtedly one of the best I have ever seen. This is tea leaf glaze. Such excellent preservation guarantees a hefty price." Chien Duo exclaimed with fervor. "Chio Gu, you've struck gold. This tea leaf glaze, in fact, is known as tea leaf glaze, characterized by its tea-like hue, which is elegant, restrained, profound, and rich. It is endlessly captivating to behold and possesses the effect of nurturing the eyes, being one of the secret glazes exclusively reserved for royal enjoyment. Moreover, The tea leaf glaze has always been a subject of great controversy. Some argue that the tea color is a form of monochrome glaze, while others contend that it is composed of a blend of yellow and green hues and cannot be classified as monochrome. Thus, its admirers assert that its value is on par with that of monochrome glazes, while detractors dismiss it as merely a colored glaze. Regardless, the intrinsic value of the tea leaf glaze has never diminished. This is because the tea leaf glaze itself is derived from monochrome glazes, representing a pinnacle in the history of Chinese ceramics. The zenith, the most exquisite period of tea leaf glaze, occurred during the Qianlong era, specifically in the early years of Qianlong's reign. Therefore, one can examine the base of this tea leaf glaze. Being a product of the imperial kiln, the inscription must be a 6-character, 3-line seal script reading De Qing Qianlong Nianji. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiu promptly turned the bottle upside down to reveal the base. He then beheld 6 large characters in seal script. De Qing Qianlong Nianji. Oh my, it truly exists. Chu Qiu was slightly astonished. How much could this tea leaf glaze be worth? Could it be 4 to 5 million? If it were merely 4 to 5 million, that would be acceptable and wouldn't cause too much of a stir. After all, there are always lottery winners claiming millions every year. How much? 4 to 5 million. Are you insulting me? Are you insulting history? Upon hearing Chu Qiu's estimated value, Qian Duoduo nearly leapt up, looking at Chu Qiu as if he were a dismal descendant, filled with disappointment as he lamented. This is the tea leaf glaze among the imperial glazes, exclusively for the royal court. Only a few hundred pieces of porcelain can yield just one. Do you think 4 to 5 million is a fitting price for its worth? After expressing his indignation, Qian Duoduo felt it wasn't enough, so he abruptly stood up and declared, "This represents the grandeur of the Qing dynasty." "What the hell? The Qing dynasty is no more," Chu Qiu retorted, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "You better sit down now. Tell me, how much is it really worth? Do you still want to appraise the other antiques in my possession?" This statement struck right at Qian Duoduo's soft spot, instantly deflating his bravado. "Qiu, let me think. I was being too hasty." He quickly relented, sitting back down, excitement evident in his voice. In fact, back in 2018, a bottle of this specification of tea leaf glaze was evaluated by experts to be worth between 6 to 8 million. However, given the rapid changes in national strength, it is no longer comparable to what it was 18 years ago. Moreover, due to the scarcity of tea leaf glaze, its value has skyrocketed in the past couple of years. Thus, the worth of this tea leaf glaze is at least in the tens of millions after finishing. Qian Duoduo could only marvel at Chu Qiu's extraordinary luck. It was indeed astounding. Their family, the Qian family, being a prominent antique family, had accumulated a wealth of antiques over generations, with their antique shops located in several first-tier cities. Yet they possessed only 2 pieces of tea leaf glaze. Comparatively, the tea leaf glaze they owned was evidently of a lesser preservation quality than that in Chu Qiu's hands. What? A tens of millions valuation? Just for this small porcelain bottle? My goodness, tens of millions, I'm utterly astonished. Indeed, this value is exorbitant. Even if it was exclusively for the Qing dynasty royal court, it's merely porcelain, and it starts at tens of millions? Am I just too uninformed? Or is it that I cannot comprehend the world of the wealthy? When Qian Duoduo's valuation was revealed, the fans in the live stream were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. They shared Chu Qiu's sentiments, as most had estimated the value to cap at around 4 to 5 million. Yet, upon appraisal, the value doubled, or perhaps even tripled, resulting in sheer astonishment. Chu Qiu couldn't help but cover his forehead in frustration. Damn it, I truly underestimated it. At least in the tens of millions. This implies it could be 10 million, or even 20 million, or perhaps even higher. This is absurd. Qian Duoduo, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "Qiu, let us proceed to appraise the next item." "Who said I want to appraise the next one?" Chu Qiu reflexively declined, hastily placing the tea leaf glaze back down. "Am I to be considered overly ostentatious?" Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo grew anxious. "Didn't you just ask me if I wanted to appraise other antiques?" "Yes, I inquired whether you wished to appraise. But that was not my intention. I do not wish to appraise," Chu Qiu stated with utmost seriousness. "Wait, can it really be like this?" Qian Duoduo stood there, frozen in disbelief. "The Qing dynasty has fallen. Why can't we do this?" Chu Qiu smirked. Puffed. Ha ha ha, he was inexplicably amused by his own words. "Your Majesty, the Qing dynasty has perished. Qian Duo, but I cannot do it. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. All viewers were bizarrely captivated by the phrase the Qing dynasty has perished. The Qing dynasty has perished? What on earth? Ding Wenjing stared at the scrolling comments, beginning to question her life choices. Were these fans still the same ones she had known? Chapter 59. Stricken with Autumn's malady without Autumn's fate, Shogu. Are you really not going to appraise it? Just one more. Just one more. Please? Qian Duo pleaded anxiously, scratching his head. Chu Qiu did not respond but instead conveyed his intentions through action. Oldly, prepare to set sail. All right. Upon hearing that they were setting sail, Oldly was invigorated, sensing that they were about to continue fishing. For those who frequently ventured out to sea, the notion of appraising antiques felt like a distant affair. It was the various seafood items with clearly marked prices that felt familiar and invigorating. The fans in the livestream collectively sighed in relief. The appraisal finally coming to an end. That's good. Otherwise, I feel like my heart might require 2 stints. Indeed, if we keep going, I feel like millions and tens of millions will seem trivial, easily within reach. Do you all feel the same? I do. I feel like anything below $1 million is insignificant, yet my salary is only $4,000 to $5,000 a month. A typical case of lacking the fortune of Qiu Gu while suffering from his affliction. Coincidentally, as Chu Qiu approached, he noticed the comments on the screen and wore an expression of disbelief. Have I truly fallen ill? When did this happen? What illness? Chu Qiu felt utterly speechless. Indeed, fame brought its share of troubles. Meanwhile, on the yacht out at sea, female journalist Xiao Xiao was glued to her phone, intently following the live stream. The entire appraisal process had left her exhilarated, from crabs valued in the millions to gold worth $4 million. And now the recently appraised tea leaf glaze worth in the tens of millions. There were countless topics and hot discussions to explore. Especially with 3 additional boxes remaining, the public was undoubtedly eager to uncover their contents. If she managed to secure this interview, gaining national attention once the program aired would be a sure path to promotion. Master, could we speed up a bit? Xiao Xiao urged the yacht operator, eager to interview Chu Qiu. Speed up? Young lady, we are at sea, and the waves have already begun to rise. We cannot go any faster. If we do, we'll be airborne. The yacht operator replied nonchalantly, isn't it just pursuing a fishing boat? Don't worry, at this yacht speed, we will catch up soon. All right then. Xiao Xiao settled back into her seat, slightly reassured, and took out a small notebook to jot down the topics she wanted to cover during the interview. Simultaneously, back in the antique shop, after Qian Duo's live stream connection was severed, he hastily made a trip to the restroom. Upon returning, just as he was about to re-enter Ding Wenjing's live stream, he was captivated by a series of notifications on his screen. Shocking! During a live stream at sea, a treasure worth over $100 million was unearthed. Today's news. East China Sea fishermen salvage ancient gold worth millions. A treasure discovered at sea. A jade cicada valued over $1 million. What is this? Qian Duo furrowed his brows, his curiosity piqued. Upon clicking, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it's true. Qiu Gu is trending. Moreover, there were related short videos, my goodness. Is this not the moment for my treasure appraisal? Have I truly been singled out? Could it be that I have also made it to the trending searches? Qian Duo's face was one of utter disbelief as he hurriedly scrolled through the comments below. However, upon witnessing the barrage of comments from netizens, he suddenly inhaled sharply. Half of the comments were filled with shock and envy, while the other half reveled in schadenfreude. Those who took delight in his misfortune left behind little red flags, with comments such as, "Thank you, comrade, for recovering the lost antique artifacts for the nation. We applaud your personal endeavor. The state. Your certificate is on the way. 300 yuan plus a banner are en route. The Cultural Relics Administration is mobilizing. The monetary value is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the little red flags and certificates are prepared for you." Upon reading these comments, Qian Duo felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, he seemed to have forgotten. Chu Qiu had salvaged the treasure within the territorial waters of the nation. According to legal stipulations, any valuable antiques retrieved from within the territorial seas belong to the state. This implies that all the antiques salvaged by Chu Qiu, with the exception of uncertain gold, must be returned to the government. Good heavens, what a predicament! Steward, quickly prepare my vehicle. Inform my father that I shall not be returning home today. Qian Duo immediately shouted towards the outside. rushing upstairs in a flurry, spending a few minutes changing into formal attire, and then descending like a whirlwind. Below, the steward awaited with the car keys. Upon seeing the young master emerge from the family estate, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, convinced he must have misidentified him. Qian Duoduo was clad in a tailored suit, adorned with an expensive watch, carrying a custom briefcase, exuding an air of sophistication, almost as if he had transformed into a different person. If memory serves, the last time the young master was coerced into a blind date by his father, he was not dressed with such seriousness, was he? Who possesses such magnetic charm that the young master would go to such lengths to prepare himself? The steward wore an expression of astonishment, contemplating whether to call the elder master to report this development. Suddenly, with a roar of the engine, Qian Duoduo sped away in his Ferrari, a flash of vibrant red disappearing into the distance. Qian Duoduo was now filled with urgency. The news of Chu Qiu retrieving treasure had photographic and video evidence, and it had already trended online, garnering immense public attention and certainly attracting the notice of relevant authorities. There was no doubt that this batch of antiques would be submitted for review. Therefore, he had to rush over and meet Chu Qiu before the authorities arrived. Otherwise, once they were handed over to the state, the matter of appraising the antiques would no longer involve him. Moreover, there was an even more pressing reason. The other 3 boxes had yet to be opened. Thus, no one knew whether they contained antiques. Even if they were antiques, who could say how many pieces were inside? Regardless, they would be unceremoniously surrendered. If he discreetly offered a substantial sum for 1 or 2 pieces, surely Chu Qiu would be amenable to the arrangement. Right? With this thought, Qian Duoduo's excitement surged once more, and he pressed the accelerator hard, speeding up to 180 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Chu Qiu, remained blissfully unaware. At this moment, he had wholly returned his focus to fishing. This time, he was determined not to repeat his previous blunder. Discretion. He must remain discreet. He could not cause another sensation. Since he had cast a net and caught something, he absolutely could not allow it to happen again. Therefore, Chu Qiu stood resolutely on the deck. Last time, he had refrained from using his abilities underwater to maintain a low profile, only to have his own strength backfire on him. This time, however, he would utilize his underwater skills precisely to keep a low profile. It is indeed a curious world. Chapter 60. Will I be humiliated again? At this moment, Chu Qiu stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back. He surveyed the surroundings within several hundred meters, meticulously confirming his observations. After a slight, almost imperceptible nod, he concluded, yes, all is well. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, aside from a few scattered shrimp and crab, there was nothing extraordinary to be found in the waters. Thus, he could confidently instruct Oldley to deploy the trawl net. Oldley, prepare to drop the net and pull it for about 100 or 200 meters for a test, Chu Qiu stated calmly, exuding an air of assurance as if he had everything planned out. The viewers in the live stream began to buzz with excitement. Does anyone else feel that Brother Qiu's aura is off the charts? I feel like even before the net is cast, Brother Qiu seems to know there will be a harvest. Indeed, I share that sentiment. I also feel that way, primarily due to Brother Qiu's demeanor. So relaxed yet exuding such calm confidence. Hey, do you think Brother Qiu possesses superpowers? Can he sense the waters? Bro, you are thinking too small. Brother Qiu is actually a cultivator, Brother Qiu. Have you all seen through me? Ha 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 ha. The live stream was filled with laughter and joy. Just then, Oldley, obeying Chu Qiu's command, excitedly released the trawl net. Old Zhang and the others quickly rolled up their pant legs and sleeves. Each one brimming with energy, their eyes sparkling, ready to spring into action as soon as the net came up. Ding Wenjing, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? Why is everyone so excited? As if they are certain this net will yield a harvest? Indeed. Before anyone else could respond, Old Zhang boasted, Miss Ding, you just boarded the boss's boat today, so you are unaware of our boss's prowess. Let me tell you, when it comes to luck, our boss could claim the second spot in the world, and no one would dare to claim the first. Since we joined the boss, every single haul has been extraordinary. If it weren't for witnessing it myself, I wouldn't believe it. Old Zhang speaks truth. Our boss's luck is unmatched, even outshining the Sea King. Old Wang added proudly. Other crew members may not have spoken up, but their expressions conveyed their shared sentiment. At this point, Ding Wenjing's heart began to race. She gazed at Chu Chio's silhouette in astonishment, her mind swirling with disbelief. Could it be true, as the crew claimed, that Chu Chio possessed such incredible luck? Meanwhile, on the deck, Chu Chio, with his exceptional hearing, overheard old Zhang and the others' conversation, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Zhang and old Wang were indeed excellent wingmen. With their banter, when the trawl net was pulled up empty, the contrast would be maximized. Everyone would think it was merely luck, with no other factors involved. I must remember to nominate those two for an Oscar later. With this thought, Chu Chio felt a surge of anticipation. He scanned the area once more, confirming there were no abnormalities within a few hundred meters before discreetly nodding. Oldly, accelerate for 100 meters. Then pull the net directly. Chu Chio promptly instructed Oldly, retracting his gaze and turning towards the center of the boat, for the outcome was already determined. This was a live show, a spectacle intended for the vast audience and online media. All right, boss. Accelerating. Oldly, unaware of Chu Chio's thoughts, laughed heartily as he pressed the gas. The fishing vessel roared to life, its speed rapidly increasing. Is it finally happening? Are we about to make a catch? On the deck, old Zhang and the others eagerly rubbed their shoulders and prepared themselves. The viewers in the live stream also rubbed their eyes, pinched their cheeks, and perked up, fixated on the screen. Even Ding Wenjing's heart raced, her nerves heightened. What would happen? What would this net yield? Would it truly be as they claimed, a bountiful catch every time? Calm and composed, Chu Chio glanced back at the crew on the deck. Observing their anxious and excited expressions, he knew they were genuine, yet he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, what a bunch of performers. I give this performance a perfect score. Chu Chio chuckled softly, but just then, inside the cockpit, Oldly suddenly shouted with excitement, and Chu Chio's smile instantly froze. Oh no! It's moving! The weight display is fluctuating. My goodness, it's jumping quite dramatically. What the heck? What on earth is going on? 200 kilograms, and it jumped to 200 kilograms in an instant. Did we just hit a jackpot? Old Lee's voice was filled with exhilaration, almost incoherent with "It can't be. It can't be. It's still skyrocketing? The weight display is still jumping, and even more wildly, it jumped from 200 kilograms to 500 kilograms. What the heck? At this speed, did we just stumble upon a school of sharks? Boss, you need to come see this. It's already 800 kilograms. 800 kilograms. Old Lee's excitement was causing him to lose his ability to speak clearly. Chu Chio's smile hardened, his neck stiffening against the wind. What the heck? I was just observing. Within a few hundred meters, nothing but desolation. Not even a large group of crabs. So where did this several hundred kilograms of catch come from? Are you kidding me? Could it be a malfunction in the fishing boat's electronic system? No way, it must be a system failure. Chu Chio remained steadfast in his belief in his underwater abilities, yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, in the cockpit, Oldly seemed to have encountered an astonishing situation, suddenly erupting into excited shouts once more. Holy cow! It's 1,500. It just jumped to 1,500 kilograms. Boss, you are absolutely incredible. This time, you're really going to make a fortune. Ha ha ha. Oldly laughed maniacally, while old Zhang and old Wang also jumped and shouted in exhilaration. It's definitely a big catch. Amazing, simply amazing. So, what do you think? Miss Ding? I told you our boss is formidable, didn't I? A massive haul. We are undoubtedly going to break records again. Meanwhile, Chu Chio wore a bewildered expression. He couldn't shake off the feeling that when Oldly mentioned 1,500 kilograms, the entire fishing platform seemed to experience a slight tug, as if something extraordinarily large had plunged into the water. Could it be that had they truly encountered a shark? Was he about to embarrass himself yet again? Chapter 61. A school of yellowfin tuna. Could it be? Had they truly encountered a shark? Was he about to embarrass himself yet again? Chu Chio, confused, turned his stiff neck. However, he quickly realized something was off. If it were indeed a shark, the net would have surely torn apart immediately, and where would the weight come from? Moreover, while 1,500 kilograms sounded hefty, when it came to sharks, that weight might only correspond to a shark pup. Not to mention, the great white shark is a well-known species, capable of reaching a weight of 6 tons. 6 tons, which translates to 6,000 kilograms. Therefore, Chu Chio was certain this could not possibly be a shark. Hey, boss, come quickly. It's exceeded again. Over 2,000 kilograms. Oh my, it's 2,500. Wait, 3,000. Old Lee's voice rang out repeatedly, filled with excitement and disbelief. Each time Chucho heard it, he felt his heart race faster. Damn it, I've seen it myself. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, there were only a handful of shrimp and crabs. How could it possibly explode like this? This is utterly unscientific. Someone explain this to me. Oh heavens, please let this catch be crabs. It absolutely must be. Inside the crab pavilion, Guo Shunfei stared at his phone. His gaze fixated on the live stream screen, beads of sweat forming on his anxious forehead. Equally tense were the two individuals in the executive manager's office of the Home Inn. No, to be precise, all the department managers of the Home Inn, including the general manager, were silently hoping at this moment. As for the fans in the live stream, they could hardly contain their anticipation, craning their necks. Holy cow! Holy cow! Boss, it's exceeded again. 3,500 kilograms, and it's still rapidly increasing. Why aren't you here yet? My hands are trembling. Please come now. Old Lee's ecstatic shouts continued, resonating like a rapid drumbeat, striking the hearts of everyone present, their excitement coursing through their veins. Chucho couldn't help but feel his heart tighten, gasping, "You're just trembling with your hands. I'm the one whose heart is racing. If this truly turns out to be a significant catch, I want to be able to explain it at all." Oh, what the hell is going on? Is the system crashing? Wow, it really is crashing. The weight display has gone black. Boss, hurry up. Come quickly. Suddenly, Old Lee in the cockpit shouted in panic. Chucho's mind raced, immediately understanding the cause, and he face-bombed in realization. It's over. This must be due to the weight exceeding the limit. What are we waiting for? Pull it up quickly. With a headache, Chucho rushed over. He was eager to see just what kind of extraordinary catch had been dragged up this time, perfectly illustrating the phrase self-throwing into the net. Pull, pull, pull. Hurry up. Old Zhang and the others were flushed with excitement, their hands nearly rubbing raw with anticipation. Finally, amidst the collective gaze of eager onlookers, the enormous dragnet was hoisted out of the water. The surging seawater cascaded down in a spectacular display, reminiscent of Godzilla emerging from the deep sea. This exhilarating visual spectacle caused fans watching through their screens to collectively gasp. All eyes fixed intently on the dragnet, filled with awe and disbelief. Within the net lay massive, spindle-shaped creatures, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, tightly packed together, forming a veritable mountain that made the lifting beam creak ominously, as if it would snap at any moment. At this moment, whether on deck, among the workers, or even Chucho himself, everyone was rendered utterly astonished by the sight before them. Each of these sizable fish measured 2 to 3 meters long, robust and powerful, with their fins resembling blades, delivering an overwhelming visual impact. Conversely, the fans watching through their screens, unable to perceive the force of this spectacle firsthand, were the first to react. What kind of fish is this? Why is it so enormous? Good heavens, each one must be at least 2 meters long. Right? Is this a shark? A shark? Are you seriously telling me this is a shark? Have you ever seen a shark with a pointed mouth? Have you ever seen a shark swim in schools into a net? Please, go back and review your books. Sharks are solitary creatures, not social ones. So, what fish is this? Why is it so large? And the quantity? My goodness, there must be at least 100 of them, right? The fans in the live stream were all astounded, their fingers racing across the screen with questions about the identity of this fish. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward to enlighten them, for those knowledgeable about this species were rendered speechless by the sheer enormity of the haul. Because this fish was simply too incredibly valuable. My heavens, tuna. It's actually yellowfin tuna. We've caught a whole school of yellowfin tuna? Is this real? Am I dreaming? On the deck, old Zhang finally snapped back to reality, his initial shock giving way to exuberance as he couldn't help but roar in excitement, flailing his arms in disbelief. He resembled a penniless wretch suddenly endowed with 5 million assets. Yellowfin tuna? Yellowfin tuna. This is truly yellowfin tuna. Good heavens. With this mini yellowfin tuna, the boss is about to make a fortune. Old Wang also couldn't restrain his astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yellowfin tuna is a pelagic migratory species, often referred to as gold swimming in the sea. They can grow up to 3 meters long and weigh as much as 225 kilograms, making them a large schooling fish. Due to their finicky eating habits, They spend most of their time searching for food in the ocean. Having evolved unparalleled speed, it is said that torpedoes were inspired by their streamlined bodies, allowing them to traverse the sea with such swiftness. In the ocean, adult yellowfin tuna have no natural enemies, as their speed is simply too great. Even sharks and whales, capable of preying on them, can only watch from a distance. However, the unfortunate reality is that due to the exquisite taste and rich nutrition of yellowfin tuna, it has become a prime target for human exploitation. In recent years, they have been heavily fished, nearing the brink of extinction. Yet, it is precisely because of the drastic decline in their numbers and the difficulty of catching them that their prices have skyrocketed. Often, a single yellowfin tuna weighing around 50 kilograms can fetch astronomical prices of 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Thus, when Old Zhang and the others beheld such a large number of yellowfin tuna, their excitement was entirely understandable. Even Chu Qiu, having come to his senses, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, fully conceding defeat. He could only see a few hundred meters into the sea, and anything beyond that was obscured. Given the speed of these yellowfin tuna in the water, they could have covered that distance in mere seconds after he turned away, and of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The real focus was the value of this school of fish, which was bound to create a sensation. Chapter 62. Worth tens of millions or even billions? Did you hear that? The workers on that boat just said, what fish? Yellowfin tuna? Holy cow. So this is yellowfin tuna. This stuff is incredibly expensive. It's the top choice for sashimi. Even high-end 5-star hotels can't provide it consistently. It's rare and hard to come by. How expensive is this fish? Just how much? In the live stream, many fans were hearing about this fish for the first time. Their curiosity piqued regarding its price. As the stunned fans regained their composure, they began to flood the chat with envious comments. Do you really want to know how expensive it is? Well, brace yourselves. I'm afraid my answer might shock you into questioning your existence. That's right, friends with heart conditions should be especially cautious. Any yellowfin tuna weighing 50 kilograms or more is valued at 400,000 to 500,000 yuan each. Wow, what? 400,000 to 500,000 for a 50-kilogram fish? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Holy cow, a single fish for 400,000 to 500,000. That is like devouring a self-built villa in my hometown. Wait, if this yellowfin tuna is truly that expensive, then this haul for Gu, holy cow, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. But now that you've said it, this is outrageous. In the past 200 yellowfin tuna, each weighing around 100 pounds, that amounts to 400,000 to 500,000, goodness. Does that mean the value of this catch is at least 70 to 80 million, perhaps even approaching 100 million? My heavens, this single haul is worth at least 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million. I can't handle this, son. Hurry, fetch me my medication. My heart condition is acting up again. At that moment, with the commentary of some fans, the entire live stream room erupted in excitement. A single net cast resulted in a bounty of yellowfin tuna valued at 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million. Such luck is simply extraordinary. Moreover, this stroke of fortune is not a one-off occurrence. First, there was a catch of crabs worth 1 million, then, a net filled with priceless antique treasures. Now, yet another haul of yellowfin tuna worth 70 to 80 million, or even nearing 100 million. It seems like a pattern. Can this really be attributed solely to luck? Is Qiu Ji's fortune truly just luck? It feels as if Qiu Gu has activated some sort of cheat code, netting extraordinary hauls each time. Indeed, did you not notice? Qiu Gu stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the sea, as if he could see through it. It seems that even before the net was cast, he already knew there would be a catch. I can relate. The key is, Qiu Ji's demeanor is so calm and nonchalant. Let us stop the discussions. I believe Qiu Gu is either a sea king or a cultivator. Absolutely, a cultivator for sure. The excitement in the live stream room remained at fever pitch. Meanwhile, a yacht swiftly approached. Xiao Xiao, holding her phone, found her astonishment beyond words. As she watched the fishing boat drawing closer, she exclaimed excitedly, "Yacht captain, faster! That is the boat! Let us hurry and get closer." Indeed, at this moment, having traversed the ocean for a couple of hours, Xiao Xiao finally located and caught up with Chu Qiu's fishing boat. As the distance shrank, the scene aboard the fishing vessel unfolded before her eyes. What on earth am I seeing? Yellowfin tuna. They caught a school of yellowfin tuna. This is beyond fortunate. a school of yellowfin tuna. The golden bounty of the sea. Just 100-pound yellowfin tuna can fetch astronomical prices of 4 to 500,000. The yacht captain, witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless in astonishment. The sheer number of yellowfin tuna was staggering. Even if there weren't 200, there must be at least 180 to 90. So, does that mean the fans in the live stream were telling the truth? This haul of yellowfin tuna is indeed worth 70 to 80 million. Or even over 100 million. My heavens, a fishing bounty worth over 100 million. What kind of luck does Chu Chiu possess? A sea king, perhaps? Xiao Xiao was astounded. As a seasoned reporter for a television station, her capacity for acceptance and reaction was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Yet even so, she found it also incredulous. This series of events made one question whether the other party had some sort of cheat code. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, shutting off Douyin and switching to record a video. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Xiao, a reporter from Today's Hot Topics. This afternoon, a news story about fishermen salvaging million-dollar antique treasures has gone viral across the internet. After our diligent tracking efforts, we have finally spotted this fishing boat out at sea. Xiao Xiao smiled at the camera, delivering her opening remarks, then raised her phone to capture both herself and the fishing boat in the frame. Now, let us take a closer look at the condition of the fishing boat. Meanwhile, I have an explosive piece of news for you all. Do you see the hull suspended on the boat? Isn't it spectacular? According to the captain here, this is a school of yellowfin tuna, each one incredibly valuable, weighing around 100 pounds, capable of selling for 40 to 50,000 each. In other words, the value of this single haul has reached an astonishing 70 to 80 million, even nearing 100 million. Next, I will board this vessel to interview its owner, including addressing the highly anticipated questions about gold and antiques. Taking a deep breath after delivering her lengthy monologue, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of nervousness wash over her for the first time. On the boat, Chu Chiu observed the lively and exuberant crowd. Feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him, through the frenzied dialogue among Lao Zhang and others, he had gleaned the market value of the yellowfin tuna. Its total worth would undoubtedly not fall below 80 million. 80 million, and this was merely from one haul. It seemed impossible for him to maintain a low profile now. Moreover, Chu Chiu had a premonition that he might have already become famous. Chapter 63. Out at sea in search of the top trending person, these transitional sections will ensure the following content is thrilling. Chu Chiu even felt that it would be against the natural order if he didn't become famous. First, there was a haul of crabs worth 1 million, then, there were antiques and gold of immeasurable value. Now, yet another haul of yellowfin tuna worth up to 80 million, or even over 100 million. This consecutive string of enormous catches has shattered countless people's perspectives on life and money. It won't be long before a fishing craze sweeps the society. More crucially, in an attempt to create the illusion that his success was purely due to luck. His antics on the deck only served to deepen the ruse, especially with the assistance of Lao Zhang and the others. The situation had become utterly incomprehensible. It was as if he had dug a pit for himself and then jumped right in. It's confirmed. Chiu Gu is indeed a cultivator. Absolutely, Chiu Gu must possess some eye technique, allowing him to see beneath the waves. Yes. Otherwise, how could everything be explained? Luck? Whose luck could be that extraordinary? Unless he is the favored child of heaven. Chiu Gu. I never expected that my efforts to conceal my identity would still be uncovered by you all. Ha ha ha. After a round of teasing, the fans in the live stream gradually calmed down. Shaking their heads in disbelief, No. The host cannot continue this live stream. I cannot endure it any longer. If I keep watching, I might just be brainwashed by Chiu Gu. Indeed, this money is simply too easy to earn. It's detrimental to our mindset. Host, in the stream. If this continues, I feel like I'm already a millionaire. I need to go to work tomorrow, me too. I feel like I've reached the peak of my life. I sense my life has reached its zenith. Live stream management. That the next moment, ding. Gu Chiu sent a romantic firework, requesting the host to end the stream. Ding. Mo Yu sent a carnival, requesting the host to end the stream. Ding. Shuhua Old Ancestor sent a carnival. Ding. A jug of old wine sent a carnival. Ding. Chuanjiang sent a carnival. Ding. I Silence I Sorrow sent a carnival. Ding. Comfortable Status Quo sent a carnival. Suddenly, as if orchestrated, rows of carnival gifts flooded the screen, with requests for the host to end the stream scrolling wildly. The live stream management was left dumbfounded. Requesting the host to end the stream while showering gifts? Since Douyin's inception, this must be the first time a host is requested to end their stream while being inundated with gifts, not to mention her. Even the behind-the-scenes managers of the entire Douyin platform were in disbelief. Because on Douyin, hosts are typically urged to end their streams due to complaints, not because they are overwhelmed with gifts. And what gifts are these? Carnivals worth 3,000 yuan. In this brief moment, there must have been 20 or 30 of them. After today, Ding Wenjing is undoubtedly going to be the envy of all Douyin hosts. Alright everyone, we will conclude today's live stream here. My phone is also running low on battery. Until next time. In response to the fans' pleas, Ding Wenjing promptly ended the live stream. In truth, even if the fans hadn't requested it, she had planned to end it anyway. Because for the entire afternoon, or rather, since boarding Chu Chio's boat, she had been in a constant state of shock. She had almost forgotten she was a host, acting more like a fan, her gaze perpetually fixated on Chu Chio, becoming his tool. Moreover, she was fully aware that the reason the live stream was flooded with gifts was primarily due to the attention on Chu Chio. Hence, when the fans requested to end the stream, she readily agreed. After all, she was completely captivated by Chu Chio's fishing exploits. She had no desire to interact with the fans anymore. However, the moment she ended the stream, Gu Zhenfei panicked. He was waiting for Chu Chio to continue fishing, hoping he would catch another haul of crabs, which he desperately needed. Otherwise, when his brother-in-law returned and discovered he had squandered all the money on gifts, yet caught not even a single crab leg hair, wouldn't he be in for it? Goodness, how could she end the stream so soon? I swear, I'm going out to sea. I refuse to believe that I can't catch crabs following in your wake. Gu Zhenfei abruptly rose to his feet, gritting his teeth fiercely, and declared, if it comes to that, I shall pay a high price to snatch a batch back from the fans. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Zhenfei seized his car keys and departed. Was this truly the end of the broadcast? At the home inn, Wu Di and his assistant were left utterly stunned. The announcement of the broadcast conclusion took them completely by surprise. The administrative assistant, flustered, exclaimed, Manager, I have already processed the payment, but the crabs were not secured. How shall we account for this? The hotel won't leave me to fend for myself, will it? Rest assured, the hotel will not let you bear this alone. The administrative manager replied thoughtfully. What does that imply? I still have to shoulder part of the responsibility, right? Upon hearing this, the administrative assistant's face transformed into a mask of horror. Isn't this a setup? Just as he contemplated resigning, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Hello? Oh, General Manager. Wu Di answered the call, and his expression shifted dramatically upon realizing it was the general manager. What is it, Wu Di? You are all following the live stream, correct? I need you to arrange for someone to head out to sea immediately to locate that Chu Qiu.its, still not yet 5 o'clock. There is still time. The stern voice of the general manager resonated through the phone. General Manager, what did you say? Arrange for someone to go out to sea to find Chu Chio. I must have misheard. Wu Di said in disbelief. The batch of crabs had already been pre-ordered by the fans in the live stream. What purpose would there be in seeking him out, Wu Di? How long have you been with me? Can't you think more strategically? Why can't you learn to be adaptable? The general manager's displeasure was palpable. We are a 5-star hotel. Do we only know how to serve crabs? A mere crab, no matter how exquisitely prepared. Can it truly compare to the finest sashimi of yellowfin tuna? I had considered that, but our sashimi chef left a couple of days ago. So, Wu Di said cautiously, oh what? We can always find another sashimi chef. If we can't locate one, we can call headquarters to transfer someone. But if we miss out on the yellowfin tuna, where will you find it again? Even if headquarters can't send anyone, do you think we would suffer a loss by acquiring these yellowfin tuna? There are so many 3-star and 4-star hotels under headquarters. Once they catch wind of this, which one wouldn't he scramble to procure them from us? Even headquarters would have to treat us with utmost respect. The general manager's authoritative tone reverberated through the phone. Wu Di immediately stiffened, wiping the sweat from his brow. Understood, General Manager. I shall take care of it right away. At the Peace Hotel, in the manager's conference room, what began as a routine meeting transformed dramatically following the general manager's phone call. The front desk had just reported that a substantial quantity of yellowfin tuna had been caught in the nearby East China Sea, which had also trended on social media. You all must arrange for immediate action. Set sail to secure this catch. The fishing ban is approaching, And with such top-tier sashimi available, half of the five-star hotels in Magic City will surely be alerted. So do not hesitate on expenses. We must seize this yellowfin tuna before anyone else understood. The meeting was promptly adjourned, with everyone quickly arranging their tasks. Simultaneously, numerous platinum five-star hotels in Magic City, alongside dozens of upscale establishments, were alerted through their channels about the emergence of this billion-yuan batch of yellowfin tuna. They all mobilized to set sail in search of the source. With the fishing ban looming, these premium sashimi seafoods, once processed and served at their tables, would yield several times their cost and profit. No one would remain indifferent. Meanwhile, various short video platforms and social media hot searches promptly highlighted the videos of Chuchio capturing the exorbitantly priced yellowfin tuna. Comments, likes, and shares flooded in, and combined with previous videos, it swiftly ascended to the top of mainstream media, becoming the #1 trending topic across the internet. In an instant, the name Chuchio became the subject of widespread anticipation. Reporters from various radio stations and online media outlets hurriedly mobilized, focusing their attention on the sea. Chapter 64. Interview in a flash. The name Chuchio captivated countless eager spectators. Reporters from various radio and online media outlets scrambled to cover the unfolding events at sea. As a daring, seasoned journalist unafraid of danger, Xiao Xiao undoubtedly took the lead among them. At that moment, she had successfully boarded a fishing vessel and stood before Chuchio. "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Xiao Xiao, an on-site reporter for the radio program Today's Hot Topics. It is a pleasure to meet you, radio reporter." Chuchio raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. "You are looking for me?" "Indeed, Mr. Chu," Xiao Xiao replied with a smile. Directly stating her purpose, "Your fishing exploits have been broadcasted live, and it has now gone viral across major online platforms, trending as the #1 topic nationwide, garnering significant public interest and discussion. Therefore, I represent our radio station to conduct a personal interview with you, and I hope you will accept." "What did you say?" "I'm trending as the #1 topic nationwide, garnering public interest and discussion?" Chuchio exclaimed, his disbelief evident. "How is that possible? I merely went out to sea to catch some fish, and someone streamed it. That alone made me the #1 topic. Is it really that easy to trend now? And for free?" Chuchio found it hard to fathom. He had a premonition that he might become popular, but never to this extent. The sheer thought of being the #1 trending topic was astonishing. He half-joked that by trending today, tomorrow someone might unearth the details of his ancestors. Was this even real? Trending is that easy? And for free? Xiao Xiao, hearing Chuchio's words, was momentarily taken aback. Thankfully, she had not yet begun the formal interview. Otherwise, this comment would likely infuriate countless celebrities who had paid for such attention. Many stars, despite spending money, found it challenging to secure trending placements. Yet here was Chuchio, seemingly discontent with the situation. Moreover, while it was true he had simply gone out to catch fish, one could not overlook the treasures he had caught: gold, antiques, and top-tier seafood worth nearly 100 million. The cumulative value was likely in the billions. How could he dismiss this as insignificant? Xiao Xiao internally scoffed but quickly returned to the topic at hand. "Mr. Chu, I would like to discuss several topics that have piqued the interest of netizens. Shall we begin? Must we conduct this interview?" Chuchio inquired. "Well, I chased you all the way from the city center to the sea." Xiao Xiao's expression revealed her dilemma. "Fine, go ahead with the interview." Chuchio pondered and ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, he was already trending. What difference would one more interview make? Besides, everyone was busy sorting the yellowfin tuna, and nothing else was happening. "Thank you, Mr. Chu." Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude with a smile. Swiftly activating her phone's camera to record Mr. Chu, "I will ask you a few questions that are currently of utmost interest to netizens. First, regarding the ownership of the antiques, I would like to know, what are your thoughts on submitting the antiques to the state?" Submit the antiques to the state. This caught Chuchio off guard as he pondered. Aren't the antiques whoever catches them gets to keep them? Whoever catches them keeps them? Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned by Chuchio's response, then chuckled helplessly. "Mr. Chu, according to national law, any valuable cultural relics salvaged within territorial waters cannot be privately owned. They must be submitted to the state. Surely you are not unaware of this legal principle?" Chuchio. The sudden silence was palpable. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances. Xiao Xiao, suddenly feeling awkward, quickly interjected. "So, Mr. Chu, now that you are aware of this legal issue, how do you feel about it? Are you prepared to submit the antiques to the state?" Chuchio was momentarily dumbfounded. Could they really pose such questions during an interview? You are asking me how I feel? I want to ask you how you feel. Must you salt my wounds? You have already stated it is the law. What else can I say on camera? Am I supposed to express a desire to amend the law? Chu Chiu found himself at a loss for words. If I were to voice that sentiment, I would likely be summoned for a tea session on political education. After contemplating briefly, he turned to the camera and earnestly stated, "There is no need to express my thoughts. Those who should understand will understand. However, laws must be upheld. This is the bottom line for every citizen of Huaxia. Therefore, the antiques will undoubtedly be submitted to the state. Those who should understand will understand." Xiao Xiao found herself speechless. This truly encapsulated everything. Mr. Chu indeed exemplified the qualities of a principled and law-abiding citizen. Since you intend to submit them to the state, might I ask if it would be convenient for you to present the antiques for public curiosity? Perhaps we could see what the other 3 wooden boxes contain. Xiao Xiao initially praised him, then posed another incisive question. Certainly, follow me. Chu Chiu nodded and led her towards the cockpit. Since the law dictated this course of action, and given his newfound fame, it was only right to proceed with transparency. Who has deemed themselves a legal ignoramus? Let this serve as a lesson. Next time, let us boldly venture into international waters. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now accompany Mr. Chu as we witness and unveil the mystery within those 3 wooden crates. Xiao Xiao adjusted the camera, her tone brimming with excitement as she followed closely behind Chu Chiu. Soon, the pair entered the cockpit and stood before the 3 wooden boxes. Chu Chiu took a deep breath and exhaled, carefully selecting a severely damaged box to open. The box was indeed in tatters, yet it appeared remarkably natural, showing no signs of having been tampered with. Judging by Mr. Chu's demeanor, it was likely he had never opened it before. As Xiao Xiao spoke, she maneuvered the camera to focus closely on the box. Before long, the box was opened, revealing 6 porcelain vases of a crab shell blue hue. Xiao Xiao's face lit up with astonishment. They are porcelain, 6 vase-like porcelain pieces, and they are quite sizable, looking absolutely exquisite. May I take a closer look? She eagerly inquired of Chu Chiu. Of course, Chu Chiu nodded in agreement, but as he prepared to lift one, he suddenly appeared taken aback. Wait, this doesn't seem to be 6 separate vases, but rather, hold on. This appears to be 6 interconnected vessels. Moreover, the texture and feel of this porcelain are strikingly similar to the tea leaf glaze I encountered previously. Could this possibly be another instance of tea leaf glaze? Chu Chiu was momentarily dumbfounded, as his unique physique endowed him with heightened sensory perception. The sensation emanating from these 6 interconnected vases felt almost indistinguishable from the tea leaf glaze he had previously handled. Surely not. If this too were indeed the fabled tea leaf glaze, what would its worth be? Xiao Xiao was equally astonished. 6 interconnected tea leaf glazes, each measuring over 20 centimeters. This was far more precious than the previous tea leaf vase. Mr. Chu, could you perhaps provide a rough estimate of its value? Xiao Xiao asked, somewhat timidly. Well, I'm not well versed in antiques. Chu Chiu replied, looking bewildered. Just then, old Zhang's voice interrupted the interview. Boss, someone is here looking for you. Claiming to be a friend. A friend? Chu Chiu was taken aback. Aside from his parents and colleagues in Imodu, who else could possibly be considered a friend? Curiously stepping out of the cockpit, Chu Chiu spotted a yacht anchored alongside, where a plump young man in a suit was waving enthusiastically. Brother Chiu, Brother Chiu. It's me, Qian Duo. Qian Duo? What on earth was he doing out at sea? Chu Chiu's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Chapter 65. The exceptional 6-linked vase. Are they pirates? Qian Duo? What brings you to the sea? Chu Chiu asked, astonished. But your timing is impeccable. I just opened a box containing an antique that resembles tea leaf glaze. Come take a look. What? Another piece of tea leaf glaze? Qian Duo, initially prepared with numerous comments to ingratiate himself with Chu Chiu, instantly forgot everything upon hearing the words tea leaf glaze. Where is it? Let me see. He urged excitedly. Follow me to the cockpit. Chu Chiu replied as they walked. It's a porcelain piece consisting of 6 interconnected vases with a rather peculiar design. 6 interconnected vases. Qian Duo halted abruptly, suddenly animated. Could it possibly be a 6-linked vase? Let's hurry and take a look. 6-linked vase. Chu Chiu was momentarily taken aback but nodded. That name indeed seems quite fitting. Upon entering the cockpit, Qian Duo immediately knelt down and seized the porcelain piece. It was a remarkably unique creation, consisting of 6 vases linked together, with the central vase being taller and surrounded by 5 others, resembling a celestial arrangement. Although divided into 6 vessels, the central vase and the surrounding vases were interconnected through openings. Aligning shoulder to shoulder, the entire porcelain piece boasted exquisite craftsmanship, with delicate patterns and a crab shell blue color that resembled beautiful jade. Upon inspection, Qian Duoduo's excitement reached a fever pitch. Goodness! A 6-linked vase. This is truly a 6-linked vase. Furthermore, it was crafted using the tea leaf glaze technique. Upon examining the base, he indeed found the inscription indicating its origin from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. Qian Duoduo immediately provided an estimate. This 6-linked vase with tea leaf glaze, preserved in pristine condition and of top-notch quality, was worth at least 50 million. Gasp, 50 million. Xiao Xiao was utterly stunned, taking a long while to process the information. Meanwhile, Chu Qiu remained composed, methodically opening the other boxes. After Qian Duoduo's assessment, it became evident that the other antiques were not particularly valuable. In total, the estimated worth of all the antiques amounted to around 100 million. At that moment, Qian Duoduo recalled his purpose for being there, eyeing the 2 pieces of tea leaf glaze with envy. Brother Qiu, you are now trending #1 across the internet. Regarding the antique matter, I suspect relevant authorities will pay you a visit tomorrow. Since these antiques can be voluntarily surrendered, why not take advantage of our time and let me purchase that 6-linked vase from you? I'll offer a generous price. After all, no one knows what's in the remaining 3 boxes. Ahem, well. Chu Qiu pretended to cough, subtly indicating Xiao Zhao's presence with his gaze. Qian Duoduo, oblivious to the hint, grew anxious. Brother Qiu, what do those gestures mean? You're driving me mad with your cryptic signals. Chu Qiu shot a fierce glare at the plump man. Did he possess no awareness of the stunning beauty standing right next to them? Allow me to introduce you. This lovely lady is Xiao Xiao, an on-site reporter for the radio program. Chu Qiu regarded Qian Duoduo with exasperation before turning to Xiao Xiao. Xiao reporter, this is my friend. Qian Duoduo. What? A reporter? Qian Duoduo was taken aback. He had been so engrossed in examining the antiques that he had unconsciously overlooked the presence of a living person. Oh no, he realized, everything I just said will be recorded. Qian Duoduo's gaze fixated on the phone in Xiao Zhao's hand, which had been recording the entire conversation. Mr. Qian, hello. I am Xiao Xiao, the on-site host for today's trending topic. I recorded everything you just said, she stated with a casual smile. What? Qian Duoduo's face turned pale. If his earlier comments were broadcasted, the online backlash would surely drown him. Furthermore, the Qian family would lose face in the antique business. Realizing this, Qian Duoduo immediately sprang forward to explain. Xiao reporter, greetings. I was just caught up in the moment and joking with brother Qiu. In reality, I am a law-abiding citizen at heart. You see? That's enough, Mr. Qian. I understand your intentions. Rest assured, the video will be edited before airing, and you won't be the focus of the interview. Therefore, any inappropriate remarks will be removed, Xiao Xiao assured him with a smile. That's a relief. That's a relief. Qian Duoduo finally relaxed, as reputation was paramount in the antique business. However, the thought of losing such an exquisite piece of tea leaf glaze made him ache with regret. Casting a resentful glance at Chu Qiu. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao posed a few more questions to Chu Qiu before concluding the interview satisfactorily. Mr. Chu, today's interview will end here. Thank you for your cooperation. I must hurry back to prepare. The program will air promptly at 10 tomorrow morning. If you're interested, feel free to tune in. With a polite smile, Xiao Xiao shook hands with Chu Qiu. Oh, by the way, I should remind you that you are currently trending #1 online. If you wish to avoid being swarmed by reporters upon disembarking tomorrow, I suggest you set sail back tonight. Thank you for the reminder, Xiao reporter. We'll meet again next time. Until next time, the two waved goodbye. And Xiao Xiao boarded the yacht, swiftly departing. Chu Qiu stood on the deck for a moment, contemplating returning to the cockpit, when suddenly, his gaze sharpened and he frowned at the horizon. A fleet of boats was approaching. To be precise, they appeared to be speedboats. From the distance, they were closing in at a rapid pace, creating substantial waves and turbulence. It was evident that they were operating speedboats. Moreover, their intentions were unmistakable. They were heading straight for the fishing vessel. What on earth? Why were so many speedboats converging here? Had my newfound fame on the internet led to someone taking risks, preparing to act as pirates in an organized maritime heist? Chu Qiu's expression turned incredulous. as this scenario seemed plausible enough. After all, why choose to navigate such small, risky vessels in the deep sea when there were safer options available? Sailing small speedboats into deep waters was fraught with peril, and one wrong wave could spell disaster. Could it truly be pirates? Were they indeed planning a robbery? For reasons unknown, excitement surged within Chu Chiu. Meanwhile, on the deck beneath his feet, the splashes of seawater seemed to quiver in response to his exhilaration. As if yearning to ascend into the AI, it appears that he has acquired the inner elixir of the dragon, and after undergoing a transformation, he has yet to have the opportunity to truly test the effects of this alteration. With this thought, Chu Chiu suddenly feels an overwhelming desire to practice his skills. Chapter 66. A small contingent has arrived at the hotel in the Magic City. However, as a fleet of speedboats approaches, Chu Chiu suddenly realizes, it seems that things are not as they appear. Why is it that everyone aboard the speedboats is impeccably dressed in suits, complete with watches and ties? Are they engaging in piracy with such a sense of ceremony? Are they filming a movie? Vroom, vroom, vroom. A multitude of speedboats rushes toward them, at least 20 in number, gathering together with engines roaring. The crew aboard the boats are startled, unable to comprehend the situation. Even Qian Duo, who has been guarding the antiques in the cockpit, is startled and rushes out, exclaiming, "What's happening? Is it plainclothes police?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chiu feels a wave of disbelief. Surely plainclothes officers wouldn't don suits and ties? Oh, Manager Xia. Suddenly, the excited Qian Duo spots a familiar figure on a speedboat and cannot help but express his astonishment. That figure, clearly having seen Qian Duo, exclaims in delight, "Young Master Qian, what brings you aboard this vessel? Do you know each other? Who are these individuals?" Chu Chiu casts a glance at the plump Qian. Qian Duo scans the crowd and replies, "I don't recognize the others, but I know this Manager Xia. He is the manager of a platinum 5-star hotel in the Magic City." A hotel manager? Chu Chiu is taken aback and instinctively glances at the yellowfin tuna he is still processing. Could it be that these individuals have come for the yellowfin tuna? But surely, doesn't he warrant such extravagance? What time is it? Is it necessary to venture out to sea on speedboats? This must be Mr. Chu, correct? Manager Xia, having greeted Qian Duo, immediately turns to Chu Chiu and says, "Greetings, I am the lobby manager of Hanting Hotel, and I have come specifically to seek you out. Based on the information we have seen and your live broadcast, you are exceedingly fortunate to have captured such a bounty of yellowfin tuna. I represent our hotel and have come to purchase some from you." Mr. Chu, yes. We have all seen Mr. Chu's video. It is truly impressive. To have salvaged antiques as well, your luck is remarkable. Our summer hotel is very eager to procure some yellowfin tuna from you. We would like to purchase a modest quantity, perhaps several dozen. How presumptuous. Does summer hotel not have any sense of decorum? Take a good look at how many people have arrived in total. Is your summer hotel the only 5-star establishment? Are the others not? Do you lack the capability? You suggest merely dozens, leaving us to fend for ourselves? The way you speak makes it seem as though MyWell Grand Hotel cannot afford to purchase dozens of yellowfin tuna. Mr. Chu, I am the manager of MyWell Grand Hotel, and we are prepared to acquire 50 yellowfin tuna. Mr. Chu, we are from Junhua Grand Hotel. Mr. Chu, we are from Tianhua Grand Hotel, and we also wish to purchase some yellowfin tuna from you. Mr. Chu, I am the general manager of Penglai Hotel, and I would like to acquire some yellowfin tuna from you. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu. A throng of eager individuals hastily declares their identities and intentions. It is at this moment that Lao Zhang and his companions finally breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out they have come to purchase yellowfin tuna, which explains everything. Among this crowd, Wu Di, the executive manager of Home Inn, suddenly wipes a bead of sweat from his brow. What on earth? Are they all so astute? Now, with so many people here, and so many prestigious 5-star hotels, not to mention a platinum 5-star hotel, competition is bound to be fierce. I fear I may wear my vocal cords thin. As for Guo Jinfei, who was mingled among this group, he initially approached with a fierce demeanor, but upon seeing so many high-ranking hotel executives, he is too intimidated to speak. Fortunately, he is merely here to procure crabs, which has nothing to do with these high-profile individuals. So, Manager Xia, are all these people from hotels? Have they come to purchase yellowfin tuna? Qian Duo surveys the scene in disbelief. There must be at least 20 speedboats here. Could it be that half of the 5-star hotels in the Magic City have come? What is so special about yellowfin tuna? Is it truly in such high demand? He logged off early and didn't he even see the latter part of the live broadcast. Qian Duoduo incredulously turns to Manager Xia and asks, Manager Xia, what exactly is yellowfin tuna? Is it worth mobilizing so many people and speedboats to come out to see? Qian Duoduo, whose interests lie primarily in antiques and beautiful women, has never paid much attention to culinary matters. Moreover, he never inquires about prices or dishes when dining, and even if he has eaten something, he cannot recall it. You don't know about yellowfin tuna? It is top-tier sashimi seafood. Did you see the large fish being bled on the boat? That is yellowfin tuna, each worth 4 to 500,000. Mr. Chu has caught 1 to 200 of them. Manager Xia says, his eyes filled with astonishment. How much? 1 to 200. Each worth 4 to 500,000. Qian Duoduo gasps in shock. Isn't this worth 70 to 80 million? Good heavens. Does this mean that just one batch of yellowfin tuna exceeds the value of 6 luxury bottles? What luck? Are you the Sea King? Is the ocean your private property? Qian Duoduo gazes at Chu Chio with wide eyes, as though assessing a monster. Chu Chio automatically filters out such scrutiny and addresses the crowd. So, everyone has come to purchase yellowfin tuna, but there is no use in arriving now, is there? With such large fish, your speedboats can barely accommodate 1 or 2. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chu need not worry about that. Manager Xia chuckles. We are merely the advance team. The yachts we have hired will be arriving shortly, and we can begin the sale in the meantime. Indeed, we are well prepared. Let us take 2 fish back on the speedboats first. They will be just in time for the dinner table. Mr. Chu, let us begin. You can set a price, and we can allocate accordingly, Brother Chu. Let us board the ship first. All right, everyone, come aboard. Chu Chio nods. It is better to act decisively. Selling the yellowfin tuna will create ample space in the fish hold. Otherwise, this batch alone would nearly fill it to capacity. Boss, yellowfin tuna is already a hot commodity, and it is exceedingly difficult to catch. With the fishing ban approaching, you must not be lenient with the price. While everyone is boarding the vessel, Lao Li and his companions approach Chu Chio quietly. The fishing ban is nearing. Chu Chio's eyes light up. He finally understands why this crowd is making such a fuss. Yellowfin tuna cannot be easily caught, especially in territorial waters, where the chances of encountering them are slim. Furthermore, a round trip to the high seas can take anywhere from a month to 6 months. Now, Chu Chio is fully informed. He pats Lao Li and his companions on the shoulder, smiling. Rest assured, I have it under control. I will add an extra 10,000 yuan bonus for everyone. And the same goes for the others. What? A 10,000 yuan bonus. Upon hearing this, Lao Li and his companions are instantly thrilled and rush off to share the good news with the others. The crowd erupts in cheers, causing the hotel managers to exchange astonished glances. Chapter 67. They've all gone mad once everyone has boarded the vessel, Chu Chio states directly. Since everyone is here for the yellowfin tuna, I shall not beat around the bush, this time. I have caught a total of 196 yellowfin tuna. I require 36 for myself, and the rest is up to you. Keeping 36 for myself? The crowd's expressions change. That leaves 160 remaining. With over 20 individuals from more than 20 hotels, if these 160 yellowfin tuna are to be divided equally, each hotel would receive only 7 or 8 at most. However, as a 5-star hotel, 7 or 8 yellowfin tuna would merely suffice as a snack. Who would be foolish enough to venture out to sea just to grab a few yellowfin tuna? Thus, Manager Xia from Hanting Hotel immediately speaks up. For the remaining 160 yellowfin tuna, Hanting Hotel requires at least 60. Yet, as soon as he utters these words, he is met with fierce opposition from the others. Why should that be? Why should Hanting Hotel claim 60 with just a word? Take a look around at how many hotels are present. Indeed, with 160 yellowfin tuna remaining, you expect to take 60 for yourself. Leaving the rest to the wind? We risked everything to come here by speedboat, and you think we cannot afford to pay? Or do you believe Hanting Hotel is superior? Is a platinum 5-star hotel that impressive? I am the general manager of Penglai Hotel, and I make all the decisions. I have personally come to the sea, and I require at least 30 yellowfin tuna. Others also assert their claims with equal fervor, only to be met with the same barrage of criticism from their peers. Nonsense. We represent our hotels, and none of us are without the authority to make decisions. Everyone knows how difficult it is to catch yellowfin tuna in the inland sea. Moreover, with the fishing ban approaching, these top-tier sashimi seafood are a rare find. You all demand 30 or 60 without considering us at all. Indeed, do not assume that your status grants you superiority. True prowess is demonstrated through action, not mere words. There is nothing more to discuss. MyWell Grand Hotel has one simple statement. Everyone must rely on their own capabilities. Yes, everyone must rely on their own capabilities. Each relies on their own abilities, I see. Manager Xia's gaze swept across the room before he let out a cold laugh. Then let us each rely on our own capabilities. 4 yellowfin tuna weighing 100 kilograms. I will offer 500,000 per fish. For those that do not meet the weight, I will calculate the price at this rate per pound. Furthermore, for any weight exceeding 100 kilograms, I will add an additional 30% on top of the original price per kilogram. How does that sound? If anyone finds this price too low, you are welcome to compete with me. After finishing, Manager Xia cast a scornful glance at the crowd, as if to say, I am not targeting anyone in particular. I simply believe that all of you present are beneath consideration. In the crowd, at the moment Manager Xia concluded his statement, Wu Di couldn't help but gasp in shock. While it is true that a yellowfin tuna could fetch between 4 to 500,000, the difference between 410,000 and 490,000 is still 4 to 500,000. Yet, even a fool knows the distinction between 410,000 and 490,000. Moreover, Manager Xia is not offering 490,000, but a full 500,000. Has the Hanting Hotel lost its senses? How much of a premium is this? And considering that a yellowfin tuna can reach 3 meters in length and weigh up to 225 kilograms. While the one captured by Chu Chiu may not be that massive, it still exceeds 2 meters and is certainly over 100 kilograms. The Hanting Hotel is really making an audacious claim. With this bid, they have likely eliminated half of their competitors. Manager Xia truly possesses remarkable audacity, forcing us all into silence. I am particularly curious about the connection between Manager Xia and the owner of Hanting Hotel that grants him the audacity to inflate prices so recklessly. The expressions of the other hotel managers darkened. Even Chu Chiu cast a surprised glance at Manager Xia. This price is enticing. Let us cut the chatter. If you wish to buy, make an offer. If not, I'll take all of them. Hanting Hotel may not have much, but we certainly have money, Manager Xia calmly stated in response to the inquiries, his composed words casting a shadow over the faces of those present. Since Manager Xia has set the tone, we at the Penglai Hotel cannot afford to lose face. We will match the same price and request 40 fish. The general manager of Penglai Hotel's eyes sparkled with determination as he decisively made his move. Damn it, Hanting Hotel is truly infuriating. Initially, we could have engaged in some competition, playing psychological games to see who had the resolve to secure a deal. Instead, Hanting Hotel has set the baseline so high. How can we play the price fluctuation game now? How can we acquire a batch of yellowfin tuna at minimal cost? But feeling aggrieved aside, as a seasoned negotiator, the general manager of Penglai Hotel swiftly made his call, demanding 40 fish in one go. The baseline has been established. The longer we hesitate, the fewer tuna will remain, inevitably driving prices higher due to competition. Damn it, let's go for it. Wu Di, fueled by an unexpected surge of energy, suddenly shouted, based on Hanting Hotel's price, I, at Home Inn, will take 20 fish. Home Inn? Chu Chiu could not help but glance at Wu Di, realizing that he was the one who had been showering gifts in the live stream. Old Zhang, make sure you sort the fish properly. Set aside the largest 36 for me. The rest should be marked. Hanting 60 fish, Penglai 40 fish, and Home Inn 20 fish. After issuing his instructions with precision, Chu Chiu addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder. We initially had 160 yellowfin tuna, of which 120 have already been claimed, leaving only 40. What? There are only 40 left already? How can that be so quick? The crowd suddenly awakened to the reality. They had been so engrossed in calculating prices that they had overlooked the swift disappearance of over 100 fish. They had been mocking Hanting Hotel for their exorbitant premiums, and now, with only a few remaining fish, and so many hotels vying for them, who would be willing to leave empty-handed? Prices were bound to surge in a bidding frenzy. This was a classic case of being psychologically manipulated. No wonder Manager Xia has managed to secure a position in a 5-star platinum hotel. He certainly possesses the skills. Unfortunately, by the time the crowd realized the situation, it was already too late. They could only continue inflating prices in a frenzied competition. With only 40 left, MyWell Hotel will add 1,000 on top of Hanting Hotel's price, 500,000 and 1,000. MyWell Hotel will add 2,000, 500,000 and 2,000. Damn it, let's go all out. 500,000 and 5,000. I, at Ingluo Hotel, will offer 500,000 and 8,000. 500,000 and 9,000. 500 and 1,000. I, at Chiron Grand Hotel, am bidding 501,000, but only for 10 fish. Can we negotiate? Get lost. Why should I let you off the hook? You think I'll make this trip for nothing? No way. 501,100. Damn. They've all gone mad. These people are insane. Oldly and his companions stood behind Chu Chiu, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 68. 100 million. Damn. They've all gone mad. These people are simply insane. Oldly and his companions stood behind Chu Chiu, their expressions one of incredulity. With such inflated premiums, even if they win the bid, there would likely be little profit left. If they were the owners, they would probably be furious enough to slap these managers. Yet, only the managers truly understood. What they were competing for was no longer about whether the yellowfin tuna could yield profit. It was about the future influx of customers. This batch of yellowfin tuna would undoubtedly create a sensational buzz, drawing patrons to whichever hotel had the fish. Thus, even knowing that the competition would yield no profit margin, they felt compelled to bid fiercely in this scenario. Not only Oldly and his friends, but even Qian Duo was left speechless. Given the current situation, the value of Chu Chiu's batch of yellowfin tuna had already surpassed 100 million. As the bidding escalated, ultimately, the 40 yellowfin tuna were fiercely contested and divided among 8 other hotels, each obtaining 5 fish. The remaining hotels could only leave in silence, their faces darkened with disappointment. For the first time, Chu Chiu felt the truth of the saying. The marketplace is indeed a battlefield. The biggest winner in this scenario was undoubtedly Hanting Hotel. Manager Xia played his cards exceptionally well. Once the yachts hired by the hotels arrived, the yellowfin tuna were packed and transported away. Before departing, each manager made a call, arranging for direct online transfers to Chu Chiu from their hotel finances. Chu Chiu's phone, surprisingly, received the signal and he received a text notification from the bank. Upon opening the message, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Standing behind Chu Chiu, Qian Duo also stole a glance at the message. Upon seeing the string of numbers, his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, Damn, what the hell? Qian Duo gasped, suddenly clutching his chest, feeling overwhelmed. 100 million, a full 100 million. What was even more astonishing was the balance at the end of the bank card. Over 200 million. This was merely an ordinary savings card, yet it contained an astounding sum of 200 million. Is this for pocket money? And how ironic that his phone was nothing more than a beaten-down 1,000 yuan smartphone. Big shot. Is this how low-key you are playing now? Am I really that out of touch with trends? Qian Duo thought it necessary to reflect on his life choices upon returning. Before long, the crew from the fishing boat began to leave one by one. However, at that moment, Chu Chiu noticed that one person remained on the boat, empty-handed. With everyone else gone, why was he still here? Curiosity piqued, Chu Chiu approached and discovered that the individual appeared quite young. Oh, hello, Brother Chiu. I'm Gua Jinfei, the one known as Gua the hero in the live stream. I'm not part of the group with those hotel managers. I am here to purchase crabs. This empty-handed individual was none other than Gua the hero, Gua Jinfei, from the crab pavilion. That moment, he finally snapped out of his earlier shock upon Chu Chiu's inquiry. What did you say? You're the Gua the hero from the live stream? Chu Chiu couldn't help but chuckle. You came all the way out to sea just to buy crabs. Was it really necessary to venture out here for that? Crabs can be bought anywhere. It is necessary, Brother Chiu. If I fail to bring back 1 or 2,000 crabs, I'll be left to wash dishes for a living. Gua Jinfei lamented, explaining the situation. Chu Chiu felt speechless, patting his shoulder. All right, you can stay on the boat for now. There's still time, and once we catch some crabs, I'll set aside some for you. Since he had promised Su Qingya to stock up on seafood, crabs were certainly a must. Now that the commotion had settled, there was no need for Chu Chiu to hide anything. The sooner he completed his tasks, the sooner he could return and avoid being surrounded by a swarm of media reporters first thing in the morning. Wait, where has Ding Wenjing gone? Chu Chiu noticed he hadn't seen Ding Wenjing for quite a while. Boss, that female streamer went to the cafeteria on the fishing boat. Why are we discussing statistics about addresses and deliveries? I hope I'm not being a bother. Upon hearing Chu Chiu's words, a crew member interjected. Chu Chiu immediately nodded in understanding. All right then, it's almost 5 o'clock. Let's continue our voyage and fish for a few more hours. Aiming to return before 11. What? Return before 11? Boss, didn't you say you wanted to go big, working from afternoon until tomorrow morning? Old Wang questioned, puzzled. Fool. The boss is already trending across the internet. Didn't he that female reporter mention before she left that we should ideally return tonight? Old Zhang couldn't help but disdainfully glance at Old Wang. If we wait until tomorrow, I bet the boss will be swarmed by reporters and paparazzi before he even steps off the boat. The crew on deck erupted into laughter. Chu Chiu, unable to suppress a grin, waved his hand and said, Enough chit-chat. Let us get back to fishing. If anyone is hungry, feel free to catch a few crabs to tide you over. Hungry? When it comes to fishing, I could go without food or drink. Yes, let us fish until 11. After we return, we can feast heartily. Come on, Oldly, why are you still dawdling? Get to it. The group buzzed with excitement as they prepared. Oldly eagerly started the boat, moving forward slowly. This time, Chu Chiu didn't hold back. Standing on deck, he keenly scanned the waters, ready to direct Oldly to cast the net at any sight of promising catch. Within mere minutes, they had caught over 1,000 pounds of shrimp. Guoxinfei and Qian Duoduo, trailing behind, were left utterly astounded. However, Chu Chiu didn't overindulge, allowing for a couple of empty net pulls after their initial catch. Even so, the astonishing frequency of their catches left the two in shock, declaring they would follow Chu Chiu from now on. Qian Duoduo even suggested he would purchase a boat, offering Chu Chiu 40% of the profits. Chu Chiu nearly spat in disbelief. Do you take me for a fool? A boat costs hardly anything. I could buy an entire ocean-going vessel with just one net full of yellowfin tuna. Chapter 69. Under the watchful eyes of the production team, do you take me for a fool? A boat costs so little. I could buy an ocean-going vessel with just one net full of yellowfin tuna. With that, Chu Chiu's words left Qian Duoduo questioning his life choices, never daring to mention the investment in a boat again. The two followed Chu Chiu, watching him fish, but as time passed, their hearts raced with excitement and disbelief. The frequency of Chu Chiu's catches was nothing short of extraordinary. Within just an hour, they had pulled the net 4 times, 3 of which yielded incredible hauls. Had it not been for one empty net, they might have doubted whether Chu Chiu truly could see the seabed. The fish hold of the boat visibly diminished, initially expected to return by 11, yet by 9, it was already full to the brim. By around 10:30, the fishing boat docked. Without mentioning other catches, the sheer number of crabs harvested reached nearly 7,000. Guoxinfei, paying 500 each, arranged to take away 3,000, totaling 150,000. He was so grateful to Chu Chiu that he showered him with gifts and insisted on exchanging contact information, nearly kneeling in gratitude. For the remaining haul, Chu Chiu directed Oldly to arrange several large refrigerated trucks for overnight transport to Hucheng, destined for his hotel. Among them, 2,000 crabs were reserved for his fans. Chu Chiu had Oldly and a dozen others assisting Wenjing in packing and shipping, rewarding each with an additional 5,000. Thus, this maritime venture concluded splendidly. Chu Chiu purchased an oversized suitcase, packed the antiques, and spent 2 hours driving to the city center, checking into a luxury hotel. Meanwhile, Su Qingya, having only stopped once at a service area to use the restroom since getting on the highway, managed to shorten her 8-hour journey by an hour, arriving in Modu at 2 in the morning. Unfortunately, Chu Chiu's phone had died, leaving her unable to contact him. She settled into a hotel for the night. The next morning, around 8 o'clock, Chu Chiu awoke, stretched lazily, feeling a satisfying crackle in his joints, as if he had gained an extra boost of strength. At this rate, I fear I might soon become a super saiyan. He mused, reaching for his phone. Just as he powered it on, a call came through. Hello, may I speak with Chu Chiu, Mr. Chu? A melodious female voice inquired. Yes, this is he. Who is this? Chu Chiu instinctively replied. Hello, Mr. Chu. I'm Zhao Qian from the Cultural Relics Management Bureau of Modu. Based on the trending news online, it has come to our attention that you salvaged numerous valuable antiques during your sea expedition. According to the law, these items must be submitted to the state. May I ask where you are currently? Have you returned? Taken aback, Chu Chiu was surprised at the government's swift action, even having traced his phone number. However, after a brief moment of shock, he quickly responded. Oh, I returned last night and am currently staying at the Rainbow Hotel in the city center. Very well, please keep your phone accessible. Our staff and appraisers will be there shortly. Additionally, Mr. Chu, please take precautions. Wear a mask when entering and exiting the hotel to avoid being recognized by ill-intentioned individuals, as you are currently the most searched person online. All right. Chucho reluctantly hung up, stepping outside the hotel for some fresh air while purchasing a mask and trying local breakfast delicacies. After finishing his meal, he donned the mask and returned to the hotel, ready to await the arrival of the relevant personnel for the handover of the antiques. However, as Chucho exited the elevator, he was first met with the sound of a child's wailing. An elderly woman nearby was desperately trying to console the child, promising various rewards. Chucho, witnessing the commotion, thought little of it and attempted to pass by the corridor. Knowing that today's children are often spoiled and difficult to manage, just as he prepared to slip by, the elderly woman noticed him, her eyes lighting up with delight as she straightened and blocked his path. "Young man, are you the guest in room 1086? Chucho cast a suspicious glance at her before responding, "Yes, that's me." "What is the matter?" "Ah, that is wonderful. We are your neighbors. You see, my grandson just woke up, and due to a pressing need, he had an accident on the bed. The room is now filled with odor. My grandson has a cleanliness obsession and insists on changing rooms. Since you live right across, could we possibly swap rooms? Look at how upset he is." He yellowed, his voice hoarse. What?" Chucho was utterly bewildered. "Your grandson wet the bed, and you're asking me to change rooms? What does that have to do with me? Why should I bear the sin?" This bizarre logic was beyond Chucho's comprehension. Such odd requests he had only seen on television, never having encountered them in person. The elderly woman, however, maintained her stance, defending, "Young man, why are you speaking like that? Society advocates for respecting the elderly and caring for the young. I see you as a kind-faced person. That's why I approached you. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, it's just a room swap. The price is the same. You can have the hotel sorted out later. Look at how my grandson is crying. His eyes are swollen, and his voice is nearly gone. If this gets online, won't you be the one getting blamed?" With every word, Chucho's expression darkened. "So, just because I seem kind, I should be subjected to unreasonable requests? Furthermore, I'm wearing a mask. How could you possibly think I look kind?" The elderly woman was clearly making absurd claims. Sighing, Chucho flatly replied, "My spine is quite sturdy. I fear no one's judgment with that." He swiped his room card and intended to return to his room. Yet, the elderly woman wedged her foot against the door, unyieldingly pulling the child towards him. Fearing to hurt her, Chucho took a step back, frowning, "Ma'am, I need to rest. Could you please leave? Also, there are many personal belongings in this room. If you persist, I will call the front desk." Unbeknownst to Chucho, at that moment, several concealed cameras were trained on them, and online, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, were watching this live broadcast. This was a highly popular live show produced by a media company with significant backing. Titled Morality and Boundaries, Chapter 70, the production team faces a major incident. Truly Encountering a Scam. Morality and Boundaries is a recently popular live broadcast show. The production team's consistent approach involves employing various methods to engage in moral coercion against passers-by, pushing boundaries to observe their responses and reactions, showcasing the most authentic side of human reactions to a national audience. Consequently, this program gained immense popularity almost overnight. Within just a few live broadcasts, it amassed millions of fervent followers. Today's live session marks the first of the month. After a month of anticipation and build-up, countless netizens could hardly contain their excitement. As soon as characters appeared on screen, viewers began to flood the comments section. "Ha ha ha, after waiting for so many days, it's finally live. The long-awaited broadcast has commenced. As expected, it's that elderly lady. Our esteemed veteran. The moment she opens her mouth, she could infuriate anyone. Unfortunately, the man is wearing a mask, obscuring his expression. One can't help but wish the production crew would rush over to remove it, to see his true reaction. Surely he is seething, as he already mentioned he would call the front desk." Call the front desk? I wouldn't be surprised if the production team had already prearranged things with them. Even if he does call, they would likely turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. That man is truly unfortunate, encountering the production team. The atmosphere in the live stream is electric, this moment. As part of the production team, the elderly lady and the mischievous child are fervently playing their roles. The elderly lady pulls the child along, blocking the door with her foot, her head already peeking inside. "My dear grandson, look, this room is much better decorated than ours, with vases and exquisite jade carvings. What is the situation with this hotel? Are they treating us differently?" As she speaks, she pushes the child into the room. The child's acting is commendable. Upon entering, He immediately embodies his role, rummaging through everything and causing chaos. Chucho furrows her brow in concern, quickly calling the front desk, but after repeated attempts, there is no response. Finally, unable to hold back, Chucho exclaims, "Auntie, I've mentioned that this room contains many valuable personal items. You need to leave immediately. If the front desk doesn't respond, I'll have to call the police." Faced with the elderly lady and the child, Chucho finds herself with no other recourse but to call the front desk or the police. Who would dare to confront them? What if they were to stage a scam? Yes, you should call the front desk. The lighting in this room is far superior to ours, and my grandson particularly enjoys basking in the sunlight. So we like to trade rooms. The elderly lady's skillful manipulation of the situation leaves Chucho nearly speechless with frustration. Turning to the child, she notices he has grasped her precious Han Dynasty jade cicada, and her expression shifts to one of alarm as she rushes over to take it from him. "Little friend, the items in this room are extremely valuable. Please refrain from touching anything else. And you, Auntie, I will say this one more time. If you continue this nonsense, I will truly call the police." However, the elderly lady, bolstered by the production team, shows no fear of Chucho's threats and seizes the opportunity to step further into the room. This moment, the audience, through the elderly lady's hidden camera, finally glimpses the interior of the room. Oddly enough, the hotel room is adorned with numerous porcelain and jade artifacts. Yet, one cannot deny their beauty. At first glance, they appear as antiques, exuding an ancient charm that enriches the room's ambience. Furthermore, there is a peculiar porcelain piece, seemingly comprised of 5 or 6 connected vases, something the viewers have never encountered before. It is indeed unusual, as hotels typically do not furnish rooms with such items. Could they be personal belongings? If they truly are, could they possibly be antiques? If they are indeed antiques, a mere mishap could result in the production team facing significant compensation. The viewers engage in lively discussions. The director of the production team observes the viewers' comments with a smirk, radiating disdain. Antiques? Who would bring such a collection to a hotel? Are they out of their minds? Besides, even if they are personal belongings or antiques, they are merely odd porcelain and jade artifacts. How much could they possibly be worth? Would the production team really be unable to afford the costs? What a joke. Meanwhile, in the antique city at Guxingzhai, Qian Duo, having just finished breakfast, casually sips his porridge while opening the live broadcast of Morality and Boundaries. Upon entering the stream, he is immediately struck by the sight of the peculiar porcelain piece in front of the elderly lady's camera. Instantly, he reacts with urgency, spitting out his porridge in shock. "What the hell? A 6-linked vase? Isn't this the one that Xiaogu asked me to appraise? What is going on? How did Xiaogu's 6-linked vase end up in the Morality and Boundaries live broadcast? Has it been stolen?" His face flushed with embarrassment, Qian Duo stares intently at his phone screen. Being a wealthy heir who has always been a recluse, he frequently follows eccentric programs, including Morality and Boundaries. Yet, he never imagined he would see the 6-linked vase in this broadcast. But then, he quickly realizes the implications, gasping in shock. Could it be that this damned production team has targeted Xiaogu for moral coercion? This is playing with fire. Qian Duo gasps once more, for in the camera, the mischievous child suddenly appears, holding a palm-sized porcelain vase. This vase is all too familiar. It is precisely the high-value tea leaf vase he appraised. Oh no, this is truly playing with fire. Qian Duo is on the verge of cursing, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe his phone screen, furiously typing. "Where's the director? Someone stop that child from touching the porcelain. Put it down. That's an antique, and if it gets broken, you won't be able to afford it." The production team will be in serious trouble. His comments quickly catch the attention of the director, prompting a sneer. "Who is this idiot? An antique? You think we can't afford it?" The entire production team will be in dire straits. A nearby staff member scoffs, "Who asked this fool?" Since the show began, it has sparked significant controversy, and even the authorities wouldn't dare say we can't handle it. Where does he get his confidence? Just then, in the camera's view, the mischievous child inadvertently knocks the porcelain vase to the floor, shattering it. Qian Duo's hands tremble in shock. How could $1 million antique be destroyed just like that? He grits his teeth in anger, typing furiously. "You production team are in deep trouble. You've messed with a big antique." Chapter 71. I heard the production team is quite wealthy. Hadat in deep trouble. messing with a big antique. Where did this fool come from? Is he trying to showcase his intelligence in the live stream? The director of the production team scoffs at Chien Duoduo's comments, rolling his eyes in disdain. He then nonchalantly picks up the microphone, continuing to direct the elderly lady. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Chu Chio is stunned by the unexpected turn of events. How could a $1 million antique just be shattered like that? Once she regains her composure, Chu Chio gasps at the elderly lady. That's an antique, worth millions. Are you just going to stand there while your grandson breaks it? Moreover, that antique is supposed to be handed over to the state. What? Worth millions? Handed over to the state? The elderly lady, upon hearing these keywords, begins to panic. Nonsense, don't listen to him. Who would casually leave a $1 million antique in a hotel room? And handing it over to the state? That's even more absurd. Even a fool wouldn't part with an antique. I reckon he's just trying to pull a scam. Just do what you're supposed to do. Don't worry about the rest. If anything happens, the production team will take responsibility. The director's voice echoes in her ears, and the elderly lady quickly calms her nerves, regaining her composure. It's just a broken porcelain cup. After all, the child didn't do it on purpose. Why are you making such a fuss? The elderly lady continues her charade, spouting more moral coercion. A broken cup. Chu Chio's expression changes. Yet, faced with the elderly lady and the child, she finds it difficult to erupt in anger and resorts to calling the front desk once more. Frustratingly, the phone rings endlessly, but no one answers. At this moment, Chien Duoduo, upon hearing the familiar voice, is utterly convinced. The production team has indeed crossed paths with Chu Chio. Looking at the shattered tea leaf face on the floor, he is torn between lamenting the loss of the antique and the misfortune of the production team. A $1 million antique, just like that, gone, and now, the production team has inherited a $1 million debt. With a crash, the mischievous child continues to wreak havoc, tearing a book scroll to shreds. Chien Duoduo's heart skips a beat. If he recalls correctly, there are 2 scrolls within the antique, both Han Dynasty classics with immense historical research value. Each scroll is worth no less than 5 million. Realizing this, Chien Duoduo is infuriated once more. Typing furiously, destroying historical artifacts is a serious crime. The production team should prepare for their show to be banned. Unfortunately, the director of the production team completely disregards his comments. Ban their show? What are they dreaming of? Are they still asleep? The director of the program let out a cold chuckle, seized the microphone, and commanded, "Continue, do not stop." The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in cheers. The music resumed, and the dance continued. Ha! As those captivating words echoed, laughter filled the live room. Even the grim-faced Chien Duoduo, upon seeing the subtitles, could not help but envision the short video of Lu Huangshu in his mind. Instantly wearing a look of dismay, however, in the next moment, when the mischievous child approached the 6-linked porcelain bottle, curiously inspecting it, Chien Duoduo suddenly felt a surge of panic. "Oh no, please don't touch that," he exclaimed. Director, quickly stop that child. That is the 6-linked bottle of tea powder. It is a treasure from the peak of the Qing dynasty's Qianlong porcelain artistry, worth several tens of millions for this oddly shaped porcelain bottle? I can hardly believe it. Before the program director could react, the live chat was already flooded with skeptical comments. Chien Duoduo was so furious he trembled, suddenly recalling something. He smacked his forehead in frustration. How foolish of me! Instead of calling Brother Chio, I'm here squabbling with these fools in the live room. He hurriedly pulled out Chu Chio's phone number and pressed the call button. Soon, the ringtone of Defeng Chue resonated through the live room. Everyone watched as the masked man in the live broadcast picked up the phone. "Fatty Chien, why are you calling so early? I am busy right now, but will call you back later," Chu Chio said, recognizing the call. He was about to hang up when Chien Duoduo panicked and shouted, "Don't hang up, please listen to me. You must not hang up. Do you realize you're currently on a live broadcast, being watched by hundreds of thousands of viewers?" "What did you say?" Chu Chio paused, uncertainty flooding his voice. "Are you joking with me?" "Really, Brother Chio, I'm not lying. You are at the Lombua Hotel, right? There's an elderly lady and a mischievous child with you. Isn't he there? That child has already smashed the tea powder worth millions. Hasn't he? You know this?" Chu Chio was taken aback. "Now do you believe me?" Chien Duoduo sighed with relief, but soon felt anxious again. "Brother Chio, you're live. Every word and action is being observed by hundreds of thousands. even millions of people. The show is called Morality and Boundaries, and it will employ various tactics to morally bind you and test your limits, then watch how you handle it. But what they don't know is that the antiques in your room are all genuine. They are indeed real. That child is already eyeing the six-linked bottle, which is the Ciermi de la Ciermi among antiques. You must not let him break it. Chin Duoduo's tone was urgent. The six-linked bottle of tea powder, in such pristine condition, was exceedingly rare and precious. If it were damaged, he would be utterly heartbroken. Damn the program team for choosing Brother Chiu as their target for moral coercion. Was this not akin to looking for dung in a toilet with a lantern? Upon hearing Chin Duoduo's words, Chu Chiu finally understood. So that's why I was inexplicably entangled with this elderly lady and child while staying comfortably at the hotel. They turned me into a target for moral coercion. At that moment, Chu Chiu's mind was cleared. I've heard that the production team is quite wealthy. He suddenly whispered into the phone. Huh? What do you mean? Chin Duoduo was momentarily stunned. But soon, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Just then, he heard a familiar classic line. Pay attention, there once was a sincere opportunity presented before me, but I failed to cherish it. Only after losing it did I realize my regret. The most painful thing in this world is none other than this. If heaven could grant me another chance, I would say 3 words to that opportunity. I love you. If I must attach a deadline to this love, I hope it is right now. After saying this, Chu Chiu abruptly hung up. Meanwhile, Chin Duoduo was still savoring that iconic line from A Chinese Odyssey. Part 2, Cinderella. Suddenly, the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. What is happening here? Isn't that a line from A Chinese Odyssey? Part 2, Cinderella? Are you kidding me? Why is he quoting Stephen Chow? Director, have we somehow entered the wrong set? The program director was equally bewildered. In an instant, he felt disoriented. Could it be that I am not hosting a show, but filming a movie? Only Chin Duoduo, after mulling it over, suddenly connected the dots regarding the line about the production team being wealthy. What a setup for a scam. This production team is doomed. Chapter 72. The man in the mask is actually Brother Chiu. Realizing this, Chin Duoduo understood. The sincere opportunity that Chu Chiu had mentioned was undoubtedly about not having prepared in advance to return the antiques to the sea for a switcheroo, resulting in the antiques needing to be surrendered. Now that the opportunity had arisen, he had to seize it. In that moment, Chin Duoduo couldn't help but mourn for the production team. Ignoring the advice of the elders leads to immediate misfortune. This production team was finished. Meanwhile, after delivering that classic line, Chu Chiu calmly sat down, pulling out a small notebook and diligently recording something. At the same time, the mischievous child stole a glance at Chu Chiu before making a swift motion, causing the 6-linked bottle to crash to the ground. In an instant, the multi-million-dollar antique was reduced to a pile of shards. Gasping at the sight, Chin Duoduo clutched his chest in pain. Damn it. That exquisite tea powder worth at least 50 million. It could have been the prized possession of the store, and now it's been destroyed. Chin Duoduo suddenly felt as if he had channeled the spirit of Charlotte. What a sin. The live broadcast room was in chaos. Oh no, it shattered again. The mischievous child, true to form, was swift and decisive. The elderly lady's approach was equally cunning. She had expertly grasped the art of moral coercion. Yet, it was a pity that no one knew what expression lay behind the man's mask. But why had he not reacted this time? Instead, he was seated, writing? Was he journaling? Had the phone call affected him somehow? The program director was perplexed. The man had appeared so animated moments ago, yet now he seemed utterly calm, engrossed in his writing. Why did it feel so strange? At that moment, the director suddenly felt that whatever the man was writing might turn out to be a significant selling point for the live broadcast. He immediately grabbed his earpiece and instructed the elderly lady, Aunt Wong, casually walk over and point the camera at his notebook. Let us see what he is writing. Aunt Wong nodded and feigned nonchalance as she approached. Just then, the mischievous child dropped another item, which, judging by its shattered shape, appeared to be a jade ring. Chu Chiu glanced up but said nothing, continuing to jot down notes. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly eerie. This masked man was acting unusually. Yes, for some reason, ever since he had sat down, I have felt that this live broadcast might just go awry. Are you all feeling this too? I'm dying to know what he is writing in that notebook. Not just the viewers in the live room, but even the program director and other staff felt that something was off. The director absorbed the comments, a cold smile still lingering on his lips. The production team flipping out? Impossible. The contents of that notebook were merely a potential selling point to attract viewers' attention. Shortly, Aunt Wang reached behind Chu Chiu. The hidden camera concealed beneath her clothing was aimed at the small notebook in Chu Chiu's hands. In a fleeting moment, all eyes were drawn to it. Gasp. What am I seeing? This young man. Oh my. A list of destroyed personal items and claims for compensation. The live broadcast room erupted in chaos. Clearly visible on the screen was the heading. List of destroyed personal items and claims for compensation. 1. One piece of tea powder from the Qianlong period, destruction level 100, appraised market value in the tens of millions, claim for at least 15 million. 2.1. Six-linked porcelain bottle of tea powder, destruction level 100. Appraised market value starting at 50 million, claim for at least 50 million. 3.1. Ancient Han Dynasty manuscript, destruction level 50, appraised market value starting at 5 million, claim for at least 5 million. 4.1. Jade ring from the Ming Dynasty. Destruction level 100, appraised market value starting at 500,000, claim for at least 500,000. The words in the small notebook were not many, but each line made the program director's heart tremble violently. He reassured himself that it was all fake, a ploy to pull a scam. No one would carelessly display such valuable antiques in a hotel room. Even a fool would not do such a thing. The viewers in the live room were equally astonished, I must say. The masked man is indeed a force to be reckoned with, speaking little yet wielding great power, if his records hold any truth. Then the production team has truly landed themselves in a predicament. Moreover, to damage ancient texts from the Han Dynasty. Surely, such manuscripts ought to be regarded as national treasures. If memory serves me right. The destruction of national artifacts is indeed a criminal offense, however. If these antiques are genuine, how could he possibly bring them to a hotel, let alone display them? No, wait, do you all recall? It seems this man previously claimed that these were to be submitted to the state. Yes, it just came back to me. He indeed mentioned it. Submitting to the state? Tea leaves? Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, upon this revelation, a portion of the online audience was rendered momentarily speechless, pondering, could it be? At that very moment, Chu Chiu glanced up at the sun outside the window, feeling a hint of heat. He casually removed his mask and stood to pour himself a glass of water. In that instant, the live stream erupted. Goodness gracious, it's Chiu Gu. My heavens, the masked man is indeed Chiu Gu. I was just speculating whether it might be him, and here he is, revealing himself. What was that line from the song? It must be a special fate that allows one to journey together and become, that doesn't seem quite right. Ha ha ha, yes, how could it be wrong? This is precisely a special fate. I hadn't anticipated that just yesterday I watched Chiu Gu gathering seafood, and today I would encounter him again in the moral and ethical live stream. What else could this be but a special fate? Wait a moment, if the masked man is Chiu Gu? Then what of the shattered antiques? The netizens were initially stunned, but then they erupted in chaos. Goodness, the production team is finished. They shattered the antiques that Chiu Gu salvaged. They must be prepared to face dire consequences. What's more, Chiu Gu himself stated that these were to be submitted to the state. Indeed, the production team is doomed this time. Of all people to provoke, they chose Chiu Gu as the target for moral condemnation. They truly played with fire this time. Other viewers in the live stream were bewildered, wondering what was happening. Why did the removal of the mask by that man cause such an uproar? Someone quickly posted in the comments, asking, can anyone enlighten us on who Chiu Gu is? What? You don't even know who Chiu Gu is? Are you all merely holding your phones as ornaments? Did you not see yesterday's trending topics? If not, hurry and check. Chiu Gu is the #1 trending topic across the internet. The production team's director was also taken aback, observing the fervent discussions among the viewers. A sense of foreboding rising within him, he turned to a nearby staff member and commanded, quickly check yesterday's trending topics and find out who this Chiu Gu is that everyone is talking about. Chapter 73, Chu Chiu, are you still human? The discussions on the live stream escalated. The production team's director could no longer contain his anxiety. Soon, the staff member reported back with the results of yesterday's trending topics. The top trending headline read, Shock, young man goes fishing at sea, discovers antiques worth over 100 million. The staff member entered the details and was instantly left dumbfounded, his lips trembling as he said, Director, we are in trouble. Upon seeing his expression, the director's heart sank. Chiu Gu, whose full name is Chu Chiu, went fishing and retrieved a batch of antiques valued at over 100 million, which had made headlines as the top trending topic. This meant that all the antiques he recorded in that little notebook are indeed authentic. The staff member was on the verge of tears. This was catastrophic. The antiques are all genuine, truly. The director's heart raced violently, nearly choking him. This was the selling point he had eagerly anticipated. Contemplating the list of compensations outlined in that little notebook, he felt himself on the brink of explosion. Grabbing the microphone, he shouted, "Quick! Stop that child! Do not let him destroy anything else in this room. Our production team is on the way." Hearing the director's words, the elderly lady was visibly startled. Although she had no idea what was happening, she instinctively complied. However, before she could voice any objections, the unruly child smashed a Heteon jade white elephant. This Heteon jade white elephant, disregarding its quality, must weigh at least 5 million. The director immediately lost his composure, shouting into the microphone, "I told you to stop him. Do you understand? That is an antique. Every piece is worth a fortune. Now that it's broken, are you going to pay for it?" The production team was also left stunned. They had never witnessed the director become so furious. And this was not merely anger. It was utter madness. "What are you all staring at? Hurry and gather your things. Come with me to the scene, and bring the legal team as well." After the director's furious outburst, he hurriedly rushed to the Lombois Hotel with his assistant. The production team was equally shocked, hastily gathering their belongings to follow. This was the first time they had seen the director so anxious and panicked. If things went awry this time, the production team might truly face disaster. The comments section was bustling with activity. "Ha ha ha, the director's roar is shaking my eardrums through the screen. Unfortunately, it may be too late to intervene now." In previous instances, when the cast damaged items, the production team would compensate at market value. But if they were to do so this time, they might as well be prepared to bleed profusely. Being involved in such a controversial program, the director was no fool. It was just unfortunate that he had chosen to provoke Chiu-gu. Indeed, Chiu-gu is impressive. He says nothing and sits back to watch as you smash things, and when it's all over, he simply demands payment. The crucial point is that these antiques must be submitted to the state. Paying the compensation does not resolve the issue. Serves you right. Now you realize the urgency. I had warned him, but he dismissed it. The production team is in for a reckoning, while Chin Duo felt pain for the antiques. At this moment, she found a sense of satisfaction. Let us just sit back and watch the show unfold. Waiting to see the drama, waiting to see the director face a setback. At this moment, in the live stream, the elderly lady had lost the arrogance she had upon entering, standing with the unruly child pressed against the wall. Meanwhile, Chu-Chio sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping tea from a small cup. Awaiting the appearance of the behind-the-scenes personnel, however, after waiting for about 10 minutes, the production team had yet to arrive. Chu-Chio could no longer restrain himself and remarked to the elderly lady, "They are taking too long. Your production team still hasn't shown up. Why don't you continue smashing things? After all, the most valuable pieces have already been destroyed. You might as well finish off the rest to save us the distress of watching." Just then, the director, who had hurriedly arrived with the legal team, heard Chu-Chio's words and rushed into the room. "Don't smash anything, don't smash anything. Our production team is here." But as luck would have it, he stepped on a piece of antique debris, slipping and falling to the ground with a thud, prostrating himself before Chu-Chio. This scene was honestly captured by the staff member holding the camera. Chu-Chio, director, livestream viewers. Ha 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 ha. Sitting on the sofa, Chu-Chio set down his teacup and stood up. The viewers expected him to assist the director in getting up, but instead, Chu-Chio positioned himself in front of the director, exuding an air of authority as he declared, "I have not been an emperor for many years. Rise." The director, who initially thought Chu-Chio was coming to help, was taken aback by this statement and looked up in disbelief. "Chu-Chio, are you still human?" The live stream audience was equally stunned. Yet, in the next second, the comments section erupted. "Ift. Ha ha ha, that I'm dying of laughter. Chiu-Gu's antics are simply too slick. I have not been an emperor for many years. Ha 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 ha. So slick." This was the first time witnessing the production team director face a setback. Chiu-Gu is truly formidable. It was always the director who played tricks on the audience. This time, Chiu-Gu has turned the tables on us, and it feels fantastic. Who told the production team to specifically target us common folk? They deserve this. In the live stream, all the viewers delighted in this spectacle. The The director was now deeply questioning his life choices. He had always been the one digging pits for others, yet today he had thoroughly fallen into one set by Chu Chiu. Especially as he watched Chu Chiu wave the little notebook in front of him, he felt murderous intent rising within him. "Do you see this little notebook? It contains a detailed list of damages to the antiques and the corresponding compensation claims, all meticulously recorded. You can simply pay the market price." Chu Chiu smiled and said, "It's not much, just 100 million. Thud." The director, who had just managed to rise halfway, nearly collapsed again upon hearing Chu Chiu's words. "What do you mean? Not much? 100 million. This is no small sum." The production team's director was on the verge of a heart attack. Surely, in front of the entire nation, the production team would not dare to default on payment. "Right?" Chu Chiu chuckled and added, "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can have a specialized antique appraisal expert come and verify. I have all the time in the world to wait." Just as he was saying this, his phone rang. Upon checking, Chu Chiu's smile widened. "Well, there's no need to find an expert. The most authoritative official appraiser has arrived." The director was stunned. "The most authoritative official appraiser? Goodness, the state has sent someone?" The director suddenly jolted, his face turning ashen. It was over. The production team was doomed. Chapter 74. The additional 20 million is my compensation for mental distress. It was over. The production team was doomed. Initially, the director had planned to leverage his connections to invite a familiar friend from an appraisal show to come and declare the antiques as forgeries, hoping to evade this compensation. But now, the authorities were coming directly. There was no way to wriggle out of this. Worse still, the authorities would be taking away the antiques, while the show he had meticulously directed had nearly reduced the antiques to mere fragments. This was tantamount to destroying national treasures. Even if he claimed ignorance, he would likely be taken in for questioning. As for the show, it was destined to be shut down. The director could no longer be defiant. He had turned into a compliant lamb. What a good person indeed. Chu Chiu gazed at the currently subservient director of the production team, finding him increasingly agreeable. If it weren't for him, if it weren't for this live broadcast program he had initiated, where would she have found such a remarkable opportunity? Not only could she receive the state's little red flag, but she could also claim compensation equivalent to the intrinsic value of the antiques. A dual gain in fame and fortune. What could be more exhilarating than this? With this thought, Chu Chiu felt a wave of secret delight and quickly connected the call. "Hello, Ms. Zhao. Have you arrived?" "Yes, you're here." "Right, good. I'm in room 1068." After hanging up, within 2 minutes, the sound of high heels clicking echoed down the corridor. Following that, a slender, graceful female figure appeared at the door, accompanied by an elderly scholar and a group of police officers. Room 1086 was ajar. This was it? Zhao Qian glanced up at the room number, her expression composed as she stepped inside. A group of police officers stationed 4 outside while the rest surged into the room. However, upon entering, they were taken aback by the sheer number of people present. How could there be so many? Zhao Qian paused, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. The elderly, children, photographers, staff that it felt as though she had stumbled into a live show. What was the situation in this room? Ultimately, her gaze settled on Chu Chiu, her expression perplexed. "Hello, Ms. Zhao." Chu Chiu greeted her with a smile, beaming like a child on the brink of receiving an award. "Well, this is the director of the show on ethics and boundaries. I am honored to be their test subject today." With a glance at the director, Chu Chiu continued with a smile. "Unfortunately, during the testing process, an unfortunate incident occurred. The antiques I salvaged for submission to the state were accidentally damaged by them. Now, we are engaged in a serious discussion about how to address this matter." "Wait a moment. You say the antiques were damaged?" Zhao Qian's brow furrowed as she suddenly noticed a pile of fragments on the floor. Her expression changed instantly. "Don't tell me these pieces on the floor are the shards of the damaged antiques." Chu Chiu quickly waved her hand. "I didn't tell you. That was your deduction?" "Biffed." "Ha ha ha, Chiu Gu is quite mischievous. What is the difference between that and telling her? Indeed, it might be better for her to discover the truth herself, as it was more brutal. Perhaps she was teasing her because of her beauty and intellect." In the live chat room, the netizens and fans began to stir. Zhao Qian, visibly taken aback by Chu Chiu's response, momentarily lost her composure. However, being a government official with high standards, she refrained from saying anything rash. Instead, she calmly inquired, how many antiques were salvaged in total? How many were damaged? And how many remain? Upon hearing this, Chu Chiu realized the complexity of the question and decided to simply extend her hand, passing her notebook to Zhao Qian. You can take a look. Essentially, all of them were damaged. Zhao Qian's eyes skimmed over the notebook, and she found herself momentarily stunned. List of personal property damaged and compensation to be claimed personal? Wasn't this a collection of antiques meant for the state? How had it turned into personal property? Zhao Qian cast a suspicious glance at Chu Chiu, but as she continued reading, her complexion gradually paled. Don't think. So many antiques were destroyed. There were even Han Dynasty texts. These were cultural relics, and they had been torn apart. Who was responsible for this? Why didn't anyone intervene? Did they not comprehend the value of these precious antiques? Zhao Qian stared at the list of damaged antiques, momentarily at a loss. At that moment, a child suddenly burst into tears, hugging an elderly woman. After all, he was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child, overwhelmed by the intense reactions from both groups. Realizing he had caused a great disaster, he succumbed to the pressure and began to cry. This outburst left Zhao Qian momentarily stunned, and she suddenly turned to Chu Chiu. Don't tell me that these antiques were broken by this little child? Chu Chiu, exasperated, shrugged her shoulders and glanced at the director. Why don't you ask him? Zhao Qian immediately shifted her piercing gaze to the director. What on earth happened? You need to clarify this. Faced with Zhao Qian's formidable presence, the director of the production team could only recount the entire situation in detail. Upon learning the truth and the sequence of events, Zhao Qian was left dumbfounded. What a ridiculous situation. It was almost too far-fetched, as if it had been contrived in a novel filled with melodrama. This was truly a disaster for the state. As the director realized the gravity of the situation, a flash of inspiration struck him. Ms. Zhao, weren't these antiques intended for submission to the state? They surely shouldn't be considered private property, right? Regarding compensation. Chu Chiu's gaze sharpened, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her as if a fly had buzzed into her mind. This scoundrel clearly had a short memory. Zhao Qian, being astute, understood his insinuation. Although there were no explicit regulations from the state regarding this, the destruction of antiques was unequivocally unacceptable. She then asked with a hint of disdain, May I ask your surname, Director? It's Feng, the director stammered, momentarily taken aback. Director Feng. Zhao Qian nodded, her tone unruffled. I would like to inquire, are antiques submitted to the state not considered antiques? Yes, then, since they are. Should you not compensate for the damaged antiques? Zhao Qian concluded, answering her own question, you should. The destruction of national antiques is not just subject to legal consequences. One must also provide corresponding financial compensation. Moreover, these antiques represent Mr. Chu's sincere contribution to the state. If the antiques were intact, the state would naturally accept them and offer commendation. However, now that they have been destroyed, it follows that the corresponding compensation should be awarded to Mr. Chu, as the state also has its dignity to uphold. Thus, Zhao Qian turned sharply to Chu Chiu. How much should he compensate you? 120 million. Chu Chiu replied without hesitation. What? Wasn't he at just 100 million? How did it suddenly become 120 million? Director Feng exclaimed in shock. Just now, the 100 million was out of pity for you. But now I've realized that a person like you is hardly deserving of sympathy. So the 20 million is my compensation for mental distress. Chapter 75. Fame and Fortune. Trending again just now, the 100 million was out of pity for you. But now I've realized that a person like you is hardly deserving of sympathy. So the 20 million is my compensation for mental distress. As Chu Chiu finished speaking, the director of the production team was left utterly bewildered. Mental distress compensation? Whose mental distress could possibly amount to 20 million? Had he cultivated a primordial spirit? This was extortion, pure and simple. As Director Feng regained his composure, he pointed a trembling finger at Chu Chiu, enraged. Extortion? Blackmail? Chu Chiu raised an eyebrow from the sound of it. You don't intend to compensate? Very well. Turning to Zhao Qian, she declared, Ms. Zhao, if someone invades another's privacy without consent and exposes it to hundreds of thousands or even millions of netizens, could that not constitute a crime? Am I allowed to sue him? Indeed, Zhao Qian replied, surprised by Chu Chiu's assertiveness. Then that settles it. Chu Chiu turned back to Director Feng. You heard her. Do you wish for me to sue you? Or will you compensate me 120 million? The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, Director Feng's complexion drained of color. He was merely a director of a production team, not a producer. 120 million. This was akin to a death sentence. He could never afford to pay such an amount. Just then, his phone rang, and he instinctively reached for it, feeling as though he had discovered a savior. "Boss," he addressed the caller. Chu Chio raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that such a prominent director was, in fact, working for someone else. There was a boss behind him? Compensate him. The voice on the other end was brief and to the point before hanging up. Yet those 3 words acted as a soothing balm, allowing Director Feng to breathe easier. After ending the call, he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Chu Chio. "Our production team is willing to compensate. 120 million is acceptable." "Okay, here is my bank account number. Please proceed with the transfer." Chu Chio replied decisively, pulling out her industrial and commercial bank savings card for him to photograph. 2 minutes later, Chu Chio received a notification on her phone. An online transfer of exactly 120 million had been made. Gazing at the substantial sum that had just been deposited, Chu Chio felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha. Fame and fortune, fame and fortune. Now that the fortune had been secured, all that remained was the fame. As Chu Chio contemplated, he turned to Zhao Qian and, with an innocent smile, inquired, "Sister Zhao, I have submitted these antiques. Do you think the state might bestow any commendation?" "Ugh, how predictable. Brother Chio is clearly feigning ignorance." "Indeed, such a display of ostentation. Just listen." He referred to her as sister instead of him. "Zhao, goodness, I must say, I would love to have a dozen sisters like her." It is no wonder that Brother Chio is so bold. Even posing such inquiries in front of a multitude of viewers, within the live stream, netizens were abuzz with discussion. Those who had previously witnessed Chu Chio's fishing exploits were particularly envious and resentful. Brother Chio had only just topped the trending charts yesterday afternoon, and it seemed likely that today's program would catapult him back into the limelight. Ha! It feels as though the trending topics are becoming exclusive to Brother Chio. Those who spent money to buy trending spots must be seething with rage. Ha ha ha, and this program is utterly tragic. They barely begun to gain traction, and now they encountered Brother Chio. What a predicament! Who could have picked a more unfortunate target than him? This perfectly illustrates what it means to be a stepping stone. I suspect this live stream may very well be their last. Tomorrow, it will surely be called to a halt. Tomorrow? I reckon they might even suspend it by noon. Perhaps they will need to issue a statement of contrition. Ha ha ha, let us await the spectacle. Let us prepare to enjoy the drama. In the room. As Chu Chio posed his question, Zhao Qian produced a small red flag and a certificate of honor, inscribed with the words "Outstanding Youth, Spiritual Model. This is the commendation bestowed upon you by the government, along with a monetary award of 1,200. Please accept it." Zhao Qian handed the small flag, certificate, and prize to Chu Chio. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Sister Zhao, and thank you to the nation. Throughout my life, I have never received a certificate, and this one is awarded by the state." At the moment he accepted the certificate and the monetary reward, an unbidden surge of excitement erupted within him, a pure joy devoid of any ulterior motives. It was simply blissful happiness, akin to receiving praise and recognition from one's parents and teachers for excelling in an examination. This feeling was unprecedented. What a delight! Come, let us take a group photo. Dear photographer, could you kindly capture a moment for us? Overwhelmed with excitement, Chu Chio insisted on gathering everyone together for a commemorative photograph. Zhao Qian observed Chu Chio's childlike glee and found herself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, a staggering compensation of 120 million had been deposited into his account. Yet he had not displayed such exuberance. Is it truly warranted to be this elated over a small flag and a certificate? To be candid, as someone who has received countless awards since childhood, she felt no resonance with this moment. Meanwhile, the production team, particularly the director, was forced to maintain a solemn demeanor, creating a stark contrast. Before long, this photograph was edited and transformed into a video, rapidly circulating across the internet. Even before the program could conclude, a headline had surged to the trending charts. The production team morally binds Brother Chio, resulting in destruction of priceless antiques. Moreover, the title was accompanied by related short videos, including footage of Chu Chio fishing. Countless netizens, having viewed the videos, flocked to comment beneath the title, vehemently condemning the production team for deceiving the public and jeopardizing national heritage. Particularly after watching the latest short video, netizens expressed their exhilaration but also intensified their criticisms. What nonsense morality and principles! This ridiculous program, which toys with the common people, should have been shut down long ago. Those who destroy national artifacts, whether intentionally or out of ignorance, deserve imprisonment. This sensationalist program exploits the privacy of others for entertainment. The sponsors should face national retribution and sanctions. Indeed, do they think that compensation money absolves them of wrongdoing? After all the hard work of fishing and retrieving priceless antiques, they should not have to surrender them to the state, only to be exploited for program theatrics. What is happening in this society? How disheartening! In the presence of capitalists, are we ordinary citizens merely a source of ridicule? Many netizens suddenly found themselves incensed. This headline, along with yesterday's trending topic, was once again propelled to the forefront by a legion of online commentators, dominating the trending charts. Clearly, this issue of morality and principles had struck a chord, igniting the anger of countless individuals. Director. In the radio station building, Xiao Xiao had just finished editing yesterday's interview video and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she noticed a trending topic notification on her phone. Instantly, her mind exploded with excitement as she dashed into the director's office. Director, quick, it's trending. Chu Qiu is trending again, and he's dominating the first and second spots. Xiao Xiao rushed into the director's office, urgently showing her phone to the director. Chu Qiu, the one who topped the trending charts yesterday? He's trending again? The director, not one to overlook important information, immediately grasped the significance of Xiao Xiao's words and swiftly opened his phone. The trending list displayed a glaring title: The production team morally binds Brother Qiu, resulting in destruction of priceless antiques. Upon delving into the comments, the overwhelming criticism directed at the program sent shivers down the spine of the station's director, Zhong Hanxiao. Notably, the comments involved antiques and government matters, signaling that even relevant authorities would likely need to respond to quell the uproar. As for the program morality and principles, it was undoubtedly destined for the depths of disgrace, never to resurface. As the head of the station, Zhong Hanxiao recognized this as a golden opportunity for the station to gain exposure. Xiao Xiao possessed an exclusive interview with Chu Qiu, which could propel the station to new heights. With this in mind, Zhong Hanxiao eagerly inquired, Xiao Xiao, have you finished editing the videos featuring Chu Qiu? Xiao Xiao paused momentarily, then quickly deduced his intent, her excitement palpable. Director, I have completed the edits. Good. Immediately inform the team for today's hot topics that we will begin airing an hour earlier. Furthermore, you will host this segment, Zhong Hanxiao decisively declared. Can I really? The surprise was so sudden that Xiao Xiao felt a bit overwhelmed. Isn't this what you have been striving for all along? Zhong Hanxiao smiled. Go prepare. Don't let me down. Yes, thank you, Director. Xiao Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, promptly set off to prepare with a heart full of excitement. 9 o'clock. The Hot Topics segment commenced ahead of schedule. Dressed in professional attire, Xiao Xiao appeared on the live stream. Hello, dear viewers. I am Xiao Xiao, your host for today's Hot Topics. Yesterday afternoon, a news story about a fisherman retrieving $1 billion antique treasure went viral. And through relentless efforts, we captured this fisherman's fishing process live at sea, along with an interview. Now, let us take a moment to watch the interview footage. Prepared and composed, Xiao Xiao exuded confidence. With her fair complexion and long legs, combined with the captivating name of Chu Qiu, she successfully drew an influx of viewers to the program, resulting in a remarkable surge in ratings and trending status. Many netizens, upon witnessing the interview video featuring Chu Qiu, resonated deeply with his words, which encapsulated all the heartache. The phrase "the law must not be violated." This is the bottom line for every descendant of Huaxia. Particularly struck a chord, garnering widespread recognition and admiration. Following this, a wave of outrage erupted across the internet. This dreadful program, which ridicules the common people and disrespects national heroes while damaging cultural relics, how dare they not face the consequences? And the production team, these despicable capitalists, merely seek to profit at the expense of ordinary citizens for sensationalism. Where are your principles? Do you possess any sense of public morality? What about the sponsors? Is there anything beyond money in your eyes? Where do your principles lie? And what of the relevant authorities? Why has there been no action against this societal decay? Can even those who are public servants not uphold their principles? A barrage of incisive and direct critiques flooded the internet, akin to a fierce tidal wave sweeping across the digital landscape. At this moment, countless gazes converged upon the program morality and principles, as well as its sponsors, all of whom were mercilessly exposed and condemned. Some netizens even began to form online coalitions to boycott the products of the sponsors, almost simultaneously at the headquarters of Anshan Herbal Tea in Shanghai. A tall female assistant, upon seeing the trending topic, stood up in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed into the office of the executive president. "President, trouble. We have a major issue. The program we sponsor, Morality and Principles, is in hot water." Fang Qin expressed her astonishment. "Has something happened to the production team? What could possibly go wrong?" The female assistant swiftly interjected. "The production team has encountered a serious issue. This time, they have morally coerced none other than Chu Qiu, the one who salvaged antiques worth over 100 million. And those antiques were all shattered by individuals arranged by the production team, who crossed the line. Now, they have surged to the top of the trending searches online, subject to rampant criticism from countless netizens. Furthermore, the major sponsors of the production team have also been exposed and are facing relentless condemnation." "What? Is it truly that severe?" Fang Qin's expression changed, and she hurriedly opened her phone to check the trending topics. To her dismay, the top 3 searches were all related to Chu Qiu, with the third being a radio program from the city. Glancing at the comments beneath the trending topics, she inhaled sharply, sensing a storm was brewing. Particularly concerning was the radio segment, which held significant influence in the city. From the comments, she felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Anshan Liangcha, headquartered in Dongguan, is a traditional herbal tea brand with a stellar reputation and influence. However, in this city, due to regional customs, it struggled to penetrate the market. Now, due to the production team's blunder, Anshan Liangcha was implicated and vilified, even facing a boycott from the public. This left even her, the executive president, shocked and restless. "Quick, notify the company's legal department, issue a statement, and terminate the contract with the production team immediately. We must also release a public letter of apology and condemnation for their actions." "But President, if we terminate the contract unilaterally, we will have to pay a penalty," the assistant anxiously reminded her. Fang Qin retorted furiously, "To hell with the compensation. The production team has dug their own grave, dragging us down with them. It's fortunate I haven't sought compensation from them. Do you understand that if we mishandle this situation, the fragile progress we've just made could be obliterated in an instant?" Chapter 77. The top 10 trending topics. Fang Qin thoroughly berated the production team before returning to the matter at hand. "All right, you hurry and notify the legal department. Also, inform HR to send someone to Chu Qiu to express our apologies and condolences. Make sure it's done elegantly, understood?" The assistant nodded eagerly. Just as she was about to leave, Fang Qin suddenly brightened and stopped her. "Wait, I've just thought of a brilliant idea," Fang Qin exclaimed with excitement. "Have the HR manager take the legal team along to sign Chu Qiu as our spokesperson, our brand ambassador for Anshan Liangcha. This way, we can not only gain the understanding of the online community, but also leverage Chu Qiu's positive image and popularity to turn the tide in our favor." "That's fantastic. Such a plan yields multiple benefits." By the end, Fang Qin herself was exhilarated by her own suggestion. "I'll arrange it right away." The assistant nodded enthusiastically, agreeing that the president's idea was indeed flawless. Anshan Liangcha acted swiftly. Following the radio program's lead, they were the first to issue a public letter expressing their apologies to Chu Qiu, reflecting on their own shortcomings and denouncing the reckless behavior of the production team. They then publicly terminated their contract with the production team, clearly stating their position and their failure to recognize the individuals involved. Other sponsors quickly followed suit, releasing similar public letters. The production team, evidently unprepared for such a backlash, found themselves overwhelmed by the sponsors' coordinated efforts. The chairman of the production team erupted in anger within the company. Ultimately, they too had to draft a public letter, more accurately, a statement of self-reflection, acknowledging the inappropriate content of their program and promising to learn from this experience. Additionally, they offered Chu Qiu a compensation of 50 million as a gesture of goodwill. This move somewhat mitigated the backlash. Subsequently, the broadcasting authority stepped in to make a statement, announcing the permanent suspension of the Morality and Boundaries program and pledging to enhance scrutiny and penalties for similar programs and broadcasts to safeguard the rights of the public. With this series of statements and the broadcasting authority's response, the overwhelming criticism online was finally quelled to some extent. Meanwhile, in the Morality and Boundaries live broadcast room, some began to realize the sensational events unfolding outside. "Wow, has everyone checked the trending topics? Brother Qiu is trending again, And even yesterday's topic has been pushed up, ranking first and second. Indeed. I just checked on another phone, and astonishingly, even the broadcasting authority has made a statement, permanently shutting down the live broadcast room. Does this mean the live broadcast room is about to be forcibly taken offline? Oh my God. Did you all see the production team's public letter? They added a compensation of $50 million to Brother Chio. $50 million. At this rate, Brother Chio is making money so fast he might not even be aware of it. Moreover, if you count carefully, nearly all of the top 10 trending topics are related to Brother Chio. Wow, it's true. Brother Chio occupies 2 spots himself. The radio interview takes 1. The broadcasting authority has 1, and the production team along with several sponsors divided the remaining spots in the top 10. Ha ha ha. I wonder if anyone has paid for trending topics in the past couple of days. If they did and found themselves outside the top 10, they would surely be infuriated. As the discussions in the live broadcast room grew increasingly animated. At the same time, in a certain studio, a man was unleashing a tirade at the entire staff. What the hell is going on in your studio? I asked. What is going on? My new album is set to be released tomorrow. And I'm about to start my concert, yet you tell me I haven't even made it to the top 10 trending topics. I started buying placements yesterday, only to be pushed down by some unknown person occupying the top spot. Today, it's even worse. I haven't even grazed the top 10. What kind of promises did you make to me? Speak up. Why is everyone silent? Have you all turned mute? The man seethed with rage. The staff, aware of their shortcomings, all shrank back in silence. They too found it bizarre how a certain Chu Chio had dominated the internet yesterday, only to resurface with a vengeance today due to that ridiculous program. Reclaiming the top spot. Teacher Wong, how about we postpone the album release by a day? This incident has blown up more than we anticipated. Tomorrow. Is tomorrow acceptable? Just give us one more day. I assure you we will secure the top spot for you. The head of the studio proclaimed firmly. Are you certain? What if I still don't make it to the top tomorrow? The man retorted angrily. If you don't make it to the top tomorrow, I will personally perform a handstand while eating shit. The studio head declared emphatically. Fine. Remember your words. We shall see the results tomorrow. The man huffed, adjusting his collar and donning a mask before leaving the studio with his assistant. Once he departed, the studio staff collectively exhaled in relief. Tomorrow, everyone needs to stay sharp. We must keep a close watch on that Chu Chio. Assign someone solely to monitor his every move. The studio head fumed as he stormed out. On the other side, oblivious to the unfolding drama, Chu Chio remained blissfully unaware that he was now the subject of intense scrutiny. He cheerfully bid farewell to the representatives from the Cultural Heritage Administration and returned to his room, proudly retrieving the jade cicada from his pocket. This jade cicada was likely the only treasure that had slipped through the cracks from this batch of antiques. In fact, there was also a box of gold. Because no one had inquired, Chu Chio almost forgot about it. However, these items could not be revealed publicly. Since he had bought his father a car, he decided to gift the jade cicada to his mother. As for the gold, well, he would take it along to let his parents have a look. Having made these decisions, Chu Chio tidied up a bit and prepared to leave. Chapter 78. Are you doubting my abilities? Once he had organized his belongings, Chu Chio stepped outside with considerably lighter luggage. However, as he turned to close the door, he accidentally collided with someone engrossed in their phone. Out the other party gasped. I'm so sorry. Chu Chio quickly apologized. But the next moment, upon realizing who he had bumped into, his eyes widened in shock. Su Qingya. Indeed, to his astonishment, Chu Chio discovered that the person he had collided with was none other than Su Qingya, who was supposed to be in Hucheng. If it weren't for the broad daylight, he might have thought he had encountered a ghost. Chu Chio. Su Qingya was equally taken aback, clearly not expecting to run into him here. The two of them then exclaimed in unison, What are you doing here? Chu Chio, bewildered, responded, Aren't you in Hucheng? What brings you to Modu so suddenly? And you arrived yesterday. Are you also staying at this hotel? Su Qingya, equally perplexed, merely nodded and instinctively glanced at Chu Chio's room number. The next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. 1086. It was right next to her room, 1085. They had been separated by merely a wall. A wall between them, and yet they remained utterly unaware. She had even attempted to contact him. What a bizarre twist of fate. Lost in thought, Su Qingya's face suddenly flushed. After a moment, she scoffed and quickly redirected the conversation to the purpose of her visit. By the way, Chu Chio, what do you plan to do with the antiques you obtained? Su Qingya quickly adjusted her demeanor and inquired. What to do? It's already been taken care of, Chu Qiu replied without hesitation. I turned it over to the state. What? You turned it over to the state? How could you do that? Su Qingya exclaimed, nearly losing her balance and almost twisting her heel. She thought back to when they first met. Wasn't Chu Qiu supposed to be smarter than this? Isn't it patriotic? What's wrong with that? Chu Qiu said as he pressed the elevator button. Patriotic? Su Qingya's expression faltered, nearly choking on his words, and hurriedly stepped into the elevator, saying, But your patriotism doesn't have to go this far. Those are antiques, worth a fortune. Who would be foolish enough to hand them over? Besides, do you think handing over antiques is the same as being patriotic? After you submit them, how many do you think will actually end up in the hands of the state? And you didn't turn over all the antiques, did you? Oh, not all. I still have the gold in this. Chu Qiu said, pulling out a jade cicada from his pocket. Upon hearing the earlier part, Su Qingya initially felt relieved. However, when she heard that only the gold remained unsubmitted and then caught sight of the jade cicada in his hand, she felt her worldview being violently challenged. You certainly haven't submitted everything, but what's the difference between this and turning it all in? At that moment, Su Qingya was at a loss for words to describe her feelings. After driving for 8 hours from Huqing, she found herself about to celebrate a hollow victory. You still haven't explained how you suddenly came to Modu. Chu Qiu pressed the elevator button and turned to ask again. Su Qingya felt as if she had been hit with 1,000 points of damage. Since you turned over the antiques, what significance does my explanation hold? However, rolling her eyes, she sighed and said, I came to find you to discuss the antiques, hoping you would sell them and invest the money into a second hotel. With the funds we both have, we could attempt to acquire an existing 5-star hotel. With your fishing skills and the high-end vegetables and crabs you cultivate, the hotel would quickly recoup its costs. But now, it's too late to discuss this. You've already submitted the antiques, and such a significant funding gap will require some time to resolve. After finishing her statement, Su Qingya cast a helpless glance at Chu Qiu, feeling both exasperated and affectionate towards him. You came to Modu for this? You wanted to use the money from selling antiques? Is it really worth you making such a trip? Chu Qiu was momentarily speechless, having expected something of greater significance, only to find it was for this trivial matter. You could have simply called me. Why go through all this trouble? He asked. So, how much is the funding gap? Come on, can you be serious? It's as if you truly believe this is real. You've turned over the antiques, and how much do you think I know you have left in your account? Su Qingya retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. At most, it's just the billion I transferred to you last time. That billion was already accounted for. Are you doubting my capabilities? Chu Qiu raised an eyebrow. Unable to contain his irritation, he pulled out his phone, opened his banking app, and placed it before Su Qingya. What are you doing? Why are you showing me your phone? Su Qingya was taken aback by his actions. What was so impressive about that old phone? Don't bother explaining, just take a look. Chu Qiu tossed the phone into her hands. Just then, the elevator doors opened, leaving him with a striking silhouette as he exited without looking back. What an idiot! Su Qingya glared at his retreating figure, but as she glanced at the phone, her steps came to an abrupt halt, and her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she rubbed her eyes vigorously. The next second, an ecstatic shout erupted from the elevator. 0.3 billion. You've got over 3 billion in your bank account. Oh my heavens, Chu Qiu, where did you get so much money? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Overjoyed, Su Qingya dashed out of the elevator, chasing after Chu Qiu. Now you believe me? Chu Qiu stood there, raising an eyebrow. I believe. How could I not believe? I just saw the text message. But Chu Qiu, where did you get such a massive sum of money? Su Qingya caught up to him, her excitement making her resemble an infatuated admirer. In her exuberance, she didn't even notice that her small hand had unconsciously grasped Chu Qiu's arm. Chu Qiu raised an eyebrow, secretly reveling in the moment, deliberately choosing not to address it. Of course, he didn't conceal the matter of the money but recounted the incident of turning over the antiques. After hearing his story, Su Qingya found it utterly unbelievable. Such a coincidental and melodramatic twist of fate seemed like something out of a novel, yet it had happened in reality, but I didn't realize it. You were quite shrewd to extort 2 million from that production team, Su Qingya remarked, genuinely impressed by Chu Qiu's luck. You've gained both fame and fortune, but there's still 1 billion left. How did you manage that? Chapter 79. You want me to be your advertising ambassador? But there's still a billion left. How did you manage that? Su Qingya asked curiously. The other billion? Naturally, I earned it from fishing, after salvaging the antiques. I caught over 100 yellowfin tuna in my third haul. A swarm of five-star hotels scrambled to buy them, driving the price up to an astonishing billion. Chucho couldn't help but chuckle at the memory. Who would have thought that trying to be low-key would end up so ostentatious? He intended to keep a low profile, but fate had other plans in a way. You actually caught over 100 yellowfin tuna? Those are notoriously difficult to catch. Your luck is unbelievable, by the way. What happened to the fish? You didn't sell them all, did you? Su Qingya inquired anxiously. Rest assured, I saved 36 of them, each weighing nearly 300 pounds. Chucho anticipated her question and responded directly. Moreover, I had them transported to Haching overnight. Along with them, a few thousand crabs, several thousand pounds of large prawns, and some other valuable seafood were also dispatched. What? That much? No way. I need to rush back to deal with it. Upon hearing about the immense quantity of seafood, Su Qingya felt her footing slip away. She immediately resolved to return to Haching at full speed. Come back here. Having come this far, Chucho wasn't about to let her leave so easily. He grabbed Su Qingya's hand and frowned, saying, Is it just a batch of seafood? The hotel has plenty of staff. Are they merely for decoration? Can't they handle such a trivial matter? But I'm worried about that batch of yellowfin tuna. They are top-tier sashimi. Su Qingya replied anxiously, Oh, what if they're top-tier sashimi? If the hotel needs them, I can always go catch more. Don't think that just because they are yellowfin tuna, I wouldn't be able to get bluefin tuna for you, he insisted. Now that you're here, let's have a meal together before you leave. Chucho pulled her hand, stating, Let's go to my house. I've arranged for a king silver pomfret to be brought over from this hotel. Later, we can visit my mother, and she'll personally cook for you. Head to your house. Su Qingya suddenly felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. But, after pondering for a moment, she couldn't find anything else to say, without giving her a chance to protest. Chucho held her hand and led her to the front desk to have the fish retrieved. Just then, a large crowd surged through the hotel entrance, accompanied by many reporters carrying cameras. Their purpose was clear. Upon entering and spotting Chucho, they immediately surrounded him. Chucho frowned, initially thinking they were reporters drawn by his trending topic from the previous day. As the initial group of individuals approached, they promptly introduced themselves. Greetings, Mr. Chu. We represent the production team of the program Morality and Boundaries. It appears that due to circumstances within our team, we have caused significant losses and negative repercussions for you and the nation. Although we have previously issued a public statement, our chairman insists on providing you with an additional compensation of 50 million. Surprised, Chucho raised an eyebrow, then skeptically inquired, Is everything you say true? The production team is indeed offering me 50 million as compensation? Are you certain? The production team members exchanged smiles, and one of them quickly sent a message from their phone. Moments later, a notification of a transfer appeared. Mr. Chu, you may check your phone to confirm whether the 50 million has been credited, they said cheerfully, their demeanor quite amiable. Indeed, it has been credited. It seems your production team is quite sincere. Chucho remarked, his brow furrowing as he took back his phone from Su Qingya. This made him even more bewildered. Was the production team truly so naive? They had already been extorted for 20 million, and yet they were now eagerly offering another 50 million? Furthermore, this group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, recording a brief video and showing their faces before leaving. Chucho found himself utterly perplexed up until this moment. He remained unaware that he had trended on social media today, igniting a considerable sensation. Su Qingya felt the same, thinking that the production team must truly be out of their minds. Let us go. Chucho chuckled, shaking his head. However, just as he finished speaking, another group hurriedly entered the hotel. Chucho felt a twinge of suspicion. Could this new group also be seeking him out? Mr. Chu, greetings, they called from several meters away. Chucho was momentarily stunned. Indeed, they were here for him. Hello, Mr. Chu. We are the business team from Anchenliangcha, and this is our company's legal counsel. We are here to express our apologies and condolences to you, and we would like to invite you to be the advertising ambassador for our Anchenliangcha. Wait a moment. What do you mean by apologies and condolences? Why does it feel as though I am about to be sacrificed? And what on earth is an advertising ambassador? At this point, even if Chucho was somewhat oblivious, he realized that external rumors regarding himself had attracted attention. Mr. Chu, you did do not yet know about today's trending topics? One of the representatives exclaimed in disbelief. Is it possible? The entire internet is buzzing. As the instigator, you remain completely unaware. The Anshan Liangcha team looked at Chu Qiu as though they had just uncovered a monumental news story. Trending topics? What trending topics? Chu Qiu looked bewildered and turned to Su Qinya, asking, do you know? Su Qinya, equally perplexed, replied, how would I know? I was too focused on getting here, and it's already midnight by the time we reached Modu. I just woke up moments ago and bumped into you, so I had no time to check the trending topics. The Anshan Liangcha business team was equally bewildered, exchanging glances, both amused and exasperated. It appeared the entire internet was embroiled in a frenzy over him, while he seemed obliviously lost in a dream. This was absurd. Chu Qiu quickly retrieved his phone to check the trending topics. To his astonishment, the top 2 spots on the trending list were his name. Following closely was a live interview with Xiao Xiao featuring him, and then there were public statements from Anshan Liangcha and the Broadcasting Authority. In fact, the entire top 10 was directly or indirectly related to this incident. Wow! Chu Qiu was momentarily stunned. He had unwittingly topped the internet's trending list yesterday, and now it seemed even more outrageous. As he dominated the top 10, was this trending list somehow targeting him? As the excitement escalated, it was evident that a new climax was on the horizon, with land-based scenarios about to unfold. While the next plot would shift to the high seas, this trending list really against me? Chu Qiu mused, bemused as he switched off his phone. Su Qinya also turned off her device, her mind swirling with astonishment. A single individual occupying the top 10 spots of the internet's trending list. Such a phenomenon, one would think, could not even be bought by a major celebrity. Mr. Chu, regarding the advertising ambassador role, could we finalize this? The process was straightforward. All that was required was for Mr. Chu to cooperate in filming a commercial, with a compensation of 5 million. The leader of the Anshan Liangcha business team laid out the terms. Eagerly awaiting Chu Qiu's response, to their astonishment, Chu Qiu barely flinched at the sum, simply stating, I'm quite busy, I don't have the time, as he took Su Qinya's hand and headed for the exit. Wait, please wait. The business team members were taken aback, hastily following to explain. They assumed Chu Qiu must have misheard the amount, thinking it was 50,000 instead of 5 million. Mr. Chu, you must have misunderstood. It's 5 million? Not 50,000, that's not a small amount. They insisted. This price is more than sufficient for any second-tier celebrity. Filming a commercial is quick and won't take up much of your time. 5 million is practically free. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in picking it up, nor do I have the time, Chu Qiu replied, somewhat impatiently waving them off in his view. While 5 million was indeed a notable sum, it paled in comparison to spending time with Su Qinya or dining with his parents. Moreover, he regretted having trended on social media. He certainly had no intention of appearing in an advertisement on television. It seemed prudent to consider establishing some influence and hiring bodyguards to discreetly protect his family. As he brushed off the business team, Chu Qiu pondered the necessity of preparing for future complications. He did not wish for his existence to disrupt the peaceful lives of his family. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Qiu led Su Qinya to the parking lot. Initially, she resisted, but with Chu Qiu's firm grip, she could only blush and allow herself to be led. However, upon reaching the car, she was taken aback. A cherry. With a look of incredulity, Su Qinya asked, You are not telling me you drive this. Are you? Is there a problem? Chu Qiu replied casually as he started the engine. Get in? This isn't a problem per se, but given your position as a major stakeholder in this hotel, driving such a vehicle is quite. Su Qinya shook her head, speechless, as she climbed into the car. Her first impression was one of heat. The air conditioning barely emitted a cool breeze. Why not just take my car? This one is far too old. Even the air conditioning feels warm. Don't fret, it will cool down shortly. Besides, I thought you might enjoy experiencing the lifestyle of those less fortunate, he jested. Less fortunate? Su Qinya replied, bemused. To be honest, I've never met a poor person with billions in cash in their bank account. Ha ha ha. Chu Qiu laughed heartily at her retort and gradually drove out of the parking lot. As they exited, a few young men smoking nearby paused mid-action, astonished. Wow, that guy's companion is stunning. She is even more beautiful than a major celebrity. Indeed, who is this guy? He drives a beat-up cherry yet manages to attract such a goddess. They mused, envy evident in their voices as they glanced back at their own Cadillac, wondering if that vehicle was only meant for sipping green tea. Hey, Mom, please please take a day off with Dad today? I have a surprise for you both. Yes, I'm on my way there now. During the drive, Chu Chiu called home but refrained from disclosing that Su Qinya was accompanying him. After ending the call, he glanced at Su Qinya, who was blushing, feeling quite pleased. To his surprise, his old car was remarkably stable, even at 120 kilometers per hour without swaying. Truly, it's a national product. It's just so stable. Chu Chiu began to make small talk at this moment. Su Qingya's heart was in disarray, leaving her with no time to attend to him. For Su Qingya, meeting her parents felt like a bride being carried to the wedding carriage for the very first time. Although this was not a traditional meeting of parents in a certain sense, it still rendered her somewhat flustered. Soon, after more than 2 hours had passed, Chu Chiu and his companion finally arrived at the residential complex. Su Qingya insisted on purchasing a gift, which delayed them slightly. Meanwhile, at home, her mother, Wu Shijuan, and father, Chu Jianghe, had returned early, awaiting their arrival. Old Chu, what do you think this rascal means by giving us a surprise? What could it possibly be? Wu Shijuan couldn't help but gossip. What surprise could it be? In my opinion, it's probably that BMW he ordered that has finally arrived, Chu Jianghe replied. Indeed, spending over $1 million on a new car. It's certainly no small surprise for us common folk. They continued their casual banter. At that moment, the sound of a car parking echoed from downstairs, and Wu Shijuan's face lit up with excitement. It must be our son returning. Let me take a look, she exclaimed, eagerly rushing to the window to peer down. Upon seeing Chu Chiu step out of the car, her joy was palpable. It's truly our son. Guess what? She abruptly interrupted herself, overwhelmed with excitement. Startling Chu Jianghe. Qingya, it's Qingya. Our son has brought Qingya back. Quick, old Chu, let us hurry downstairs to greet them, Wu Shijuan exclaimed, rushing out without even changing her slippers. Qingya? Chu Jianghe was momentarily taken aback. Then suddenly realized, wasn't he this the girlfriend the rascal had mentioned? How dare he bring his girlfriend over without any prior notice? He muttered, hastily following suit down the stairs. Wu Shijuan was the first to reach the ground floor, and before she even arrived, her voice of surprise echoed from afar. Seeing this, Chu Chiu called out, Mom. However, Wu Shijuan seemed not to notice him at all, rushing directly to Su Qingya, eagerly accepting the gift while asking a flurry of questions. Oh, Qingya, what brings you here? Did you have a long journey? Are you tired? Would you like something to drink? Auntie, I'm not tired. I can carry this myself, Su Qingya replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chu Chiu stood by, feeling bewildered. Am I not her son? I even brought back a silver pomfret from the sea for you. Qingya is here. Quick, let us head upstairs. The sun is too strong outside. We don't want her to get sunburned. Just then, Chu Jianghe also arrived downstairs. Finally, Chu Chiu seized the opportunity to reclaim some attention, calling out, Dad, come help me with some luggage. What do you need help for? You're a grown man. You can manage on your own, Chu Jianghe reprimanded him, then turned to Su Qingya, his demeanor shifting completely as he smiled. Come here, Qingya, let me carry that gift for you. It looks rather heavy. You and your mother. Oh, I mean, you and Auntie. Hurry upstairs, don't get sunburned. As they ascended the stairs, warmly engaging in conversation and laughter, Chu Chiu could only watch in disbelief. Suddenly, he felt a chilling autumn breeze sweep through, accompanied by a heart-wrenching melody reminiscent of teacher Yang Shulin's Swana rendition of Desire, tearing at his heartstrings. After a while, Chu Chiu slowly regained his composure, feeling as though he had been thrust into a surreal reality. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He mused. I must not be their biological child, he grumbled, feeling a mixture of indignation and bewilderment, carrying a fish in one hand and a bag of gold bars in the other. Ascending the stairs like a solitary elder, upon entering the door, he found his mother and father engrossed in cheerful conversation with Su Qingya. As he approached, Chu Jianghe immediately scolded. Why are you only just coming up? A grown man dawdling about. What are you doing? Stop stuttering and go wash some fruit for Qingya. You didn't even think to buy her a bottle of water on the way. What kind of boyfriend are you? His mother chimed in with a sharp remark. Chu Chiu felt a wave of numbness wash over him as he turned and headed for the kitchen, accompanied by his own dramatic background music. After washing the fruit, he emerged to find Su Qingya, the center of attention, and every attempt he made to interject was met with indifference. Frustrated, He opened his suitcase and tossed a bag of gold bars onto the table, the clatter capturing everyone's attention. "What's in that bag? It sounds heavy," Chu Jianghe immediately inquired. "Gold," Chu Qiu replied curtly before retreating to the bedroom to enjoy the air conditioning. "What an attitude this rascal has," Chu Jianghe mused, rolling his eyes as he peeked into the bag. "Just a pile of brass, not gold at all. All right, old Chu, tidy up the place a bit. Qingya and I will retreat to the room to enjoy some air conditioning. Once you're finished cleaning up, we can prepare dinner. Especially those cardboard boxes. Let's sell them off to make space for a bigger house." "Fine." Chu Jianghe nodded and began to tidy up, gathering all the accumulated scrap metal and taking it downstairs, arranging for a waste collector to come by. Half an hour later, Chu Jianghe called out, "All right, the house is mostly cleaned up. We can start preparing dinner now." The three of them emerged. Chu Qiu glanced around the noticeably emptier living room and curiously asked, "Dad, where did you put the gold bars I left on the table?" "I sold them," Chu Jianghe replied nonchalantly. "What? You sold them?" Chu Qiu exploded. "Yes, I sold them for several $100. It'll cover this month's gas expenses." Chu Jianghe explained, nodding to "Don't make a fuss. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a pile of gold. Of course it's a pile of gold. I personally salvaged it from the sea." Chu Qiu inhaled sharply, nearly choking on his anger. "Where did you sell them? To whom? We need to go find them. Could it really be gold?" "But it doesn't look like it," Chu Jianghe mused, sensing his son's unusual demeanor. "What do you mean it doesn't look like it? It merely looks dull and discolored from sitting in seawater for too long. It's definitely gold. Both of you are audacious, one to sell it, the other to buy it." Chu Qiu was at a loss for words, unable to express his feelings. Xu Qingya was equally stunned by the mix-up. The farce had escalated. Over 30 pounds of gold had been sold as mere brass. Wu Shizhuan, usually sharp-witted, appeared somewhat dazed. "What should we do now? Old Chu, who did you sell the scrap to? We need to retrieve it immediately." "Who else? Just the old Huang father and son who collect scrap in the neighborhood," Chu Jianghe replied, rising. "I'll go to their house to find them. They're honest folks, so it shouldn't be difficult to get it back." "Old Chu! Old Chu!" Suddenly, urgent shouts rang out from downstairs, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps racing up the stairs. A middle-aged man in his 50s appeared at the door, holding a bag and looking agitated. "Old Chu, you've deceived me. This isn't brass at all. It's a pile of gold bars after going home. My son took one look and declared it was gold. I was furious. But after acid washing it, it gleamed brilliantly. I rushed right over to you. This could be dangerous. You should report this to the police. We common folk can't mess with things of uncertain origin." "Oh, old Huang, I was just about to come find you," Chu Jianghe said, feeling embarrassed. "Actually, this gold belongs to my son. I mistook it for brass and sold it, but rest assured, it's entirely legitimate." As old Huang stepped inside, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Your son? I've yet to meet your son. Is he in the gold business or something?" "Yes, this is my son." Chu Jianghe pointed to Chu Qiu, who quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. However, as soon as he did, old Huang's eyes widened in shock. "Chu Qiu? You're that Chu Qiu who went to sea? The one who was interviewed on television? Wait, old Chu, your son is Chu Qiu. No wonder you have so many gold bars. Your son was on the news today on Modu Satellite TV. Did you know?" "What? My son was on Modu Satellite TV? How is that possible?" Chu Jianghe looked between Chu Qiu and old Huang, disbelief etched on his face. "Didn't you see today's Hot Topics? You missed it?" Old Huang replied, astonished. "Nonsense. I watched today's Hot Topics religiously. It didn't even air today." Chu Jianghe replied tersely. "Seriously? You didn't know they started airing an hour early today?" Old Huang exclaimed, bewildered, staring at the family in disbelief. "You mean to say you didn't even realize your son was already on the news? Otherwise, how could you possibly sell me gold bars as if they were mere brass? So, are you saying that you are unaware of his recent recovery of a batch of antiques? Are you also oblivious to the fact that he captured a net full of yellowfin tuna worth around 70 to 80 million? Goodness, are you sure you are all family?" Lao Huang was utterly astonished. This family truly is a peculiar bunch. Recovering a batch of antiques, capturing yellowfin tuna valued at 70 to 80 million. Chu Jianghe and his wife were left somewhat bewildered. Did all these exploits truly originate from their son? And he even made the news. Chu Qiu everything your Uncle Huang said true? The couple, regaining their composure, inhaled sharply and turned to Chu Chiu with their inquiry. "It is true." Chu Chiu nodded affirmatively. "You little rascal, how could you keep such monumental news to yourself? You've certainly matured." Upon receiving the confirmation, Wu Xiujuan jabbed Chu Chiu's forehead, feeling both exasperated and relieved. Exasperated that he had concealed such significant matters, yet relieved that her son could keep such weighty news to himself without boasting. Yes, he has matured. Chu Jianghe, however, did not ponder much beyond that, launching into a tirade. "To think you only mention this now. Thankfully, it is your Uncle Huang. Were it anyone else, where would we find those dozens of pounds of gold?" Chu Chiu was immediately left dumbfounded. Truly, he was his biological father, shifting all blame onto his son for any mistakes. "Did I not mention that those were gold bars? Did I not want to speak of such a significant matter? Yet, who among you ever afforded me the opportunity to speak? From the beginning to the end, there was only concern for your daughter-in-law. What concern was there for me?" Chu Chiu thought indignantly. "Lao Huang, do stay for lunch." After reprimanding Chu Chiu, Chu Jianghe turned to Lao Huang with polite insistence. "That won't do. When you all gather, what business do I have being a meddler? However, remember to invite me for a drink next time. You know how I enjoy that." Lao Huang chuckled and turned to leave. Even Chu Chiu had to marvel at the fact that, in this world, there are indeed more good people than not. Regardless, it seemed a farcical misunderstanding had finally come to an end, resulting in a happy resolution for all. Subsequently, the family began bustling about in the kitchen, creating a lively atmosphere filled with conversation and laughter. Observing this scene, a certain conviction within Chu Chiu grew even stronger. He must protect all of this. The joyous atmosphere always passes swiftly. Before long, it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After gifting his mother a jade cicada, Chu Chiu departed with Su Qingya. Due to the cramped nature of their rented accommodation, they sought rest at a hotel. Initially, they had agreed to return to Huqing immediately after dinner. However, Su Qingya succumbed to Chu Chiu's mother's relentless charm, agreeing to stay for another night to accompany her on a shopping excursion the following day. Thus, they found a nearby hotel and booked 2 rooms for the night. That evening, both had their own thoughts, eventually drifting into a deep slumber after quite some time. The next morning, Chu Chiu's mother's phone exploded with messages, informing him that she had meticulously prepared breakfast and urged them to return for a meal before heading out shopping. Su Qingya had clearly received the same call. Exiting together, they exchanged glances, each recognizing a new spark in the other's eyes. "Let us go," Chu Chiu said to Su Qingya, attempting to take her hand. To his delight, Su Qingya did not reject him. This thrilled Chu Chiu. For a good beginning is half the battle won. Energized, he hurried back to the neighborhood as if propelled by a surge of adrenaline. After 10 o'clock, 2 cars carrying 4 people arrived at the largest shopping mall in the city, ready for a shopping spree. Meanwhile, in a certain underground studio, a large group of individuals sat before computers, tallying various data. After a while, the leader suddenly struck the keyboard and confidently paused. Everyone, the top 10 trending topics from yesterday saw a rapid decline in data heat. Several have already sunk. The latest statistics have been sent to you. I want to ask, do we have the confidence to propel Teacher Wang to the top of the trending list? Boss, we are confident. This time, it will definitely be 100% success. Indeed, we haven't forgotten the promise made in your bet with Teacher Wang. We will not let you down, the group fervently declared. Chapter 82. Reckless Parking and the Audacity. We will not let you down, the group fervently declared. Good. The leader, a young man, clenched his fist and turned to the person on the far right, saying, Xiao Lu, what's the status on that Chu Chiu you were monitoring yesterday? This little troublemaker has disrupted our plans twice now. I have a feeling he is quite troublesome. Rest assured, boss, according to phone tracking, this troublemaker went to the Economic Development Zone yesterday but did not return to the Limbo Hotel. He is currently at Dathum. He has gone to the largest shopping mall in the city. The young man known as Xiao Lu wore a disdainful expression. Moreover, boss, I dug into this guy's background yesterday. He is just a poor worker. He probably went to experience the sea for fun and happened upon some luck, recovering antiques and capturing a large haul of yellowfin tuna, which is why he suddenly exploded in popularity online. Now he has become a newly rich individual worth over 100 million, and he is likely at the mall shopping. Therefore, today's trending topics are no cause for concern. Well then, since you've investigated so thoroughly and are confident, There's no need to waste our focus on him any longer. The leader, satisfied, said, "You should join in on this operation as well." "All right, boss," Xiao Lu exclaimed excitedly. "All right, everyone, let us get ready to start. We need to ensure Teacher Wang reaches the #1 trending spot before noon." The leader narrowed his eyes and added, "This time, we must trample our competitors from other studios underfoot." "That's what I was waiting to hear. Let us do it." The group, invigorated like they had just received a shot of adrenaline, was filled with fervor. They each began their clandestine operations, starting to fabricate data. To put it bluntly, they were engaging in data manipulation. Soon, the studio fell silent, devoid of human sound. Only the rapid clattering of keyboards echoed like a storm. As they executed their plans, the previously calm internet suddenly began to stir with a dark undercurrent, rapidly gaining momentum. Soon, many astute observers noticed a title concerning Teacher Wang starting to gain traction across various corners of the internet, gathering attention. Gradually, this title seemed to have been imbued with some mystical power, cutting through obstacles like a Taoist sword, sweeping expansively, with various fabricated data propelling its popularity to dizzying heights. As the title approached the brink of trending status, it suddenly began to falter, resembling a market crash, with its popularity plummeting. Meanwhile, another trending topic about a young idol surged forth unexpectedly. "Boss, competitors from other studios are attempting to intercept us. Damn it, how disgusting. If they had the ability, they should have come out to compete from the start." The studio erupted into a cacophony of curses. The leader, however, remained remarkably composed, intently monitoring the data. "Everyone, do not let your emotions disrupt your speed. Quickly maintain the data. Xiao Lu and Wang Ming, you two attack their data fiercely. Trace the IPs and expose them. Naturally, others will retaliate against them for us." "All right, boss, but these guys are quite cunning and technically skilled. They are difficult to catch." Xiao Lu frowned, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he typed lines of incomprehensible code. Before long, half an hour passed. The studio's personnel finally made some headway. "Boss, Teacher Wang's title has surfaced, climbing to the 23rd position on the leaderboard. However, the opposition is hot on our heels, now in 24th place. Right alongside us. Then let us compete and see who can overpower whom." A silent war began to unfold on the internet as they clashed and competed against one another. Meanwhile, as time passed, Chuchio found himself laden with a dazzling array of items, beautifying health products, various clothing, shoes, handbags, and more. All of these were trophies claimed by Chuchio's mother and Su Qingya. Furthermore, many high-end luxury items unavailable in Hucheng were also snatched up by Su Qingya in droves. It seemed she had been influenced by Chuchio's mother, igniting a fierce desire to shop, sweeping through the stores like a whirlwind. As for Chu Jianghe, he was equally drenched in sweat, his arms burdened with various gift bags. "Chuchio, why don't you go talk to your mother? We've already purchased enough. If we keep going like this, I fear I might collapse from exhaustion before she even gets a chance to use any of it." Chu Jianghe took a sip of water to quench his thirst, quietly urging Chuchio. Chuchio shot him a disdainful look, as if to say, "Do you think I'm foolish? If you have something to say, you should say it yourself. I have no intention of ruining my mother's mood. My mother's persuasive skills have been honed over decades, sharper than any weapon. I do not wish to suffer unnecessarily." Thus, this father and son duo shared a moment that felt remarkably like kindred spirits in misfortune. "What are you two whispering about? Are you speaking ill of us?" At that moment, Wu Xiaojun and Su Qingya returned, laden with a plethora of items. Chu Jiang, he felt a pang of despair in his heart, yet managed to smile, saying, "I was just discussing with Chu Chio that there's simply too much stuff here. Let us have Chu Chio take it to the car for a moment, so it doesn't hinder your shopping." "Oh, what is the point of carrying it all? I'm done shopping. It seems age is catching up with me. I didn't feel it earlier when I was excited, but now my legs are starting to ache." Wu Xiaojun sighed with lingering regret and said to Chu Chio, "Son, could you please drive the car over? Let us load everything into one vehicle and take a break here." "Sure, I'll go fetch the car right away. You all just wait here." Chu Chio placed all the items down and walked towards the parking lot. Soon, he arrived at the parking area. However, as he approached his designated spot, he was taken aback that a flamboyant red Porsche had parked brazenly across his car's front, effectively trapping it in the space. Who on earth is so inconsiderate, parking in front of someone else's car when there's no space? A shadow of anger crossed Chu Chio's face as he circled the Porsche. Noticing a phone number for towing left on the windshield. At least you have some decency. Leaving a contact number, Chu Chio scoffed and dialed the number. Hello, are you the owner of the vehicle with license plate Hue? SB 488? He inquired as the call connected. Yes, a young voice responded from the other end. Could you please come and move your car? You've blocked mine in, Chu Chio said. Just wait. The other party shot back coldly before hanging up. Chu Chio was momentarily stunned. How audacious. You park recklessly and then act so arrogant? Fine. I'll wait. Chapter 83. Driving is colliding. How brazen to park so recklessly. Chu Chio contemptuously set down the phone and stood waiting. However, 5 minutes passed with no sign of the other party. Growing impatient, he picked up his phone only to put it down again, reasoning that the person might be a bit far away. He restrained his temper and continued to wait. Yet, 5 more minutes passed, then 10, and still, there was no sign of the individual. Igniting Chu Chio's fury, he picked up his phone again and dialed. Beep. The phone rang once before being hung up. Chu Chio was taken aback. Was that intentional or an accident? He dialed again. Beep. Another single ring followed by disconnection. Chu Chio quickly realized that the individual was deliberately avoiding his calls. Fine, I'll keep calling. Let us see how many times you can hang up on me. As Chu Chio's temper flared, ready to unleash his frustration, Su Qingya suddenly appeared. Chu Chio, Auntie and the others have been waiting for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? She asked as she approached the parking lot and noticed the Porsche blocking Chu Chio's car. Understanding dawned on her. Who was this person? How inconsiderate to park in front of someone else's vehicle. As she drew near, her brows furrowed. Did they leave a towing number? They did, but they aren't picking up, Chu Chio replied, his expression darkening. Deliberately so? Su Qingya grimaced in disgust. Yes, Chu Chio replied coldly. I'll try calling a few more times. He picked up the phone again, dialing. Beep. Disconnected. Beep. Still disconnected. After several attempts, Chu Chio was ready to give up when, suddenly, the call connected. However, before he could unleash his pent-up frustration, the voice on the other end erupted in a torrent of insults. How annoying. Are you waiting to reincarnate? I'm not moving my car today. What are you going to do about it? The arrogant tone sent a chill down Chu Chio's spine. Are you sure you want to come move your car? Chu Chio retorted coldly. Move? I'm in the middle of gambling. Your incessant calling has cost me several chances to place my bet. Do you know how much I wager per round, you broke loser? The caller continued to hurl insults. Chu Chio replied icily. Fine. If you're not coming to move it, then you'll have to face the consequences. Who do you think you're scaring? Open your eyes and see what kind of car I drive. Even if it gets scratched, selling your clunker won't cover the damages. Clearly, the individual had judged Chu Chio based on his modest vehicle, assuming him to be of lesser means, hence their audacious attitude. I hope you don't regret this. Chu Chio, fed up with the conversation, hung up the phone. How utterly lacking in decency, parking recklessly and acting so haughty. As if driving a Porsche makes one superior? Hearing the tirade from close range, Su Qingya felt her ire rise. Even she, with her refined demeanor, was incensed. Chio, step aside, Chu Chio instructed Su Qingya, his expression steely as he opened the car door and took his seat behind the wheel. Chu Chio, what are you planning? This is a public parking lot. Su Qingya felt a sense of foreboding as Chu Chio's demeanor darkened. Without uttering a word, he ignited the engine, shifted into gear, and pressed the accelerator. Vroom! The engine roared to life. Chu Chio then released the brake. Bang! His humble vehicle collided with the sleek body of the Porsche, creating a significant dent in its elegant shape. Chu Chio, Su Qingya exclaimed, startled by the suddenness of his actions. Yet, that single collision wasn't enough to clear a path for escape, so Chu Chio shifted gears again. He reversed, accelerated, and released the brake. Bang! The car struck the Porsche's side with a force far greater than before, creating a substantial dent and a wider gap. However, it still wasn't sufficient for Chu Chio to maneuver through. He repeated the process, accelerating forward once more. Bang! This time, the impact was even more forceful, and with the prior space created, he adjusted his vehicle's direction, slamming into the rear of the Porsche. The impact nearly toppled the entire car, twisting its rear almost beyond recognition. After this final collision, Chu Chio successfully extracted his vehicle from the entrapment. He parked aside, rolled down the window, and shouted at the astonished Su Qingya, "What are you waiting for? Get in the car." This Su Qingya finally processed the scene before her, mouth agape in shock at the wrecked Porsche. I see this a bit too violent. This is a public place. And there are cameras everywhere, enough with the excuses, hurry up and get in. Chu Chiu waved her over impatiently. But that is a Porsche. It's worth a fortune, and you can't just leave it like that. You owe a lot of money. Su Qingya climbed into the car, her conscience pricking her. Yes, there will be some trouble, but don't you find this exhilarating? Chu Chiu smiled nonchalantly, feeling invigorated after the incident. He believed life should be lived boldly and decisively. Honestly, it does feel quite satisfying. Su Qingya nodded, recalling the arrogant insults from the phone call. She too wished she could have smashed the other person's car in retaliation. However, she couldn't bring herself to act as brazenly as Chu Chiu had. Accepting the outcome, she felt a rush of exhilaration. Exactly. People lacking in manners and education deserve no leniency. Your own happiness is what matters most. Chu Chiu chuckled, pressing the gas pedal and driving away. Meanwhile, onlookers in the parking lot were left in utter disbelief. Witnessing someone daring enough to ram a dilapidated vehicle into a Porsche, it was an audacious act. In their astonishment, many pulled out their phones, exclaiming in disbelief as they captured the moment, sharing the footage across various social media platforms. Unsurprisingly, the sensational video quickly went viral. Chapter 84. Once again, going viral. Wow. Who is this bold individual? Daring to smash a Porsche with a clunky cherry. This is incredible. He just did what I've always wanted to do but never had the courage to attempt. Definitely deserves a thumbs up. Impressive. Truly a fierce character. If you treat others harshly, you must be prepared for the same. This Porsche is worth over $1 million. To have it wrecked like this is truly remarkable. Those who park recklessly, relying on their wealth, should face the consequences of their actions. Indeed, did one truly believe that driving a Porsche 911 would grant them unbridled freedom? It seems he has received a lesson from his father online. Has he not? Once the video was uploaded to the internet, it swiftly gained immense popularity. Like a spark igniting a powder keg, it has triggered a heated societal debate. The indiscriminate parking of vehicles is, after all, an act that many find utterly detestable, and it is an experience that most individuals have encountered at some point. Thus, it easily resonates with the public sentiment. This has propelled the short video to rapidly accumulate likes, shares, and comments, swiftly catapulting it to the forefront of various short video platforms, garnering widespread viewership. Can you believe someone dared to ram a Porsche with a dilapidated cherry? Am I hallucinating? Are cherry drivers now so audacious? What of it? Cannot they see the reckless parking of the other vehicle? Indeed, the collision was justified. Kudos to the cherry owner. A cherry taking on a Porsche. This individual is truly bold. The content of this video brings me immense satisfaction. It has gone viral. I support the cherry owner, and I stand by our domestically produced cherry. Domestic vehicles are capable indeed. Just look at that Porsche, nearly twisted beyond recognition, while the cherry has merely sustained slight deformation. The online discourse is vigorous, with myriad opinions and criticisms aimed at cherry. However, the majority seem to lean towards supporting Chu Chiu. I am quite eager to discover the identity of this cherry owner. I wish to present him with a flag. To those suggesting flags, I believe monetary support would be far more beneficial. Have you seen what model of cherry he drives? It's a Fengyun, a vehicle over a decade old. It is practically on the verge of retirement, and one can surmise that he is not financially affluent. Even if that car were brand new, its resale value would hardly cover the cost of a single wheel of a Porsche. Indeed, it is prudent to consider how he will compensate for the damages. After all, while his actions may be cathartic, he must still face the consequences. I propose we lend him a helping hand through crowdfunding. Crowdfunding, you say? I believe I have an even better idea. Let us all the official cherry account. Encourage them to provide financial assistance. This video has already made waves across major platforms, and even if they were to spend millions on advertising, they could not achieve such exposure. Therefore, I contend that Cherry should extend their support. This presents an exceptional opportunity for them to enhance their reputation. This approach is quite commendable. I find it feasible. I concur. Let us all the official account. All right, Cherry official. The speed at which information spreads online is beyond imagination. With the backing of netizens, countless Cherry official messages and pleas for assistance from Cherry owners flooded various short video platforms. Weibo, Dongshe Emperor, car shopping apps, and even Gaudamap.in. Such circumstances, It would be nearly impossible for the Chery officials to overlook this matter. Consequently, at Chery's headquarters, the typically low-profile marketing manager immediately became highly alert. For the first time, she boldly entered the chairman's office. "Chairman, you must see this short video. An old Chery phone owner has collided with a Porsche 911, and it has gone viral on all major online platforms. Countless individuals are ING us, hoping we will extend our assistance to this owner." The marketing manager's expression was one of excitement and eagerness. For the official account, such an opportunity is indeed rare. Akin to a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, seizing this moment could yield significant benefits for our reputation and brand elevation, particularly given the current high level of public interest and engagement. "Chairman, this is undoubtedly a prime opportunity for us to shine. It is trending across major online platforms. If we were to invest in advertising, how much would we need to spend to achieve such results? Is that so? Quickly, let me see the video." The chairman, too, became invigorated, snatching up his phone to play the short video, instantly grasping the situation. He stood up in excitement and exclaimed, "Quickly! Let the company issue a public statement. We will take responsibility for the compensation. Furthermore, let us promote our Douyin and Kuaishou accounts, ensuring the public statement is prominently displayed to respond to the vast online community. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if we spend a fortune, we could not generate such explosive advertising effects. I am genuinely curious to discover who this owner is. He is like a blessing for our official account, saving us a fortune. Promptly notify everyone to try and contact this owner. Let the legal department reach out. I envision utilizing him as the face of our upcoming new model." "Understood, Chairman. I will proceed immediately." The marketing manager excitedly grabbed her phone and hurried out. The Magic City television station. The current trending topics team was in session. Xiao Xiao had just finished hosting a program when the station director hurried towards her. "Xiao Xiao, take a look at this recently viral video on Douyin. I would like you to personally reach out to the traffic department to see if you can contact this Chery owner for an interview." "You want me to conduct the interview personally?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, realizing that the director's request signified another significant topic. She quickly grabbed her phone to watch the video, and my goodness, this Chery owner is truly audacious. Crashing into a Porsche worth 1 to 2 million at will. After viewing the video, Xiao Xiao was taken aback. Unfortunately, the video captured the owner already seated in the car. Otherwise, she would have loved to see what kind of person would dare to crash a Chery into a Porsche. You should act swiftly. The topic is currently trending, and just recently, Chery's official account even issued a public statement regarding this matter. If all goes well, it will soon trend across the internet. If you succeed in the interview, our station could see a spike in viewership. The director spoke with a hint of excitement and anticipation. "Very well. I shall head to the traffic department at once." Xiao Xiao stood up but suddenly paused, realizing, wait a moment, from the video, it seems the incident occurred in the city center mall, where parking lots are equipped with surveillance cameras. "We should head to the mall instead." "This?" The director also appeared perplexed. "It does seem so. I knew I had the right person in mind. Otherwise, we would have wasted precious time. I shall go there immediately." Xiao Xiao excitedly departed with her assistant. At this moment, she had been promoted to host due to her coverage of Chu Qiu, and she was provided with a dedicated vehicle. Chapter 85. Society. My brother Chu Qiu remained unaware that the video of his collision had spread across the internet, igniting yet another fervor online. He had now driven to his parents' home and was immediately noticed by them, as the front of the car bore significant scratches. Wu Xiaojun looked at Chu Qiu with a hint of concern, relieved to find him unharmed, and asked, "Son, what happened to the car? Did you get into an accident?" Wishing to alleviate his parents' worries, Chu Qiu quickly fabricated a story, smiling. "How could that be? The car was merely scratched by a novice driver in the parking lot, and I had to pay a few thousand yuan for the damages. Otherwise, I would have arrived sooner." Beside him, Su Qingye subtly glanced at Chu Qiu. Goodness, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have believed him. "Well, that is a relief. As long as you're safe." Wu Xiaojun felt reassured, and the family promptly gathered their belongings and departed the mall in search of a place to dine. Not long after they left, Xiao Xiao, accompanied by her assistant, hurried to the mall and negotiated access to the surveillance room to retrieve the footage. At that moment, they stood beneath dozens of monitor screens, watching as the monitoring staff played back the footage frame by frame. Soon, they located the scene of the Chery crashing into the Porsche 911 on one of the screens. Xiao Xiao quickly spoke up, "Sir?" Pause for a moment. That's the footage. Let us rewind it slowly. Certainly. The staff complied without hesitation. As the video rewound, a man appeared on screen, holding a phone and seemingly engaged in a call. It appeared he was attempting to contact the owner of the Porsche. Xiao Xiao felt a flicker of familiarity upon seeing the man in the footage. Sir, rewind just a bit more. Rewinding. All right, stop. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao called out to halt the footage, her face reflecting disbelief and astonishment. Chu Qiu? How could this be? How could it possibly be him? Xiao Xiao exclaimed in incredulity. As the video continued to play, the man's true identity was revealed, leaving Xiao Xiao, who was usually composed, utterly speechless. She could hardly fathom that the individual driving the Cherry and recklessly colliding with a Porsche 911 was none other than Chu Qiu. She found it impossible to reconcile the image of a dilapidated Cherry with the persona of Chu Qiu, who had captured treasures worth over 100 million. It was an incongruous match. At that moment, Xiao Xiao felt utterly at a loss for words. What on earth is happening in this society? Are wealthy individuals truly engaging in such reckless behavior? A tycoon worth billions drives an outdated Cherry that is nearly obsolete in the market. Is this humility or mere ostentation? Yet, now was not the time for such musings. Upon discovering that the vehicle owner was Chu Qiu, Xiao Xiao wasted no time and immediately dialed Chu Qiu's number. Shouted journalist. What made you suddenly think of calling me? Upon the call connecting, Chu Qiu's voice resonated through. Xiao Xiao got straight to the point. Was it you who crashed that Porsche in the Evergrande Mall parking lot? Chu Qiu was taken aback. How did you come to know about this? Has someone leaked the parking lot surveillance footage online? Indeed, it's you. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but retort. I mean, do you feel uncomfortable unless you stir up some trouble? The other day, you were trending at #1 across the internet. Yesterday you dominated the top 10, and if nothing unexpected occurs today, it seems you'll be trending again. Are you aware that someone uploaded a video of you crashing into that Porsche? The entire internet is abuzz with discussions about it. You have once again captured the public's attention, and the level of discourse and fervor is considerable. How can this be? Chu Qiu was momentarily stunned, bewildered. Is there something wrong with the internet? Why does it fixate on me of all people among billions in Huaxia? Can't they find someone else to focus on? He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. It was just a car accident. Does it warrant such a spectacle? Wouldn't it be better to spend that time reading novels or watching some romantic films instead? Why must it be me that they target? Chu Qiu said in exasperation. Fine, let them discuss. After all, it's not my fault. That was his own doing. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to ignore the fuss. When he returned home, he would focus on establishing and expanding his own influence to protect his family and friends. Chu Qiu, where are you now? I wish to interview you. Xiao Xiao expressed her intention. Another interview? It's unnecessary this time. Chu Qiu frowned and promptly declined. This? Xiao Xiao was taken aback by Chu Qiu's firm refusal, which contrasted sharply with his previous willingness. Please, Chu Qiu, just do me a favor. This is how I make my living, and an interview with you would be quick. I can even blur your face if necessary. Xiao Xiao pleaded earnestly. Blur what? I'm not from an island country. Upon hearing the word blur, Chu Qiu instinctively recoiled. Xiao Xiao was momentarily stunned. Are you driving? All right, I need to have dinner with my family now. I'll contact you when I have time. Chu Qiu said before hanging up. Xiao Xiao could only helplessly set down her phone. What should we do if he refuses our interview? Her assistant asked, frowning. What can we do? If he declines, others will certainly be unable to conduct interviews as well. There's no need to worry. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment. How about this? You edit the surveillance video and post it on our station's public account and Douyin promotion account. This could serve as a way to indirectly drive traffic to our station. All right then, the assistant shrugged, adopting a resigned expression. Subsequently, the two edited the video, focusing heavily on facial close-ups and the instant of the crash. Once everything was complete, they published it on the radio's public account and Douyin promotion account. Paired with an attention-grabbing headline, shocking, the owner of the Cherry who crashed into a Porsche is none other than someone we know. The next moment, fans on Douyin went wild with likes and shares. Within minutes, the edited short video rocketed to the top of the trending charts. Wow, just wow. What a dramatic turnaround. The driver of the Cherry actually turns out to be Brother Qiu. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. I wondered how someone who drives an old Cherry could dare to crash into a Porsche 911. Turns out it's Brother Qiu himself. Exactly. Who could have predicted this? Brother Qiu's acting like a pig to eat a tiger. He's quite skilled at it. This deserves a thumbs up, indeed. The society knows Brother Chiu. He speaks little but acts decisively. The heat surrounding the Cherry crashing into the Porsche was already significant. Now, with Chiu's identity unveiled, the incident gained even more traction. As netizens fervently supported him, the video of Chiu crashing into the Porsche skyrocketed in popularity, reaching the top 3 of trending lists across various platforms in no time. However, this was merely the beginning. The fervor surrounding Chiu's antique submission from yesterday still lingered, combined with the phrase "the law cannot be violated," leading to another wave of support online. Numerous netizens left comments passionately criticizing the Porsche owner while rallying behind Chiu. Hey, SB488, come out quickly. We want to ask you if being wealthy makes you exceptional. Does wealth give you the right to trample on morality and the law? Your car is parked haphazardly. Is your upbringing so poor that you lack basic decency? Did your parents never teach you the importance of lawful conduct? Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you can act with impunity. The public's eyes are sharp, indeed, parking in front of someone else's car without a care. What if that person had an emergency? There's nothing more to say. The video shows that Chiu made no less than 20 calls. Support Chiu. Support Brother Chiu. I suggest the traffic department hold the Porsche 911 owner fully accountable. Such behavior is utterly despicable. Under this fervent backing, comments quickly accumulated, surpassing hundreds of thousands. Chiu's name surged in popularity across the internet once more. Meanwhile, in a certain underground studio in Magic City, a sudden cheer erupted. Oh, boss, we finally took down the other party studio. Ha ha ha, this time, Teacher Wong's trending at #1 is a sure thing. This is exhilarating. The excitement was palpable as the group celebrated, with their leader, Han Qing, proclaiming, "Well done, Teacher Wong's trending has dropped to 10th place. Next, let's get him to #1 as swiftly as possible. Don't worry, boss, we'll ensure it's a sure thing." With the previous obstacle gone, half an hour is more than enough. Exactly, the other trending topics are all rubbish. We can surpass them with ease. The group brimmed with confidence. All right, now let us see what you can do. Han Qing smiled, instinctively glancing at the trending rankings again. However, that single glance froze his smile in place. Teacher Wong's trending was gone. Gone? Gone? No. It can't just be gone. It must be that it has been pushed out of the top 10. Now, the 10th trending topic was Cherry Fengyan versus Porsche 911 in the parking lot. Han Qing was left utterly bewildered. The shift occurred too rapidly. In mere moments, what had taken them so long to achieve was swept away from the top 10. It was shockingly abrupt and entirely unanticipated. How is this possible? Who has such power to push a trending topic into the top 10 without warning? Han Qing exclaimed, struggling to comprehend. What is wrong? Boss? What happened? The group looked at Han Qing in confusion. Quickly check the trending list. Teacher Wong's trending has been overtaken, and it happened just now, without any warning at all. Han Qing's expression darkened. If this was the work of another studio, it was indeed formidable. It would likely be a bloody battle to secure Teacher Wong's #1 trending status. Cherry Fengyan versus Porsche 911 in the parking lot. How can this even be considered news? How did it reach the top 10? It must be a publicity stunt by Cherry. The crowd was equally shocked. For a gimmicky advertisement to make it to trending status, it must have taken a considerable sum of money. What on earth was Cherry up to? Were they resorting to extreme marketing tactics? Look, it's now risen to 9th place. Suddenly, a young man named Xiao Lu exclaimed in shock. The trending topic that had just been in 10th place had now shot up to 9th. Meanwhile, Cherry's official account was also trending due to a public letter. Teacher Wong's explosive news had plummeted from 11th to 13th. Wow, it's still rising. How long has it even been in its original position? This time, I truly believe in your peculiar predictions. Even those rising stars urging their fans for support can't achieve such rapidity. The group stared wide-eyed at their computer screens, exclaiming in disbelief. This phenomenon was strikingly similar to the surge of Chiu's trending just the day before, resembling a roller coaster ride that was unstoppable. Alas, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly take action and thwart him. Strip away his deceptive data. Otherwise, today, Teacher Wong's explosive revelation will likely fail to trend at the top. In that moment, Han Qing began to panic. He had accepted payment and guaranteed the counterpart. If it didn't trend at the top, he would have to eat crow. Hurry, everyone, let us join forces. We must intercept the momentum and dismantle the false data. Otherwise, we will all be reduced to being looked down upon just like the boss. After Han Qing's urgent reminder, the group snapped back to reality and quickly engaged in battle. However, scarcely a minute into the fray, they were left dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth is happening? This cannot be real. I'm losing my mind. This is genuine data, authentic information. How could this be? Every single piece of data, every comment, is from a different IP address. My goodness!" The group began to lose their composure. All the data is real. This is terrifying. How could this happen? A mere deliberately fabricated trending advertisement has garnered such widespread support. Han Qing was equally astonished. Why do I suddenly feel like this situation mirrors that trending topic about the mouse droppings from yesterday? It's utterly bizarre. It's skyrocketing uncontrollably. Others could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in shock, "Damn it, I must see what on earth is going on." Han Qing decisively clicked on the trending topic to discern the issue. Good grief. As soon as he opened it, an associated video began to play automatically, showcasing a cherry colliding violently with a Porsche 911. Yet, what truly made him erupt in expletives was another edited video. Particularly, a few close-up shots clearly displayed the strikingly handsome face of a man. It's him, Chu Qiu. It's Chu Qiu. Once again, it's Chu Qiu. Damn it, why is he everywhere? Han Qing couldn't help but voice his furious disbelief, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What? Chu Qiu? The others were equally stunned at, am I hearing this right? Chu Qiu? Again, Chu Qiu. Is it that mouse droppings Chu Qiu? Chapter 87. The enraged Porsche owner, second update, am I hearing this correctly? Chu Qiu? Again, Chu Qiu. Is it that mouse droppings Chu Qiu? The group exchanged glances, feeling an eerie sensation. What is going on with Chu Qiu? We haven't offended him, have we? Is he clashing with the trending topic? Or with our studio? Bang. Han Qing slammed his hand on the table, furious, shouting, "Damn it! 3 days, a full 3 days. He has disrupted me 3 times. Is he my nemesis, or is he deliberately targeting me?" Han Qing was on the verge of a breakdown. Just yesterday, he had confidently promised Teacher Wang that he would secure the top trending position. To that end, he had even made a wager. If he failed, he would perform a handstand and eat crow. And now, he was frightfully close to that fate. Boss, what should we do? This trending topic is still climbing. Indeed, it has risen to 5th place on the trending list. Is this speed even reasonable? Damn it, this person is too uncanny. The studio was filled with a cacophony of voices. Han gritted his teeth and declared, "Keep going, don't back down, or we'll all be left with nothing. All right, we're following the boss's lead. Let us take on this mouse droppings. Damn it. Today, I'm going all out. Even if my hands break, I'll restore my boss's honor. Charge. We can't let this mouse droppings ruin our pot of soup." At the computers, everyone voiced their determination, then sat back down, operating their devices with utmost speed. In an instant, the studio was filled with the sound of fingers rapidly tapping on keyboards. However, before long, the group began to wail in despair. Are we not allowed to live? How can he be rising so quickly? Damn it. He's already reached 3rd place on the trending list. Is there no justice in this world? It's just a broken car colliding with a Porsche 911. Does it deserve this level of fame? What is wrong with people these days? This kind of tacky and shameless hype is so enticing. Damn it. With this level of fame, why not just debut as an artist instead of pretending to be an ordinary person? Amidst the cacophony of curses, Han Qing's expression grew increasingly grim, and no matter how hard his team worked, they couldn't possibly surpass Chu Qiu in such a short time. After all, Chu Qiu had amassed an overwhelming number of supporters online, rivaling those of top-tier celebrities. Good grief, 2nd place, he has shot up to 2nd place. Is he on a rocket, moving at this speed? Quick, look at his data. It's continuously skyrocketing, and the number of supportive comments is increasing rapidly. This is bad, bad. 1st place, good grief, he's in 1st place. This is insane. How can this happen so quickly? My heavens, the data is still surging. The group suddenly gasped in unison. The fervent determination they had just moments ago was instantly extinguished by the harsh reality. It's over, it's truly over. Han Qing was left in a daze. He was now undoubtedly trailing behind Chu Qiu, destined to eat crow. Indeed, the next moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, even without speakerphone, everyone present could hear Teacher Wang's furious roar. Han Qing, it's noon, and I've been glued to this computer for an entire morning. Is this what you promised me? The top trending position? Just a fleeting glimpse in the top 10? And you call that first place? What are you and your team even doing? You want to perform a handstand and eat crow? I find that utterly disgusting. I'm giving you two options. 1. Get me into at least the top 3 by 1 o'clock, and I'll pay you 80% of the remaining sum. 2. I'll take this payment and find someone else. Our collaboration will be terminated. Now think carefully. After a full 5 minutes of roaring, Han Qing desperately pleaded, making various guarantees until he finally managed to quell the other's anger. Boss, what should we do now? Should we continue to confront this mouse droppings? Yes, he has seized the top trending position again. After hanging up, the group turned to Han Qing. Han Qing glanced at the top trending Chu Qiu. Feeling that this person was his nemesis, he conceded. Perhaps it's best not to confront him. My fragile heart can't bear any more surprises. Let us take a steady approach and aim for the top 3. If we settle for a little less of the remaining payment, so be it. Han Qing let out a long breath. It's not about boosting others' spirits while diminishing his own. It's just that Chu Qiu is far too uncanny. Soaring to the top of the trends as if propelled by a rocket, he would have put in the effort if it were anyone else. In truth, the others also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite their outward bravado and claims of determination, it was merely a faade to spare everyone from embarrassment. Judging by Chu Qiu's data, if they were to truly go all out, even if their hands were to break, it would be a miracle to surpass him by evening. Meanwhile, as Chu Qiu's crash video continued to explode across the internet, various short video platforms remained perpetually popular. The number of viewers skyrocketed by the minute. In a luxurious billiard room within Hongda Mall, a young man with dyed yellow hair stumbled upon this video. Observing the footage of Chu Qiu smashing into the Porsche 911, he couldn't help but praise it. Wow, this guy is gutsy. Driving a broken Cherry and daring to crash into a Porsche 911, that's impressive. However, just as those words left his lips, he suddenly noticed the Porsche 911's license plate and froze in shock. He quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Damn it, isn't that the car that Kai just bought? Kai, you need to check out this video." He ran frantically to a billiard room where a wealthier was playing. "Watch what? Get lost. My luck is terrible today. I've already lost several rounds, and now I'm finally hitting my stride. Don't mess with me." Qian Kai snapped impatiently, continuing his game. The young man, desperate, pleaded, "Kai, your newly purchased Porsche 911 seems to have been crashed in the parking lot." "Ha! Who is crazy enough to crash into my car?" Qian Kai scoffed dismissively, clearly unconvinced. "I'm serious, Kai. Check it out. Isn't the license plate who A488 yours?" The young man thrust his phone forward. "What?" Upon hearing his license plate number, Qian Kai quickly grabbed his phone to scan the video. Upon seeing the footage, he was left utterly dumbfounded. The Porsche 911 that was crashed in the video was the very car he had just pestered his father to buy, and he had only driven it for less than 3 days. "Damn it! How dare you crash my car?" Qian Kai was instantly furious. Chapter 88. How do you wish to resolve this? Third update. Damn it! How dare you crash my car? Upon witnessing the video of the car crash, Qian Kai erupted with fury, the cue stick in his hand crashing down onto the billiard table with a resounding clatter. "Kai Gu, what is going on?" Two of his friends, perplexed, inquired. "Damn it, someone has smashed my car." "To the parking lot!" Qian Kai's anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table and stormed outside, followed by several close friends and a group of younger followers, all equally incensed. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they were met with a throng of onlookers, all murmuring and pointing. Qian Kai's entourage pushed through the crowd, shouting, "Make way! Clear the path!" Once the crowd parted, Qian Kai approached the scene of the incident. Upon seeing his nearly wrecked Porsche 911, he inhaled sharply. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, unable to contain his rage. This Porsche had been procured after much persuasion from his family, and he had only driven it for 3 days. Now, it was in a state that could only be described as nearly totaled. The door was severely twisted, the tires and rims deformed, and the bumper resembled a twisted pretzel. The rear end was even worse, resembling a lizard with a severed tail, a sight that was truly appalling. Who on earth dares to wreak such havoc on Kai Ji's car? Qian Kai's fury intensified. "I'll have my brothers track this person down." "Indeed, let us find him. I'll teach him a lesson about respect." His followers echoed, their outrage palpable. Observing the wreckage, they began to curse loudly. Damn. Who does this guy think he is, crashing into my car with a piece of junk like a cherry? UV really stirred the wrath of the god of wealth. If I don't make you pay until you go bankrupt, I swear I'll change my surname to yours. Qian Kai seethed. Viewing those who drove cherry vehicles as impoverished, he believed he could manipulate the situation to his advantage. However, as Qian Kai continued to stew in his anger, he remembered his plans with friends to go out and charm some women that evening. Now, a poor fool had nearly ruined that for him. Suppressing his rage, he pulled out his phone and dialed Chuchio's number from his call history. Beep dot beep dot beep. After several rings, no one answered. Frustrated, Qian Kai hung up and tried again, but still received no response, prompting him to curse vehemently. How dare you not answer my call? You'd better be ready. The onlookers, witnessing his distress, kindly suggested, Young man, perhaps you should report this to the police. Yes, Kai-gu. Let us involve the authorities and have them bring that guy in. His friends chimed in. Report to the police? I want to settle this privately, Qian Kai responded, seething with rage. For him, going public would limit his options for revenge. He yearned to teach the driver of the wrecked car a harsh lesson. Finally, after several more attempts, the call connected. In that instant, the pent-up fury within Qian Kai erupted. Is it you who crashed my car? He bellowed. Yes, it was me, came Chuchio's indifferent reply from the other end. Then hurry up and come back. Qian Kai roared. I'm sorry, but I'm dining with my family. I'll call you when I'm done. Chuchio replied nonchalantly, as if intentionally provoking him. What did you say? Damn it. You need to get here right now. Qian Kai exploded, but before he could finish his tirade, he was met with the sound of a dial tone, indicating that the call had been disconnected. Qian Kai fumed, his vision reddening as he let out a furious roar. He had never been so openly disregarded by anyone before, and Chuchio was the first to treat him with such contempt. He longed to confront Chuchio and unleash his wrath. Meanwhile, at the Qinghua Hotel, after ending the call, Chuchio felt a surge of satisfaction. He had turned the tables, allowing Qian Kai to experience a taste of the frustration he had felt earlier in the parking lot. Of course, unlike Qian Kai, he could vent his anger on Qian Kai's car, while the latter could only endure the humiliation. Laughing inwardly at the thought, Chuchio decided to let his family finish their meal before he reached out to Qian Kai again. Once he was ready, he dialed Qian Kai's number. How dare you call me again? Qian Kai's voice dripped with anger upon answering. Please mind your language, or I shall end this call immediately, Chuchio stated calmly. You? Qian Kai seethed, but knowing he needed to keep the line open, he suppressed his fury, planning to confront Chuchio in person later. Fine, we'll settle this when you arrive, he gritted through clenched teeth. After what felt like an eternity, a silver-gray cherry Fengyun rolled into the parking lot. Qian Kai's eyes narrowed as he recognized the vehicle. That's the one, he thought, standing up and extinguishing his cigarette. His followers also stood, anticipation evident in their eyes as they prepared for confrontation. As Chuchio stepped out of the car, calm and composed, he remarked, I'm here. How do you wish to resolve this? Without flinching in front of the crowd, Chuchio boldly addressed Qian Kai. Damn it, you're the one who crashed into my car. I'll deal with you after I give you a good beating. Qian Kai's fury had reached its limit. He kicked out at Chuchio, but as soon as he did, something felt off. Suddenly, he realized he was airborne in that instant, without having a chance to utter a word.